like setting trends. Stack it up, stack it up, stack it up, stack it up.
For me, CSGO has been a part of my life ever since it came out. I can clearly remember when I first tried the game, I played Counter-Strike Source as well, but when it came out, I immediately tried the game, and yeah, ever since playing it, I've just been in love with the game. So for me, it's also kind of sad in a way it has to end, but it's also exciting times coming with CS2, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's giving so many opportunities to you. Like the whole time I've been playing professional, I mean, I've been living off it and traveled the world with just playing CS. So yeah, as you said, it's a bit disappointing it ends now, but it also gives some new opportunities in the new CS2. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to that. We won in the Blast Fall Finals in Royal Arena in Denmark, Copenhagen. Yeah, I mean, that's the only trophy I have ever won, and yeah, it was a great feeling.
That was a big thing, and we will always remember that victory on home soil in the Royal Arena. First team in Denmark to win on home soil. When I started playing when I was 13, 14, playing tournaments, local lands, that's also a thing that I look back to. Yeah, I remember that part as well for being a nice time in CSGO. One of the lowest points in my career was this whole transition period where we were supposed to maybe change from Heroic to Fun Plus Phoenix, another organization. It was only me and Kadian on the team back then, but yeah, we traveled all the way to America to play Flashpoint, and we were expecting to play the tournament, and I mean, the deal fell apart and COVID hit as well, so there was many things going on in that period for me and Kasper. But I also think that period made us stronger and grew us together even more, and we've built a good thing together, I would say, and yeah, I'm very proud of that.
We were in Copenhagen Flames. We made a good run at the major, and we played the 2-2 game to qualify for playoff, and we lost one of the closest games I have ever played, and it was so intense, and yeah, everything was just really bad after that. I mean, you felt really bad. You were so close, and you didn't really expect it, but I mean, you felt you could made it, and then it's just so many feelings coming in. Yeah, that's probably one of my worst.
I don't really have any regrets, I would say. I came from 1.6 and I played at a top level in the end there. And then I didn't play for the first few years due to education. I was getting old in esports back then. I was 22. You couldn't really earn a lot of money in CS. But when I came back to play in 2015-16, suddenly it was a profession and you could go all in. And when looking back, all of my choices were logical. It was logical to leave CS. It was logical to also come back. So now I'm just happy to be here when CS2 comes out, because I felt like I got behind a lot in CSGO because I wasn't there from the start. The biggest highlight of my career would probably be 6 months we had in 2022 with ENCE. How we developed from not even being a top 30 team when I joined to hitting number 2 in the world ranking and going to multiple finals, top 4 at the major. We won the Blast Showdown online. We obviously didn't get any of the big trophies, which is in a way a regret, but it was where I, for the first time in my career, was part of an actual tier 1 team where everyone most of the other teams feared playing us. I think the toughest moments in my career was probably, there was 2 periods. There was one in Optic. Actually, there's probably been 3. After Optic, then the whole Heroic FPX situation. And then lastly, Contact, which was a thing that really didn't go well. And I thought potentially that there might not be more of us after that Contact team because it was a really, really bad project. But luckily, there was a lot. And there was a way back in and a way to rewrite the story, instead of being an in-game leader who failed his last project in Contact, so I'm happy about that. I think one of the biggest learning experiences I had was that before I would have like a week or 2 where I would be almost depressed when we were doing bad at a tournament, but I think I've been very good at like getting right back on it the next day now, instead of like wasting time with regrets and all of this stuff, trying to improve what you can for the next tournament. I think that's been one of my biggest learning experiences in ENCE. I think I have done a great job in ENCE, and I think it is not only me. I think Saw is also good, and I think also the ENCE management for trusting me and Saw with a lot of decisions. I think there's a lot of things that went the right way to be able to build this project from what it was at the start of 2021.
Done some of the heavy lifting, 2 frags, the time is on his side. Elish hasn't got a single frag to show for himself here on Dust 2, but he's going to be pressured, naded, shot at, they're defusing, here it is! Elish finds the 4th for Liquid!
So this clip is like, it's good. I remember like how it felt on stage, like everyone was going crazy over each kill, it felt so good.
Oh, I remember this one.
It was an important round too. It was really sick, but I felt like mechanically when I looked back at it, I was just like, I don't know, I felt like I just killed them one by one.
But it looks so clean though. It's like the procedural sprays of all 3, and it was a 1v3 clutch as well.
Yeah, it was nice. I just don't rank it like highly like for like myself.
Yeah.
Okay, everything goes down.
Shifter.
Everything gets shifted down. The Astralis one goes to 8 for now. I don't even remember this one off the top of my head.
I think I do.
I'm kind of remembering it.
Yeah, I remember the
this
jump across the door.
Hit him. That was clean.
The fade away onto
nice.
the goat. Okay, that felt good. And then
and now I have a Krieg CT side. It's pretty much GG. Whenever I had a Krieg on Dust 2, I knew it was over.
You fools, what have you done?
That one was good too.
It was. Ooh.
I'll put it at 7 for now, just because I don't think it was actually better than the Hellraisers clip. I feel like that one was one of my favorites because of the 1 tap in the beginning. This one was clean. It'll be there for now.
They might not be done yet as RPK gets aggressive, but he's he's overlooked and overshot. Elish gets underneath of his crosshair, and now he heads to the site. We know how quick Elish can strike. He's looking to do it again, and he's got Apex down as well. It's back to a 2-on-2, and Elish has to play this to perfection. Smoke on his right, tap on the bomb, spray through, 8 HP, and Alex is forced to move, forced to get away, and the smoke's still down. Elish knows he's nowhere else. He has to be there.
Disgusting, actually disgusting.
And actually with the casting and the crowd and everything, that was actually insane.
That was a huge round.
That probably was my favorite clutch because that was like during 2019, that was like so clean, the bench as well, because I was moving and I don't remember if I counter-strafed or not, but
yeah, either way.
I don't know, it felt so good, and Henry, I remember he was going crazy too.
Oh!
Yeah. Okay, actually that's gotta be my number 1. It actually has to be my number 1.
And that was at Cologne, so like sold out stadium.
Just everything goes down, for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna have to lose the Selfless from the
sorry Selfless, but
sorry, guys.
You lived a good life.
Yeah.
It's gone now.
I'm sorry, mate.
Oh, this one was sick too.
Okay, pistols into the B site. Oh, it's simple, first down. Always a good feeling.
I think I was like 1 bullet. I didn't actually reload that deagle either.
You finished it, you picked up the rifle too quick. Oh, and then you only have 1 bullet.
Yeah, that was...
There's some style points there.
That was pretty sick.
There is definitely some style points there.
That one was good. I feel like I would get rid of the LDLC one at 6, just completely swap it out.
Good evening, fellow gamers and worldly citizens. For far too long has the strategery of this nation led to the working man to suffrage. Heck, don't mess with Texas. Anyway, the system is catered to those at the top and left a whole lot of nothing for those at the bottoms. That's right. Access to essential services as the Counter-Strike 2 beta shouldn't only be for the famed, the privileged, those with a blue check mark, and those that are handsomely wealthy. It should be a human right, and a right is one that is afforded to all. As president, I will guarantee CS2 access one and for all.
I will personally ensure the funding of a global competitive matchmaking ladder on 256 sub-tick servers worldwide. And trust me, the world is wide. I know, I've seen the whole thing. It's a tremendous place, tremendous, and they want this. They all want this.
So we cannot make these types of guarantees.
It's kind of like how we still print money, but no one seems to stop us doing that. No working man or woman should have to game on 56 ping, not in deathmatch, not in surf servers, not even in the fields of danger zone, should latency become that decider. I will personally lay the wire from Portland to Philadelphia to ensure every man or woman in this nation can play on a clean kitchen table connection. End of quote, repeat the line. Can play on a clean, stable connection.
And by God, any griefing, spin-botting, wall hacking, or aim-botting player out there, I say this, I will personally find you and I will eliminate you. And trust me, because I know me, okay?
The president needs a lie down. Conference postponed until further notice.
All right, top 10 plays, this time featuring Cadians. We're gonna go through, we're gonna dive into some of your past. You've got a lot of plays. Like there's a massive list of plays with your name all over it. But you're gonna help to put them in a specific order if that's cool by you.
Yeah, let's try.
All right, first clip, we're going overpass. What's happening here?
Yeah, I'm in a bit of a rough position. I make a nice quick scope on Siren, and I'm instantly moving away. Like, we were kind of blocked, and they knew we were B. I was running through A long. I told my guys I'm kind of getting Fallen vibes because he made that insane clutch. Yeah. And yeah, now it's 1 versus 2. I look towards Banana, and I hear like one bullet and or like a step, and make a nice flick shot. Now it's a 1-on-1 against Chopper, and there's so little time, and I'm scared that I might even not make the plant, but I'm running towards B.
Man, you've been through the whole map at this point.
Yes.
You basically ran a big loop.
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, I make the plant, and as I get around the corner, I hear Chopper falling down from heaven to water.
Oh man.
Yeah, now I hear him, and I turn around, and yeah.
But up at that point, like you really don't know where he is.
No,
right?
no, I had no clue at this point. I figured he must have pushed behind somewhere.
Yeah.
So my theory was he was going to be coming from one of these two places.
Where would you place this one and say 1 out of 10?
For me, it's definitely top 5.
Okay.
I'll start out by putting it in 5th place, and we'll see where it is.
We're going to nuke.
Oh yeah, this is COVID era. It's a 1-on-2 against Furia for securing the map. It was a crazy game. I'd like make this jump up into the door to jiggle the orb. I knew he was pinned on me. Yeah, but this one, I mean, right now it's number 10. In a bit, I'm gonna poke the cell guys and say that I have better place in this, so you might never see me talking about this.
Okay, yeah, well, absolutely. I'm sure we could dig them up through the archives. Let's look at clip 3.
Cadian, the captain, capable in the clutch, delivers the first. Tap does not bait a peak, and so second by second, Cadian knows he can't do this. Surely, one man left standing, safes him behind him. Cadian wins and leads by example.
Oh yeah, this is the 1-on-3 against Furia. Also in Rio, but not the major, the IEM tournament.
Right.
Now I'm 1-on-2, the bomb is planted. I was actually considering saving not long ago. I flash, tap, try to figure out what's happening. Then I hear one footstep in Palace, Kesriaso, who made the run, get this kill. And with the plant right now, you can see it's either for slope or CT, and I figured...
Yeah, 50-50 one way or the other.
Yes, and I figured like the guy, if he was slope, he would have like jiggle peeked me or maybe taken contact with the Palace player. So for me, it made sense that he wants to be pushed behind. I think it's a near impossible clutch, you know, like they can be everywhere. Connector, jungle, slope, Palace, CT. I think I'm gonna put it 6 as of right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think again it's an arena clutch, and those they hit different, you know, like with the crowd.
Oh
you know?
yeah.
Yeah.
Especially against Furia in Rio.
They were silenced. I remember I was just standing and looking up.
Oh man.
Yeah. Giving my Brazilians, who I love a lot, a little bit of a hard time.
Yeah, they really like it down there. I think they prefer the game mode like that.
Yeah.
So.
Oh my god, he's knifed him, and he's gotten away with the AWP. I'm starting to get nervous. There's no way, Cadian, you can't win Pro League like this! You can't win Pro League like this! Calling well above his years, clearing corners. Oh no! You're an animal!
We know where this is going.
We know where this is going.
I've seen this before. You can't win. You can't win Pro League like this, Cadian.
I mean, that's the point, right? I think like the clutch is obviously really good, and obviously this is a misplay by Nafani, but then the double wall bang and with the knife kill before that on Shiro in a final, and then the tense moment now trying to figure out where he could be.
Is a Hobbit the last one?
Exile.
Exile.
Yeah. And yeah, I tried to calculate, like, since Shiro was back turned, someone must have been watching his middle or connector, so I'm looking for him, and if he's not here, it must mean that he pushed. So, like, I can't even describe why, like, I know he's somewhere here, that's why I make this crazy info jump, like, but... I don't know,
this was ridiculous.
Yes, I like spotted him on that info jump, because I was not trying to jump to Tetris, you know, it was just to try and gather some info. And yeah, like you said in the beginning, like I think the commentary from Machine and Sponge.
That's exactly what he says.
Yes, it's like,
oh, you can't win Pro League like this.
Yes, and it makes the play so much more iconic as well. The way they commentate.
Surely that's like a top 4.
Yeah, we probably put it first for
now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can buy into that, I guess.
Oh, I think this is. Oh, this is the 1-on-5. No, what is this? Oh yeah, it's the 1-on-3. I juked them pretty hard here. So, yeah, well, what happened was I killed the guy in Vents, and I moved super quickly past the double doors, so they think now that I'm in the single door.
Right.
But I crossed, and now I'm just waiting for them to tap the bump, peek out, just as he's about to tap it when he's not looking. Now it's a 1-on-1 against Bit. He taps it, I jump across to just deny the info, and if he shoots at me, nice, and a nice flick shot. And the good part about this one is that it was the first time we beat Na'Vi in, years.
Yeah.
Years. So it was at the Armar to qualify for the major.
Good too.
We went 3-0, went to the legend stage. And against Perfecto, Boomage, and Bit, not easy, So I'm gonna put it 7. 7, yeah.
The implications there kind of give that. Yeah, I understand. That makes sense.
Oh yeah. Who was it this was against? I remember this was
You almost got that, guys.
Yes.
You're a freak.
Yes, I can be sometimes. Yeah, it's a good one.
So you're set up in jail. You've got 2 taken down with the bomb.
Yeah, I have like this pixel gap for window where I'll see him if he peeks window or tries to jump out, and then I'll just like attempt the flick, and I'll always have a second chance. But yeah,
you'll definitely know he's there though.
Yes,
right?
and he will have a hard time killing me because I'm also not exposed very much. So it was a good play again. Yeah, I'll put it 9.
I think so just outside of.
Yeah, it's a good clutch, but I think. Like I have a lot of clutches that's better, and I have like straight out aces that is better as well. So
we gotta save those for like the 2, 3, 4 area.
Yeah, it's the 1 on 5 against Vitality. I kill Saiwu, kill Apex.
Apex just free right there.
Yes.
That was just free.
Yes, and then Magic's peek me. I kill him. I am anticipating the vent rotation. I get him, swap for the AK. The new AWP nowadays. You don't have the bullets. So. I planned and I had to take the risk, like he could be anywhere, right? And it's Dupree, I tried to figure out where he is. I saw his gun barrel, angled out a little bit and killed him. Yeah, this is second for me, I think. The cool part for me about the clutch is also that a lot of my other clutches, they're all like kind of slow clutches.
Okay.
And this one was like a 1 on 5 in 20 seconds.
Yeah, that was fast.
Yeah.
Like that was, that's one of those where they surely thought the round was done.
Surely.
And
surely, yeah.
Definitely was not.
That's the second place for me.
Yeah, it's a good call. I like that, it's a good fit. To Inferno we go. Tech 9, gotta respect it.
Yes. I'm so blind, I
got away with murder there, dude.
Yes, and then I miss this shot and I have to like jiggle this.
Yeah.
Get 1, get 2. And the thing is, I think maybe you remember actually in Keto, you remember how ill I was? This year in Keto?
Yeah.
And this was like, I played this game and I was literally so freaking ill.
Oh.
And then I was standing blind behind some pillar doing things.
Man. Yeah, there's well, okay, so you put that one maybe like an 8.
Yeah, that's an 8.
Slots in right in perfectly, I think.
Oh.
Well, James, surprise.
Yes, and then I think and then I wall bang a guy now or something through the box. Yes.
Okay, man. Well, I reported you on that.
Yeah. So. It's a fast. It's a good play.
Is it a top 10 play? Okay.
We could put it 10th.
There we go. Yeah, we'll just kind of.
It's also kind of stylish, but. It's an AWP clutch, and.
You seem to like the AWP, man.
I try to get it sometimes.
Yeah.
I think looking at this, I have to realize that the big plays are with the AWP, so maybe I should stop buying the rifle so much.
Exactly, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm no coach or anything.
Oh no. Yeah, so 1 and 4, I get the first 2, now it's 1 against 2.
Dang.
I think they're just both pushing me. Yeah, I don't know the last guy. Bit of a B-hubs.
Yeah, that repositioning is pretty cool.
Now it's annoying for him, he doesn't know if I'm gonna peek him from CT or from coffins. Jiggle peek, I make sound, tries to get him off the plant.
Bang.
Yeah, it's a good play, but there's better plays out
it's
there.
It's not a top 10 play is what we're saying.
No, but I think it was actually in some way kind of important for my career maybe, because it was in the beginning when I just joined Heroic.
Okay.
So I was like on a trial, or they were like kind of testing me out in officials, so it was probably good to make a play like that.
So you still have a 3 and 4 to kind of fill.
Yeah, otherwise we just move all the bottom ones up.
Yeah, just kind of shift everything up.
Yes, that's fine by me.
Lucky clip number 11. Yes, it is. Yes. Who would have known Cobblestone in 2023? Bang.
Yeah, that's the first collapse. Chat goes down and yam. And then I hit a wall bang through the box and they're flashing me so much. I angle out, try to look for them. A little bit confused. You see the nerves here of a young LAN player.
Yeah.
And then the flick to the collet again. And I think it's one of my first big arena plays.
Yeah.
And you can hear it like the crowd goes, whoa, and then a little bit of silence, and then, whoa,
go for
like
2,
double collapse. So yeah, you can put that like, what's it, 4, 5?
3 looks, I mean 3.
Yeah, 3, you can put a 3.
There's a hole where the 3 is.
Yeah, let's put it there. Yeah.
That was a heroic play.
Yeah, it was.
No pun intended.
No pun intended.
All right, so we keep looking down your list here, Katie, so many options. So how about we do this? Let's take a look at this list, and maybe we get rid of like an 8, 9.
Yes.
Maybe like a number 10. Even though the context of 10 was cool,
yeah.
We could probably just erase the slate of those 3, right?
Yes, we can. I think one play we can add is the 1 against 5 against NIP. Oh, ESWC. I was playing back then with the Copenhagen Wolves. Cabby, Pimp, Glaive.
God, man, you trying to feel old?
Yeah.
That's how you feel old.
Yes, that is very old. But I think it was very memorable to me to do that against NIP, because back then, you know, NIP...
Untouchable.
No slouch, you know, and I think it's a 1 on 5, but I don't ever find Get Right, because you know his lurks back then, you know, he was on the other side of the map.
Well, they used to say, where's Get Right at?
Yes.
He'd be behind you.
Yes,
you know, like, okay.
Always. So yeah, I think that one is really cool. So that one we can add, maybe we put it in on like 8 or something.
Okay.
And on 9, I would say we can do my 1 against 2 against Navi at the Antwerp quarterfinal. It's just, again, it's like in the arena, pressured, and...
big moment.
Yes, and I make like a tricky move where I tricked Perfecto for sure, then I one-on-one against Electronic. I make a nice flick shot on him, and a lot of people remember the photo where I'm like doing like this with and then I'm doing like this.
Yeah, trying to, yeah.
Yes, because everyone was cheering for Navi in that game, of course. So yeah, it gave the crowd a little bit of a hard time. And I think maybe on 10th we will add my ace against Complexity.
Complexity just get beat up on.
Yeah,
like all the time, man.
This was when they were actually winning some games with the Playmif and these guys.
A time.
Yeah, one time.
You know, what's your take on that lineup? Because that was a while ago, right?
Yeah. Now my top 10 is starting to look satisfying. I'll always have a little bit of regrets probably looking back at it in a few hours, but for now I'm good.
No, I think if this was a job resume, I think you're good.
Yeah.
Well, that's Cadian's top 10 by Cadian, about Cadian, for Cadian, and with Cadian. My name's Trace, and thanks for joining me, Cadian.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. ENCE is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ENCE.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just the Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strollick's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's MOUZ!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Day here at the Intel Extreme Masters at Dallas, and yesterday we saw our first opening games in that arena. The energy was crazy. The crowd was delivering those incredible USA chants over and over again, and so much more. Obviously they were going for Twist and the FaZe Clan side with that, but we'll have to see how it goes throughout the rest of today, as ENCE and Heroic, they've been waiting. They have not played on this stage just yet, but they have had a couple of extra days off to do what they do best, prepare and get ready for these matchups and see if they can get that grand grand final spot. Now I'm heading into the DreamHack Festival Hall. Plenty going on here, lots of people around, stalls where you can buy a bunch of stuff, some amazing anime things close to my heart as well. We see the fighting games going on. We've got the DreamHack store in here as well. It's a wonderful place to be a part of. There's so much fun to be had here from start to finish. I'm going to be rolling around for the rest of today. Go enjoy the games, go enjoy the day, and that's what I'm going to do now.
That is indeed correct, Banks. Plenty to be enjoying here on the second day of the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. Inside the arena, we await on the doorstep of semi-finals Saturday. And by we, I mean myself, Rhea Spears, of course, Yanko, Maui Snake, and very special guest FlameZ, who's joining us to open up the show today.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us, man.
Yeah, no problem. I really wanted to do it as well.
Yeah, early mornings don't phase you. You've got a good sleep schedule over here in NA.
Today I didn't get good sleep schedule and a little bit jet lagged from the trip, but other than that, it's okay.
It's fine. You don't need to play. You just need to talk about Counter-Strike up here. I know you can do that. Gentlemen, I know we're really excited to be diving into today after yesterday, which, I mean, man, the crowd was showing up crazy on a Friday. I'm excited to see what they're going to deliver on Saturday.
The crowd was fantastic. Thank North American Counter-Strike. It's not hard for me to say that, but also, like, seriously, the chants, like the let's go FaZe, let's go G2. There was a guy screaming, I love Counter-Strike, and everybody was cheering him on in the crowd. Also, Darth Mike in this live studio entertainment stuff, he's been killing it too. He's behind us right now, just, I don't know, some guy in a cowboy hat is doing something crazy.
Get
but
ready with a t-shirt cannon again.
Oh yeah, James Banks. Dude, James Banks is getting in costume too. Like what the cowboy hat and everything. That's hilarious. James Banks is a riot.
I expected a yeehaw at the end of that little intro, you know, just go full Texan.
There we go. That's Darth Mike doing his thing. I've seen a pink cowboy hat in the green room, so I'm expecting Banks maybe to...
That's her talent manager.
Okay.
She will protect it with her life. Do not go for that,
I was hoping
Freya.
James would have like a pink suit maybe to go with it. I don't know. Maybe we can persuade him.
Probably for
tomorrow.
Cologne.
Yeah, he's saving it for the real
stage.
bigger. Let's begin to talk about some of the narratives we have coming in today. Of course, FlameZ, you hail from Israel, and there's been a lot of talent rising out of that region recently. Can you tell me as to why that is? Because we haven't really seen it, you know, for the past couple of years. It's becoming really apparent.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I think Israeli players were always like talented. You know, we had a way bigger scene like a few years ago, but players have went their own way. And I think that the players that have stepped up recently, it was because, like, let's say Anarchez and Spink success at the start, you know, people started knowing how to practice, what points to focus, you know, go into the FPL circuit is very good for you. And they slowly developed the talent, and I guess we all speak English, so it's very easy to come into an international team and like meet new people, and we're also very social. So I think with Israeli players, everybody's very social, so it's very easy to know the personality. And when people like try to poach you for other teams or like for new teams, then they come to you, they talk with you for like 10, 20 minutes, and a lot of the players already know you, so it doesn't really matter. I think you just step up, and I think the players were always very talented. Many players played a lot of roles, so they know like how to sacrifice in a team, how to play the star, how to play. I mean, most of us are like stars right now in our teams, but I think many players know how to play almost every role.
What's interesting to me is, you know, compared to when I started playing, you have a group of like friends, you grind it out all together, like you have to make a team, go to local lands and whatnot. Interesting thing about all the Israeli players is, well, none of you came like there was never an Israeli team, and then you became really good, just players individually moving on from whether it's FPL and other teams. Does that make it, in your opinion, you know, more difficult or maybe more easy because you don't depend on actually having a team, but just being good yourself and proving yourself individually?
I mean, it's easier because you think to yourself that the FPL circuit is very reachable and very, like, you know, you're getting very, very fast exposure. But, well, in the past there was many teams, but we didn't really know how to practice. Nerd was in charge of most of them, and I guess it helped a lot that you have a scene and tournaments and people play against each other and people get to know each other very good. But I think right now the FPL circuit, like, it gives you the opportunity that Israeli teams cannot give you or provide anything. So I think the FPL circuit helps a lot, and it's way easier than the opening team grinding it out. I think it's just really hard to come from to get 5 players that can do that.
All right, so FlameZ, Spinks, Nerds, Exertion,
and then Heavy God.
Who's the 5th guy? Do you pick your brother or you go with someone else?
I think Device.
Device?
Yeah, Device.
He's not Israeli. He's not Israeli.
Hey, they all speak English. Yeah, an Israel guy, dude.
I guess you can do it. Like,
who's the national team? Who's the 5th for the national
Anarchez,
team?
right?
Yeah, I mean, Anarchez or Shushan, I think we always had an issue with the Hoppers, but I think one of them, I think it doesn't really, like, we will enjoy both of them.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that would be honestly a strong team, but who call? Who's the IGL?
I think Exertion has the abilities to call, like, from watching him play. Nerds is very good. Nerds was calling in Israeli teams in the past. I think Spink's communication has gotten really good. I think we're all vocal in our own way.
Yeah.
And I think that Nerds would probably be the best caller, but Exertion is very good mid round, so it's gonna be like better than people think.
Cool. Thanks for the insight.
Is there any kind of up and coming talent from the region that maybe we should be keeping our eye out for, maybe coming into the scene soon?
I think there is few that we all know in the Israeli scene. We're always talking with each other, and it's like Mestel, Evigad, which they're both playing for Endpoint right now. But I think there is also like many players that make their name in FPLC right now. There is one that I really believe in, and his name is Blue Phonics, but he's still like starting out. He's an FPLC still, but I really believe he has like the abilities to become a very, very good player.
That's awesome. Yeah, thank you very much for the insight. Of course, we move on to topic number 2, which is Heroic making it to a playoff stage once again, looking dominant in the group stage once again. I feel like, Yanko, we could write this script 10 million times. It would always be the same for the Danes. Making it to the grand final, winning a grand final, another story.
Yeah, I think obviously that's what Heroic is trying to figure out. That's the code that they're trying to crack. How do we take that final step? Without a doubt, a team with the highest floor, you're always going to see them in the playoffs. They're always going to play very good Counter-Strike, but then at the very end, they will falter. I think outside of the Gamer Legion game at the Major, right, all the other ones have been to the team that wins the tournament or like a top 3 team. So talking to Cadian after the groups, he's saying that maybe players were still reluctant, even after the talks, to admit that they were feeling the extra pressure, right? Like they didn't even want to admit it, and the pressure is there. Like you trying to say you don't feel extra pressure coming into a final, like that's almost ludicrous, right? Like, so instead of just trying to hide or shy away from it, accept it, try to harness it into something good. It's there, but that's a good thing. That means you're alive, right? You care. So, but don't let that scare you. Instead, let it motivate you.
Yeah, the first step on a path to healing is acceptance, and you need to acknowledge just any kind of fault. There's a picture there, but also, I mean, I'm just saying.
What you have on your mind, MOUZ.
There's a lot of trauma that needs to be unpacked, but also, I just think that with Heroic, the fact that they get nervous on the stages. I talked to Tessis in depth about this at the Major, and he just says, the comms aren't the same when they're in those big pressure moments, and that's expected because when you're playing a proactive style like Heroic, everybody's probably chiming in. They want to run their play. They want to be the aggressor. But if you make that one mistake, if you're the one that, gives up an opener, you feel horrible. So a lot of times they'll kind of turtle up a little bit more in those big games. It's almost like if you took the nameplates off for a grand finals game for Heroic, you wouldn't even think it's the same team. You might think it's some passive team but like what gets them where they are and why their floor is so high is because in the lower pressure games, they're willing to call all these different little plays for themselves, and they generally work. So they should just keep doing it into the grand finals, into the high pressure moments.
I think also yesterday we talked about there's something that's, arena Counter-Strike and championship level Counter-Strike. It's a bit of a different brand. And the reason for consistency for Heroic comes from treating every game the same and preparing the same. And that's why, they're really good in groups as well. But FaZe on the other side of things, we say that it's a team that, is going to be a little bit shaky in groups, but they will always find that extra 15, 20% in the playoffs. And I think that's also something that Heroic needs to approach, right? Like, it's great that you're so consistent, your floor is so great, but you need to find that extra gear somehow when you do get into the playoffs, when you do get into the grand finals, because that's what's missing for them, in addition to the fact that they don't have a guy like Rops or Nico or Simple, like or Zybo, like someone who will rise to the occasion and sort of, in a 13-13 round, right, be the guy who raises his hand and says, I'm going to go for this play and he's going to get it done, right? Like, we're still waiting to see who's going to be that guy for Heroic. The problem is that guy right now is Cadian, but he can't do everything on his own. Like, it's way too much responsibility and weight to put on one guy's shoulders. So where it's going to be Yabby, where it's going to be Stone, Shush, right? Like, some of these guys needs to come in and like help out when it's crunch time.
You mentioned Rops' name. He was looking absolutely dominant yesterday in that series versus G2. Flamesy, on a scale of 1 to 10, how annoying is Rops to be playing against?
He's so good. I think sometimes it's like his legs are expected, like where he is still, but his aim is so, like, it's so instant. You cannot go against it and have an easy duel. And I think some of the players that it's so hard to play against them because you sort of know what approach they will come to you. but you cannot win the round. Like they still are gonna shoot you very fast to the head. And I think yesterday's performance, the 1v3 clutch on Inferno, like you cannot take that away from him. Like he's very good in clutches. He shoots very fast to the head, and I think that, you know, like every clip that I see on the television is just insane. Like you cannot take him away from the occasion.
He's so precise, right? Like it's almost like he's never going to miss the mark in terms of that pinpoint precision, right, Maui?
Right, exactly. I mean, you see the clips right there. And another thing that I have to say about Rops is that we praised Nico for having the best crosshair placement in the world. And I think Rops is right there with him. Like there's very little in terms of micro corrections that he even has to make. He usually peaks the angle, already looking exactly where he needs to be, or he's actually waiting for someone to just walk into his crosshair. Look at that. When he swings against Nico there, he is at perfect head height in all of these engagements. Like it's almost like working smarter, not harder. You know, like m0NESY is flicking like randomly. It's crazy. He's so good at just like taking someone out on the corner of his screen. But Rops, you never really even see him have to do that. He makes every engagement so manageable.
Bro, when I saw yesterday, it was around against G2 on Inferno and their CT, and G2 is pretty much in B. But one guy is sort of unaccounted for, JKS, and Rops, who is pit, he's walking like over, rotating from bike into library because he's like thinks maybe a guy could be there if he runs, you know, he'll die. And JKS is just about to get across CT to shoot someone in the back, and Rops is like walking out of library and sees him and shoots him in the back. I'm like, this is just so like, why is this guy's like walking, rotating when they've sort of lost the side? Like to have so much patience and like to understand, it's just that's so frustrating if you're JKS. It's like, I just passed there, like I didn't hear him. Did he really like walk behind me this whole time? Like,
to like out-lurk a lurker.
Yeah, you know? As CT, right? Yeah. It's wild what Robs can do.
We also saw him though getting kind of hyper-aggressive at moments though, right? On that map of Inferno, he was like rushing down mid, just really bringing the pain to G2 when they were just looking flustered, right, throughout the.
Well, I mean, it's really powerful. Like Flames, you can testify to this as well. Like you said, you know that he's going to lurk. Like you know maybe where he's going to be. So sometimes when he just goes somewhere else, you still have that fear. You know, oh, Rops is lurking around here somewhere. Oh, he's around here somewhere. And you're spending like time and resources to sort of find him and clear him so you can focus on the side. But he's already, you know, one step ahead. He's not there.
The aggressive stuff that Rops has added to his gameplay has turned me into one of his biggest haters, into one of his biggest lovers. Like, I love watching Rops just take an entry opening duel, because the thing that I was so mad about when he was on MOUZ Sports just baiting for stats on that team, and I'm not going to say it, he was just baiting for stats, is that now on FaZe, when he'll impose himself in the game, he'll go for the openers. The amount of times I see him on lobby lurks on Nuke, and then once per half, he's just going to push. He's just going to try to go for a fight, and it almost always works because they're just going to think he's so patient. They're gonna, like, as soon as they get settled, that's when he decides it's his time to strike. It's like when a basketball player is like slowly dribbling, they kind of lull you to sleep sometimes, and then their first step is so vicious and fast they can blow by you. That's like Rops now.
Sounds like you're comparing Rops to Marmite. Flames, not to put you under the spotlight, or under the spotlight. Top 3 most annoying players to play against. Would Rops be in that, like, most frustrating for you?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think some maps is very good, but I don't think he's one of the irritating one. I think Exertion is there.
Okay, so it's more the aggression, like straight in your face.
Yeah, I think the aggression, but I think like Heroic sort of found a style that allows every player in the team to be annoying, very annoying. Like you always, let's say Mirage, you always go up A side, you have 2 people behind you, one guy already retaking you, like, and they're always so good. I think Twist also is a very annoying guy to play against because he doesn't give you so many free frags. He's always gonna run away when he needs to run away, and he's always gonna be there when he needs to be there. And I think Rain also has like this aspect that you cannot just kill him. Like you come to his side and just gonna be there, standing like a pillar, inviting you to come over, but he's just gonna slap you.
Yeah, we kind of saw that playing out yesterday as well with Rain. He was looking, I mean, just so cool coming up on the stage yet again, having such an incredible performance.
Yeah, and that is the definition of FaZe stepping up in playoffs. Like even Carrigan said it here, saying that Rain is gonna be a little bit quiet in groups. It's almost like as if he's just, you know, trying to get to the playoffs, and then in the playoffs you get a completely different player, right? You know, one of the reasons for that is, yes, he steps up a little bit, but the way the Counter-Strike changes and his game doesn't. Like, you know, he's going to do the same things no matter how big the stage is, no matter how big the moment is, and that's really priceless, you know, when you're building a championship level team.
We're going to be seeing ENCE making it to the playoffs today. Of course, they netted themselves a semi-final spot. And I think ENCE is such an interesting team when we're talking about development of talent, you know, under the same or similar vein to that of MOUZ. I feel like ENCE has been such an interesting project, even when we're looking back to the inception, right? It used to be a totally finished lineup, and then they've, you know, added some Israeli blood in there. Snappy's coming in and really taking ownership of this team. What's your take at the moment on ENCE and kind of how they're utilizing the talent, how Snappy is as a leader?
Well, I think, you know, obviously Spinks and Nerds are with him, so they give us some leaks, and I usually hear that, you know, he's a very, like, you hear him as a leader in the team, and I think the ENCE have that thing that they really like to play as an underdog, and whenever they come into those matchups, you know, they're the only team that can, like, beat Vitality in Pro League, go against G2 and beat them, Cloud9 in the RMR, they beat them, now they play FaZe in 2 tournaments already and they beat them, and I think they have some sort of, like, they don't feel pressure, like they like to play those underdog matches, and I think with Spinks as well back then, they also had the same kind of team, and he used to tell me, like, against, when we started becoming good, we played Cologne, we couldn't play against anyone, like, it was just very hard, the pressure gets to them, but I think that T-sides allow them, well, I think the city sides obviously maybe are not so strong, it's like the heroic kind of teams, but I think the T sides, like, there's so much ability and so much potential to kill. You have Diha, you have Nerds, you have Maiden, you have, like, so many players that can, like, do many stuff, and it's just very hard to play against them when they're playing their A game and their aim is on.
I want to ask you about exactly that, because we, like, you know, a lot of times the narrative is ENCE is very similar to FaZe, but FaZe's players are just better. You know, like, it's a similarly built team and whatnot, but I think that was probably true a year ago. I don't think that's really that true now. Right, in terms of, like, we even says here, ENCE the talent farm, as if, you know, like, they are little guys and you pick them up and then they get better, right? I think they're really up there in terms of firepower with teams like FaZe and other tier 1 teams.
Yeah, but I think the firepower is definitely a key. Maybe not as consistent, or, like, you know, I think D has sometimes step up, and I think I talked with Carrigan not long ago, and he said to me that, you know, if he comes to play, then it's just very hard to play against him. And I think that with ENCE it's just that their communication is not as good as FaZe Clan. Like, from what I know the players and, like, you know, their interaction, I think they're very quiet and they like to play this, like, slow game, and nowadays you cannot have that, like, that game that nobody speaks. You need to have very vocal people on, like, the very big positions and even, like, anchoring as much as you can, and I don't think they have, like, that FaZe ability that, you know, I think Rain could call a mid-round, I think, like, anybody can call a mid-round, so I think that's where they maybe fall short, but I think the aim is definitely, like, you know, on par with everybody.
One question about, we oftentimes look at, you know, the people that have rotated in and out of ENCE. We're talking about Spinks and Nerds, and I think that it's kind of like the easy sell, the easy story is that, oh, they're both Israeli, they both kind of play similarly, but what do you spot as the differences between them as players?
I think Spinks takes less risk than Nerds. I think Nerds is very willing to, like, you know, win the round, and, like, but he is gonna control it. And I think when he joined ENCE, I knew that, like, Spinks, Snappy was saying, like, he's going to be the next Spinks and stuff like that, but I know Nerds is not going to aim to do that. Nerds wants a lot of impact, and I think whenever I played with him in teams, he wants to talk, he wants to be vocal, he wants to be in the game, he wants to, like, flow, he wants everything to be that he's in charge of it and he's trying to win the game for his team. And I think that is just a player that is willing to take way more risk. In Endpoint, he was playing, like, you know, the room-taking goals. He was very aggressive, very annoying to play against, and in ENCE is a little more passive. You know, he's playing he cannot play those roles. But I think, while talking with him, I'm not sure how it is like so much. But I think at some point, you know, he really wants to go back to that aggressive, which Spinks was more like passive. You know, I'll play my round, I will not make any mistake, and I will finish and I'll close the round in the end in the 3v3. I think with Nerds, he really wants to make that 3v3 happen.
Who do you think has better mechanics?
I think Nerds is the best Israeli player mechanic-wise.
I agree. Yeah, I think Nerds is better.
Okay, gentlemen, let's play a game of Would You Rather. My favorite game. Would you rather have a team of 5 players that are, you know, reasonably consistent, but there's no clear superstar? Or would you rather have a team where there's, you know, potential to have a superstar pop off at any moment, but there's not that guaranteed level of consistency? Where would you throw, you know, your management hat if you're going to buy a team?
I'm going with the superstar every day.
Yeah.
Because as we just talked about, you know, to win tournaments, your players need to step up in big moments, right? And why I say that is, you're never going to, you're once in, you know, maybe 15 games, is your game plan going to work so well and you have such amazing reads that just through your calling, you'll always be put in a much better position. You're always out-rotate your opponent, and the rounds will be quote-unquote easy on that level. Like, you just have such a massive advantage, you know? If you're going to win games against really good teams on stage, you need to win a 2v4. Your player needs to win a 1v2. You need to win a round with pistols. You know, you need to steal a couple of rounds, because the team on the other side is also pretty good, and they also know what you know. They also understand the game on a high level, and when you have that, what makes the difference? The players, right? And those individual plays like that on most days. So yeah, that's why I'm going with a superstar.
So you're going with FaZe rather than Heroic, basically. We
Yes.
can say it how it is.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I think you see the recent, you know, the last 6 months or so tells you why.
I mean, I would like look at it like this. I see basically like
if you go into therapy.
What do you have when you're Heroic is you have this great house, but you have like you have this kind of like just ugly wife where it's just like it's not great. Like I actually can't say this on broadcast. Actually, I realize I can't do this. I can't do this metaphor. Actually,
Could you change it to like ugly furniture or something?
Ugly furniture.
You know?
Ugly
That maybe was what you
Okay,
were gonna-
no, a small TV. You have a great house, but a small TV. So there's not a lot of action, and it's just like this is like a nice foundation. But then with FaZe, you're living this like grass shack, but you have the sickest flat screen TV ever, and you can really enjoy your time there. But it's just that the wind can get you, like the storm can get you when you're in the grass shack. But in the big house, you're always going to be pretty safe, but you're just going to have like very low levels of enjoyment.
Yeah, true. I mean, I'm going for the grass shack with the big TV any day of the week. You've sold me, Maui. You've sold me. Flames.
I feel like you should have
Grass
the
shack or
beautiful
big
CS.
house? Yeah?
I feel like you should have like the heroic type of team that I think.
Okay.
Because I think like when you have high-level individuals that are gonna put up the 2v4s and stuff like that, I think maybe your point was right. Like against FaZe Clan, you know, the players match their like ability to read the game and stuff like that. But I think when I play CS, I wanna look at the game and feel like I'm playing beautiful CS. And when you play with a star player, you might lose like 7-0 and he wins you like a 1v3 again, 1v4. You know, like Zayu basically. But I think it's you know, when you watch it as a team, I want to play good as a team, and I don't want to rely on someone like 100% of the time. In any team, there is going to be that one guy that shines more and like the most, and hopefully shows up on the important games. But I think I would go with like the heroic team.
One thing also is just that the way we grade teams so frequently is championships. Do you have championships? Superstars get you championships. Second places, we don't care about that. Like we don't care about top fours as much.
I think it's also, you know, obviously you're aiming to play the best Counter-Strike possible, right? Like you want to play good Counter-Strike and have a strong foundation, and you can have that, and Heroic has that, but I feel like still, without the players coming up, you're not going to have a lot of trophies in that cabinet, and so far that's been the story for Heroic.
Without the beautiful wife, according to Maui, they're nothing. They're absolutely nothing.
No, it was the plasma TV.
The plasma TV, yeah,
TV.
TV, that's the important thing. Let's look at today's schedule, because we have some
system.
more beautiful Counter-Strike coming up on the cards. Of course, Heroic taking on MOUZ. Bit of a surprise there, not letting us have that Danish derby that a lot of people were dreaming of, but fair play to MOUZ for making Astralis really painful yesterday. Then we got FaZe Clan taking on ENCE. Again, because Nerds actually flames. He's got a pretty sick win rate versus FaZe since he's done that ENCE journey, jersey rather. 2 times they faced, he managed to take him down. Do you see a third on the horizon today?
Well, Nerds said in the first day that when MOUZ beat us and they went to playoffs, Nerds, me and Exception were in the play lounge, and he said it's gonna be MOUZ against ENCE in the finals. You know it. It's gonna be MOUZ against ENCE in the final, and he was really convinced. So I'm gonna say that I think FaZe Clan on stage should be better than obviously than ENCE right now, and I think that. I think that FaZe is gonna win, but when I saw Nerd's determination and confidence, you know, I always believe in that guy. Like, he's very good.
And he's also predicting MOUZ, which literally none of us predicted. So I guess it's time to see if that is right as we head into our first semi-final. It's going to be Heroic taking on MOUZ after this.
How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good. Ready to play the semifinals.
Stay with me for a sec. Okay. Ready for the semifinals. Now, these are situations you've been in before, going to the stage. You had a couple of days off. How did you guys spend your time? What did you do? Rest a bit?
I mean, we tried to practice as much as possible, but here in NA it's kind of hard to find some practice. But yeah, I mean, we just took some time off, relaxed a bit. It has been some stressful weeks we have been through lately. So yeah, I mean, some time off is also good.
And how much are you guys focusing on mentality?
A lot. I mean, I think we have all the things in game we need to have, and we know we are strong individual players. So yeah, I mean, it's a lot of mental game right now, and we have a really good mental coach to help us. So yeah, we're prepared.
And how much does it sit on this kind of like you guys being the favourites and going up against underdogs and not allowing what happened at the major happen here again, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it could be a thing that could pop up in your head, but yeah, you just have to focus on the things you need to think about to like can be able to perform, and yeah, that's what we do.
And how much do you want to dominate like you did against G2? Because that G2 game, dude, that was insane. I don't think any of us expected that.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good game by us, but yeah, now we play MOUZ again, and obviously when you play them the second time, it's always it's kind of difficult, but yeah, we are prepared well, and we are just really focused, and as you say, mental game is a lot for us right now.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Yabby, thank you for your time, man. Good luck.
Smurfs, go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on FaZe, go yourself.
Players who throw games, go yourself. To all your griefers, go yourself.
This is for all the low sense out there. Just yourself.
To everybody I know, go yourself.
I already paid to be boosted. I deserve level 10. Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go yourself. Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join us in building a more trusted community, one verification at a time. What did you think they were saying?
Go verify yourself.
Wait, you're saying verify?
Yeah, man, we're trying to make people go verify themselves.
Oh.
Intel booth inside the DreamHack Festival. This way you can do many exciting things, including getting some signing sessions on go here. Complexity are taking part right now, meeting all their fans, and there's a big queue, of course. Oh, Fang, why are you making a mess? Fang has made a mess. He's exploded the plane.
Bro, I'm being sabotaged, dude. I'm being sabotaged.
So you're blaming your manager?
No, I'm not bringing manager. I'm bringing whoever got these pens, dude.
Okay, he's messing up his pens. We've got plenty of fans in here as well, enjoying themselves. Guys, I'm just gonna squeeze in right now. Look who it is, it's Grim.
Thanks, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm good, man. You having fun?
Yeah, having fun, signing all these, all the stuff the fans are bringing out.
Why do you love Grim so much?
Yeah, his headshots is really handsome.
Handsome headshots, that's what it's all about. We'll keep it rolling. So much fun to be had here. I'm gonna get some signs as well. Get it for me, baby. Mr. Dexter, how you doing this morning?
I'm good, I'm good.
You had a lot of love in that crowd, man. You had the Dexter sign that also turned into a Sexter sign. Were you surprised that the crowd was so for MOUZ?
No, I was paying everyone good money, so they better have done a good job.
Oh, so you're bribing the Americans. So you're just saying, okay, come vote for us. That means against Heroic, same thing?
Exactly. I've lost my house now, but yeah.
You threw all the money down for these guys. But all things being serious here, it's a rematch against Heroic, this time on the stage. How much do you think being on the stage yesterday is going to help you going up to this matchup?
I think it'll be good. We're going to try and use the energy of the crowd just to really force our way through, do a lot of things and react well, which we really didn't versus Heroic the first time. They're a very hard team to play versus. Yeah. And when we played as bad as we did last time, we're going to lose. So now we need to really step up and use that energy and just to take it forward.
And if you get off to a good start, do you think you can like try and mentally break them, put some extra pressure on them? Because they are coming in as like heavy favourites.
Yeah, definitely. Anyone can break anyone. It's just whoever can stay in the longest.
Oh, I like it. Going for the long fight. Dexter, thank you very much, man. Good luck going into the game. Heroic take to the stage for the first time in this event, and you've had a nice bit, a couple of 2 days off. You spoke on the desk, right, about this team and the structure and what you put into it. So what does Heroic do differently to other teams when it comes to these 2 days off?
Yeah, I can't share all my secret things, you know, but yeah, I think you can try. I think actually for this event, the 2 days off has been quicker than some of the other ones.
Okay.
We've been enjoying ourselves. We've been practicing. Like people said that it was not possible to get NA scrims. It was hard, but we got some good ones still. We played paint gaming and such a few times, a good team, and we played some football outside in the good weather, Korean barbecue, yes, and of course a lot of deathmatch. So yeah, time went on fast, and yeah, we're feeling good.
Now going up against MOUZ, it's a rematch kind of game coming into it. They have this ability where they can change the veto a bit. They played 2 maps against you before, it's Nuke and Mirage, but you've won every time. So you got any fear from these guys?
I mean, I think looking at the veto, you can definitely expect that something else is probably going to happen. So that wouldn't really catch us off guard. With that being said, like you said, it's a rematch. And I'm not going to lie, I think it's always difficult to play the same team twice in a tournament within such a short time span. So yeah, because they definitely can look a bit more at the game and say, okay, we need to do this specific thing wrong, where sometimes, you know, was it us just hitting headshots or was it actually a tactical approach? So yeah. Tough team, but I'm not gonna lie, we are very excited to play in the NA stage. The energy that we received at the signing session was unbelievable.
Okay.
And yeah, we're really excited to play here.
Also, you feel like you're gonna be favorites here?
I think so, but time will tell, you know. I've had situations before with Heroic where I was like, yeah, they're gonna support us, and then you go in and boo, and then, so yeah, we'll see.
It'll be nice if you get some love, and that's for sure. Kaden, thank you very much. Good luck going into the game, mate.
Thank you.
Well, perfect, mate. Love always.
MOUZ becoming monsters versus Astralis, but this Great Dane is an entirely different test. Heroic versus MOUZ in our semi-final here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. And when we're talking about MOUZ's road throughout 2023, Maui, it's not been a pretty one. That is why we're so surprised to see them making it to the playoffs when we kind of thought it might be the end of the road for this iteration of the roster.
Looking at MOUZ and their trajectory, it's been a downhill slope. It has been crashing down, in fact. They're going 0-3 at the major, losing in last place at IEM Rio, sleeping on the job like Frozen. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that people would look at this roster and think, yeah, it's dead men walking, and I'm not even just saying that because he's asleep, but no, it's just that there's been flaws with MOUZ. We look at this team, and despite how they really captured our attention by qualifying for the Cologne playoffs, going deep in last year's ESL Pro League, going in the semifinals of the Rio Major, it's just been such a precipitous fall that we've now started pointing fingers all over the place at why Torzy is not stepping up to the plate, why JDC isn't even finding frags, and a lot of people calling for somebody's head. And it feels like MOUZ are on this dream run right now where they're starting to recapture some of that magic that we saw at the tail end of last year.
Yeah, I do believe that regardless of MOUZ's result here, this is not going to be the roster you're going to see moving forward. I think just the talent pool is so wide that they can make some upgrades to the roster, but I'm interested, Flames, about your opinion about what the guys have been saying. You know, it's always difficult to play the same team in the same tournament twice. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think depends if you beat them really hard, and I think you probably feel comfortable with that. But it also feels bad because you kind of show them like your A game. But I think when you're Heroic and you have such a big map pool and such a strong like playbook in every map, I think it's going to be very hard for them I feel like to flop this one.
Flames, I don't want to give you any PTSD, but you did lose out to MOUZ, unfortunately, earlier in the tournament. What, you know, were the biggest issues that you were facing coming up against them? What was so frustrating about them?
I think there is a thing called the IGL syndrome. So when we play against like IGLs that are rated under one rating, they own us. And I think against Dexter, we come A-side on Mirage, he aces, pistol on the ace. And what can we do, you know? If that guy aces and, you know, Exertion, Frozen, and like the other pistols are always going to kill you, then you cannot have anything. Like the IGL syndrome is too strong.
You heard it here first, a new psychological term.
Yeah, wait.
Where does this rate next to the air quality index?
Yeah.
Bottom fragging IGLs beat you, is that what you're saying?
No.
They step up
like
against them.
Yeah,
you know, there are some players in the scene that are like, usually they tend to go, like, they're not the best individually.
So you're terrified of Hooksy is what I'm getting.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I mean, any kind of, you know, shining lights in terms of the individuals, Maui, you were picking up on Frozen as somebody that you were always going to be keeping your eye on, even when he has his eyes shut over there. And there's good reason for that, right? Because he's somebody that we should be looking at and saying he should be delivering the firepower. Has he done that, you know, to your satisfaction this tournament?
But I think Frozen is always like the guy that is gonna kill, but I don't think it takes certainly so much risks that it's so important. I think their main engine is Exertion, and if Exertion plays his A game and he gets into his position and lurks and feels the game, I think that they're a very strong team and they're very competitive. But I think Frozen is a piece that is always gonna remain consistent. He's not gonna risk the round. He's not gonna throw you around. He's gonna win you, close you the rounds. I think, but I think the main factor with Exertion when you look at MOUZ Sports is that, you know, they like to play those default style, and Exertion really likes it because he gets a lot of space. And I'm not sure if you guys remember in RMR against FaZe, like when he gets into those positions, those advanced positions, is like it's very hard to stop him no matter what player are you, your aim. So I think if Exertion puts up a game, I think it's going to be very hard for Heroic, but I think also Heroic probably knows how to play against it. I checked yesterday briefly and I saw that Heroic usually tend to make Exertion not play so well. So, but I'm not sure if that's their game plan, but I think that's sort of the game plan when you come against MOUZ Sports, that if you sort of deny the success of Exertion, you might pull some rounds that are, you know, that will be a little easier than, you know, just fighting the other people at the sides and sort of like that.
Who's the best player on the server, in your opinion?
I think Stown is really good, and I think Shush is just a very good player. Like any time I see him, his in-eye looks so good. But I think Exertion is like insane. But I think I would go with Stown.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, let's hold our horses on the Heroic conversation, because we do need to head on over to the MOUZ booth, as Banks has Frozen on the mic.
Frozen here with me from MOUZ, and we're back on the stage again for another game. Yesterday versus Astralis. That was great from you guys coming back and winning it, and the double OT coming in. But what did you learn as a team from this experience?
I think that no matter the score is, and just no matter the circumstances are, we can always bring the game back. And yeah, you know, just we showed a pretty good resilience, I would say, the other day.
Definitely. And how important was this for the team in general, considering your recent form, and for Torzy, who's been having a bit of a struggle some tournament but performed well on the stage?
I think it was a great confidence boost, to be honest. You know, like starting in the quarterfinals, I feel like it's better. You get to warm up on the stage a bit. So yeah, you know, I think we should be ready for today. You know what I mean? There should be no random factors again. Like there's no such a thing that should call us off guard.
Nice, I like that. And in terms of that though, it's a rematch versus Heroic. We're looking at this map pool. Last time you've had Nuke against them, you've had Mirage against them, but you've lost 2-0 both times. Are you going to change things up?
There's going to be different maps today. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, they're a great team, obviously, but yeah, I think Vito is better than it was last time we played them. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I like this. He's got a smile on his face while saying it as well. Let's see if he's got a smile on his face when he gets in the server. Frozen, thank you very much.
Okay, I'm intrigued to see what different maps we're going to be getting, but not before we start to talk about the Deadly Danes on the other side, because Heroic, I mean, the sun rises in the east. Heroic are always going to be making it to the playoffs. Maybe not, you know, the deepest runs. They have a bit of a bare trophy cabinet when we're considering a team that we look at to be so consistent.
Yeah, that's the story for Heroic, right? That's their aim, that's their goal, winning trophies. They're very consistent, but that doesn't matter anything if you're not lifting the trophy at the end of the day. Everyone's here to win, to be number one, and not to just, you know, be considered, oh, this team plays great CS. Well, you can hang that on the nowhere, right? Like, so I think they're very excited, they're very eager to break through that glass ceiling, you know, and obviously they had a lot of experience and a lot of tests so far, so you feel like, okay, they have enough data now about what's wrong and how to approach it, and maybe this is the one tournament where it really propels them onto those #1 levels.
Maui, do you think we're finally going to see an arena that actually backs Heroic? Because literally every single playoffs, they get booed into oblivion.
Oh, the American fans should be...
Copenhagen.
No, the American fans should root for Cadian. I'll tell you why. Because he played for Rogue, and he got them to a major. He played with Kiko, he played with Vice, he played with Sick, Ricky. And actually, Cadian plays his best Counter-Strike in America. DreamHack Open Atlanta, DreamHack Open Austin. He's having a fantastic event here in Dallas. It's like when he's on American soil, he feeds off of this energy. He feeds off of the fact that we're injecting corn into every single product that we're selling people here. He loves it.
Loves a bit of corn. Do you love a bit of Cadian action?
Yeah, I think Cadian is pretty good. I love watching him play. Like I love watching him leading. Like his leadership, you can see it to the server, and I don't know if so many people know it, but Cadian always tries to get into your head before the games. He always has the eye contact with you. He always tries, you know, like to be annoying with you. And I think it's a very nice teammate to have and a very annoying enemy to have. But who doesn't like Cadian? I mean, like, you know, it's just sometimes he's just a very funny, like amazing player, and I think everybody loves him. Like in the crowd, he made his name. Like, I think I love to watch his like highlights, sort of.
Yeah, I mean, it's been working so far this event. He's been looking pretty great on an individual level, right?
Yeah, he's like the second highest rated player at the entire event, right behind Device. He's been really, it's tough right now for Heroic because you want them to have that star player. We want them to have somebody that's going to take over the games in the big moments. And we already talked about this a bit, Yenko, just that Cadian's got a lot on his plate, so we don't always want it to necessarily be him, to be that guy that propels them. You want to see Stown or Yabby pop off in a way. But if Cadian has to do it himself and he gets the job done with his own performance, I mean, he's the hero at the end of the day.
I mean, it's the Opping IGL story, right? Like we have James nowadays. Back in the day, it was Fallen, one of the first one that got the team to be #1. But I mean, look at Fallen, he had Cold throughout that tenure. He had a guy like Fur, you know, he had a lot of guys who would step up in those big games, have big moments. Yes, he was also really good individually, but it wasn't all on his shoulders. So I think he would really appreciate getting some extra help. But hey, maybe he just ends up being this guy who does do it all alone. And, you know, that would be an even more incredible story for him.
Well, speaking of Cadian, let's see who he's going up against in our Colex Players to Watch.
Don't mess with Texas, or either of our Colex players to watch when it comes to clicking heads on a CS server. Cadian's system in Heroic has led to their consistency and growth as a team that demands a lot from his players but leads to great results. And once again, they're in a position to be in the grand final with only an incy-wincy mouse with a big bite standing in front of them. Sure, they've squashed it before, but the focus is on a clean sweep, no maps dropped. Only then will Cadian sleep well tonight going into the grand final. Dexter's journey has seen him adopt the best of the Stellar Academy roster and take them to the heights of the Counter-Strike world. MOUZ have yet to make a grand final with this roster, and recent form has not looked pretty here. But just like at the Rio Major, you can sense they may be ready for the grand final in Dallas. Dexter just needs to get his team over this second-to-last hurdle while achieving revenge versus a mighty Heroic. Which of our Colex players to watch will face adversity head-on and achieve greatness here in Dallas? It's time to find out.
Yeah, and this is just one of the ways where the two squads kind of become diametrically opposed, because you're looking at Dexter, you're not expecting him to be, you know, that big fragging in-game leader. For Cadian, he can pop off at any time, Yanko, and we have seen that happen at this tournament and many others in the past.
And we've also seen him, like Flames pointed out, sort of take matters into his own hands in games, like in rounds. You know, he's the one making the initial move. He's the one trying to create an advantage for his team. And you know, on the other side of things with MOUZ, Dexter, he had a couple of great, like, important games. You go back to the Rio Major, you know, the game that got them into the playoffs, Mirage, third map, I think it was against ENCE, right? He has 30+ kills, calls really well, so he has the ability to step up when it's needed too.
Of course, this is a rematch. Last time around, we saw Mirage overpass. Didn't need Nuke because Heroic took it 2-0. But we have heard it's going to be different this time around, Maui.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Yeah, I think that with Heroic being able to ban
Why is MOUZ banning Anubis?
Yeah,
because
both of the
ban
teams
Anubis here. Like, if you you have to go for like a different ban.
Yeah, I think you had to do something different also. But we're getting Vertigo. I think that's the first one we're getting in the playoffs. And what's funny about this is MOUZ actually have an abysmal win rate on it. But Heroic going with a tried and tested overpass. They know their exact game plan going into that one. We'll talk about it before map number 2 and Decider. I think we're gonna, I'm kind of feeling Ancient on the cards. Yeah, we're getting Ancient. All right, let's go. The crowd loves it. The crowd loves Ancient.
Hate Mirage, love Ancient.
They love Vertigo too for some reason.
For me, it's like, you know, 2 seasons ago in Pro League, Heroic did this thing, like they do it in Pro League sometimes. They let their permaban go through if it's the permaban of the other team too. So they did that actually against MOUZ with Dust 2, and then Heroic picked it when MOUZ didn't veto it themselves, and MOUZ beat them in that game. So I don't think Heroic, like if Anubis is available, I don't think they pick it. Right. So I think you had to go for that gamble if you're MOUZ. I think they did it yesterday against the Shroudless, right? It was the same situation. They did it, worked out pretty good for them in the veto. I think they had to get rid of overpass in this situation and force Heroic onto some other map.
Yeah, Vertigo take, Maui. What are you thinking of that? We obviously saw MOUZ beating Furia 16-4, but that's kind of the only green we see.
Everyone's beating Furia these days.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's an achievement.
What's weird about this is that with MOUZ picking this, given that they only have a 25% win rate lately on the map, it's just that the reason they're going for this is because they felt cornered in this veto. Like there was nowhere you could honestly go and say to yourself, we're going to be better than them. if Heroic banned Inferno, which they did. And so for Heroic, we don't have a lot of data for this. Like, they played it twice at Rio, they beat Big, they lost to Vitality on it, but they were very competitive even when they lost to Vitality, and that's a team that's probably the best in the world at Vertigo, maybe top 2 or so. So if you're Heroic, you think that, once again, you won the veto here, you think that you're going to be the favorites going into this, but MOUZ just had to try some kind of gamble.
Flamesy, can I get a prediction from you? Do you feel like it's going to be Heroic taking this one, or do MOUZ have the underdog ability?
Vertigo, MOUZ beat Furia. I think they're very comfortable with that. Furia is a very good Vertigo team, so I think the MOUZ sports like feel very comfortable. But if Heroic picked it, I guess there is something beyond that. I think Overpass, to pick Overpass is always very annoying because you play against, you start like against Heroic City side on Overpass. So I think picking Overpass or having Overpass as your best map, or sort of like, you know, they have to do something in order to play to change the weather and not feel cornered. But I think Overpass is a very hard map for them. So I think Heroic have the advantage here. But I think Ancient, MOUZ sports feel comfortable from what I know, from what I remember. And if they pull out, if they win Vertigo, then I think that the match is very doable for them.
Well, Flamesy, it sounds like you go in with the Danes, but we do need to head to a quick break to see if that prediction is going to be right. When we're back, it's going to be welcoming MOUZ and Heroic onto the stage.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
We are almost ready to get our first semi-final underway as Heroic and MOUZ go head-to-head. So let's truly get the show on the road with our United States Air Force opening ceremony.
It's in our blood. It always has been. It always will be. We yearn for the rush. That feeling in the clutch. The perfect fake. An impossible retake.
Go for it here. They want to go all in. Eco comes in. The defuse is already happening. Eco, are you kidding?
That sweet 16. But here we go again. We always do. We were born for this. It's in our DNA.
To take down Alex and now they're pushing. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. He takes every single one. Oh my God.
It's time for our first semi-finals. Dallas, how are you all doing? You guys have been a fantastic crowd so far. We've seen that you guys love some Counter-Strike and we love to come back here. But now we get to decide which team will be making it to the grand final first. Are you ready to see the first team? Heroic. The consistency speaks for itself. This team has been dominant from start to finish, always delivering, but yet the trophies have been eluding them. This teamwork, this camaraderie, they have been together and fought hard every single time. Can they get to a grand final once again? Can they go all the way and lift this shield in Dallas? We're about to find out. Make some noise for Heroic! And the challenger already taken to the stage yesterday, finishing off Astralis and doing it with a 2-0 scoreline. This team is looking for their first grand final with this roster. This team is looking to redeem themselves from the woes of the major and previously at Rio. They're back on the stage looking to dominate. Dexter leading his young players to try and find some success. Can they do it? Well, we're about to find out. Let me hear it for MOUZ Sports!
I think MOUZ's biggest strength is probably Frozen and Exertion. He takes a lot of space for them, especially on that T side, doing a lot of entering, and I mean he's really good mechanically as well, and I think he's a good player.
We struggled versus Heroic because we just probably lost intensity. We were just playing a bit too slow, letting them play their own game too much, not playing aggressive enough in our own clutches. We just threw them, so it's never going to help.
Frozen, I think he's a really good player. He has been performing really good individually.
Their team play is very good, but at the same time, they can swap up positions, you know, everyone can fill in on almost everything.
Pushing in, they peek at units. Oh! Down, double headshot! It's Yabi, 2, 3, Yabi!
And now he has to clutch it in the 1v1. Torji! Timing, and it's not there. Wow. Dexter again!
And here we have it, Dallas. The team's on the stage ready to rock and roll. But are you guys ready? I know it's early, I know you guys are ready to see some action take place on this stage, but Heroic, are they a crowd favorite this time, or are you guys still siding with MOUZ? Let me find out. We got some Heroic fans in here? And what about MOUZ? Ooh, I don't know, that sounds a little bit 50-50 to me. Let's try that again. Heroic? And MOUZ? All right, well, you're awake, you're ready, and I'm ready to see this game go down. The teams have huddled up, the teams are about to take their seats. As always, guys, it's time to bring the hype! Machine and Sponge, take it away!
Oh, good morning, Dallas. Good to see you out here bright and early.
Yeah, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, that's right. We're getting this Counter-Strike started off with a bang.
And on Vertigo, we've had 49 maps played so far at IEM Dallas in 2023, and this is only the second time Vertigo has been played. And, well, the first was MOUZ in the group stage, dumpstering Furia on the Brazilians map Pig. So,
yeah.
a little bit of a look at this smoke spam special that I know everybody at home loves, as the crowd are ramping us into this one. Loved the energy yesterday. Let's do it again today. We've only got 2 more days here. May as well make the most of it.
Yeah, everyone's getting themselves situated, getting themselves caffeinated and motivated for a day of Counter-Strike. We'll be locking in grand finalists at the end of today.
Oh, and that would be something that MOUZ would love to do. This little downward slide and, a grand final? We've never felt this before.
Yeah, whereas for Heroic, grand final's kind of when the pressure arrives. For them, they seem to grace through many a playoff bracket, but there's always that bridesmaid-bride discussion.
Yeah, when you go back, you look at the major last year, lose to outsiders on home soil in Copenhagen, they pick up that trophy. But then there's been time after time where they get close, and then this is where they get put under the scrutiny of being chokers. The big stage, they shy away. Some of the names don't show up. Well, we speak about Cadian and his impact. He has been an absolute talisman for them in this event. Well, every single time Heroic step into the server, he's the man to look towards. They're going great guns. And speaking of great guns, you just had him on the screen there for a moment. Torji. He went from 15 kills over 2 maps versus Heroic in the group stage to 45 kills in a quarterfinal series on the stage to eliminate Astralis.
Damn.
So he showed up. We got Frozen here. We know just how much impact this kid can find.
We like to call him the young veteran. The fact that he is one of the youngest members and yet still has the most experience on this entire MOUZ roster. Dexter, of course, the in-game leader who has managed to be the first Australian talent import into the European scene. I mean, you've got to be a little bit proud, Chad. Does that not fill your heart with some glee seeing Australia being pulled into the European Counter-Strike realm?
Yeah, I think, Justin's one thing. He's a star
I'm talking
player.
about
but
leaders.
Leaders is another, right?
Yeah.
Getting to bring your way of doing things and trying to simulate that with the Europeans. Look, it's been a tough task. Potentially part of this downward slide, but it sounds like getting ready to get this one underway. Shouldn't be too long now.
Some interesting insight from JDC, gave an interview with HLTV.org, and he says they've got an incredibly high standard for themselves and acknowledges that sometimes their identity is lacking. They lack identity. What do you think he means by that?
It's a pretty vanilla team, right? You even heard it from Flames of the Death, and they like to play default, allows their players like Exertion to find some space, but just woke up from it. Yeah, listen, mate. Come back next year.
That's the bomb code as well. I see you.
Yeah, come back next year. We might have them in attendance for you by then.
Yeah, Dude, I was talking to
Alish might still be missing, however, you know, you never know.
I was like, dude, we're going to see you pop off. You know, there's a correlation between you popping off on home soil. He was like, yeah, in CS2. I was like, well, but we're here at Dallas right now. And he's like, yeah, I'll see you in CS2.
All right. Well,
we've got some cosplay. It's not easy, but he's nailed it. Brilliant work.
I'm curious if they let him in the building like that, or if he's had to dress it after he's gotten in through the door.
So what have you come as today, sir?
A mystery.
Oh, I know what this means. I can see the countdown going down, ladies and gentlemen of IEM Dallas. It's time to get this party started. Are you with us? Vertigo, our first map, the second of the entire tournament, and Heroic will be taking to the defense. MOUZ bring in that fight. And already boots on the ground. Cadian versus Dexter, live from Texas. Let's see if they can start calling off a good start.
Now we've got a couple of little details to get teeth stuck into here, and the man entering Exertion, he's going to be the tip of the tongue here. The tip of the spear as they their way silently up the short position. Cadian's going to be boosted up. Now, just note these nades. Tessison's down. This is going to be used to try and deny the plan as one smoke's out. Flash at the ready, and here they go.
Yeah, but that boost could be interesting, Tessis. He's fired off some warning shots. Cadian can't get anything done from that position, despite Dexter finding a safe haven for that plant. They can't get it done. They can't disrupt it. Already bomb ticking, planted for short. Fight in mid, one out by Frozen. And Torshi's even got a second flash for that when they go for this retake. Actually, smoke short. This gets interesting. Will they flash and push through it?
They're gonna have to.
Cadian fighting off at the Dexter, hiding now, cowering in fear and finished off. Profit from the boost, will have to dismount now. Flank from Frozen, they know it's coming. Flash is high though, and it's John De Castro. Straight to the head of Shush. Aggressive and fragging. Torshi contributes, still light on time, and Frozen, he can finish the job. The plant's perfect for him. And there's no time for this. MOUZ, pull it across the line, and it's clean. It's divine, everything goes to plan. A triple kill from Frozen.
Yeah, simple stuff right there. I love baiting out of the HEs, right? Go to one side of the site, plant, those two nades come in, and he's planning on the other. Avoiding all that damage. It could have got dicey, right? Because it wasn't open for ramp, but they had a good understanding of this lurk from Frozen. It was perfect.
And you can see the whole game plan. Like, not only having Torshi stay sandbags or ramp to flash for the short fight, but also having the plant for Frozen's flank. He could check that from that position as well. It was so considered, and they've profited.
Yeah, it's a good way to start things here for MOUZ, but we were just getting into a quick little tech. No, never mind.
Tech
we're back underway. No, it was already over. Yeah, it was. I was too ahead of myself there, but let's see if we get into a Heroic Eco or a Force. See Cadian having a bit of a chat right there. I think we are going to be getting that Force coming through. Guns are being dropped. There's a Scout in play. A couple of Deagles being upgraded into as well. So still going to be a tough round here for MOUZ. Something I wanted to speak about was Exertion. I mentioned his name on the pistol. Feels like they've moved him on the T side, at least over towards the A ramp. So chopping and changing the space taker. It's Cadian Scout. Well, spots a lot, but can't find a tag just yet.
Investigating with that baby AWP. We'll fire off a shot. They start to advance. Exertion, front of the pack. With the Mac.
4 here for Heroic.
Exertion wants blood. Tessis no armor. He's going to get run down and executed mid-air. Style points for Exertion. The UMP fills the feed and a tag back. He'd need a whole lot more of that. Yeah, 2 damage. But no lethality. Shush late to the party, and it's clean from MOUZ.
Yeah, can't get better than this in a second round against a Force fight. This is beautiful stuff. The fact that nobody's gone down, sure there's some damage, but you've taken everything away from Heroic. They haven't even got on the board with many kills here. And that damage from Cadian needs to land the headshot on the Scout when we're talking that range. So really good stuff here. I think you come into today's matchup, and based on the head-to-head that they had earlier in the event, based on the form that Heroic have been showing, they are the heavy favorites in this. But Cadian, the pre-game interview even had something to say, so it always hard.
I would love that.
Oh, okay.
I would love that, Chad. I've been asking for this for years.
I think he's got it in him.
I've been asking for this for years.
He's trying to line up the trajectory correcally here. Well, let's see.
Can we have a Dexter reaction? Oh! That's gorgeous!
Touchdown!
Oh, I want to see Dexter's face! He's already like chilling, put his hands off the mouse and keyboard and dunked on.
Even Sakran has a smile on his face after that one there. How can't you? Shush getting cheeky with the HE here. Here it is one more time.
Boom!
Get out of here.
Hey, those Cadian tags weren't for nothing.
Yeah, turns out. And even gets a smile onto Dexter's face there, so it's all good.
You know, somewhere Dose is watching.
Wait. Shush has an M4 now. Shush has an M4 and they're fighting B.
What?
This is classic Heroic early.
This is very peculiar. This is
They went from a force buy now into an upgrade into a silenced M4 and a couple of pistols for good measure.
They're throwing the rule book away.
All right, well, 600 extra bucks there for sure. I'm sure that helped a lot.
Yeah, touche. Touche. I think he just got excited by the extra cash.
Thought it was already the buy round. Well, maybe, just maybe, they can profit in the same fashion. Shush being able to get an exchange with the silenced M4 is going to make things seem a little bit awkward here for MOUZ. What else has been invested? What other purchases do we have to deal with? And Exertion is the man to investigate exactly that. Oh, he's going to get spotted here on the boost. He steps to the mark. Shush may have already seen the barrel. Oh, it definitely gets him now. Silenced M4 to the face.
There's no way. Surely not. On a full bite. Damage inflicted onto Torji. That's Cadian down, though. Can Shush really be this one-man army? The one-man band. He's lost his teammates and himself. And only Yabi's P250, so they make it costly. Yeah. I wonder if Yabi could recover that M4. It's not going to be easy. Mission Impossible theme tune starts now. Oh, it's there. I can see it. Oh, smokes are fading. Get your ass out of there. Okay.
Well, does he want to look for more damage, right? That's a bit of a question here. Lost bonus is going to be 2,900 into the next. This is obviously brought up to be jarring, and it was somewhat. It dealt with again. I'd say another very good round for MOUZ, all things considered. And you bang on. Looks like Yabi will be operating for the save here.
Now look at them, second guessing it.
Where's the nade coming from?
Exactly.
That's all right, Shush is dead. It's all good, boys.
A 3-0 start then for MOUZ, and that is optimal. We heard from Frozen's interview. He was talking about how the map pool this time, he thinks it's more favorable for them. Could be interesting.
There's an air horn. Is that a big jersey?
Plan fan.
All right.
Wow, he's come a long way. Sehr good.
Let's see how we go now. About to get in these first gun rounds. Even got a Smooth fan in the crowd. All right, well, there's a bit of everything out here today.
He might be around. Is he around?
Yeah, I think they announced him for the show match already. If people were paying attention. I don't know. I don't think I'm spoiling anything there. But here we go. First gun round, round number 4. Let's see if Heroic can get underway here. The Danes to draw any blood in the round department. Yabi and Stown yet to draw any frags. Exertion, I mentioned this. He's looking for space here. So they're going to have Frozen as that mid lurk a little bit more so. So the CT side, you'll see Exertion playing there. They'll have JDC over towards B, but the default start, just trying to hold them at bait. So U2 to buy some room, buy some space. One way deployed. Dexter needs to be careful about that, but he's very up close and personal. Jumping through it. Dexter! A huge opener.
Yeah, now looks down in trouble. He's got a lot of work to do. Molotov, nade, and still delivers. He'll keep it level. Torji investigating. It's a lot of control early for MOUZ. Now, it's not the final commitment. Caden goes looking for answers, but there's a smoke deployed, or 2 for that matter.
JDC has to work on some space here to try and facilitate this seesaw. There's something huge with that like Vertigo, making sure that you're pressuring both sides of the map, or at least investigating. JDC being noisy about his presence over towards B lobby here. The bomb needs to be picked up. They can regroup, and as far as the util department goes for MOUZ, they can get a simple execute on towards this A site if they'd like. On the other side, Heroic, they don't have an awful lot. It's really just Cadian here, the one to stall this one out, and you can see this setup.
3 rounds in a row they have optimized with this boost. It's an interesting setup. Let's see how util falls.
Oh, deep elevator smoke, I think that is. They're trying to pressure deep here.
Yeah, and already a clean one from Stown. He gets his second of the round, make it 3 as Cadian puts the cherry on top. And nothing for Frozen in this one. Ideally, he leaves with his rifle and his life, but he's going to try and find his way out. Yabi converts a triple from Stown, his first 3 frags of the game, and it leads to Heroic's first.
Yeah, that was the perfect setup to deal with the deep elevator smoke. If you had the crisscross left-right available on the site, it would have been different. And Cadian, he definitely has a clear message here of what he needs to communicate. You can see this, hands off the mouse and keyboard. It is going to be a Heroic timeout, so this is something that he wants to take. Something, some form of conversation, something he's seen within this early game that he needs to remind the team of, or a way he wants them to operate here in the early stages. So this is the captain doing what he does best. I think in terms of the Counter-Strike and the in-game leading, people can have their discussions regarding Cadian. But in terms of a leader, like a leader of men, I don't know if anyone has ever done it quite as good as Cadian, right? That's a conversation that I feel is definitely open for debate.
100%.
He's really just inspired this entire team, and considering the career arc that he's been on, it's a miraculous thing. So Cadian, with a clear message, as we do get back underway. Yabi lining up the insta ramp smoke. I'm starting to unravel what this setup may look like. I'm just going to go with the standard 1-1-3 here. Cadian's AWP to be the bomb to lock down mid. That deep ramp smoke would preface. Tessa's a flash. Tessa's wanting to fight, but the boost. Big gap here for Exertion to work with. Actually doubled up in mid, so Yabi might lurk out here late, or they just want to deal with Frozen as we creep on through. This is about to get awkward.
Oh, Tessus has been caught out.
It's another Dexter opening. He's done that twice now.
So far, so good. Yabi just holds on. I think the 8K actually saved him there. Could have just been a dink, but one-shot headshot. Frozen gone.
Dexter calling him into action here. Smokes are being handed over. They're going to hit this site. Everyone here for Heroic.
Okay, counter from Cadian. Nade does nothing. Better from Exertion. Makes that Galil lethal. Shush may have been heard out. Yabi's already contributed. Finishes off Dexter. JDC brought low and down. It's up to Torji in this 1 versus 2. The smokes are up. It was his chance, but Shush plays around that smoke. And it translates into a second in consecutive fashion.
Definitely trying to lift the energy here today as Cadian, isn't he? And that's one of the things that can go missing. Right? There is something that is so difficult to keep up from time to time.
Interesting to see 2 deliberate SMGs, knowing that MOUZ are going to be broken here.
Yeah,
very heroic.
Got a little bit extra aggression, right? And this is something that Heroic also, they'll have a move to wield this on a gun round. Sure, it's not ideal, but they're the type of team who are not going to let any silly business happen here. They're not going to allow themselves to sip. Oh, whoop, whoop. All right, the flash was so good. It's Frozen was on the deepest of corners and everybody farming up now. The SMG's making the most of this, and there you have it. 3-3, Heroic will tie things up. But yeah, Cadian did say it's always hard to play against the same team twice in the tournament, right? So that's something that he has admitted to. So it's quite clear that on their map choice. And we're getting a bit of crowd activation as Cadian wants to get him on your feet, want to get a bit of energy. Thank you very much.
Honestly, Cadian was enamored by his signing session, getting to meet the fans.
Cadian's trying to fire it up, Existence trying to have a chat, so hopefully not counterintuitive.
Casper, I'm trying to say something.
Hey man, we've got these 2 SMGs we've got to use. Can you let me call the strat?
But yeah, a lot of passion in the crowd for sure. Getting to meet some of them yesterday. Excited
CSC?
Yeah, CSC, yeah, exactly. 700 members strong.
Damn. Well, a timeout here from MOUZ. Cycron, good chance on the mic. It's a Danish representation as far as coaches and in-game leaders go. Dexter being the only one here in the playoffs not to be of Danish descent as an in-game leader. See if he can vanquish any more. Taking down Glaive. Cadian the next on that list. Round 7 getting underway. Arrow smoke from Exertion here. Doesn't look like he even wants to use that to facilitate anything just yet. JDC tasked with taking B. He's some help. Dexter's here with him.
It is an art form in itself, isn't it, that B lurk?
But there's 2 here.
There's 2 mid. Oh, make it 1 here. Oh, none! Dexter again in the feed early.
But look at that push. It's so well put together. There was a molly, there was a flash from middle. It was premeditated, and MOUZ just hanging out, getting things done easy as you like.
Probably also with a memo from seeing 2 SMGs running around that they might be expecting to see them be an aggressive, looking for info and insight early. And it does lead to a loss of 2 for Heroic, so they're limping into round 7 now.
But in other rounds where Heroic have had these skirmishes in the mid-round, they've just known that MOUZ were going to regroup and go away. This time they're gambling somewhere else, since Frozen spotted another one mid, which would accelerate you towards A if you were MOUZ. Look at this, immediately. Molly comes out, straight in towards A, using the pace, using the understanding of Stown. He's the one to respond to this. Tessus and Cadian are on the wrong side.
Yeah, did they really go for this? I mean, it's a tough one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Stown.
May as well give it a go now.
He's
Have a
kicking
look.
up a lot of fuss. Good nade as well onto Torji, but losing Tessus, that might end the dreams of Cadian.
All right, called off. Down went from 100 to 0 quite quickly there. Stown with a move off the back of Cadian's flash. That's all he could get was just 1. 2, and maybe they had a whole lot better of a chance, but Cadian, do you want to hold on to this, or do you want to do something a little bit more frisky? That scope may have been heard here. Exertion's acknowledged it. There's still players. He wants to try and keep them towards the site.
What's his plan? That's brutal.
All right, survival was the plan, but also a bit of damage. So removing another gun short. It'll have to be 2 drops, 1 for Exertion, 1 for JDC. They're both below that 4K mark.
Listen, I know I'm not the colour commentator. Is that not a little bit of a risk?
A big risk. But he's valuing the damage because Heroic have enough money for a buy. And what this means is the fact they took 2 players out, 2 guns needed to be dropped.
Sure.
It was Exertion and JDC who both had under 4K. And if you want them to have nades, you need to drop them an AK or a Galil so they can buy around it. So that has happened, and it's just still limiting the economy. So if anything, it's frustrating.
Yeah.
But it's the little details here.
Launching JDC straight around and into the head of one. Shush. Mind blown. Miss from Cadian. That's one way to enter into the B site. It's 1 minute 35, and look at Dexter's position.
Yeah, he has so much real estate right now, and they can do an awful lot with this, right? He can hear the rotations, he can lurk in on the timing, they can explode with an execute. And again, Heroic already looking like they're in a little bit of a tailspin after losing that opening exchange. That's a lot of burn damage.
Okay, yeah, fumbled the movement there. Dexter burnt and singed.
That's not a bit of a ruse, Alex. Take a look at Heroic. They always stay active, constantly moving, constantly looking for the fight, and they're going to find one.
Oh, Tessus, he's not shy with his bullets, is he? Just constantly peppering.
Oh, and Exertion's dropped back perfectly. So they've been afraid of all the util. Now that it's faded, everybody from Heroic is here. And guess what? Wrong site again. Dexter is doing a great job about moving his pawns across the board here and staying ahead of Cadian.
I love that you're using chess because it does feel like it's the 2 leaders, you know, moving these pawns across the board. And right now, Dexter, he does seem to have a real finger on the pulse as to what Cadian's intentions and master plan entails.
Yeah, this time they will have to save. You won't see any of that Cadian silly business from the rest of the team just standing around in no man's land looking for a couple of kills. They will need these finances going forward. But this is where it becomes Heroic on a map like this. It's difficult to all in anywhere on the CT side. When you think about Mirage, you could all in middle, right? It's somewhere where you can go and you can fight and you can push up and take space. A ramp, if you push down and fight for it, you don't really ever want to go into fork room unless you have that deep smoke or maybe you molly the box as well. And even then, using a lot of resources and they can just sit back and wait out all those nades. It is difficult to retake that part of the map late, but maybe a risk that MOUZ are more than happy to have here. Bomb goes off, round 5 secure. A 2-round lead accrued. And more questions for Heroic. This is fantastic. JDC Airlines here.
Oh, they were so unprepared. Dexter getting that flash as well to ensure that frag was successful, and they profit. I mean, all 5 alive at the end of that one.
Second timeout for Heroic here as well. There's enough money to drop a gun for Shush. That's not a problem. Exists this time. Going to be talking while Cadian's not getting the crowd fired up. So might get his message through. It's down and Cadian both looking back at the coach. He's got eyes down the lane here, so looking to Shush. They're likely talking about what's going to happen with that B defense if Shush is the man in question here. And also, you need to look towards what Cadian's spawns are with that AWP. Just middle of the pack. He could go for a B pick if he'd like here, but nothing early over towards A. These little details you need to be looking at within the rounds as Shush does get himself a drop. There's a kit, there's plenty of util, so Heroic have everything they need to try and contest right now.
Teaching them young.
And I can just see how comical that could be in certain scenarios with a baby wearing that in.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Well, let's see if Stown can feed. On ramp. Dexter, oh, he's got support. It was Exertion boosted over. And now 2 dead. It's all falling apart for Heroic. Dexter, again, dominates the competition. What are you going to do? What can you do? Nothing. Torgy's got him through the smoke. 1 casualty, sure, but Heroic now in a bit of a tailspin. This is 3 rounds in consecutive fashion, but this one they'll lose. I mean, the majority of their forces. Will Shush maintain his M4? That remains to be seen, but it looks pretty good.
But that was literally what I was just talking about, an all-in on this map. If you wanted to all-in, and I was comparing it to Mirage, the A-Ramp is one of the only players, and they went all-in, and they lost in the little boost exchange. The Heroic have only managed the 1 opening kill. Okay, well, that right there is a bit of a blemish on the record. You've got Tessus, who's 0-4 in that department, so he's having a rough go of things. But everybody, and I think Dexter, the fact that he's finding so much room is a blessing. He had a great showing as well, very impactful over there in their Astralis game. You know, some highlight moments on Inferno. I think the AWP was coming out in his hand. Torgy as well, a name that we mentioned, went from 15 kills over 2 maps versus Heroic last time. Oh, Shush, burning, and he's going to go down, loses it all.
Wow.
A big hunt, and that's Dexter again, just as we're mentioning his name, but Dexter and Torgy were 2 names that stepped up. A twisted knife right there as Exertion. You can see him finding that opening in Dexter. He's feeling himself. He is feeling himself today, and this might be about some of the conversation that this could be a dead team walk, and well, They're playing like a fresh team right now.
Yeah, they're feeling fresh for sure.
Look at this, another classic Heroic investment here. How much more is invested behind the investments of Cadian and Yabi? Those two had some money to do so. Looks like we have a bit of a technical timeout here.
We get the inside scoop. Uber shaders on or off, Chad?
That's a great question.
I don't know what to do with my Uber
I
shaders.
don't know, I put my config in and I'm happy to play, you know? I whack it in and away you go.
Reminds me, I should make sure.
Oh, we've got to execute our config. OBS HUD.
Rushley's CFG.
And then let's see if he's got the Vertigo cams on here for me. He does have the Vertigo cams here. There we go.
Oh, look, now that is quite the hat.
Well, if you want to get spotted in the crowd, that's one way to go about things.
Nice work, very nice. Got to get me one of them. Not great for the power bill, but good for progress,
Must
I guess.
be a story game.
Yeah. I wonder who the crowd was cheering for. It's about 50-50.
Nah, I don't agree.
You don't think it was 50-50?
No, I don't think it's 50-50. I think it's 70-30.
70-30?
I think it's 70-30.
Hey, there they are. We've seen those guys.
Yeah.
Some promotion.
Was there a flag yesterday? Yeah. There was something going on.
Oh, it's okay, Chad. $1 million. You have $47.50 and your friend wants you to save. What do you do?
Can I phone a friend?
Yes.
Can I get a 50-50?
Yes, you can either buy an AWP or buy an AWP.
I'll buy the AWP, thank you, sir.
Final answer?
Final answer, lock it in. Who is... Ooh!
Did you see a dude open a knife earlier? I saw the clip.
Was it real?
No, this one was real.
Was it real?
This one was real.
Prove it.
I checked the pixels, I can tell.
All right, we get Owner Pixel out there, the detective. Mr. Skins himself.
Oh, his biggest fan. It's nice to have, you know, the yin and the yang.
Yeah, of course, of course.
You have to have it, otherwise we don't have that balance.
Okay, so this force, yeah, it's
taken
quite tidy.
shape now.
Yeah, this is the thing. I only saw 2 rifles come in before, but now that it's quickly been upgraded to 3.
Does this not mean there's a lot riding on this for Heroic in terms of having a good CT half?
Well, they're all in all the time. So at this point, every round for Heroic, it feels like they could win or lose.
Let's see if he can continue to provide the openings.
You don't see this often.
This is rare, and that is a surprise for Exertion. He thinks he's safe. And now, with a shake of his head, of his tongue, he concedes an opening.
Oh, a Heroic opening. Very important. Worth their weight in gold, apparently.
Does Dexter really find more on this? Oh! Revolting from Dexter! He's been hitting the DMs as he pops 2 heads, and now more perhaps as he does continue to hunt. Forces a smoke out, now B-site's open for business as well.
Well, okay, Chris, that's a bit of a statement in itself, isn't it?
Bloody hell.
Yeah, I think he's starting to focus on his individual form yet again. Not so much about the macro, just about the headshots as they get the bomb down and scampering in as Tessus. He's got Cadian with the AWP, and the nade lands right on the toes, but so does the AWP. They can go for this now.
They certainly could. I mean, it's not fun with the 10-second defuse. They have to get frisky fast. Frozen, he's aware of that. He's looking for any contact he can find. Tessus about to put himself right in the crosshairs, and that might dampen Cadian's hopes with the most expensive gun.
Yep, has to be another one of these, doesn't it? A save again for Cadian, so 7-3. A 4-round lead for MOUZ now, continuing to extend this.
He's
through some good
smiling,
play.
bro.
He's having a great time, but this is the thing. The history of Dexter as a player, back when he became the in-game leader for Renegades out of necessity, which is classic for the majority of the people down in Oz, he gets himself as an in-game leader, and the reason he got picked up was because he was a fragging in-game leader when he was in Renegades. But when he's come over here, he's playing higher tier of Counter-Strike. There's a lot more to learn. Right? He's got to build out a bit of a system, and a lot of the question marks are around MOUZ and how they approach the game on some of these T sides. I know for a period of time the T side was saying it was seen as a big positive, but there are questions around Dexter and his leadership, and today, well, he's bringing the fragging, so trying to silence some of those critics here.
Straight up, not bad memeing on them.
Yeah, exactly.
Not bad at all.
And now you will see just the save door with some light upgrades again. There's always something for Heroic to work with.
Good flash.
Labored.
Gets the frag. 4 multi-kills. He is on one.
That's a pretty remarkable stat considering.
Okay, Sexter's in the server today. Okay.
What's going on here?
Dropping bombs, bro.
Wasn't this what Flames was talking about on the desk? It's like against OG, like in-game leaders who have like a below 1 rating, like pop off against them. Apparently, that's just Dexter now. Not just against OG.
Feeling himself. Okay, Abby. Only the one, but the bomb's down and the round surely won.
Yeah, Dexter's in the most powerful position here for a post plant. I know he doesn't have an AWP, but still a great weapon for the job. And he wants more kills.
Yeah, of course he does. 14 and counting. He wants to get some IGL on IGL action. And I think Cadian's his next victim.
Oh, he's going to walk past. He's going to walk past. He's going to get away with the AWP here.
Really? Hiding in plain sight?
This is going to be tough for him now on the save. Torji seems somewhat aware of this. Dexter investigating further. JDC sticking around with the bomb, so there won't be any crazy Cadian hijinks, but there will be a biff for this. He is going to have to get a wiggle on here. Oh, look how close he is.
What are you doing?
Oh, no, Cadian! This time round is going to come back to bite you in the ass. Playing with fire once before, this time you're going to get burned.
Most definitely. Okay, yeah. I mean, this is MOUZ winning out their T half.
This is a great half so far. This is really great guns. I looked at that matchup the other day against Furia. They got to start on the CT side because it was Furia's map pick. You didn't get to see an awful lot of their T side. And this is just looking brilliant now. And Dexter, apparently, he can see through smokes. Not having any issues whatsoever. And some of the shots he's hitting, absolute bangers. And he's still having a great time. The smiles just keep coming on the faces.
This is
Sunny
a semi-final. This is a semi-final, and they're running them down.
It's another Dexter opening.
Charging up the ramp already, 2 in the feed. It's problems for Heroic. And Dexter, he's got it done. This is ridiculous. Relentless.
17 kills. The next closest on his team is 7.
What's going on, Dan?
I think he's woken up today and chosen violence, has Dexter. And they just keep decapitating head after head. This is so easy now.
Unbelievable. Got the retro jersey, and this is a vintage Dexter performance.
What is going on?
Bloody hell. Let's see that one again. Just more. Just more. Double stack nades onto the Cadian. Dexter somehow finds 2 when most would leave with 1.
Clara. Come on now. Props if they've made that meme while this game's been going on.
Yeah.
If they came prepared with that, you got to go on the analyst desk if you're expecting a Dexter 17-5 right now.
I mean, there is still grounds for a tilter. Up against Deagles, these rounds can be pesky, can be hard to convert.
This is wild. This stat line that has been brought up here by SEO, the fact that he's managed so many of the team's multi-kills, it really is Dexter doing so much work, but the kills are coming his way. I feel like anybody on MOUZ would be getting them because right now Heroic are being blown over. Dexter's the one just mopping them up, absolutely dismantling them and even doing with a couple of nice shots. So Heroic back down to just a couple of pesky little pistols. Sure, it's the meat cleavers, but they're going to have to light up the server as they get a chance of getting Susurtion, who's, again, found another opener. Can he get the double up? Yes, he can. They just keep coming.
Anyone seen Heroic?
They were here for 3 rounds. Definitely announced their presence. The last time we saw this map from them was against Vitality, a loss. It was a 16-13 loss. So this is looking like a drubbing here. Bit of a pantsing being handed out. And his opening kill disparity is insane. Like this, they're just walking all over them. This isn't the classic Heroic.
This is an ace on the cards. Insertion. Oh, JDC steals it away. But up against the Deags, comfortable for MOUZ. They will find double digits.
3rd time out here for Heroic, just trying to salvage this half now. 2 more on the way out the door going into halftime. That'll be key. Exist, legendary player. Trying to turn himself into a legendary coach here. See if he can give the boys any words of advice, because this has just been a flat showing, and one of the keys to that is the lack of opening kills in their favor. On the CT side, they've just been constantly dictated to, been giving up those opening deaths throughout. Yabby, the only one putting up resistance in that department. 3 and 2, so being involved in 5. But everybody else has not won a single exchange in an opening. Tessus is 0 and 4 in that department, so all these numbers just adding up to MOUZ domination. And a MOUZ grand final, I don't think anybody forecast that at all. So I know we still have 2 maps of Counter-Strike to get through here, but this is a different looking beast right now.
Most definitely. To salvage the half, Heroic need these last 2. Condemned to a cosmetic comeback in the second half if they don't find anything here. And yeah, you can see the pressure's on. They've absolutely whiffed a smoke.
Well, Maui mentioned on the desk, like especially some of these grand final games they're talking about, this is a semi, the comms aren't flowing, and if you're going to set up double smokes, yeah, the comms definitely aren't. But there's the opener. That's only their 4th of the game.
Well, let's see if they can find their 4th round of the game. Sound should, and Cadian will finish it off. Now, Yabi through mid, he needed 1 there, and Frozen does manage to prevail, albeit low. Still, uncomfortable, uncomfortable! Stound misses the shot, and Dexter will get traded. JDC, if he can find Shush, he's denied upon entry. So somewhat of a recovery.
And someone else delivering an opening kill, right? So it's finally a nice little change in that department. It doesn't have to be Yabi here. And that converts to a round, so, well, maybe they can do that one more time. It has been a very flat half for the Danes, but a fantastic half for Dexter. Leader of MOUZ. As we go, we got the case back open again. Drum roll, please. Couple of pinks, a purple, and we got the blues around here.
Yeah, so do Heroic.
Well, red-faced right now.
And that's a nice opener. Yabi the one to take Frozen down with a proactive push through middle.
That's going to be his 4th.
What, surely that means MOUZ either have to accelerate or go back and be diligent, because they now know there's a potential for someone to be behind enemy lines, weaving and receiving information. Oh, tagged up. Exertion. Got to acknowledge that, respect that Molotov. There's a lot of bodies here from Heroic, and you can see that MOUZ are investigating elsewhere. He's done a lot to distract, and it's rather unguarded on this side of the map.
I see how they slink back and give away that space. So if Heroic are to press the issue and look for info, and they don't find anything, that might make them over-rotate, because we know Heroic, they like to stay active. Those ants in the pants can come back to bite them as we are assembling a bit of a boost here. JDC eliminates close right. Now looking for a fight, and, well, it's good night.
Very
Shush.
Very important duel for Shush in order to keep a lid on this conversion.
They just have to execute A here. Dex is coming with a smoke, and Torji has one as well. They could crisscross. It looks like they're going in.
And that boost not going to work out for Tesses. Handed his 12th death. Cadian does adjust nicely over the smoke. Torji still kicking up trouble, kicking up a fuss. They have to get to the site now, though. And in the smoke, Dexter, Smoko vision again!
What's going on with him today?
I don't understand. Can they find an 11th? Really caught out now. Dexter, though, he's found as well. And so it will be 5. A 10-5 half, though. MOUZ laying down one hell of a T-side. Dexter leading by example. Stay tuned.
catch me hollering at the moon. they won't shoot me down soon. They said no to sleepless nights. Will you find me?
I'm over at the Liquid booth and everyone's getting their photos taken. They're meeting Nav. He's had some new merch drop in there as well. I'm going to go and bother him straight away. Hi, I'm photobombing. How are you?
Good, you?
I'm ruining his poor photo, but I'm going to grab Nav afterwards. Nav, my man, how you doing? Yeah, dude, I'm just destroying your whole setup. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I appreciate all the fans. It's been like a huge turnout, so I'm super excited, super pumped, super happy.
And this is it. Canadians are taking over America.
Yeah, no, for real. Twist is out there playing on stage, and I'm out here.
That's nice. And look, you're rocking the new. Yeah, I got my new shirt. This is flying.
Yeah, I I like it. I saw you promote a little bit. You're carrying it.
I'm helping you, man.
Thank you. Huge help. James carrying me out here.
Try it. Love, man. Nice to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2.71 KD, 73% headshot ratio, 110 ADR, and 19 kills.
Zywa's not here.
No, that's Dexter.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Up against Heroic in a semi-final at an Intel Extreme Masters.
Yeah, well, he's voted gone Heroic's chances here if MOUZ Sports are able to pick up this pistol. They are looking hot to trot. This is an inspired-looking team and not the MOUZ we've seen over the last few events. How much further can they push the Danes here today? Is out the gate. This one is fast.
Ooh, Dexter's in trouble. Only got 3 HP as they're advancing towards his position, heading up A. Frozen has got the perfect weapon for the job. Tessus has had a slow start here. Perhaps that will continue. Not this time, Tessus, good find. And getting that bomb down, half of the work done already for Heroic to give themselves something to hold on to, something to celebrate into the start of this second half. Now, first map short, picked by MOUZ short, but already boasting 10. This pistol worth its weight.
Dexter's got the flash at the ready here. They need to fight, flash and go.
Looking for trouble. Connections found. It all falls down. Kaden fell off the map. Oh, no. Can Shush save him? This would be a tilter. Nice shot, Shush. And it's all onto Dexter with that 3 HP.
No time.
Okay, sure, you win it, Heroic, but I'm not sure what happened there. Cadian plummets to his death, and yeah, you can smile and laugh about it now. That could have been awkward as hell.
51 floors down was Cadian. Just watch this all fall apart. Walking the tightrope here, and oh no! Needed to get downstairs quick, smart. The elevators were booked.
Bloody hell.
At least he can laugh it off here, but the pistol will be converted. Heroic. Look at him. He's having a great time with it, surfing those good vibes. And they're back in the game now, aren't they? That first half looked great, but the fact that they salvaged the tail end with 2, now you got the pistol. We'll call this 3 consecutive. You win this one, the game's back on. That pistol was a big factor to MOUZ. Katie getting crazy. Just accelerates straight into a tag. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Can I say it? Can I say his name?
You can.
Exertion.
Off the leash.
Most definitely. Heroic don't get caught off guard, but this is supposed to be their second round conversion. And they've just lost down.
Cadian's still low.
Dexter's pushing! That is so mad! He's doing the impossible round after round. He pushes into Tessus, and now, with all of that done, did Cadian spawn it?
Maybe. Yeah, he's heard him.
Yeah. He knows now. Exertion runs down, hits the shot, bomb lost, and Heroic's hopes of this conversion hinging on these 8 rifles. Now, yeah, perhaps Yabi can wrap around.
Exertion is so worried about everything right now.
This game is so topsy-turvy. The individuals from MOUZ are hitting some straight bangerangs.
This is all going to come down to timing here. All going to come down to time. Exertion trying to drop back, give them the space, allow them to get this bomb. 29 seconds. They need to get a move on. Exertion spots him here.
That's their go sign.
Wait, back to A.
They're walking into JDC. He needs to hit one of these. Now Shush gets a chance.
Well, they know they're coming.
Charging back round. Torchy's scout. Maybe he could tag or even hit the head. It's going to be a really intense moment. Shush is fine for it. A 2v4. If he'd have hit the tag, the nade would have found lethality. Instead, the bomb's gone down.
Both softened up for these Deagles, however.
Yeah, you're right, Chad. I mean, all it takes is one more headshot. And just like that, Frozen whittles them away. Shush for the ace clutch. Not ready! Exertion closes! MOUZ make magic happen in the second round!
And Dexter again with the impact to throw the round into tailspin. The push through the smoke at the top of the ramp, the double kill on the Deagle, it sends them back. Cadian caught off guard by Exertion's push. It all comes together, it all falls into place perfectly for MOUZ here. And that's better than the pistol.
Like, the first is something, but the pushing for that, Tessus is going to be mad as a hatter. Oh, and then Exertion's push was, you know, I mean, just the cream on top. They are feeling themselves today.
Tessus is having such a hard game. 4 kills, 14 deaths. He's given up so many opening frags as well.
Good to see you're still here. Not disheartened.
Oh, and neither are Heroic, so trying to make this one work the best they can. And it's Cadian. The AK in the hands, that's been dropped from Shush. So they're trying to will this round into existence, and he needs to hit a big one here, as you can see, Frozen on the precipice of this smoke. Another round one way this meta has been developing consistently, doesn't seem to stop. There's another smoke deployed here, blocking bottom yellow, and Frozen stands, delivers, and removes Cadian's AK immediately.
You could see him swinging for the fences there. Felt like he had the opportunity, but leaves with nothing, and Tessus does too, condemned to his 15th death. And already Heroic, they are limping, the walking wounded, one back from Stown, but it's surely going to be finished off here. Frozen, he's got full control of ramp.
This Dexter conversation, right? This round, if Heroic are able to pull anything back here, I'll be more than impressed. They're low on HP, they don't have any space, they're down in numbers. But just Dexter right now is playing like somebody who doesn't have any pressure anymore. It feels like this result here, you know, he's just playing the game. He's not so worried about how things end up, and he's playing some inspired Counter-Strike, swinging into a lot of duels. His aim's looking good. It's not dumb CS, it's definitely calculated in portions, but he's getting away with absolutely everything. And, well, Exertion should be good for both. 1.5 kills as Stown and Yabi both very, very low. 28 points of health between them. And that's gone in the blink of an eye. MOUZ steaming away with this one. That force buy gets nothing. The force buy wars cannot continue. The ramifications of that are massive. Heroic have to take an eco now. MOUZ get themselves up to 13, extend the lead to 7. Really? Come on, guys.
Yeah, one good frag movie.
Yeah. I think he retired before me. What's going on here?
Well, they want you back too.
I haven't seen a sign like that.
Yeah, okay. We'll see what we can make happen. But right now, this one just going to be a nice leisurely stroll to their 13th round. MOUZ happy with this map pool. I'm very interested to hear what the desk has to say and what they've learned. JDC does go down, a rifle falls into enemy hands, but that should be all. That should be all.
Yeah, overpass up next. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is a Cadian classic, isn't it?
Interesting.
An absolute Cadian classic.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do with that.
If anything. Probably nothing.
I mean, at least Stown is looking for it.
And it should be...
Oh, dear.
Yikes.
Like, nothing is going right. The nade finishes and steals it from Torchy.
Oh, that's so sad, because that was a guaranteed kill for Cadian.
It was.
It was a guaranteed frag.
But you don't know how this round ends yet, Chad.
No, but I do know that he only has $1,700 plus 2,400.
Yeah, so an extra 300 would have gone a long way.
Yeah, for a little bit more utility into a gun round.
Well, you might still... Oh, yeah, Frozen's already considering all of the options.
Maybe he wins it.
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Damn. I mean, yeah, this is...
They're going to be so light on here if they go with AKs, Alex. If they go with AKs across the board, their util is going to be very light on. It's going to limit a lot of their options here. You can see it right now. Everybody has a smoke. Of course, you're going to prioritize that. I think there's maybe one Molotov and a bunch of flashes. And you need this util for crowd control. There we go. All you have to do is ask.
Good graphic design.
You nailed it.
Yeah, nice contrast. Quick work. Quick turnaround. Torchy's in trouble. How is he not dead? How is he not dead? They're not They're not gonna punish because Dexter's there for the bodyguard duties, and Torji can still contribute. JDC onto Shush. Opens up the full control of B, and now it's just these two, Cadian and Yabi, trying to get something done, thinking twice now about the potential for the boost, and so...
MOUZ are spanking them here, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
And look at the space that they're taking. Everybody in the team has had the leash a little bit loosened around the neck here. It feels like a MOUZ that are taking more risk, taking more space, feeling comfortable, knowing that individually they can stand and deliver. Obviously, Dexter's played a huge part in that, but when the others have been called upon, do you even clear this corner?
No, you don't. But does Frozen use the stabby thing?
Nah, just use the AK.
All right, that works too. 14!
It can't get easier right now. This is an absolute drubbing. And we were talking about the fact this is a rematch from the group stage where MOUZ got blown out of the server. They didn't even have a chance. Overpass up next. That was one of the maps when they played during that group stage too. It was a 16-10 loss, I do believe. And they played Mirage, which I think was MOUZ's choice in the series. Yeah, it was, and they lost that 16-6. So this is already great guns better than you've seen previously before. And now Heroic, desperate again. This lighter investment, they want to get the guns out into the next, but they're essentially having to concede 15 here unless they can have some crazy bangers of the Deagle.
Well, I mean, he's 6 away from that dirty 30. Dexter still gets away onto Tessus. I feel like that's been the story of the game, surmised in one exchange.
Another Tessus opening death, they just keep coming.
Yeah, and with him shooting first, couldn't quite find the final bullet. And now Dexter's allowed to relocate. Oh, and the pre-aim, perfect. Nothing can go right for Heroic.
Dude, Dexter's 6-0 in opening duels.
He hasn't conceded an opening death, and he's been going.
He's got 7 multi-kills, 6-0 in opening exchanges, a 90% KAST, it's kill assist survival traded, 25 kills, 10 deaths. He doesn't have an assist though. That just shows he's been aiming true.
Well, yeah, exactly. He's just been finding the full headshot. That's one back from Shush, and he'd be hard-pressed to continue to replicate that.
See, this is how I can tell you that the crowd are more favoring Heroic here. They're not going wild, that MOUZ are owning them right now.
Oh, I think they've been going aptly wild when Dexter's been doing Dexter things. Now look how low they are, Chad. Watch this.
Okay, I'm watching.
Watch this. JDC, 15 on the board. MOUZ are making light work of Vertigo.
Well, if you are a Heroic fan, know this. Going into your own map choice coming up next, MOUZ have lost Overpass in 4 consecutive matchups. 1 to FaZe, 1 to Big, 1 to Gamer Legion, and, well, 1 to Heroic in this very event. And it is early. I can understand.
We appreciate you guys getting out of bed in pursuit of what should be 2 fantastic semi-finals.
Yeah, ENCE versus FaZe. Another rematch from the group stage coming up, and ENCE, they threw FaZe around the server.
Snappy saying he might be the best Danish in IGL. Well, he gets to show his worth up against Carrigan in a semi-final of an IEM. That's going to be fun. And talking of Danes, well, Heroic, they are feeling the pain. They've got nothing done since that pistol round. You know, just when we felt like, okay, you win the pistol, you get your conversions, it's game on. No, no, no. Far from on. Flashes and rushing. I mean, why not? Nothing else is working. Dexter, oh, he's surely a dead man. Yeah, boots do not touch the ground. Tessus, a little bit of a revenge, but he does live. Frozen, yeah. Shush will finish the job, so that's a new change of play.
I'm sorry, look at JDC already. Javi was ready there, fortunately.
Don't worry, this is Torchi's round. Looking for it. Nice elevation from Shush. He's been pulling his weight and then some for Heroic in the absence of some of the more expected stars. Shush holding on for Heroic, and yeah, it's him again. On the nade for 3.
All right, well, is this the start of something, or is this just an extension of the end? Yeah, we love you, Dave.
Shout out Dave one time.
Did Torji just say, can I go B? Is that what I heard him say?
That Torji?
I don't know. Could have been Exertion. Could have been anyone, really, at this point, but I can tell you he's not going B.
Neither are Heroic. They're trying it again. They're going to do this every round until it stops working, and we go to map 2. Chip damage this time. Frozen spotted out and executed. It's down that fits that shot just before the molly forced him wide. And now you got the full control. Dexter ready to stand and bang. Cadian. Drive-by. Slams the Aussie into the grave, and maybe MOUZ will have to concede this one.
Might be Dave's best mate, Save, coming up here.
Crazy pairings.
Dave and Save.
Yeah.
Just been seeing them do this for years, Dave and Save.
Room for improvement.
Yeah, the coordination not quite there today, guys.
You need a hedge cheerleader.
Maybe Mike needs to get out there and help you guys along.
Get
It's all right.
someone with the pom-poms at the front.
Yep.
It's early as well, you know. They're not appropriately caffeinated.
Do you know Ric Flair was in attendance here in the crowd yesterday?
I don't know who that is.
Oh. Can you guys let Alex know who Ric Flair is? Still don't know? It's all right, he's a prolific wrestler. One of their all-time greats.
Right.
Yeah. And you hear that noise they're making?
Oh, it makes sense you know him, Chad. He was active in 1972.
Yeah, well, as a 60-year-old man myself,
that
I
makes
got to
sense.
witness it live and in person.
Yeah, that must have been special, man. Must have been special. One of your childhood heroes.
All right, come on now, Heroic. We'll take you seriously. Let's see. You've awoken now. And again, you're going for the same play. Yabi lining up these flashes. This just rinse and repeat. 3 consecutive rounds of him just lobbing out these flashes to deal with the setup. MOUZ have changed it. They haven't sent the traditional player over towards the sandbag. They've operated with different ramp smokes. And this is what Heroic were looking to take advantage of. Because if you look at MOUZ's setup, they send one player over towards sandbag, one guy ready to pick from top of yellow. They did the deep yellow smoke and have a couple of flashes for that exchange. And those flashes that Yabi were throwing are perfect to deal with the player playing crane or sandbag. Let's push again. Well, we got the better of JDC last time round. And on a different elevation. I'm not pushing, and both with a hefty exchange of damage there. Just 4 points the difference. MOUZ got it done here. This time it's a bit more of a slower approach here from the Danes. Smokes are starting to subside. They can still get this one together. Creeping up silently now. MOUZ, they don't have the forces available for this right now. They need to have a rotation coming. Exertion is on his way, but the util, it's pretty light on.
Yeah, it's a sketchy smoke to want to go wide on, but
it's going to push.
They're going for it.
It's going to push.
Dexter wants to win it right here, right now. Convert. All of that hard work. It's good. It's brilliant. Dexter makes mincemeat of Heroic in a career high. A performance like no other from Dexter. In the semi-finals, no less. Catching flat, catching nades. But still alive, and with only 20 seconds, Heroic have to commit, otherwise it's all for naught. Dexter's done it all here, Torji just putting cream on top, and it's Torji to close! Dexter, unbelievable scenes!
28 kills, the in-game leader, stepping up in the semi-finals. Map 1 going to MOUZ.
To our enemies, you see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we in here. Let's get ready for the give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all in my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. Look in your eyes, I'm seeing trouble. You were the champ, but I'm taking that buckle. You a Goliath, but I got the sling. I'm taking your head when I enter the ring. No matter what opposition that you bring, I will be standing cause I am the king. I am the lion, this is my jungle. Like a gorilla, ready to rumble. All out till we take the crown. We ain't giving up, we ain't backing down. We the new money, about to rise up. Time to move over cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied. Pain in my eyes, aiming for the skies. Better sit down, better be humble. Hope you ready, into the jungle. All around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. We ain't going nowhere. I hope you ready, into the jungle. Into the jungle. Bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle.
Call them the Danish Destructors because that is exactly what MOUZ continue to do on Vertigo. A lightning fast T-side gives MOUZ the runway that they needed, and poetically, Maui, it ends with Dexter getting a 3K with the MP9 to seal up the map.
My mouth was agape watching Dexter just run train on Heroic. That was incredible stuff. For a guy that we're usually criticizing on this team for under-delivering, underperforming as an individual, Dexter had a moment where he lifted himself and his team so far beyond Heroic that this game wasn't even competitive.
Yeah, it wasn't competitive at all, and I think this was the sort of performance that Flames was referencing on the desk that in-game leaders tend to have against them. But yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I've seen a singular player have so much impact and, you know, single-handedly win round after round after round for his team.
28 kills to be rounding out the map. It was so interesting as well because we were prefacing this game saying, okay, Cadian and Dexter going head-to-head. We expect Cadian to be the leader that is coming out on top. Dexter said, hold my damn beer. I'm going to show you what I'm made of on the stage.
Coming into this game, Cadian was the second highest rated player of the event. Dexter was pretty much nowhere to be seen on the leaderboard, and here he's just taking over the game by force. I can't even necessarily praise MOUZ for playing like great team CS or anything like that. Like, they were taking a lot of duels, many fights down ramp especially. They were playing against Heroic's one-way, and they were still winning the fight around a one-way that's supposed to help Heroic. That's not supposed to happen, but sometimes you're just on a heater. Sometimes that's what Stadium CS is like. That really, like these one-taps from Dexter. What do you do? What do you do?
This is a 4v5 round, right, in which he just comes and gets 2 kills through the smoke and brings it back, right? Like, in that span of 4 or 5 rounds, he got something like 12 kills, 13, 14 kills. It's just incredible. And yeah, they were winning some of those fights. I think what you can give them praise for, they were getting some good reads on Heroic, like when they're going to try to play a little bit extra aggressive on ramp, when they're going to play in between. Right towards the end of the half, there was that one round where Cadian is like trying to sneak towards ramp. They do the fast take with HEs, they blow him up, right? So I think in that sense they were getting some good reads, but absolutely the most smoke kills.
8 smoke kills?
8 smoke kills.
That's so ridiculous.
It's just insane.
And the fact that he also had 8 multi-frags, that was something that SEO was doing a good job on the broadcast of showing those were popping up all the time. He had 8 in a game that went 24 rounds. 1 in 3 rounds, he's getting 2 or more kills. Like, it's just unstoppable. Like if you can't, and I don't even think Heroic were doing anything too wrong. They still had some good plans there. They were playing a little bit worse than normally. Like we saw them double smoke the same thing at one point. So the communication wasn't pristine, but going for re-aggresses towards ramp to try to take space back is the meta. That's what at least people have outlined as being a very proper play. It's because you need some information. But if Dexter's just going to shoot you in the face every time you even round the edge of a smoke, like, well, that's that.
Yeah, Ezio also gave us some really good insight into the openings that MOUZ were able to find upon Heroic as well, and use the word fast, Janko. That is exactly what Dexter and his men were delivering, basically for the duration of that first half, which is crazy when you think about going up against Heroic, because you expect them to be really proactive back at you as well, and they just looked like they were cornered in that one.
Well, it's hard to be proactive when you're 3v5 and 2v4 and you're doing it, and like you saw some of the shots that Dexter is hitting. Absolutely, you can't blame Heroic. Is like going for the correct play, especially considering their style. But you know, Dexter was just on one, and you know he's punishing you every single time. You have two guys coming over with a flash. He one-taps the first one, you know, transfers to the other one. It's one of those games where, you know, if you're Heroic, you're not too mad about this, because you're gonna go back and say, bro, this guy just wrecked us. There's not much you can do when that happens.
Yes.
You know, you just hope that that's not going to continue into the second map.
That begs the question for me, yeah, how much criticism can you put on the side of Heroic for not being able to, you know, push back against this? Because this is kind of, you know, a 1 in a million game for Dexter within this tier space, right? I know that Chad was giving him some props back in Australia back in the day. He was a big fragging in-game leader, but you move on over to this region and this isn't a tendency we normally see coming out of him.
No, and if you want to talk about, I guess, the first thing you addressed, the criticism for Heroic there, this kind of showed to be just a little bit of rust, I would say, for Vertigo. They haven't played that map since IEM Rio, so it's been the whole major cycle, and so they're probably trying to feel it out again. I didn't think they were playing badly, but I also think that their communication probably would have been a little bit more ironed out had they have played this in the group stage or even just in Paris as well.
Something that's worrying for Heroic still is Tessus was 6-20. Like, he was the one who was getting the brunt of those Dexter's, you know, frags going against him, but I feel like he's also probably mentally the weakest link in Heroic. Like, he's the guy that gets like affected by pressure the most, and probably who's like communication and stuff you can see on the player cams gets like maybe the most nervous and something along those lines. So I'm sure Heroic is aware of this, and they need to do a good job now in this break, telling him, hey, don't worry about it. Yeah. Like, you're fine, you're good. The guy was just having a great game. Like, we're gonna need you for the series. You know, not let that get to him too much. And also for Tessus, just, you need to get out of that, right? Like, you need to break out of that, and this is a great moment for you to step up and show that, you know, this is not who you are. One game is not going to affect you, and you can come back into the series and help your team win.
And I think in theory, you know, that should be way easier task coming onto Overpass, because for Heroic, this map has been their bread and butter recently.
Heroic have loved it, and it's also a great punish pick. When we look at MOUZ's stats for this map for this year, they have an under 40% win rate on the CT side of what is supposed to be the most CT-sided map in the space. I will say, just outright, Dexter and Torzi are the worst A defensive duo in Tier 1 Counter-Strike on this map. Like, they're really, really bad at it, but Dexter is popping off. He's going crazy. If he's going to have a nuclear performance, and actually, the last time these two teams played against each other, Heroic did try to punish Dexter towards that A side of Overpass, but it actually looks like Dexter is just in better form right now as a whole, and I think that maybe those talks of is this team like going to replace some players on MOUZ, that might actually be making Dexter play outside of the structure or what he thinks is a little bit more proper, and he's just taking more fights, and with that, it's instilled him with some kind of like zombie confidence.
I think this is, though, where you go back to the veto in its own and wonder if MOUZ like made a mistake, right? Like, they could have potentially vetoed out Overpass. You know, Anubis is the permaban for both teams. Make Heroic go somewhere else, right? Whatever that map might have been. Nuke doesn't seem to be the same, but definitely a better map for MOUZ than Overpass would be, you know? And Heroic is a great team. Dexter, you're expecting him to regress back to the mean, you know, in terms of his individual performance. So this is a great opportunity for them to have a dominant win of their own, right? Bounce back and then come into the decider with an advantage.
And that dominance was exactly what we saw going down in the group stage, because this is, you know, one of the same maps we saw in that brawl last time around. MOUZ actually starting off 8-1. Damn, we got some Dexter fans in the audience.
People love Dexter. He's playing it up too.
He's loving life.
But see, that's what's terrifying because Heroic should win this. But Heroic seem to play some of their worst CS when they're the favorites and when they are against a team that should really have no shot beating them.
Yeah.
So Vertigo was obviously a bit of an exception and good on MOUZ to do some prep there to change the map pool up a little bit in this veto. But I still think that there's such a great chance that Heroic do bring this one back if they even play to, I'd say, 80% of the level that we expect of them to do it on Overpass.
Do you think logic is going to prevail here then, Yanko? We are going to be going to a third. Heroic should be taking this one.
I do feel that, and if that doesn't happen and they lose to 2-0 to MOUZ here, after losing to Gamer Legion at the major, then that's like slowly alarm bells are going to start ringing for this Heroic squad.
Yeah, the alarm bells getting deafening for the boys at the moment. The Danes bringing Overpass into the mix. We saw them dominating MOUZ last time around, but let's see if they can do it again on the big stage. Overpass coming up after this break.
Smurfs, go f yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on FaZe, go f yourself.
Players who throw games, go f yourself. To all you grievers, go f yourself.
This is for all the low sense out there. Just f yourself.
To everybody I know, go f yourself.
I already paid to be boosted. I deserve level 10. Go f yourself. Go f yourself. Go f yourself. Go f yourself. Go f yourself.
Go and verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join us in building a more trusted community, one verification at a time. What did you think they were saying?
Go verify yourself. Wait, you're saying verify? Yeah, man, we're trying to make people go verify themselves. Oh.
A wiser fellow than myself once said, sometimes the bear eats you, sometimes you eat the bear. At least I think that's how it goes. Evil Geniuses in New York, the perfect example of that feat. Its tale goes down in 2019. Evil Geniuses returned to Counter-Strike for the first time since 2011. They take over the former NRG squad. Breeze, Stanislaw, Ethan, Tarek, and Seoul European Surf. At the time, there was one team that trumped all, the Big Bad Danes of Astralis. You didn't want to be on the receiving end of these guys. No, if you made it to Grand Finals, you likely would be. But, thankfully for EG, they're on the other side of the playoffs bracket. Wipe the sweat off your brow, kids, and watch on while your North American brothers received a semifinals battering at the hands of the Danes instead. It was up to EG to take down the Frenchmen of G2, which they do cleanly.
And Tarek could do damage. They are. He's in the fight, and it's a massacre. It's attack. Now they can boost him up. He's going hunting. What? Who can he even kill? This round is his. This map is his.
This meant a spot on the roster's second ever grand final, a date with destiny on home ground, a 5-map opportunity to tame the 4-time major winners.
No place on the planet I would rather be right now than right here in the Barclays Center. We have got 2 teams ready to go head-to-head, to enter the lion's den and go at each other for your pleasure.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh!
Both of those teams playing off for this trophy and the ability to call themselves the champions of ESL 1 New York. I said New York! Let's go, baby! Time, a factor. 15 seconds, Breezy holds down that squad. Close magic, 1 HP! And leaves justified. He's finished off by Surf. A solid hold, a flawless hold from the CT. Who's going where? But what is going on? This is a sitcom. 15 seconds. Go 1 versus 3. Stands running. And the evil geniuses live up to the suffix. But Tarek wants to bring the point in there. Oh, 2! Just like that, the round is over.
This is their chance to get multiple frags. He does it.
2! looking to make it a 1v1. He gets it! Ethan, not shaken. The boy from Brooklyn does it on home soil in the Barclays.
Their debut under their new organization's colors, and a trophy now in the cabinet. It was a moment in time where it wasn't just Liquid that could fly the flag for NA, and it wouldn't always be written in the stars. Look at me. I'm rambling again. Hope you folks enjoyed yourselves. Catch you later on down the trail.
Oh, hello, Dallas. Are you still with us? We got map 2 of this semi-final. MOUZ slaughtering the competition on Vertigo. The desks discussed it. I'm Machine. I'm joined by Chatty B. You ready for this one, Chat?
Yeah, do they discuss it or are they disgusted? Because right now, Heroic, we're talking about them, another grand final, having to get over that mental edge. Well, they got to get there first. And MOUZ, they are putting up some resistance here today. And we're about to get into Overpass, Heroic's map choice, and they played this in the group stage. They won it 16-10 over the MOUZ. 3 clutches in their favor, both pistol rounds to the international squad, and yet the Danes still pick it up, and we are getting underway. Pistol round, let's see how hot out the gates we are. Frozen Torji starting towards A. Flash forward. Odds still favoring Heroic here. Let's see if they can pull it back on their map choice. Shush to investigate. Noisy about this. His steps will have been heard by the likes of Frozen and Torji down to Connector. And speaking of Connector, these Julies paired up. Exertion. And Torji will call Connector clear. Now back over towards B. They dip. Cadian will have to kick up a bit of a fuss here if he wants to force the rotation towards A.
Oh, they've been doing their work. Coordination. In and out of the server, and Cadian, ooh, I thought he was being escorted off the premises, but with 7 HP he prevails. And now JDC, successful on the Jewel and Monster, and they look to escape, but Torji confirms it. Spotted and does significant damage, health limited, and look at this push from Exertion, it's a bit ballsy. Thinks better of committing.
They're almost forced to B because of this Connector presence. They don't want to push in and take Torji on with Julies. They have to go B.
And oh man, they're running out of players and health, but still Shush onto Exertion. Torji should be able to activate and threaten short. Oh, but it cost him his head. Now they can go anywhere they want. 28 seconds and no more players. MOUZ collapse. And Cadian liked that one.
Yeah, Tassus with 2 kills on the pistol. You need him to wake up from map number 1. I think Yanko spoke about him potentially being the weakest mentally for this Heroic team. Well, that's a great showing. But that's a pistol round I felt like MOUZ should have won. They went for fights that they didn't feel were necessary. They could have sat and waited, but that was one of the keys for them on the CT side of Vertigo. Actually, the T side as well. They were the ones setting the tempo. They were the ones taking the fights to the Danes. And this time round, they tried to do the same thing, and Cadian loves that one. He's going to need a whole lot more of that in map number 2 if we want to go the distance here today.
I mean, we saw that first head-to-head. Heroic did just slice and dice MOUZ.
No dramas. And so on this map, MOUZ even started with an 8-1 lead and still lost 16-10.
Oh, but I mean, you know, with that taken into consideration, I can't help but feel there may have been an element of perhaps just thinking this was going to be a quick day in the office.
Oh, that's easy. That's a simple one.
Yeah, and JDC smart to leap.
Frozen's in trouble here.
Back towards short. Frozen has help now.
Good smoke.
Very good smoke. Channels them into that potential Heaven Deagle. And the angle, nice from JDC. Frozen brought down. Jabby, dead. Sound got the AK though, and Cadian's been taken down on short.
2-on-2.
Wait for that smoke and try and consider their options. Torji and Exertion to win a second round force. And they've got the rifles recovered. Smokes as well, wasn't expecting that one. Torji's opened up rolled out the red carpet.
Round's impossible for Exertion
and down, this is his potential 4th.
This is such a gauntlet. Running through here when you know that there could be a T anyway, like this is almost impossible. Oh, and it just got so much worse.
It's gross. Yeah, I think that smoke is enough. You know, after all of that promising signs. The double out of exertion. JDC as well contributing.
He's going to see if he can find himself a better upgrade here over towards B during all of this. So grabbing a pistol, sure, he'll be able to drop one of those across. That's going to be tasty, but otherwise not too sure how much else he can find here over towards B. Well handled from Heroic. In that type of situation, a lot of teams will be focusing on getting the bomb down. They actually isolated a fight as a pair. Torji gets caught off guard by that type of a maneuver, and then there's no way back in. Exertion had to run the gauntlet, and the Danes will be starting this one 2-0 up and sitting pretty for the 3-0 conversion. So this is a bit more of what we expect. It's a golf clap. They're on their feet, the crowd, they love it. Proud now.
They want to see this go the distance.
We got Ancient as the third if we need it, so that could be a bit of fun. Like a bit of the green map.
I've been enjoying a lot of Ancient recently. We'll see if it's required. And so it's time for what should be some frag farming. You got those two SMGs, Katie and Yabi going to be let off the leash, and yeah, Exertion's got himself some Kevlar and a Mag-10 of his own, but it shouldn't get them far. He gets one.
Yeah, one's not bad.
And stops Cadian in his tracks with that Mac. He wanted to go farming. $600 a pop. Very nice for an AWPer to be getting early help, but he's not going to be getting anything from that in this one.
Well, still should just be a matter of time, unless some of these pistols can land anything lethal. That flash, all for naught. Yabi, good job on this monster lurk so far. He's been pesky, he's taken a chunk of damage. And, well, now the number advantage is with the Danes as they can regroup and should be able to pick this one apart. Torji would have to do something otherworldly with this Deagle. And Frozen, right now, is too far away to help.
Keeping it clean.
Now, remember that Frozen round we had on this very bomb site with the P250 in hand? That was absolutely wild.
Yeah, that was that was otherworldly.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, yeah.
Maybe one of the biggest rounds we've had so far at IEM Dallas. Frozen got one.
Yeah, Frozen just needs 3 more. With half health, no armor, and no head. There you go. There's your 3-0. And so far, Dexter yet to frag. So, you know, in terms of the way in which the first map started, what did he end on?
28.
28.
28, yeah, he had an absolute barn burner over the first map. I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him over here on a map like Overpass.
You can see that's Exertion dancing that he took down Cadian's jump and hunt. But there's a good start for Heroic, so trying to get back into their winning ways. Cadian's got a very clear game plan to this first gun round.
I'm curious if, from the previous matchup, if they're going to start a little bit more B-heavy MOUZ, because that's something that might get exploited here. Dexter and Torji over towards A. Oh, that's a wild stat right there, isn't it? Just showing you how bleak it was for Heroic on map number 1. Wow. Not able to put too many rounds in a row, so this has got to feel good. Torji needs to hit this shot, and Will needs to get out now, and will be escorted by Dexter, who's also in trouble.
Yeah, he hasn't left. I thought that was his window of opportunity. Now, still allowed safe passage back.
So trying to beat the AWPer here, who has actually already rotated. You can see Torji, oh, he's not parked up. He's in transition. This is dicey. Very dicey. Torji, a great second.
Oh, and Tessus, he comes a knocking as well. The flash bait, and it should be his death. Double from Tessus.
They still caught them with the timing there. Good pressure from Heroic now.
Stown has set him up for success, and now he'll scavenge the AWP to see if he can continue to contribute. Schuster be the caretaker of the potential flank.
And you might also have to provide a way out here because Exertion, he can't lock the door single-handedly with this position, but he can definitely close down the attack if it continues in this direction.
Oh yeah, Exertion. If he rounds this corner right, he's got he's dead 2 rights. That's all the util. At least he's got thrown it down, but Tess is going to be a jump scared here. And
he's playing a risk here. Yeah, you can't be doing that for too long in a stage game.
Yeah, and JDC is going to clean house. MOUZ off the starting mark.
Respectful crowd there, you know, allowing Exertion to get up to his silly games, take his time before hitting that shot, but you want to get as much information as you can before you go for those kills. So a nice one there, immediate response for MOUZ once the guns come in.
And all for naught from Tessus. Good to find this second here. It's the Stown flash that enabled it.
Yeah, they thought they had a bit of a timing, right? So because he was in connected with the first peak, he wanted to rotate back around the world, and then Dexter was going to come. They could have established a boost or taken some territory, gotten back up at bathrooms, but Heroic understood that rotation time. Still just not enough. And I mentioned maybe more B conditioning. Well, here it comes.
Charging. 3 here to receive him. Down. First one in. Best stress. Tessus. 1. Looking to impress. Oh, you're good. Shot out of Yabby onto barrels. Not going to be comfortable for Heroic whatsoever. And Frozen. Oh! He closes. A lovely tap to the head of Cadian.
And a really nice round. There was a force buy there from the Danes. Throw everything into that. Try the fast B. You don't get away with it. You get stopped at the door. Exertion keeps getting 1 before he's done. That's impressive from him, right? He keeps getting 1 kill before he goes down. We've seen this a couple of times over both maps now. And it should be... Oh, okay. Thought it was going to be an eco here out of Heroic. I'm going to spoil the fun. It's definitely not. Heroic are going to keep up these buying patterns. And this hurt them a little bit on the CT side of Vertigo. So they've invested fully again. If MOUZ win this one, they get a real opportunity to, well, first tie things up.
Yeah, they're pushing long, aggressive, fast. Yeah, you can see the comparison there. Tessus already seems to have been able to shake off Vertigo. Now he's going to have a potential fight with Dexter. Or whether or not it's even a fight, I don't know if this is something Tessus has even considered. The element of surprise might favor the leader of MOUZ here.
The thing is, with all of this, there is a gap. So at some point, Frozen will have to acknowledge the potential that it's unlikely that somebody could slip past, or they have to push this monster tunnel out. This is all their util.
Yeah, charging through. Catching JDC off guard. There's Tech9's in the mix, but will Yabby's AK do anything? 1 is all he gets done. Can they run over JDC? He's kicking up enough of a fuss. He gets a second as well, despite the low HP, and they leave.
They're going to try and go back connected to A, because Tessus already has this space. Dexter's not going to be able to stop them here, so the gap it's being found. Frozen's the only one who can rotate back. Oh, maybe not. Not connected to A. Look at the AK. It's still an option here. Okay, so weapon retrieval important. They've been able to get away with that, and they've slunk completely past enemy lines here. They are so entrenched, so deep over towards the other side of the map.
Yeah, if Tessus can get a bit more of a forward position.
The thing is, if the 3 of them are coming back through CT spawn, this is going to be quite miserable. It's Dexter's going to have to alleviate some pressure with him. This little flank that he's working on right now.
This is a recovery of sorts. Cadian now on that AK. Oh, and he does get tagged up, spotted out by Dexter. Looking to play the time. This is stress for now for MOUZ, and pushing into the bank. They need them both, and Exertion sprays them down.
Cadian for a clutch here.
Would be quite a clutch.
Bomb's almost halfway gone. There's smoke for it. Kit's in play.
An unorthodox buy. Cadian called this for a reason, but can he possibly benefit? They've got all the bells and whistles, and he's got nothing. Smoke down, round 1, Heroic. They are going to be in some economic turmoil now.
It's a really good plan, considering how that round started, right? They go into B, they get absolutely nothing done. JDC, I think, got himself a nice little double there. They stopped them at the door. They were slow on that retake, but it all worked out. There's that JDC double we were just talking about. And no timeout, so maybe try again next round, guys, because Heroic, with that plan, they are so stubborn right now.
I was going to say, I thought this would be like another partial.
They just don't want to allow MOUZ to build up a CT bank. But at the same time, I can get it, because this is the T side of overpass. They're already close to the path for the course. The bar there is set at 5, and Dexter, is he calling for another flash? He is, another fight. This time, Tessus too good.
Very good. Dexter down. We're seeing a bit of a trend emerge. Down with a flash, Tessus with the frag. Frozen forward position. Slinking through the toilet smoke and investigating towards the long.
Torji. Noisy on the run back too. That's going to be noted. That's going to be heard. Going to be under a lot of pressure towards A here. And look at the call from Dexter. Look at this gamble stack. 4 players on the side. Everybody here to defend. Yabby and Cadian yet to investigate B. The bomb isn't committed here. Scene 2, scene 2.
Seen a lot. He's going to be screaming about that. The bomb's on its way there as well, but I'm intrigued if this is all smoke and mirrors. Now, Tessus has gone down. JDC again with a heavy contribution. He's got him. Dead. Down. Eliminated. Popping 1, but maybe that bomb can get out. Smoke to allow it. Nade avoided. And Cadian's got full control of the rotate. JDC goes looking. Gets 1 between the eyes from Casper, Cadian, Muller. Torji, though, if he could find 1, they might have a look in. Shush gets dropped, and now, oh yeah,
wait,
considering his options, he knows,
I
but
don't
now
think
he's
he
given
does.
time. What is going on? Torji, an opportunity goes awry.
Now he has to save. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I think the shot that whistled past his head, he overthought it. He can't go for a round like this.
You just told me the Heroic's objective was to take away and keep the CT economy humble. Yeah, I thought Torji was about to throw that expensive one away.
Yeah, definitely not worth it here. No loss bonus in play. Need to hold on to this. So they do make it work. A good round, and that all came down to the gap. It was the gamble that had to be taken by MOUZ to try and bring things back over. Profited somewhat here, but they just couldn't stop that bomb transitioning back down connector. That was the biggest issue. So decent attempt, but the Danes will get back into the winning ways. They already have a decent haul of T rounds here. There's the timeout that the crowd was looking for.
It's impressive how this stubborn buying pattern has actually translated into something quite glamorous and glorious for the Heroic roster.
Yeah, right now JDC can get out of silence step 4. Dexter can buy something as well here that's not too bad. Exertion, maybe he could drop at MP9. But there is a buy available here for MOUZ, and we've got another little case opening right here. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I'm sure it's more blue. More blue. Yeah. Story of our lives.
Still haven't opened a knife.
We'll get there one day. I'm going to get my laptop and come sit in the crowd a little bit later and start opening some cases, I think.
That's a good idea.
See if I can get some of this Dallas crowd luck. Actually, no, I don't want that. You keep opening blues.
I'm going to the nail art station, actually, later today.
Nail art station,
yeah.
all right.
Very talented artist.
Exploring the festival.
Visiting the DreamHack Fest.
All right, well, they have been able to get a decent buy looking here, MOUZ. Torji.
Oh, God, he's trying to find an early one.
But look how overcommitted he is. He's the only player at A. So if he went down and connected there, we probably could have already been looking at a round done and dusted. Fortunately for him, able to get away. They're worried. That type of molly indicates they're worried about a player playing behind the lurk smoke there. A rally of flashes to take back this control. So Monster now secured as another boost enabled here to look for whatever they can. More space to be taken for free from Heroic. They have an awful lot of room available on the map here. And they're just going through the paces. It's a much better looking Heroic. They don't look as flustered and as desperate as they did on Vertigo.
That's for sure. I feel like they might be thinking about a firmer grasp.
There's still a chance for this bomb to stay in rotation between the two sides. And that's the scariest thing about Heroic. Even though it looks like they're going to finish A, maybe, just maybe, Yavi finds something here on B.
Precisely, yeah. All it would take is him to, find a little gap. And it seems he might be working on it. Now, JDC's
got to be spotted, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Great catch. JDC is having one hell of a game.
They're going A.
Torji's got nothing to report.
Torji's dead from long in a minute.
You'd think so. Tessus to wide swing in and escorts Torji out. Dexter dead as well. Heroic lining up for a fifth. It's Frozen that's able to voice concerns for a moment. But an uncomfortable retake here. Do you even go for it? Nah, they're out of that.
I got a question. Like, what's the positioning from Torji there? What's he doing? He's the only one on the side. He just got left. He didn't drop back anything more passive. He knows he's susceptible to both bathrooms,
and long.
divider, and long. Right, 3 different angles essentially. And he's just standing in no man's land, giving up a kill on the site, right? Like, if he stayed alive, you could play the numbers at least. But you give up that death, you give up the site, you give up that AWP, you give up everything. It doesn't make any sense when you see those type of scenarios unfolding. Just question what's going through the head.
Monkey with symbols.
Yeah, it's hard, right? Like, I get it. I understand. They need to take some risks sometimes, but you're so susceptible, especially a team like Heroic, who are always everywhere. They're an annoying team. They're very frustrating to play against because there seems to be a player everywhere punishing you. And that is exactly what happened right there.
And that started with a JDC frag. You know, like that started swimmingly. This is the death that opened up the site. And then you put Dexter into a very hot water. Frozen trying as hard as he might, one frag.
But that's always going to happen. Like, he's not even ready for it at all. Like, get surprised that he dies from long. So maybe that fake seemed a little bit more potent in the server than it did on our perspective here. But we are back underway with these 2 safe guns, Exertion and JDC. You have to do an awful lot with these. See, they've operated for the divide and conquer approach here.
Diligent, as they should be. Don't want to be falling into any of these kind of USP stacks or forward positions.
You just see the way they go about their waypoints though as well. They'll do it in different fashions at different times, but you smoke off front bathroom, molly divider, you clear out connector. It's a pesky position against lighter buys. Now Shush has more freedom. He can apply some pressure towards sewer. It alleviates Yabi having to worry about that side of the map as well. The biggest gap here is long. Cadian is susceptible right now, definitely so. He's just thrown at lurk smoke front sight. And a miss of a shot, so Exertion with some space. Going into a boost on B. And JDC signals his position.
They're going to try and punish him for that, and Shush good for it. Response, potentially. Frozen cut down, it's all down.
Oh, and they know where the last player was. He showed himself about 15 seconds ago here, so...
don't think Cadian will have forgotten.
Should have a good idea that this is either going to be the flank or just another save coming through. So quite a commanding scoreline right now for the Danes. 6-3 up on the T side. Their map choice overpass. So this is great. This is looking great guns to take us to Ancient as the third, but we're returning to blowout territory here. Series after series. A lot of these games, especially the ones that you and I have had the pleasure of casting, have been very one-sided affairs.
Yeah, it's
G2 Heroic game, a blowout.
Yeah, but the contrast in the way in which the teams losing so dramatically and then can continue to come into the next map, and it's very volatile. I compare the MOUZ, Vertigo, to the one in front and attempting overpass. I mean, Heroic, they picked it. Seemed to have felt very good the first time they played it in the head-to-head.
Yeah, and that's one of the factors, you're returning to a map that you've already played against an opponent. You worry about how they will have adjusted.
It was an 8-7 half. Heroic with 70 rounds the last time they had this match.
Yeah, and they broke into that late into the half.
Yeah.
Because it was 8-1 start from MOUZ, right? And they're not anything close to that here. It's still possible to salvage the 8. We are just looking at another tactical timeout here from MOUZ. So a 30-second conversation to be had about how they can change their fate. But no Torji AWP available. Just that one save rifle from Exertion, and they will make it work with another rifle round, but at the moment, the moves that MOUZ are trying, it's not getting them an awful lot. And this one has come to its close. We will be getting back underway with the action here. And at least some resistance this time from the likes of Tessus, right? He had a real rough go of things on that first map of play, but he's picked himself back up, and that's what you need to see.
Yeah, good kills distribution. Shush down and Tessus, 8 frags apiece. And Cadian not going to miss that one onto Exertion. Catches him going wide on short pipe. Whoa, Yabi through the fire and flames. And I'm not talking Dragon Force, it's all good in the Heroic hood. Just takes the gamble and smashes through.
He got brought real low there, Torch, didn't he? Down to 15 points of health. He's going to have to just try and stay alive, and I'm sure Cadian wants to let the boys off the hook here to see if they can take this one away. 7 confirmed now. And it all happens way too easy. The first kill, Cadian. Exertion behind the molly. Bang, done. Yabi, sure he takes a risk, but a calculated one. Just waltzes into B and rips another head off. So, MOUZ, maybe they used all the sauce on map number 1, as Torji will grab another kill, sure, but these are exit frags, some of the low impact bad boys, especially considering Heroic are pretty decent for money. They have enough for yet another buy here, so it's all good, especially with the win round bonus coming in. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Oh, God, another
Trajectory figured out perfectly there, wasn't it?
First Shush, now Stown.
Heat-seeking missile.
That is a little extra salt in the wound.
All right, well, this is very mild here. It's the opener. And essentially the closer. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Dude, Yabi, yeah, he just really threw all of his eggs into that basket, threw that Molotov, and they profit. Laughing at him now, Heroic, they have got the vibes, the good vibe tribe back.
Down to just a couple pistols here again. Money's not there for a MOUZ purchase. Heroic looking great here for their 8th round, and they're just really going through the paces. Looks like they're just dry running on them here. The day of practice. As MOUZ have at least opted for a stack, they might need to force the issue if they want to find a fight. Yabi's on his lonesome right now. Shush has cleared out connector. They've gone through the protocols over towards A to make sure this is all clear. Hey, Dallas, we might have to make our own fun with this one.
Well, you have any suggestions?
I don't know, any crowd games? They do beer snakes here. Yesterday, some people were enjoying beverages quickly. I'm not sure, you know, they were very thirsty, I saw.
I think so, yeah, there were some thirsty games.
People were running around. There was some chants going on.
Oh, wow. Keep that up and MOUZ might convert. A great shot out of Dexter. Rotations are on their way. It's Torji and Frozen considering it. Heroic, they haven't got much time to piece this together, and with the 2 casualties now, Yabi and Tessa's concerned that their deaths may ring into a 4th for MOUZ, break their silence. It's been a run of 4. Ooh, Shush. Half health now. Erecting the boost with 13 seconds left down. Planting dice. Oh, spotted out, forced off. Clock extended by the plant. Now JDC's got a recovered AK-47 and he's on the crawl.
This.
They don't have a kit, so it is going to have to be quite hectic to finish. Can they convert off of a couple of fantastic shots? Cadian doesn't seem to think so, but he's been jiggled out, and now JDC will activate. Cadian's exposed. Dexter another. It's up to these 2. Shushan's down, bomb half gone. It's all onto Stout now, really. 1v3, JDC holds on, and a 10-second defuse. MOUZ making magic. JDC to thank, and Dexter as well.
Cool, this one's going to be close. Another tight defuse, but just in the nick of time. MOUZ, is that the fire starter you've been looking for? Crowd found the energy, and maybe MOUZ as well. Still not too late to salvage this half and turn things around. 4 more straight into halftime as... yeah, we've all been there before.
Oh my God, he's got on a t-shirt.
Yeah, people brought their own merch.
Yeah. So people are doing live graphic design and making their own merch. The future is now.
Getting involved.
The future is now. That was a great shot out of Dexter. You can see what it did translate into. Don't think that's going to extinguish the flame in Heroic's belly, but certainly a good place to get MOUZ's CT sign into a state of recovery.
And they have just taken a timeout here, Heroic. So happy just to take a 30-second pause, knowing there was plenty of cash in the bank balance for another buy. Interestingly enough, Yabi has decided to go with the MAC-10 here. I think they might just head B and keep punishing this B bomb site. With his spawn and the fact that we know that he is a bit of a B lurker, is very telling here. As we've got a full buy off the back of that, let's see how far they can really take this game. So far, it has really looked like Heroic are the better team in this one. Yabi's going through, Alex.
Yeah, but JDC's here. JDC, he's going to be under a lot of scrutiny. Yabi puts him down. It's Frozen in exertion to pick up the slack. Could be boosting. Looks like they're considering the options. Yeah, start. Ooh. Flub the flash, but erect the boost. Molly, they're going to get hot and bothered. They have to go wide. Smokal guys pushing around. Is Shush down. Dexter, and more damage from him. And Cadian, quick on the re-peek. Puts it all onto Torji with Tessa's help. 1 versus 2 for MOUZ's AWPA. They did not get that bomb down, so right now he has that luxury of taking a little look and taking ahead. Tessa's dead, and a one-on-one for the AWPAs here. This would be a huge round for the MOUZ side. Heroic looking to return to regular scheduled program, and he misses the first. And Cadian, he's had enough of that.
Yeah, this is where Cadian does his best work. He's got the map as his oyster right now. The world has just opened up. And right now, trying to outmaneuver Torji here. He's going to have to ask himself a couple of questions. He's got a kit, he's got a smoke, and it's AWP on AWP. The HP, it's not going to matter.
Torji starting to put 2 and 2 together. And Cadian getting the code punched. Oh, he got off the bomb. Got off the bomb. We got off the bomb. He heard the steps. He's cancelled again.
10 seconds.
Playing with him. Oh, Cadian, what is that? Torji will take the clutch. Overthinking, and he overcooks it.
Yeah, normally so cool in the clutch. Normally does his best work when things are erratic, so maybe too much room for movement there.
And the fact he didn't even secure the plant, that's going to hurt them financially. So Torji, a bit of a gift here. The first was great. Cadian flubs his lines and gives up the frag. Torji will take the clutch, and Cadian normally so good at it. Can't get it done here today. Wow, we've had that light by win, and now a Torji. 1-on-2 and back-to-back, starting to show some cracks here.
Like, someone grab the alarm bell, because if Heroic lose this one, they're going to start ringing it. Tessus, though. Quick to the draw, Dexter pushing, exertion, only the one on short side.
Yeah, Dexter's cooled massively, hasn't he? 4 and 11 after 28 kills on map number 1. The contributions from the leader, well, if you can get one map out of him, that's great. You know, it sets the team up. He's not meant to be the guy dropping bombs every single time. But this is quite the cool-off. Unfortunately for him, Cadian's struggling as well.
Tessus is dead. Torji, great catch, continues to frag. JDC normally gets himself one. Frozen's got 2 on his plate and he's found him. Cadian, yeah, great.
He gets another attempt.
Will he plant the bomb this time? Let's find out. Torji versus Cadian. It's getting sketchy. It's getting messy. Oh God, 4 bullets left in the M4. Begging him to peek, make it 2. Good grief. Pressure's on now. 1-on-1. And this time, he does him! Cadian gets the revenge! What is going on here?
These have been some of the strangest clutches.
I swear to God, this is straight Mickey Mouse counter.
Well, some fun and games here today. And Heroic, through Cadian, will get their revenge.
Wow!
That would have been a real hurter to lose that one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Counter-Strike, every round like a fingerprint. Unique, Chad.
Yeah, very much so. Okay, well. How much more can MOUZ try and get out of this game now? Oh, okay. Yeah, look, that's probably not going to be in his highlight reel.
His 8th clutch.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, maybe one he'll look to forget, but happy to have an 8.
Yeah, you'll take it regardless.
And now this is where MOUZ have been thoroughly humbled. 2 M4s to boast into our 14th round.
In connector has smoked them off, so essentially forcing them to investigate over. Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it?
I've never in my life been casting a stage game and started laughing at it.
They were just so drawn out. Those last 2 clutches were just so drawn out. Multiple bodies here on A. Full commit out of Heroic here through long. Smoke would be perfect now, Torji.
Looks like he's got it down in time. Will they disrespect the smoke? Doesn't seem so.
They can just stand and wait here. This is what I love about Heroic. A lot of teams would just start running away. Where do they need to go? Just chill. Oh, hold up. How many bodies are coming? How many are gravitating towards this? This is about to be deathmatch on A.
Oh my, yeah. Deathmatch indeed, Chatty B. It's one from Tessus, and Torji gets nothing done. Frozen got held up by the tag, and shush, wow, he's zipping up body bags. It's another.
It's the cut of noise. One of the things that's so scary about Heroic on this map is you never really know where they're going to finish.
They just disappear.
And it's been discussed so much with them today, even when we've been during this matches, about how they seesaw and how there's someone always pressuring a different point of the map, looking for a gap. And that time, they're all together. So they brute force as a unit. And MOUZ is so worried about other elements. They're having to re-aggress. I think, no, surely they're not here. Surely they just parked one player. There's no way. There's 4 guys standing behind this long smoke, and then bang, everybody's there. You all fall. And then you have to save.
Is that a welcome to the clutch spray on the bomb site as well?
Cadian put that down with the one he lost. So you know the one he lost where he jumped up? He sprayed that on the ground before he started planting.
Well, he's had 8 of them.
Did look a little bit silly in post-mortem, but all good. And 9 now for the Danes. 10 more than likely here, considering the financial affairs of the MOUZ Sports side of things.
And oftentimes, Chad, when we talk about overpass, when we head into this territory, you talk about, 4 or 5 being a nice number for the T side. Heroic boasting 9. And MOUZ looking to recover just a little bit more.
Here we go again.
What happened to your screen, bro?
Did you drop it? Like, did you sit on it? What happened there?
He's hoping for a skin so he can buy a new laptop.
Yeah, he needs a new lappy. That's what your phone looked like about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, well, your Dexter is truly cool, doesn't he? 28 kills in the last map, 4 kills in this, and I've mentioned that already a couple of times, so you can tell just how few and far between his impact has been. 5 assists. He's not finishing his meal. We're finishing this half with an ugly-looking buy. 2 MP9s, a Deagle with Scout, and 1 M4 for Frozen. Not even a single defuse kit in play here. See how far they can take this one.
Wow, Yavi can't believe his luck. They go charging through the monster smoke. He's got full vision and full domination. 2 headshots, holding the spray nicely. Puts himself up to 10.
You can see this out of MOUZ in a lot of these scenarios. They're throwing something at the wall, hoping it sticks.
Yeah, right.
And then when you get absolutely nothing and continue to get nothing, Yabi showing what he's got over towards B here. 3 big kills. Might even find a 4th. Has seen the tip of the head now over towards CT spawn.
Last round of this half. Heroic in pursuit of 10.
Ooh, that's not bad from Frozen. Good bit of damage done on Cadian, sure, but this isn't all going to account for a lot. Look at Tessa's positioning right now. The boa constrictor.
And so they head on in. Torji, nice catch onto Cadian. Would need a whole lot more of that. And just like that, Yabi down. Got to be quick about this. The Tessus final flourish found, and it's all done for the attack. Heroic boasting 10 as we swap sides. We take a break, and potentially we head to 3. Ancient awaits. Let's see if MOUZ can fight back on map 2.
Have my own sound. House that the fake ones are always so loud. All they do is here I am. I'm doing my own thing. Hell, I just wanna sing. Never wanted to impress. God bless. Don't ever wanna have to. Mirror, mirror, tell me what is it about them? Living like it's their game. In this world, there's talkers and there's doers. Hey, we're all losers. We're in the house made up of glass. Baby, I can see your lies. We're in the house made up of glass, devils in the skies, but I can see right through your eyes. Baby, I can see your lies. I just wanna put down my armor, no more drama. I just wanna put down
I found my best cowgirl once again. Heku, we're down at Impact. You're stunting, you're throwing out. How's it going so far?
It's amazing. We already had like our first best of 3. Now it's going to be the second one. The one that wins this one is going to the semifinals.
Oh, and then we'll have all our semifinal teams. Are they playing today as well?
No, the teams that already qualified to the semifinals yesterday, they have a day off. They can go shopping. They can do a lot of things, but
shopping, practice.
Shopping and practice. It depends on the team. Like, cause Nigma Galaxy, they're like, we're going shopping. But if they're super chill. If you look at Quest, like they're a bit stressed out because they're the best North American team and they want to keep on playing in Dallas.
They do want to keep playing in Dallas, and obviously it's a lot of pressure when it comes to this stage for these ladies, right? Now, are you still believing Enigma Galaxy all the way, or have you seen some more things since yesterday where you think someone else might be able to lift this beautiful trophy?
I still want to say it's going to be Enigma Galaxy, but I think Navi Javelins can make them sweat.
Oh, you're just saying that to make me happy, but let's see how it goes. We'll keep checking back in with Heku and over at Impact, because it's always heating up.
Howdy do then! MOUZ 5, Heroic 10. Feels like an ancient chat. I can feel it in my waters.
Yeah, I think MOUZ look like they're overpass because Heroic have been running over them. It has been quite the first half showing from the Danes on their map choice, bouncing back from the blistering heights of Vertigo that MOUZ showed us on their map pick.
Can't wrong the nom.
And yeah, that's Mr. Dexter in his lab cooking up trouble. And right now might be feeling a little bit high off too many chemicals because things aren't going his way as Rosen with a P250 on the T side.
Yeah.
We've seen this one before.
Different state of play. The whole squad walking towards that fountain fight. Yabi first to receive them.
Timing here. Peekaboo.
Oh, he's flubbed it!
The turret just creeping and crawling along. Doing his best RPK impression there, Mr. JDC.
Yeah, and now Torji's got a lot on his plate and he's let it go. They lose the bomb as well, and it's fallen apart despite that first from JDC. Frozen, that P250 in his hands is deadly. A quick switch kills him. Shush destroys them, and he's having a great game. A great series. An exertion in a 1 versus 2 now. He's isolated Tessus. Now they have that bomb in their grasp and they'll group up. It's trying to make it as difficult as possible for him to isolate a duel.
Yeah, this is the thing though. Exertion understanding he's up against the USPs is taking a different approach here. Has enough time on the clock to pull off a move like this, so you can understand why he's taking his time about it. It's down and Shush. They're going to be difficult opponents to get through. Shush looking for his 4th kill in the round. And that's true.
And that should be the end of it. Down makes short.
See how succinct that and well put that was?
Can I have it again?
If you lose, it just means you're bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Counter-Strike right there.
Hard to argue with it. Okay, well, we could have given you know, this is a pick your own adventure, and apparently MOUZ have picked to be going to map number 3, because the way that this half should pan out from here, MOUZ will take an eco, see if they can get a plant. Heroic will get themselves up to 12. We go into first gun round. The score will be 12-5. If MOUZ lose that, 13-5, have to take another partial. And at that point, Heroic should just be able to drive it home, reverse her into the garage, and call it a day at the office.
And that's a good place for Shush and Stown to farm up a couple of frags in the round.
At least this is respectful from both teams, making the first 2 maps really quick so we can get to Ancient and have the barn burner of the affair that we deserve for this semi-final.
Hell yeah. Sign me up.
This is where Trace would, you know, come out and rile the crowd up. He'd have some real Americanisms. He'd put on his southern accent.
Yeah.
You got any American accents? Howdy, folks.
Very good, yeah.
Yeehaw!
Oh, that's pretty good, yeah. .40 seconds. MOUZ grouped.
Passive hold. Jumping for info. Tessus to be tested now. Small gap, and he might find Dexter forced away. Quick reaction to the flashbang, but first contact is found and it's blood drawn. Make it 3 down for MOUZ. Nothing to be celebrating here for MOUZ. Just JDC on the wrong bomb site with only 15 seconds.
I think Tessus has taken Dexter's power and he's brought it here into map number 2. He didn't have a great going on Vertigo, but here on Overpass, Tessus has been an absolute monster. 18 kills, a great bounce back, a necessary bounce back, and another round. So this is what we were talking about. Pistol round lost. Full eco goes against the wayside, and then coming into the rifle round, if there's no resistance, which there wasn't, we're talking 1 kill. This game is done. Let's get on to Ancient as quick as we can, shall we? Let's not have any cosmetic comebacks. I don't want any of this fake nonsense. Let's put the MOUZ in the trap. And let's keep things moving along here because this is a great showing from the Danes. What else can you say? They've been on top of this one since the outset. All started with the pistol conversion. MOUZ showed a little bit of resistance, but it was early. Most amount of rounds they've been able to string together in this game is 3, and they've only got 5 in total, so it's just been patchy. Those clutches were something to forget, I would say, for both Torji and Cadian.
Yeah. Don't think you've been framed as still running, but might get himself $200 if he submits the clip.
Oh dear. This one, JDC saved AK, some upgraded pistols, and a whole lot of nothing.
See what JDC can get done, because he taps the head of Stown nicely. Now that did inflict a lot of damage, so it's going to be difficult for him to continue to contribute. But with Frozen on the Kevlar as well, they can recycle. As you should too. You know, they got proper plastic straws here in America.
Proper plastic straw?
Like, as in, you know, if you leave your coffee for 20 minutes, it doesn't become a soggy cardboard slush puppy.
Damn.
It's nice.
Look at that. Everything bigger, including the straws. Well, Overpass. Everyone's favorite map.
You need a drink?
You need to go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Got a call you got to make?
Yeah. You wanted to have a quick look around the DreamHack Festival? Now's a good time.
We've had back-to-back minutes in rounds where almost nothing has happened here. As JDC, the definition, the walking wounded, 18 points of health, 3 to find, 14 seconds left, and, well, he's about to be dead meat. There you go. Tessus will provide 19 kills, and not far away now. Won't be too much longer, as Cyclone will hope that they can put up one final bit of resistance here. Their last timeout, 4 from 4. Have been exhausted in this campaign on Overpass that has got them an awful lot of nothing. Oh, we got an awful lot of something out there. Thank you everybody for turning up. Still enjoying ourselves. It's not the most action-packed Counter-Strike right now. We won't lie to you here. We never do. But Cadian, he's keeping you active.
I mean, one definitely. Dallas crowd doing America proud.
I'll be honest, the last time he did that was in the first map.
Yeah, well, be
and
careful.
Then it ended up not going so well for him, so let's see. I think from this type of a score, and it's a different circumstance for Cadian.
Yeah, I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious.
I'm hungry.
Me too. It's down. Looking to get this one done. No, and it's cost him his life. He swaps to the knife. And Exertion takes a slice out of this defense.
All right, well, some early action here. How does MOUZ use this? Capitalize with a one-man up at minute 30 mark. They still need to work on a lot of territory, and Cadian's AWP up next.
Exertion might find himself another. Swings out. Cadian confirms they didn't go wide, and Dexter's going to go looking again, trying to really just swinging like a pendulum between the 2 points of contact.
It's a nice call here from MOUZ to dip on back, and oh, speaking of dip on, dip out. See you later, Tessus. You go looking for info. Exertion, he's got your number, and now they can set up for this B play, but...
Cadian clap, voodoo confirmed.
Right. Well, we thought the dance would come back to bite him after some of the clutches, but that was all fine. And they are actually gambling perfectly, Alex. Things might come up heroic here on the roulette table.
Pitter patter of the feet.
See what Yabi can get done. A two-man advantage, now only one. And I think Dexter's seen enough. Exertion surely going to catapult into the wide open site.
Shush needs to get moving right now, or Exertion can be deep within that site. We've got 20 seconds left. They got to get a move on as the spam through. Oh, the boost over. It's fumbled, and Shush will still get the kill. 3-on-3 now.
But surely this means Exertion can piece it together. He knows he's got the site locked on down. They will get that bomb planted. This is a very tough rotate, not an angle that many would clear. But
Gideon
still,
goes down, Yabi
he
has
has his eye on the scope. There's a chance here, and yeah, crab walk punished.
Yabi should have him here.
He should, but look at the time. It's just not realistic at this point.
Oh!
Spins on a dime.
Nice shot.
JDC onto Yabi.
Shush has been having a great game as well. 21 kills for him.
He had a good Virgo as well in the absence of everyone else.
Oh, just looking to save here. I don't think he has the time to pull this one off. He had a smoke, maybe, just maybe. A cheeky play like that could have been something to work with, but Exertion too wise for those type of tricks. And a round converted from MOUZ. We're going to call that their first on this T-side campaign, getting themselves up. And a whole lot more of that. Another one in consecutive fashion to even think about breaking Heroic here. This was the opener from Exertion. So the opener and the closer of round number 20. The comeback can start now. There's only one kit available for Heroic, so if they get outmaneuvered again and they lose the site, you maybe prefacing another save here. Smoke will land for the T side, no deep molly, so Exertion is going to try and use this to look around. The spam through the smoke, it's good. Unconfirmed damage now onto Shush, but he has been hemorrhaged. And look at how many nades are left over for the Danes after the initial 15, 25 seconds.
Every time Shush goes for a jiggle, he gets another bullet.
They're going to get a smoke or two flashes remaining for this entire round.
They are going to be hard-pressed to keep the MOUZ crawl at bay. Down inflicts 6 damage.
Oh, Cadian just moved off this angle. As Exertion parked up behind Divider, Cadian just moved. He was quite fortified in towards the bathrooms here and on the spot. I don't know what he saw. He's under pressure now.
Oh, Torji puts Cadian down.
They're into A.
Looks like a 7th round unless...
Yeah, you may as well just save. There's no point going for a round like this if you're Heroic.
Try retaking without a single smoke and a couple of flashes. It's just going to be bleak.
Yeah, especially being a man down in this scenario as well. We can see where MOUZ are set up across the map here. So handling things basically off of the opening pick alone, and it feels to me like Cadian trying to do too much there, right? Dropping back to assist the team, sure, but he gave up the territory they had on A, and as he stepped back in, they had filled that quite quickly. Not that he was to know, but this is the difference in that circumstance. Another round that is decided by just one kill, thanks to Torji's AWP.
It looked like Cadian was rotating off, and Tessus kind of relayed the information that he had to stick around. Perhaps leading to, less full-focused peek into Torji.
The only thing was, and I didn't catch it, but if Cadian was throwing the smoke to Monster.
Oh, that's possible too.
Yeah, that could have been one of the reasons he dropped back, but it gave up so much room, and at that point, it's not worth it, so he's not to know. But now it is going to be Heroic taking their second timeout. Existence Cyclone, respective coaches, chance to get on the microphone here. There's no drop available of an M4 or an AWP for Cadian. Exist knows they only need 2 more rounds, so you want to try and maximize what you're about to get out of these rifles. You get 2,400 loss bonus into the next. If you full buy right now and have nothing left, the next round will have to be quite light on. So but you may as well invest behind these saved M4s. It wouldn't make a whole lot of sense.
They've found themselves 2 rounds in a row here on that T side. Now the campaign would be, full of pain. It's a long road back to anything resembling a competitive scoreline, especially on the T side of Overpass. Heroic managed 10. It's a very high bar set.
Yeah, and margin for error very slim.
Yeah, especially considering Heroic have rushed to the 14th off of the pistol and that first gun round. So yeah, they are here with a slightly limited buy. Cadian rocking that 5-7, and let's see if MOUZ can continue to post some victory on this attack. Perfect placement of his crosshair. Eliminates Tessus going looking. And JDC up to 17, doing a lot of work for MOUZ.
5-2 in opening exchanges here is JDC, so finding a lot of opening picks here, him and Exertion on this map.
He had a great CT hold as well of this B bomb site.
when tested. Dexter seems to be calling his troops into somewhat of an exec, and this is stubborn out of Cadian. He wants to go looking, and JDC's got the crosshair bang on the money.
Aufgeht's Junge.
Sehr gut.
Well, another pedestrian looking round for MOUZ here, and maybe another one where Heroic just have to save. This is all being decided in the earlier exchanges of the round. And then, well, they're going to walk in. Yabi has an opportunity for one easy kill here. Dexter's feet spotted well and truly in advance. The flash way too late, and the spam at range no good. So Frozen takes another, and that confirmed what we already knew. This round looking great for MOUZ now. Just need to waltz on into the almost free bomb site. Shush to kick up a fuss.
Second's great too. Oh yeah, just catching flashes. Likely to be cleared. And exertion. Confirms what we already know. MOUZ 8.
Thank you.
What about me?
Well, what about you? You didn't know who Ric Flair was?
Yeah. Is that why they've been doing that?
Yeah, that's Ric Flair.
People have been doing that long before we brought up Ric Flair, though.
Yeah.
Like 5 years ago. That's always been
That's
him?
why I reference Ric Flair.
That's always been him?
Yeah. That's been his shtick.
Wow. There I was thinking Counter-Strike fans were doing something original.
No. Stolen content, that's what it's all about. All right, can they rip this out of Stound's hands? The AK, scrappy exertion, wants to tussle. Gets the reload in, and it shouldn't have time for this one here, and there you have it. It is going to be another round for MOUZ as they now are slowly clawing things back into contention. 3 consecutive here on this T half. There's another opener for JDC, and he even got the follow-up onto Cadian, and these kills feel like they were from rounds ago. That's how strung out they were. So MOUZ definitely not in a rush. We talk about this team loving their defaults. As Heroic have had the loss bonus now built to the 2,900 mark. And we're coming in the next round of play, so taking a few liberties is Cadian, and that's a nice tag. So Torji, pep it on down early. This could be a problem. There are upgrades for Yabi, Shush, and Tessus, as well as Stound on that AK. Sure, he's low. It's going to take a lot to throw around into disarray for MOUZ, considering they are walking a very dangerous line with some of their approaches here. There has been opening picks that have been falling in their favor that have been the difference maker. Shush now, again, taking flak in through Monster. Stound needs to be very careful, and as the door swings open, he's going to grab the first, the lineup for the second. He might have a couple more here.
He certainly might. Only 4 bullets though. He'd have to find the head, and JDC good to take that space. Attack through the boards is great from Cadian, but would need a whole lot more. Unarmored Deagles, 5.7s, it's limited. And seems destined for MOUZ to take this one. Walking into, what is the defense total? 48 HP, or thereabouts.
Toji setting them up, they're going to come in here. Molly missed, could have been a real good molly.
It could have, but Cadian will get one shot out of that scout, and he tags him up. Shush can't finish. Great from Frozen. And maybe just looking for a consolation headshot or two.
Yeah, a couple of players really low here. Oof. But it's not going to matter. JDC still handling out haircuts. He's having a great game now. In lieu of Dexter's performance, JDC, another streaky individual for MOUZ, has been able to get himself up to 20 kills. Let's see if it's all for Vayne or if they're able to actually whir this into a real comeback. There's one more round and, wow, it's on. The double digits. That's when everything heats up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a catastrophic loss for Heroic.
Wouldn't it just?
I don't think there's many Counter-Strike teams that have got a 10-5 T half of overpass and then let it go. I would imagine that's a very short list.
All right, well, another safe gun here. Another end for MOUZ by detonation of the bomb. That's going to be 3 consecutive where that's been the fashion, which leads to Heroic players saving guns. So they will be able to get out their full buy now. The AWP for Cadian, that's going to be on the cards, in the cards, some form of a card. Rifles at the ready, U2 in play, defuse kits. Oh, there should be at least a few of them here. Stound and Tessus can buy them, but will they? I mean, nobody with a kit leaving spawn. Why has nobody bought a kit? Why has nobody bought a kit? No one's bought a kit.
Well, we'll see if it comes back to haunt them. Tessus, he's going forward. That's why he didn't buy one, but if only he could drop it.
Okay, this could be problematic.
He has got very little help here. Cadian's arriving now, but he's going to relay the information that there's a lot going on long. What is this?
Torchi's not ready.
Not at all. This could be outrageous. And goes for the tap. Oh! This is precision.
Yes,
Immaculate. Double tap to the back of the skull, and Dexter dead on arrival as well.
Yeah, just waiting for their moment to strike here. Sure, it's been a drought of 4 rounds, but now finally 15. All but secure here for Heroic in the tiniest of fashions. That's delectable.
Yeah.
Tasty morsel for Tessus.
And I mean, what a lovely redemption it's been across the series. Tessus, top performer for Heroic here. And was having very little to celebrate on map 1 that Des discussed.
But Dexter's really lost his juice, hasn't he? Still only 4 kills for him across the entirety of this map.
Yeah, it's surprising, it's shocking.
JDC tried to jump up towards Barrel here, wanted to use this smoke against them, but I think he made an extra step, so this has been heard. Shush is on high alert and puts him in the dirt. It's just the one to find. Frozen, and 15 is secure. And that's why you don't get too excited about a cosmetic comeback.
They've been here the whole time. Heroic are up 6 map points. And look at this from Tessus. Lovely work on that second as well. Exertion did not even have time to finish his mouse swipe. And then, of course, Yabi from the other end of long, Torchi calling and Exertion. Yeah, you can see the frustration, just feeling like maybe even they started to believe that they could find 10, but it was only 4 in a row from MOUZ. And now Heroic, they've got the orb back on Cadian. Tessus fancies himself some more aggression. And some good chip damage to start off proceedings. Unconfirmed, both ways. Shush tagged up by Frozen Spray. Re-smoke to delay.
Cadian searching now. What a nuisance this is going to be.
Bringing the orb into play. And again, they're caught out. This is abysmal. What a horrible way to lose the opening.
Yeah, not doing their due diligence, are they? Been leaving massive gaps open in 2 rounds, been exploited both times. And you mentioned, yeah, maybe they were starting to believe in this comeback. It's all been thwarted now by their own mistakes.
Util plenty as well. They've got Incendiary and Shush. After that nose flash, they can cancel any sort of crawl they're going for. I say that, actually, Frozen's coming out. Looking for at least one. Great work from Frozen. Yabi, stubborn, one back. But MOUZ, they've leveled it out. Cadian on rotation. Things heating up here. And JDC, up and over and into Stoud. Another divide, down. Looking to take us a distance, and distance we shall go. Still no answer as to who's taking this semi-final, who is securing a seat at the table in the grand finals tomorrow. It remains to be seen, and we'll see you on Ancient.
learn how to pull off a fake flash. I can't blame you. It's stylish, it takes courage, and most importantly, it makes the crowd go wild.
He's got to throw the AWP in. Oh my God! Simple, what is happening?
There's not many plays better suited to impressing your friends than the fake flash play. All the cool kids are doing it. But did you know the fake flash play has a long and storied history? Like many things in Counter-Strike, the fake flash was born right here in Dallas, Texas. It was June 2002, and in the heat of the summer, Heaton would turn on the heat and introduce the fake flashbang to the Counter-Strike audience. It was the grand finals of CPL Summer, the equivalent of today's major grand finals. Heaton in a 1 versus 1. Now, you might assume his opponent is just some random noob from the BYOC. Wrong! This man's name is Ola Element Moen. He won 3 CPL trophies in his day, 3 second place finishes as well. He was the first player ever to be sold and transferred to a rival organization. He was also part of the first ever international lineup to ever win a major CS event. You may forget all of that shortly when you see his reaction to this fake flash play. But trust me, he was good. Very, very good. Heaton would follow the most fundamental rules of the play. Firstly, prime your opponent. Keep his eyes glued exactly where you want them. Secondly, savor the moment. Let it hang in the air. Give his brain time to second guess. And thirdly, peek when he turns. Find the timing just as he commits to turning away. Keep in mind, this is a play of showmanship and, more importantly, humiliation. Feel free to pass out a teabag, or 2, or maybe even 3, when you pull it off successfully. Well, folks, that's all she wrote. This was a fake flash play. We'll see you next time.
Heroic put a halt to the destruction and hit MOUZ where it hurts once again. We know Overpass is a map that has burned them before, and that second half attempted comeback from MOUZ ultimately ends up being cosmetic. For the most part, Maui, this was the Heroic form we expected to see from the beginning of the series.
Definitely. This is a Heroic where you're seeing that they're outplaying MOUZ on so many different levels. The individuals have so much more comfort on the map. The strategies devised by Cadian put them in winning positions regularly. And all in all, this is kind of the class difference between these two teams on full display.
This is why we wanted to see MOUZ beat Overpass,
yeah.
Right? And I think this is why it's worth the gamble. At no point was there a question in who's going to win this map, right? It was just Heroic from the get-go, really getting an advantage and getting a lead and running away with it, you know. And if in some world they really did pick Overpass, which I don't think there's a chance in hell they would do, Anubis, if it was available, would it really be that bad compared to what was happening here?
Yeah, you demanded that Tezus showed up to the server once again after being pretty quiet on that first map of Vertigo. He did exactly that,
From 0.49 rating to 1.49 rating on Overpass, absolutely stepped up. I'm really happy about that, right? Because we were talking about maybe some of his struggles, you know, psychological as well, to translate on the server, and he bounced back like a champion, you know, leading the way for his team, had a lot of impact, nice crisp shots, patience, you know, in that one round as well. So yeah, was one of the big reasons why Heroic was so dominant.
You just kind of pin him to basically what Dexter was not able to provide on that A-side defense also, and that's really why Tessus was able to feast in this one, just because that when you're playing Dexter, you're just going to get kills. Like, unfortunately, this is just his weakest map by far, but on the other hand, on the flip side, it's Tessus that has to capitalize off of all the mistakes, and there was obviously some good setup from Heroic to put Tessus into some of these positions, but you can see that a lot of the frags, a lot of what's going to be in the kill feed is him just finding those A players over and over again because he defaults on that side.
And that's exactly what you were talking about, right, Mary? That's where you saw the potentially biggest weakness for MOUZ was that A-side defensive setup.
Yeah, we saw obviously that Dexter was able to really have such a sweet performance on Vertigo, but it's kind of like they've just switched energies. What Tessus was able to do on the flip side from what Vertigo to Overpass, it's like you're watching it's almost like if you took the nameplates off, you'd think that's the same guy from both games, but actually it's just the difference in terms of comfort on the map.
Yeah, let's put that energy under the spotlight, particularly on that T side of things. things. Because Janko, you have round number 7 over there on the telly. What is this illustrating?
Yeah, Dexter is going to be the supporting cast for this movie that's called, Good Play on Overpass. So you're going to see here, start of the round. This is, Heroic was up 3-0, it's 3-3. This is an important round. You can see that they're sneaking up towards the A bomb site in a 5v4 situation. What's important to note, while this sneak is basically happening, is these two guys. It's Yabi and Cadian who are playing outside B, right? And this is really important on Overpass to establish water control, right? Because if you don't have water and connector, rotations for the T's like to go around the map and go from A to B are incredibly long compared to what it is for the CTs to just go up and down pretty much. And this is designed sort of as a fake, maybe yes, maybe not, right? But what's going to happen is utility is supposed to be thrown, and then Yabi and Cadian get sound cues, right? If the players were playing Close Monster, they would have to move, they could hear that, and they could pinch them in that position. In this situation, MOUZ goes for a complete stack towards the A bomb site with 4 guys, and that's probably a mistake. Overpass is a map where at most you can do 3-1, because what's going to happen, as you can see, as some of the kills are happening over on the A bomb site, they're taking so much space. I mean, Cadian is so deep. JDC probably expects him to be somewhere close because of the smoke, but still, they've gained... MOUZ gives up so much ground for that stack that even though they get some favorable kills, like they knew where the bomb was and everything, they were just so much out of position, as you can see here in the end, that Heroic is able to close it out pretty easily.
And that's why Overpass can be so damn punishing as a map, right? Particularly when you're going up against Heroic.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I think that really that clip there kind of showed it was a symptom of what was happening. Because Dexter was dying so much towards A, we see that, he died in the opening pick, they over-rotated, they over-committed, and if I'm MOUZ right now, if I'm keeping this roster moving forward, you just switch Frozen and Dexter spots. Honest to God, please switch their spots. Frozen used to be an insanely strong A rifler on Overpass, and now he's stuck in this B rotator spot. That fits Dexter's skill set perfectly. Just put him there, and then just make Frozen the A rifler again. When MOUZ were winning championships with Kerrigan and Woxic and Rops, that old lineup, there was Frozen that was A Overpass, and they were winning with him because he was the best performer.
You mentioned Dexter. Obviously, we were on his hype train after that incredible Vertigo showing on the first map, but we also said it was a 1 in a million showing, and this just goes to prove the case on Overpass. That was, not the performance we were hoping for.
What's actually kind of disappointing about this for Dexter is, one, you don't carry the momentum over from just map 1 to map 2, but it's actually that his B-site defenders were doing a really good job. Exertion, JDC, and Frozen were honestly finding some pretty decent multi-frags on that bomb site. Later in the half, they started taking way more risks, and that actually led to their scoreline kind of evening out a bit. But in the early set rounds of what was going on here, they were stopping a lot of the Heroic plays, or at least finding a couple kills and keeping them really competitive.
And here's the problem, right? Like, you're looking at this game, it's 1-1, both teams won their own map picks, right? But do you feel like the game is even coming, that they're on in the same spot coming into Ancient? No, right? Like, you could tell that after Vertigo, you're feeling, okay, MOUZ is riding this high. Heroic, now they're feeling maybe the pressure a little bit again, right? Like, are they going to lose in the playoffs again, not even make the final, lose to MOUZ, right? But because the map was Overpass and they cleaned them up, well, now Heroic is like, hey, this is just another day in the office for us, right? Like, this is not happening. Like, we are on cruise control, and MOUZ is like, yeah, this is the Heroic that, kicked our ass in the group stages, and that's the vibe coming into this decider, and that's why you should have beat to the Overpass.
Gentlemen, before we do move on to talk about Ancient, I think we need some laughs in this house. Let's move to the comedy corner. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Maui. The Torzi versus Cadian 1v1, the most epic battle to go down. What the fuck is Cadian doing?
Oh my god. Damn, language, Freya. All right. Yeah, no, this is ridiculous. Like, I've never seen anything like this, where you go for the wallbang shot and then you jump on the box with the bomb out.
And you planted 3 times.
Yeah, that was just the goofiest thing ever. I mean, it gave MOUZ this little bit of belief, and that's like the most dangerous thing, because they were playing pretty badly all in all, but then Torzi wins this one clutch, he actually wins another clutch, and then they probably thought, maybe we do have a chance.
Lost the second one. The second one was the one where, like, again, it's Cadian versus Torzi, and you're watching it. Torzi is holding him, but he can't hit a shot, and Cadian is like waiting to one-tap him with 3 bullets with an M4. Then he's like, screw this, I'm gonna plat. Torzi's walking out, he sees him crouched, and planting, and instead of like hitting him on the body. He's like shooting through the vent. Like, this is so bizarre. Like, you have him dead to right. Just aim higher, bro. Like, literally just aim higher. And then, of course, Cadian spams him. Like, I think this was actually the following round.
Yeah, it was. It was back-to-back, just humorous clutches. And honestly, like, you don't usually get a chance to honestly flame someone for mechanics, because usually these players are so good that they're going to hit these crazy shots, you know, hitting these crazy flick shots. Like, Torzy hit some decent shots in this game, don't get me wrong. But, like, that one really stings because you think, like, after you win that one clutch against Katie, you want to win another. And I don't know. That was just a goofy game. And it's one of the few times you hear just Machine and Sponge just straight up laughing on the broadcast. Like, they're just cracking up. Like, Sponge couldn't stop laughing for 30 seconds after that happened.
And I'm not surprised, you know?
I was laughing too.
Yeah, no laughing matter though. Coming on to Ancient, this is going to be the third and final decider, seeing who goes through to the grand final. Yanko, it sounds like you're favoring the Danes coming into this one after, you know, that resurgence, some incredible form on Overpass.
I'm favoring them because, you know, I think like mentally they've stabilized now after that first map, and I think they are going to play like they're going to play their own game, Freya, right? Like
we love that.
They're not going to they're not going to be flustered, and you know, Heroic's game is better than MOUZ's game.
I actually think that MOUZ have a chance here. Like, I'm still siding with Heroic being the favorites, but the key players on MOUZ that are playing well, like Exertion and JDC, they have pretty important roles on this map. And I think what we saw yesterday with MOUZ beating Astralis, like, they looked well in command. And I think one thing I have to give Dexter credit for, even after a bad map there, is that his mid-rounding on this map is very good. Like, he is so good at using the mid space that Exertion finds towards that side of the map. And if he's able to just unlock that part of the map because Exertion takes that top mid space, like, the whole map is open to them.
Give me a break, Maui. Like, you like MOUZ on this map because the Opper doesn't have as much impact
That's
as
also
maybe
true.
on some of the other maps. And I will tell you, yes, Dexter has good mid-rounding, but Heroic are the masters of ruining your timings in the mid-round. Like, when they decide to, you know, leave A in the mid-round to crunch mid and then go back, they always seem to be like one step ahead when it comes to that, and I have them winning the series.
Well, it all comes down to this. Ancient as a third and final decider between MOUZ and Heroic. This map determines who makes it through to the grand finals, and it's going down after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
She said that she hate me, I hate me too. I can always tell when you're lying, girl, you're see-through. All these miles away, yeah, I just wanna see you. Baby, give me good face, she hit me like seafood. Remember when I saw you, hi, it's nice to meet you. No, my all goes salty, she just wanna be you. I'm a dog, no Maltese, I don't wanna leave you. Once you're right here, I just don't wanna mistreat you, no. Cause I've been a douchebag before, baby girl, I don't wanna repeat. She just
It's time. A third map, Ancient, to separate and secure a grand final spot. One spot, two teams, Heroic and MOUZ, gonna be duking it out. It's been split down the middle, two teams inseparable in two. We need the third, and we're live from IEM Dallas. Can I get a yeehaw? Thank you.
All right, let's get into this one here. No more blowouts, let's give the crowd what they want, a competitive affair, the Danes. Starting on this defense, MOUZ on the attack and the Des discussing all the particulars in between, but as we get out the gates here, JDC to set them up out mid. They're not smoked through, and they might want to press the issue towards red. This could be an A-split territory here. They've got a couple of flashes at the ready, and as they make their way noisily towards the red house, Yabby, Shush, they're going to be hearing this.
Oh, it's good. It's a real nice A-round. Let's see how they handle this. Interesting counter util, won't achieve much. Exertion might overlook it. Great position from Cadian. He takes the first frag. JDC keeps us level, and Yabby spots Torji towards the elbow.
Oh, JDC is actually going to be planning for
Yeah,
CT.
they're pushing this. Torji. He was trying to isolate. Yabby has no idea that Shush is here, and a double. Make it 2.5.
It's not planning for Dexter. Round over.
Just like that, on the diffuser, 10-second diffuse.
Maybe not.
Maybe he's down. Doesn't bodyguard him, he's exposed. Forced off the bomb, Dexter holding on for a second longer. But it's all good in the Heroic hood, recovered, and again, it's worth highlighting. Nearly every member of Heroic contributing. Cadian, a great start. Double from Shush as well. We saw those Julies farming.
Yeah, it has to be those Julies as the difference maker this round. They were so drawn into donut by one player, not clearing their corners. And MOUZ, well, they're looking for an awful lot. Dexter tries as he might through that little slither gap, but this is it. The Shush double, not even looking his way. Able to deal with both of those kills, no dramas. And yeah, well, the CT plant, sure, but Dexter, just that tiny gap to deal with, and as soon as his position's noted, look at them, like a moth to a flame. Everybody comes running over for the Danes.
I like the MOUZ pistol approach, though. It's becoming very vogue on that T-pistol, wrapping into A through CT. Well, they've got Galils, and they've got aggression. Oh, they line up for Tessus, and he gets a frag, gets away. Taking down Exertion is a good scout. A big name, a high flyer. Down playing with fire as he jiggles out both sides. You're playing a dangerous game, young man. Jiggle smoke defense ramp. Re-clearing middle as well in the process. And Tessus will get that smoke down.
You need to have chain flashes ready in that type of environment with util landing as well if you want to try and charge for a smoke like that, but there's still plenty of time, so baiting out this utility is key. Stown has one more smoke. They can use that either for cave or the top of the ramp yet again, and maybe, just maybe, it'll be cave. Abby's been spotted and cut out towards middle from JDC. Ramp re-smoke now. That's going to force the hand of MOUZ here.
They've got the bodies where they need them. Tessus a close quarters angle as well. Despite the low HP, perhaps he can find a second frag here. He's juggled the weapon across. And yeah, lands damage. Contributing. Torji and Frozen limping. Heroic, they've got 30 seconds to keep this site safe. Cadian, next contact, smoked off, down as well. Good for the bomb carrier, takes down Dexter, forces the bomb loose, and really limited now in health and hope. Seems like MOUZ gonna get nothing done. JDC and Frozen, just Frozen. JDC on the shelf, sent back to spawn. Frozen, yeah.
Is he really trying to save?
It's unusual.
He might go down after time here, Alex.
There's a very high likelihood he does.
Oh dear.
He's going to be left with $300 if they were to push.
He's fortunate it's Shush there. If it was someone else, they would have been pushing him here, but the fact it's Shush, yeah, he's just going to contain right there. So Frozen does get to maintain
this Galil in his hands, but sure, the rest of his team are going to have to be on an eco here anyway. So the one Galil, it all turns to Frozen of how they could set him up. It's not even an AK, so we're not even talking one bullet to the dome here. This is quite difficult for MOUZ now, and when they move into the first gun round, Frozen either is going to need to get dropped a gun or operate with something less than an AK. So those ramifications are going to be felt early in the finances as Heroic fast down mid. Exertion's warning shot on the Deagle, not enough to stall out Katie and Yabby's investigation. It's down as well, joining the party here, and B lane / mid completely under their control. It's the extremities that are the danger zones, and that nade.
Whoa. It's down. Needs a response. He's eaten the flashbang. It was a team flash as well.
How's that happened?
Yikes.
How has that happened?
Dream start. Torgy's Deeg has already got one. Frozen builds upon it. This smoke from Cadian might delay and allow a reposition, but...
Might want to get the bomb out of B lane as well. It doesn't have to be there.
Oh, they're going in, then there's nobody home.
How deep can they get? That's the question.
This is a nice little round coming and taking shape here. Cadian, oh, did he spot anything? I don't know if he did. He was looking at Temple. On his peripheral vision, he may have had...
This is the thing, though. If you're MOUZ, you got to worry about Donut, you have to worry about Temple, you have to worry about CT spawn. So they're clearing out one of the key areas of the map here, but as this is happening, this rotation from Dexter and Frozen is taking forever. Shush and Tessas have got all the information. The B is starting to look clear, and that puts Cadian on high alert.
Really interesting round in the way it's played out. T-Smoke arrives. Shush is now going to be quite hot on pursuit. Towards this A crunch. Bomb to be planted. Frozen profits. Great find. That should seal the deal in this one, unless Tessus and Shush can piece together something ridiculous. It's shaping up. Tessus low, though. And Exertion's Deeg seems destined for the finish. On to the Dane. Oh, didn't pull the trigger. Maybe there's more to be said here as, yeah, JDC is getting pressured and Shush catches Exertion. Heroic! Heroic indeed! 2v4 MOUZ fumble.
That felt like it should have been way too easy to get across the line there, but MOUZ just committing to the fights. The lack of armor, the Deagle's hoping to be able to hit those one bangs, and that's not the case whatsoever. So they profited an awful lot from that save. Galil, they get the bomb down again, and yeah, Frozen can get that buy coming through. Just see Spider-Man here. Means the world must be safe right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, all in all, they got a lot out of this round, did MOUZ, considering the investment, so good stuff. Not a round they should have been winning, but a round they definitely could have, and Cadian, he's happy about that one. We could be fast out mid here. Exertion looking to test the issue with the Extinguish. Flushing himself forward, jumping out. He's going to be given the good graces from Yabby, who cannot do anything with that top red smoke, and this is something that Exertion does well. Once he starts to get a bit of control across the map here, it's type of pressure. It's his decision-making that could change the round in favor of MOUZ.
Weird CT smoke to be trifling with. And Shush, a very forward position here. He's going to be tested. Bait, dink, dead. Lovely find from JDC. Opens up the account for MOUZ to post their first early. Ready for more. Friction is Exertion. And Yabby, next victim. Brilliant work with the Kalashnikov, and that seems like it's all fallen apart for Heroic's defense. Cadian goes looking,
beautiful.
And he gets a bullet between the eyes.
What a round from Exertion here. And we just spoke about it. You get in that pace, that space, he's going to control the round, and he's done exactly that. 3 players had to worry about that red rotation point, and that's all thanks to Exertion. They set him up, and he will deliver in a big way, and now it's just Tessus hoping for a save, hoping for something. Not a lot of money for Heroic after how the last round went down. He's under a lot of pressure here. JDC close. He is completely surrounded. There is absolutely no way out for Tessus here. Even if he puts up a fight here, they can't. He gets a fright, and that's going to be it. MOUZ, they get on the board early, and we might start to get this tussle now. It needs to be a back-and-forth nature, not this streaky game of Counter-Strike where one team just mauling, dominating the other. Both of them want it. I'm sure Heroic would love to get themselves into another grand final. Been plenty of those appearances in the last 7 or 8 months or so.
And look at what Exertion does with all of this space. You know, that's the thing about Stars. They need a lot of space, and he really profits in this one. His first 3, coming in hot from the 18-year-old, Dorian Berman of Israel. Off for a charge again.
Yeah, and again, this space immediately. This has to be respected now. This time around, it is going to be against lighter investment. There is a Cadian AWP that is unknown and currently on a boost, so we won't see this one activating As it is a triple boost they're going for. We've seen this one with Liquid before. Gives them a nice little angle here through the doors. And look how passive Frozen is. If he was playing one of the standard positions for watching that push, he might have been in a bit of hot water. But that hot water is just right for MOUZ as they're able to get themselves into A without too many dramas. In through the donut, util now on point. Exertion slightly worried about any frisky business. And him and Torji together will deal with Shush. I'm sure Stown and Cadian would just be hoping to hold on to what they have here. Yabi might get sold down the river, and another round for MOUZ. So this is a good exchange in the early stages of map number 3.
Yabi goes down as well. Thought he might be able to hit something, retrieve something more beneficial for this, what, currently 3-man save.
Well, let's check in with the crowd again, shall we? Who here is waiting to see FaZe? The amount of FaZe jerseys we saw yesterday when we were leaving the venue. We saw you. More than a couple out there. Lots of FaZe fans. I'm sure plenty of people wanted to support Twist and his boys. They do have to deal with ENCE though, and maybe you missed that group stage game. ENCE got the better of them.
Damn, we got an ENCE fan, hardcore ENCE fan.
Damn.
Yeah, the Kraken ripping apart the FaZe.
Bit of arts and crafts right there.
There's a lot of very talented people in the crowd, that's for sure. And we've got some talented people on the stage as well. MOUZ 2, broken Heroic's force, and it looks like they're going to respond in kind to the string of 3 Heroic started with.
Yeah, they still have to get past this Cadian purchase though, and I'm not sure they're even aware how much this is in play right now. Out quickly, Dexter springing to life here, and this is full mid control very fast. XNK fight from an unexpected angle, and the nade might be good.
Yeah, I mean, one and done.
You got to go B fast here.
They have to. Rotates on its way. Reinforcements looking to make beeline it to the B site. Tessus, he's feeling himself right now. JDC won, but Cadian Zorp in the feed. Maybe he can catch that other one. He has. Getting run at. Dexter wants him. Frozen connects. And the potency wanes. What's Yabi supposed to do? No Kevlar. He cannot, under any circumstance, be hit by the first bullet. He has to be the one to bring the fight. And fight he shall. Yabi, found by Dexter. Big one from the leader, and we are all tied up, Shibari style.
Now this is where it gets real interesting for Heroic. We know they've constantly been doing these purchases, even when they don't have all the cash. They might want to take a timeout here just to have that conversation, because Cadian only has 3.9, and well, just like the doctor ordered, bang on, exist. He will call this timeout to discuss the finances and what the buy into this next round of play will be looking like. They can have a couple of funky investments here if they want to upgrade, maybe a scout. I'm sure you can get some SMGs, but if you want to go all in, it's going to limit your options of openings available and where you can block on this CT side. They will not have enough money for full buys across the board. If they take a partial here, they might be giving the 4th over to MOUZ, but it means in that follow-up, round number 8, they'll be able to get out all the goodies. So what's more valuable to Heroic? Trying to stop them now before they get the lead, or a better buy? And well, in classic Heroic fashion, it is being confirmed that they are going to go all in with the silenced M4s here. A cheaper purchase. Gives them a bit more flexibility, and even Yabi opting for a bloody FAMAS. Hopefully this doesn't come back to bite them, because MOUZ grab this, we're going to be talking about a 5-3 scoreline along with this tied game.
Damn, yeah, and already starting with what? 1 incendiary to boast after the mid deployment. And Exertion looking to go on this. Nade looks destined for some damage.
Saw the one way.
He's worked it out, sees that smoke, and comes in swinging. Yabi in trouble. Hanging on by a thread. He sticks around, he should be dead, but still gets him. And Stown contributing. Huge amount of recovery from Heroic here. They have the man advantage only by a moment, by a nat swing. And Stown, he knows he's got to turn it on. Defend this site. Frozen, wow, down to Tessus.
Yeah.
Good forward positioning from him. Frozen's going to be miffed about that one.
Oh, you said Dexter as well. Team's just falling apart here. They're just getting swung on, right? They're meant to hold for these types of pushes. That's exactly what you want to have in the conversation when you're dealing with a Heroic. You know the fight's going to be coming. But a few too many of his boys offering themselves up there as Dexter left with it all to do. Damage is all he can get, and Tessus grabs another. Continuing some of that good form. Tessus with 8 kills. Map number 1, he was missing, but maps 2 and 3, he's here to play. And that purchase for Heroic, that decision that we were left with. A lighter buy without the util, or save and try and get something a whole lot more delectable in the next. And this was even with Exertion completely understanding.
Can't believe Yabi won this.
We haven't seen this top mid set. It's because he's not expecting a player to be so stubborn and stay in the smoke. And I think Yabi knew that he had to commit to get something back. But we've seen that play so many times
We've covered Ancient about 3 or 4 times so far throughout IEM Dallas, and every time it gets rumbled by the T's.
Not this time, not on Yabi's watch. They're going for some aggression. Roll in the flames still. Exertion contributes. And Dexter, audible. And tagged up.
But they can be into A. Look at the gap here. They've been able to identify, thread the needle. Frozen's in, taking space. Yabi towards Donut. You took a bit deployed right now. MOUZ can get in.
Really good awareness from MOUZ. Can they find the frag to really seal the deal? Yes, they can. And JDC. He's got Donut on lock. I imagine it's not in Heroic's interest.
More of this, isn't it? Got a stop-start game of Counter-Strike we've had here. Either the rounds are so dominant that they're just over, or teams are just left in positions where they have to save. We'll draw things back to a 4-4 scoreline, so not being able to extend that lead are the Danes. And the cool thing with this is, at the moment in the first half, and probably if it stays neck and neck and we simmer into the second and it's still more back and forth, at the point we get to about 12-12 or something along those lines, the game, it changes. It goes up a gear. People have to start playing for rounds. The clutches come in. There's a whole different dynamic available.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, at least we've got a real tit-for-tat affair as it stands, 4-4. And as we find ourselves in the third, I'm going to dip my toe in the water once more. Let me hear you, Dallas, if you're cheering for Heroic. Okay. And what about that underdog story, that under-mouse story?
You think that's 50-50?
I think 60-40.
All right.
A generous 60-40.
60-40, all right, we'll meet you there. Maybe we can convert a couple more MOUZ fans if this underdog story can kick off. Mid being fined for one more time. Exertion with that responsibility, has some support. Looking for the extinguish again. Oh, the fight towards B. Tessus is really just activated and cannot be stopped. This guy, always looking for fights now.
I mean, it's a really nice upswing and contrast from the first map. The fact he's been able to recover it, shake it off.
He's 3-0 in opening exchanges.
Yeah, dude, Taylor Swift would be proud. And shush, this is audacious.
But well-timed.
I mean, truly well-timed. His judgment's right. He's just got Cadian to count upon on the site. And the speed of which he's found this position could lead to a disaster for the MOUZ attack.
This is perfect.
Look at this. Oh, from behind. Stown will strike from the elevated angle. Farming heads. And Shush will do the rest. Destroyed. Like categorically owned.
That was one of the issues as Exertion. He wants to see if he can kick back with anything, but it's likely to step into this orb, and Cadian will deliver, but that was one of the issues on Overpass, right? When we saw them trying to default towards A, and they weren't ready for the pushes of Cadian. He came in behind them. Tessus with the AK, the double one-tap, bang, bang. And might need a gear shift for MOUZ here, who are taking a timeout of their own. Syker and the coach could get on the mic here, confer with Dexter. They get enough money for a buy. Heroic are going to know that, especially with how the rounds have played on out. Rush B. I feel that for MOUZ in this situation, they need to be accounting for the pushes. Tessus pushed straight down long, beat Frozen. Shush activates, starts taking. Oh, we see you, White Howdy. Oh, some of your favorites, Alex.
Delicious. No straw. No need. Good form.
They're obviously thirsty boys. It is hot outside.
And hydration's important.
Yeah, get the water in, yep.
I've seen this before. Groundhog Day for Exertion and his mid-campaign. Walking around. Concerned about boosts even. You can see his crosshair placement.
Remember what happened last time he got this much space? He was able to control the mid-rotations perfectly, so they've been able to park Exertion exactly where they want him on the MOUZ side and early on in the round. And if they want to come back and fight for it together, Cadian needs more than just one. They're going to sandwich him. They're going to fight Red and Donut simultaneously, literally just to deal with Exertion. This is geeky.
He is in so much trouble. Can he fight his way out? Taking a first fight. It's Tessus again. Continues to impress. Oh, Dexter nearly goes down on that one. They aggress from Donut. JDC tries to leap to take the space, and he's gone wide. Yabi, good for it. Some damage inflicted, but this is high-octane Counter-Strike now.
That's crazy. That's exactly what Yanko is pointing out. You know, a team like Heroic going to mess with your mid-round timings, and the fact that they draw at least 4 players just to deal with Exertion's Red House push, and then still can reset into the round. And Cadian's starting to look for a little bit more. Right now, MOUZ scratching their head in these last 2. They haven't had any avenues to success here. Someone needs to provide a way in.
Wow, Cadian aggressing with an advantage like this. He wants info, sure, but he might get caught out by the aggressor. Unlikely now. That's not going to be checked, is it? Torji pulling the pin, and SpaghettiOs, a messy one from Cadian.
He's holding the bomb at the door. The bomb is at the door.
He's won the round. They have to come back and get him out. Oh, yeah. What are you going to do now, Torji? They've got 5 of them. They're surely going to punish him, try and kill him off the time, and yeah, Tessus will take it early.
He's not happy with the missed shot, is he?
He's had a weird game, Casper.
If anything, he made the round a little bit easier. They had to come back through Cave to fight him and go into a 180-degree crossfire here.
Yeah.
This is how it all started, and brilliant stuff. A brilliant call, whoever made it. Hey, let's give Exertion top mid and then go fight him together. And knowing that he gets left to his own devices once he gets that control, no support, and there's the missed shot that Cadian was a little bit disappointed with.
Round-winning miss, actually.
Secured all the information and exactly what he was looking for. But the thing is, for Exertion, this is part of the default, so they're putting a lot of faith in him to take that space and do something with it. But the issue is, Heroic know exactly that, and they're, while allowing him to have the room, going to deal with him knowing the rest of MOUZ aren't going to activate. And that's where somebody else on this MOUZ roster needs to take a risk. We saw JDC try it to no avail, running out A straight in towards 2 donut players. So it wasn't like they didn't have a correct, well, they didn't have a move. There was a move, it just wasn't the correct one.
Precisely.
Oh, this should be 7. Look at the buy. Just 2 P250s. $600 worth of investment here. Just try and milk out this util. It's not like Heroic have built a massive bank. They have enough for a residual buy on almost all of their players here. So this one is just about keeping the casualties on the low end if you're the Danes and making sure they don't get that bomb down. Obviously, that's all reversed if you're a MOUZ fan.
I'll let the crowd do the commentary for this one.
All right.
My mistake.
This is about what a full eco's worth.
Yeah, exactly.
If we had Rush on the mic, we'd let him do it. All right, decent damage, couple of kills. Not the worst in the world considering the investment from MOUZ there, so now it's about getting back into the guns. Oh, Frozen has the AWP at the moment. He's throwing that one over. They're juggling it to Torji. Well, maybe there was a spawn coming into play, but just making sure they get it in the primary AWP player's hands.
Nice replay.
Yeah, very cinematic.
Yeah. Felt like I was watching a movie.
Okay, what's the difference here, MOUZ? You can't just keep relying on Exertion to get red control. They're playing heavier mid now, Heroic. Really going to stall him out, want to take this fight. Classic Molly, standard flashes and swinging across towards that Tetris box. The deep smoke will land and so much more pressure. Frozen, he's now on high alert. And Yabby, see you later.
Wow, 2 bullets.
Woo! Oh, the flash.
It saved them.
Just.
Yeah, but still, catastrophe in middle for Stown. They've lost middle completely now, and they have vacated the premises. They are all in rotation, floating back. Shush to dig deep into the A site, and it seems that's where MOUZ are going. Tessus, he's been having a good game as he continues. Racks up the frags, overlooked, as Shush will build into the round as well. The bomb now on the floor, Dexter gets one back. But you have to get through Shush. Molly coming, forces him wide. Dexter finds a safe haven, and Torji racks up another for the 5th. The shadow there, the headshot too. MOUZ 5, a double from Dexter, and just a 2-round game now.
Yeah, good stuff to stay calm there from Dexter, right? The Molly's coming, he's under pressure, knows where the players are, not getting stuck in with the fight, keeps it calm, and converts the frag. As we mentioned,
see that again.
They needed an opener, and it wasn't Exertion. It was a huge shot from Frozen. That is mental how big that is in the context of the round.
We so often see that shot just narrowly be missed, whether it's not spotted or obviously the luxury of X-ray, but Frozen, he's got those X-ray eyes, X-ray specs, and Shush, woof, disrespect through the smoke to the skull. Exertion watching from the sidelines.
Well, Dexter needs to play some tricky games here. He needs to disrespect one of these two, and this is the wrong call.
Torji's just taken down Cadian, so Shush has got a lot on his plate here. And Torji, another! That should access the A side. On lock now. Yabby, what are you up to? Trying to find somewhere to throw his nades. Burned to a crisp. Or a chip. Now, Tessus and Stown, maybe they can ask some questions of this round, but Torji, he's throwing caution to the wind, charges round, pushes into the flank onto Tessus, and now Stown with a 1v3 demanded of him. Molly main, so he doesn't have to worry about that swing. Torji doesn't need to do anything, it's Frozen securing it, and between the two of them, they find all 5.
A good bit of flair from Torji there. It's someone whose name we haven't been saying an awful lot in this series, but someone who was a massive factor into their win against Astralis. He was instrumental to them even getting to this semi-final stage. Torji showing up in a big way, and a nice round for him considering they've given up this opening death, and I said it was Dexter who needs to take a risk. Well, it's Torji who needs to hit a couple of bangers here, and the fact he's got the flair to keep on pushing for the third, you love to see it. If Europa can find himself at this stage of the game, there's a lot of work you can do in tying things up to a 7-7 scoreline for MOUZ now.
This is more than respectable. This is threatening.
This is on the docket, isn't it? It's 7, almost confirmed. Look at the purchase. There's nothing there for Heroic. Well, that was a dink through the corner of the wall. Don't let the sound be too misleading, as the mop and bucket is out and cleaning house. There's Tessus here to deal with on the site. Torji. Adjusts.
Why did that look so mechanical?
Right, well,
straight to the dome.
Yeah, let that bomb go down. Let's get this to 7-7 and get into the final round of this first half as Frozen taps another one home. And Heroic, they're up against the ropes here on that third map. I'm not saying by any means they're out of contention for this, but they're being pushed. They're being pressured by a team in the group stage who they beat 2-0. Remember, Vertigo start. It was a great showing from Dexter and co. We drop back into Overpass. The Danes show up. Tessus bounces back, and they push us all the way the distance here. There's a grand final on the line, and I'm sure Heroic would love to make their way into yet another.
Lovely little hang time.
Yeah, and I'm sure MOUZ would love to get themselves with this roster into their very first grand final.
Most definitely. This roster of 5 looking to get to an uncharted waters, place they've never been before. And Torji in form. Crucial component if MOUZ want to see a grand final.
If you can't jump again if you're down, surely not.
Come on. Oh, well, there's Flash that will at least bait the shot. Orp spotted out and heard. And already you can see this very active defense. Heroic rejigging the setup.
Yeah, constantly. Just living organism are Heroic.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yikes.
Yeah, a couple of little flubs there. I'm not sure how much Frozen heard.
Still very hard for him to win this duel.
Oh, he heard it. He
Wow! Frozen. He is heating up when they need him most.
The bomb is still so far back here, so there's no end commitment for MOUZ. Felt that last round where they ran into A, sure they won it, but it felt a little bit flustered.
You could overlook this now. Oh.
Yeah, especially now.
Wow. It's weird.
It doesn't have to be the commit. There's still 40 seconds left. They can change tune.
Lurk Smoke does nothing with Shush's position. Cadian can't help though.
No, it has to be committed now. Frozen's here.
And Frozen's already been hitting some shots, but they're overlooking the boost and Shush laughing at him. Heroic leave with the lead, but it's the smallest margins. Everything up for debate in this final half. We'll lock in a finalist. Stay with us live from Dallas.
Good evening, fellow gamers, worldly citizens. For far too long has the strategery of this nation led to the working man to suffrage. Heck, don't mess with Texas. Anyway, the system is catered to those at the top and left a whole lot of nothing for those at the bottoms.
That's right.
Access to essential services as the Counter-Strike 2 beta shouldn't only be for the famed, the privileged, those with the blue check mark, and those that are handsomely wealthy. It should be a human right, and a right is one that is afforded to all. As president, I will guarantee CS2 access one and for all.
I will personally ensure the funding of a global competitive matchmaking ladder on 256 sub-tick servers worldwide. And trust me, the world is wide. I know, I've seen the whole thing. It's a tremendous place, tremendous, and they want this. They all want this.
So we cannot make these types of guarantees.
It's kind of like how we still print money, but no one seems to stop us doing that. No working man or woman should have to game on 56 ping, not in deathmatch, not in surf servers, not even in the fields of danger zone, should latency become that decider. I will personally lay the wire from Portland to Philadelphia to ensure every man or woman in this nation can play on a clean kitchen table connection. End of quote, repeat the line. Can play on a clean, stable connection.
And by God, any griefing, spin-botting, wall hacking, or aim-botting player out there, I say this, I will personally find you, and I will eliminate you. And trust me, because I know me, okay?
The president needs a lie down. Conference postponed until further notice.
One final half of Counter-Strike to determine our first finalists. Will it really be the first for MOUZ as this roster of 5, or will Heroic manage to overcome what's been a peculiar day of Counter-Strike for them? It's been up, it's been down, it's been unique.
Yeah, not the classic Cadian in the clutches, but this game... Is that a Hauser lookalike?
Cosplay?
I didn't think you could get into the country. Well, apparently, someone doing their best impression.
Someone doing an impression of a Norwegian doing an impression of an American.
Oh, we've really hit that Inception level.
Meta on meta. Crowd's happy to be here and hoping to see a competitive first round. Look at what's coming towards.
Oh no.
Shush was responsible. Instead, Torji opens up the account, and he once more, it's Exertion bringing and putting Pain down range, and a clean pistol for the CTs, nearly the team ace. Torji catches one back. What's Stown supposed to do with this? A USP, great. And a nice bit of damage, but Exertion's not interested in any of that clutching.
We're all tied up, 8-8 right now, and MOUZ with a real opportunity to put themselves in the lead here within this second half. What a great gun that was. The push down the ramp, perfectly timed. The release of that smoke comes through. They push at that perfect little timer here. You see it swing into action. Torji removes the first, and the one off action was Dexter. He was making sure they couldn't cascade out of the cave and start to flank that ramp position. So easy as you like in MOUZ. Keeping calm about things as Heroic are the ones force buying into a couple of rifles. They've got Tech 9s aplenty, some Deagles. They're up against these M4s and the FAM-I. Yeah, he's got the cave control, and again, the same type of play.
Yeah, and it might work the same way. Catching him out, messy spray.
Oh dear.
Down, 2 in the feed, and Torji's got so much to do.
Yabi's coming.
Yeah, but nice incendiary. Maybe he can focus on Yabi, but no, Dishush catches him and pushes through the flames regardless.
What a miserable round to lose right here for MOUZ.
Short-lived celebrations, huh?
Well, none at all. This one is going to hurt. JDC and Frozen having to ask a lot of questions. Do we even bother going for a round like this? And as JDC makes a bit of a fumble foot fault, Heroic are just lying in wait, hoping that they continue to overstep the mark. I think it has to be everybody's favorite 4-letter word.
Yeah, but I mean, straight off of a near-perfect pistol and immediately condemned to save in the second, that's going to feel, or incite a little bit of confidence boost for the Heroic squad.
But this is what we were looking for, right? This is exactly what we were hoping for, a close affair. Now the game can start to tighten up a little bit, some more risks are going to be taken, not so many saves, more clutch attempts are going to have to come through. And the bigger question is, are MOUZ going to continue in the force buy wars?
With the saved M4 and the FAMAS, I'm sure they would love to get a little bit more of an arsenal around it. All right, I like that. Something a little bit different, outside the box.
Yeah, innovative.
Yeah.
Takes balls as well to try and start it.
You need the crowd to get involved.
Yeah. A lot of trust involved. 9-8.
All right, and then with the round back for Heroic, you start thinking, is this going to be their 5th grand final appearance since the IEM Rio Major last year? Fell to outsiders, didn't lift that trophy. Absolute heartbreak. Move on to home soil in Copenhagen for Blast. They lift the title this year. Katowice, another best of 5. They dropped the ball to G2. And then Rio in most recent history.
Yeah.
Well, they lose to Vitality, the team that then was energized to go on forward and pick up the trophy in Paris.
Yeah, I think they're sick of silver, Chad. Heroic. One taste of victory, sure, and on home soil, even the better. But now, finding themselves a long way from home. Can MOUZ do anything in this one? They've spent all their pennies. They pushed all the chips to the center of the table into our 18th. JDC catching flat, good nade in. Exertion, what? Double on the Julie, sets up for success, and it's a double right back from JDC. 4 kills from 2 of them. Leaves it all on to Shush, and he gets nothing done. Okay, looks like the Force by Wars are fully on.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Heroic now, off the back of their previous round win, can get out 3 AK-47s and 2 pistols with upgrades. So, look, we're going to forego any of the ecos, and we'll just get straight into some of this nitty-gritty, dirty Counter-Strike here, and dirty was Exertion. A double on the Julies on a Force by, all right.
Phil.
We see ya.
You bang on, Chad. 3 AK-47s. It's certainly potent. It's going to come down to some of the opening moves and decisions made by these individuals.
Cadian just wants to search for a fight. He wants to see if he can isolate JDC. It's going to be pretty heavy mid defense. You know, most teams are a lighter or an A, but JDC starting over here, ready to defend his honor. And also just footsteps being made, right? If you're noisy in A main, it can be heard from Donut. It might just force to rejig some of the defense right here, but we can see quite static in their approach are MOUZ right now. No need to be moving all over the shop. There's been no indication anywhere of where Heroic might want to have a little bit of a looky-loo. Regrouping now towards middle, trying to give these AKs some fights at range. And the redeploy of the mid-smoke, well-timed. It's difficult to brave this now. Maybe you want to set up a boost, and yeah, they will. So it's down to retain some vision, making sure B lane is not under the control of the CTs just yet. But Heroic are in a bit of a black box. They don't have a lot of info.
We'll see if, when Torji takes contact, if there is going to be... Oh, he actually didn't get any information on that. Might have to jump for something now. Yeah, Util. Oh, the flash is well timed.
They're pushing him.
They're charging at him. So good, so blind. Covered by Exertion. Tessus goes wide. Torji returns with one. Down, though. Intimidating. Frozen. Shut down. This is a big duel here for JDC. If he could just find Shush. No armor and no hope it comes to Cadian to come up. Clutch, and his knife is out. Another clutch goes and slips by the wayside for Casper.
And that's going to feel great for Dexter, making sure that Cadian doesn't get away with his tricks. You know, this is the team, we call them the Fakey Boys for a reason, always able to find that gap, keep you running around, chasing your tail. All right there, Dexter. He's able to read this one, just stands put, allows this MP9 to do its best work. Some great shooting from Stown to make it interesting. But Exertion covering Torji is key, because Torji was so white, the screen, he couldn't see anything, got run down. And Heroic now back into another one of these purchases. They're so stubborn with this.
They really are not happy with the lay of the land. And we've seen this one before. Requires a bit of teamwork to line these all up on one place.
But it depends on how JDC is going to be able to respond to this. He doesn't have a molly. You can see that's already burnt away here. It is going to have to be a smoke. Torji might be able to get away with something a little bit crazy here. The Util's coming over, and if he takes a risk, he can have a great timing on this.
Love this from Torji.
Might
He
catch
knows
Shush.
what's up.
Hello.
Shush caught out, and Heroic known, charging in. Oh, JDC does a lot of damage, and it's all done. Cadian dead, frozen spray, and that's fallen apart for Heroic.
Oh dear, now you start to wonder, is this starting to fall through the fingers of the Danes? Some really audacious types of purchases. We highlighted whether it was worth it or not in previous maps, and this time round, now they're staring down the barrel of what is going to be a MOUZ 12th. They cannot buy right now. The loss bonus going into the next round going to be that 2,900.
So they will have to sit back on their hands and watch as MOUZ continue to climb closer to that magic number of 16, closer to that grand final where these 5 as a team have never been before. And they have been under a lot of scrutiny in recent times, MOUZ. There's calls for roster changes of the team, rumors about players getting chopped, getting changed, some returns of old names. It's all up in the air, and so is this match.
Can they keep this one clean? Dexter can, and Torji too. Look at them go, easy as that. Good to see some extra cash as well.
And good to see the MOUZ players looking like themselves. One of the questions with this team is a lack of identity. You're so default heavy. Players need identities, they need moves, they need signatures, things that they can go for, plays that they can make. You need that flary AWPer, not always, but when the time calls for it. You need that in-game leader who can step up and get the job done. You need those flashy riflers to find you the openers. And right now, here today, you've had almost all of that come together. But is it enough? Is it enough as Exist takes the second time out for Heroic here? We will get back into those guns. But this now is them down 12-9, a 3-round difference.
Four rounds away from MOUZ, and these 5 human beings being in completely new territory, a grand final, and taking down a team that can't stop getting there. It's lifting the trophy that's been more of a problem for them, but Heroic could be cut down in the semis here.
Yep, well, can they be inspired by Cadian here? Only 9 kills to his name. He either gets it done by fragging or by plays, but he might need to call them into something here at the top of this boost. Still has vision.
Oh, JDC overlooking the potential for a boost, and they get away clean.
Yeah, Pubmaster style there, and you need that from Cadian, just as we highlight his name. Gets himself up to 10 kills, the leader, the talisman, the man who's been having a phenomenal tournament, needs to turn up now.
Ooh, that's a very wide open bomb site. Sure, Exertion calling it clear, but little does he know. Oh, he's missed the window. Molly might keep them at bay, or accelerate them forward. The bomb will go down. This is an interesting state of affairs. The bomb's down B, but Dexter's got 2 of the attackers trapped. How does this go down now? A 5 versus 4, disadvantaged already. Do MOUZ go for more or just put the feelers out?
They're looking for a way out the door here. Like, there's no movement from Frozen and Torji. They're both starting to investigate elsewhere. Maybe an escape path here for the likes of Exertion and Dexter, who are in very close to the bomb radius. I guess damage, that's on the docket here as these footsteps are made. Dexter steps into one, knows about the second. Exertion gets the trade. They're just looking to take these rifles away. Hurt the finances of Heroic.
Good flash. Sets up for the conversion onto Exertion.
All right, well, they get away with 3 players staying alive here. But this all started with the Cadian opening on the boost towards middle. So around back, the double digits have been reached now. There's still plenty of money for a MOUZ buy. They've been going great guns so far in this second half. That's only the second round for Heroic, both in spotty fashion. Consecutive going to be required here as we head down the home stretch. What up now, Swedes? Fast A, a change. This doesn't have to be a full commit. Here you go, they're going to bait out you 2, they're going to force a rotation. So many bodies, so many eyes worrying about this A site. Look at all those nades. So many smokes on the site. 1, 2, 3, 4 over towards A. Molly's a galore.
This is why we call them the fakey boys.
They don't have any room. Torji and Exertion have made sure of that.
And they've made sure they have 2 smokes and all of their Molotovs. So this could be interesting as to how it finishes off. They've managed to keep 3 feet planted on the first letter of the alphabet, meaning pressure rising for Torji. He has a shadow advantage on that. And he's, heard something. And going, looking, Yabi moonwalks to his demise! Torji takes 2! Found now. Exertion in response, dead as well. Stown responds in kind. JDC to activate, good for the first. Eliminates Cadian, keeping level is Tessus. Oh, JDC gets 2, could be 3. He's on the bomb right now. Wow, Tessus with a laser beam. That's not an AK, that's a railgun, but this could be a very well calculated nade. 7 HP. That finishes in style, MOUZ Up to 13!
Talk about confidence. That's exactly what you saw from Dexter. Oh, we got a fight? Where are you? Let's go. I'll take this duel any day of the week. And now Heroic again back into losing ways. Cannot get consecutive rounds. And at this point, it changes. At this point, you're starting to get real worried that MOUZ are about to eliminate you in the semi-finals. This is real. And this is about to become their nightmare. What a great double here from Torji. We've been needing more from this kid for some time, and he's stepping up in a great moment. Sound, another one of these individuals who gets questioned about going missing. Well, he wasn't missing with those shots. 18 kills for him, but still gets taken down. How much can he do?
Look at the fire right now in their eyes. This team, no stranger to hardships, to near misses, and now find themselves 13-10 up in a semi-final, up against Heroic, the Intel Extreme Masters, and a grand final 3 rounds away. Can MOUZ really hold on? All of these individuals having their moment in the sun here. Heroics from Torji, Frozen looking robotic in the best way. And Heroic, they've pushed it, all of those chips once again. Limited resources, but this time less announced.
Contact.
John DeCastro holds the line for 2. And a response as well from Frozen. Yabi kicking up a bit of a stink, but Torji's having none of it. Cadian and clutches. Sure, he's had 2 handfuls of them over his visit here. This one not to be.
Oh, the writing is on the wall right now. It doesn't feel like Heroic have any ideas. That was just a contact walkout, eh? And the MOUZ fan right there, yeah, he's repping. Because right now, they are almost destined for 15 MOUZ. There's only 2 more rounds required, and Heroic, they have enough money for a partial buy. If they go all in, it's just going to be Galil's. And we've seen the stubbornness of this buying pattern. Sure, Heroic are a team who like to throw in one, maybe one AK, maybe a rifle comes into the mix. But just with some of the purchases that they've gone for in this game, the fact that they haven't been able to break through, this is how those financial decisions will come back to haunt you. You need to sit here in your 3rd timeout with 30 seconds going, we're screwed. Yeah, and it is a bit of a Tom and Jerry moment.
Well, we all know what happens in Tom and Jerry. The MOUZ usually wins. We'll see if they can hold on. You're right, the writing is on the wall, chat, but in Counter-Strike, anything is possible.
Look at the pop-up from Frozen as well, right? This is something of a team coming into here who have been just getting a lot of negative press. They've been on a downslide, slowly rolling down this mountain until we think they get to the break, and then everything changes. But this is the last-ditch attempt. This is MOUZ finally looking like themselves, the individuals, showing the form that is required of them.
This is where growth happens, Chad. Trials, tribulations, and a best of 3. Coming all the way around to round 25. And it's a partial, looking to use and exploit the pace and the unity of their 5-man squad. Yabi put to rest immediately. Torji fragging up a Storm's down, however. Punishes exertion, and Dexter with an immediate response. Bomb down short. Torji gets more, and MOUZ 1 frag away from 15. Tessa's a nice tap, but could you possibly do any more? Swallows a nade. 26 HP, a single bullet could do it. And Torji's having a great game. Can he find another? Tessus doesn't think so. He needs to find 2 more to break the heart of MOUZ! And he's on his way now! Tessus looking to be the superstar, looking the right way! Oh! KDC secures 15 and denies the 1v3!
Putting the Terminator down there, Tessus looking laser sharp, it's just not enough. 1 more round is all MOUZ need.
And 5 attempts to go where they've never been before. A grand final, tantalizingly close now for MOUZ.
And Tessa sits on back. That was a great attempt, a great crack. And Frozen getting fired up. He hasn't felt this feeling in many years. He's been on MOUZ for an awful long time, but this new roster, they've had some breakthroughs. They've gone deep in majors, semi-finals, sure. But trophies, not something they necessarily have to boast here. The roster over time, they're bringing these academy players. We don't even call them that anymore. Torji, JDC, Exertion, those additions, one after the other.
Cyclone
Yeah, well, you bring the coach in. He's played a massive factor in all of this as Stown could have set himself up for a duel against one of those Academy members. It's Exertion getting a bit flirtatious.
Exertion needs to get that smoke down now. They're coming for him. They might push the smoke. Oh, it's hectic. Blind and executed. The Israeli's gone, but Dexter isn't. Stubborn. Torshi, he's taken down Testes. They are 3 frags away right here, right now, Chad. Is there anything left from Heroic? They're trying to play their usual game. The Fakey boys are in town. But is this MOUZ's for the taking?
Spreading themselves thin here, Heroic.
Yeah, but the uncertainty growing.
Shush has heard this. Shush has definitely heard the scope.
He's definitely cooking up trouble, is Shush. JDC to address the gap. Didn't see it, didn't see it. Dexter's dead on shelf. Weird turn of events here as the rotate told.
Torshi's dead as well.
Nice from Shush. He's caught Torshi. Shush again! On death's door, but he stays stubborn.
A little bit of life here for Heroic late. We'll call this one 11. Frozen, not going to give this one a go. Doesn't need to. Better off holding on to this weapon for now, but that is a nice turnaround from the Danes right there. Down a man, but made so much space, so much room in the moment. Maybe a little bit too big for MOUZ in this one. Had a bunch of advantages. Stepped on out into certain fights and fell at the wayside here.
Loved reading JDC talking about his Counter-Strike, saying he knows what he's capable of. He just needs to stop thinking so much and believe in himself more. Well, I think this is certainly going to be a way to start that belief. And, well, maybe even convert it into manifesting a grand final.
I know we're not there yet, but this has been more of a team effort from MOUZ, right? You've got 21 for Frozen, 21 for Torji. Torji's bloody 6-0 in opening duels.
6-0.
Yeah, this is not a Torji you get often, so when you get it, you better make the bloody well most of it.
Yeah, put it in a bottle.
Yeah, 16 for JDC, 14 for Dexter, who's responded. Overpass was very bleak for him. Exertion's got 14 for his own. He's got 7 assists alongside. So the team has shown up here for MOUZ in map number 3. But Heroic might be able to bring themselves back into this as MOUZ are actually going to expend their final 30-second timeout. So
this is where Cyclone gets on the mic, I imagine. You can see actually it's more of a conversation.
Well, the reason at this point of the game is because their loss bonus is at the very bottom of the barrel, right? With that round loss, they got 1,400. Into the next, they get 1,900. So normally, in this situation, when it's early game, you're going to go for a force buy, right? The question is, do they want to operate for that? Because Frozen can drop a rifle.
Just need one more.
Exactly. So Frozen could drop a rifle, that's okay. Or if everybody takes a save right now and they get 1,900 onto what they have right now, maybe with a couple of investments, 5-7s Deagles, and that's what they're going for, they can still full buy in the next. So they're going to have a stronger buy next round than what they could right now.
Yeah, and that loss bonus will start to grow.
And they still have a chance with their superstar of Frozen being on that AK.
David Sanansky. Incredibly impressive, incredibly experienced at just 20 years of age.
Had him on our screens for so long now.
He's been playing 1.6 before he could walk, I swear. Now Exertion.
This is a good position for a pistol like this.
5-7.
Yeah, it's down. Uh-oh.
No problem.
Well cleared with the crouch.
And Cadian Zorp as well fills the feed. Tessus racks up another. So Heroic, they have weathered this eco. I say that as Torshi's Deeg is hoping to do the impossible. They are coming his way.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how this all pans out, right? Oh, he did an awful lot of damage right there, didn't he? But nothing lethal. But this is where that timeout they took to discuss their finances. Cyclone can't take any more timeouts to adjust things now. So at this moment, they go for the full buy. In the next round, they get a 2,400 loss to be a partial, right? If they lose this one, so we're going to be talking, they'll have a buy again on 15-14. So that's essentially how this will fizzle out. If MOUZ do not win this one, expect another partial buy or whatever saved guns, and then Heroic will get a free crack to take this thing to overtime.
Not a word MOUZ want to consider. 5 opportunities presented them here in regulation. Now they operate with just 3. This, fully equipped, seems like their best bet. And looks like Yabi's going to just punish. It's wide open for the taking. The util dump already, Yabi in. And Dexter burned down. Oh! Totally executed. Exertion kept honest. And what's Dexter supposed to do?
Find
He's gonna kill you! Charges in just down. Hands JDC and Frozen. An interesting state of play. 2v3. JDC, what have you got? Shush too good or not? Oh! And Testa's quick on the draw. That's his second of the round.
So clinical. His aim has been on point. 20 kills as
He's
Frozen.
having a game, Chad. He's having a real game.
There's no kit for Frozen.
It should be over. A 10-second defuse. Yeah, good luck, have fun. Needs to touch that bomb. They don't know that. And Testa's pushes ahead of it. No time, yeah. Frozen a ton of his tongue. And running after him. Head-to-head. Trying to take it away. Cadian loses his orb.
Everybody going down in the server. It doesn't matter for Heroic. They have to buy round after round, and they got more than enough residual cash to do so. If anything, just constellation frags for Frozen there, and this is what I was talking about. Now it's MOUZ into just a lighter investment once more. Wait, bide their time. Wait for that 2,900 loss bonus. That'll put them at 15-14 with all the pressure on them to close in regulation.
Looks like we're going all the way through.
Well, this is great because we had snooze fest blowouts, if I'm going to be honest with everybody, on maps 1 and 2. Dexter was the only one who made Vertigo interesting, and Testa's tried to do the same on Overpass.
Yeah, now it's incredibly up for debate both ways. This one, not so much, though. We are going to see a full 30 rounds unless, I mean, Heroic slip on a banana skin. Should just be another casual conversion. Not much more than a couple of $100 spent.
About the only moment of danger in that round, especially look at Stown and Katie in space now. Yabby's the one who gets to receive here and probably get to add a couple more kills to his tally. Only going to be one and done, so an AK. And that'd be a good weapon to save if you're Exertion.
Especially with his Kev, that's beneficial.
You don't really need to hunt if you're Heroic. I'm not sure what the benefit would be giving any other AKs over here.
You're right.
Make sure they have to operate with M4s.
Oh yeah, he's been making some interesting choices. He's now going to potentially lose his AK if he's not careful. Okay, Cadian doesn't care about caution. He does it for the style and denies the AK as well. We are going the distance, folks. Strap in.
This is 4 consecutive for Heroic, and they need the 5th and final here to take us to overtime. MR12. Sorry, MR12? MR3. That could be a long overtime.
That would be quite the OT.
12.5K was where I was going with that one, but here we go.
Confirmed.
Into the buys. Only 1 defuse kit. Whew. And no AWP. This is it.
This would be a 5-round run from Heroic to force OT. And MOUZ, the other end of that coin. 5 opportunities. This is their last before that slate's wiped clean. Chip damage. Everything hangs in the balance of the next 90 seconds. Every piece of utility, every press of the keyboard, a step further or closer to your goal. You got to keep a cool head on your shoulders. JDC fires off a couple of pot shots that will be noted, and Tessus will burrow into a very powerful position.
That's the biggest gap. He has the rotations constricted here.
Surely Caden's licking his lips. He can call a game around that.
Exertion, Dexter, and Torji have to get this done. It's going to be on the 3 of them.
What have they got? Torji spots out the potential for the flank. Dexter activates forward, and he's taken down Yabby. Exertion as well. They're running out of players. Only Tessus. No, Cadian alone. MOUZ are doing it, and it's theirs. Their very first grand final. They're going the distance in Dallas.
Questions have been asked about this MOUZ roster. Getting the playoffs of majors, but they've been on a downward spiral, toppling Heroic, a team who wanted another grand final berth, another shot at a trophy, will be stopped short here in Dallas. It's the plucky youngsters of MOUZ today who step on up and get things done. An inspiring performance from the leader on map number 1, Dexter, putting his name in the spotlight, but this is their time in the sun, their chance at a grand final.
Incredible for the individual's exertion. 18 years of age, taken to that grand final stage. Frozen, just 20. John De Castro as well. Got to give him a props for the performance and consistency. And we get to hear from the victors now. A spectacle to behold on that stage, I'm sure.
Well, that was one hell of an impressive victory, right down to the wire. Xertion, you guys have had a rough couple of events, but now you're in the grand final of IEM Dallas. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I can believe it, but yeah, it was hard to believe sometimes. Yeah, we lack identity, but yeah, we play great this tournament, and yeah, I just hope we can keep it up for the final.
Definitely so. Now, I'm going to touch all the way back on that Vertigo pick. They hadn't played it since IEM Rio themselves. Did you feel that like they maybe not so well practiced on it?
Yeah, I mean, we knew that they would probably practice the map, but practice and official is completely different, right? So yeah, we just felt comfortable picking it. It's a map that we have improved on a lot, and we changed some roles, and yeah, felt good.
Now, you probably expected them to pick into this overpass, right? You played against them last time, but it's not been a strong map for you guys. Had you tried to change much on it? Did you really try to be able to have a focus to get an improvement?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a secret, it's not our best map, but yeah, I mean, we're trying game by game and we're learning from stuff, but I think they're probably one of the best team on overpass in the world, so I think it was very difficult to play against them, but yeah.
And Ancient, on those last few rounds, we thought that it was going to go to overtime. You started to drop some of them. What was the team mood like? What were you guys saying to each other?
I mean, it was good even after the Testis won before almost. I mean, everyone kept calm and it was like, okay, whatever, he almost won it, but who cares, you know? But yeah, just we played pretty well and yeah, I mean, just good mood and having fun in the game, and that's the most important.
And how important is this to you to be in this grand final after you've been in grand finals back on the academy roster, but this is a whole different thing, right? Look at this crowd.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, thank you guys all for the support. It's been amazing. The crowd has been fantastic, to be honest. I enjoyed it, and yeah, I mean, it feels great to be back in grand finals, and it's where I want to be more. So yeah, just gonna give it our all tomorrow, and yeah, just have fun.
Well played, mate. You've done a fantastic job. I got to give you this pen, and you go off there and sign the screen for us. Dallas, give it up for Exertion and MOUZ Sports. Freya, back to you.
Man, the pressure certainly palpable in the final stages of this semi-final, but it is the underdogs of MOUZ who withstand it. Heroic crumbling in their face, and we have Dexter down here to dissect every moment of the action because, man, Ancient was an incredible map for you guys to be closing out on. Heroic almost make the comeback. Can I just get mentally what happened in your heads during that final round? What was going through your brains? Because it almost looked like it was going to overtime.
Yeah, we were in a terrible situation there, and I guess we just got the kill, to be honest. I pushed pushed Yabi in cave and gave up enough space for Exertion to really just shut them down on B, and that's what we needed for the last round there.
And a historic occasion for you as the first Tier 1 Grand Final that we see MOUZ making it to. Exertion set up on the stage. He expected it. This isn't a surprise for him. What's the sentiment from you? Were you surprised to see yourselves making it there?
I guess you could say it's surprising, but I guess we've been very just relaxed with everything. So it's one of those tournaments where you don't really expect much from yourselves and you just go far.
Dexter, I need explanations. You guys in late 2022 were making the playoffs, making deep runs so consistently, and you fell off this cliff. At Rio, it was horrible. Legend stage, or at the major, it was horrible. And now you're looking like the team that we really fell in love with at the end of 2022. How did you bring this back together?
I think it's just like the last straw, right? It's just like, oh, it's the end of the season and we really want to just relax and do whatever. And it's like that more careless mentality, and that's what I strive for in practice, and we're actually doing it now.
I have a question in regards to, you know, the veto as well. Did you think about like just vetoing overpass and letting Anubis through, you know, like you did versus Astralis, or were you afraid they were going to pick it? What was the thought process with the veto?
We're just saving Anubis for the grand final, that's all. Yeah.
Fair enough, but how was it for you? I mean, you had a real roller coaster of a series. I mean, that Vertigo, man, that was one of the most incredible games I've seen in recent times, right? Then on Overpass, it's, you know, the opposite pretty much. So how do you sort of compose yourself for the decider, you personally, but also the team as a whole?
I think we just played good as a team, but yeah, obviously I really sucked on overpass, so it is what it is. But I needed to step up there. But overall, I think we're just really confident in ourselves. Like, we're just mentally going to reset, just like, yeah, we just got destroyed on overpass. I got destroyed on overpass, so I need to really step up. So that's the only way it's going to work to win anything on Ancient.
And who are the other voices that are contributing in the mid-rounds for you guys? Because you guys obviously enact a lot of team play in those moments. There's a lot of times when you guys are, creating new plans and flashing for each other and everything. But given you're the in-game leader, I would say you're obviously number one. Who's number two?
I would say it's between me and Zertian. We often take space a lot together, and he's always in the absolute front. So when he's absolute front, he'll just talk and say what he sees, and I can react really easily off that. And then we have like Frozen and JDC who are on the sides, and sometimes they'll step up if they have a good read or anything like that. And that's just how the hierarchy kind of works.
Cool. Dexter, I feel like you're being really humble, just focusing on the overpass for your own performance, because Vertigo was absolutely insane for you. Can you tell me like what put the kind of fire under your feet coming into that first map? Was that a map that you've just been feeling yourself on recently?
Yeah, I think me, Zertian, and Torji played really well on A, and then we're just a good combination there. And then I think JDC and Frozen, they just play really well off each other as well. So if we're able to give space on ramp for them, they're really good at reacting and communicating what they need as well.
And then mentally, what was like the reset moment after that overpass, coming into Ancient? What are you saying when you have, that 15, 20-minute break between the maps? Like, is it just yourself kind of trying to amp up the team again?
No, I'm pretty chill too. It's not really me, but everyone's just kind of like there, just screaming, just like, yeah, let's get this and let's get back into it. And for me, like personally, my bad game, I just reset. It's just a game, so I just get into the next map and just like, just got to do better.
Just chill vibes. That's apparently the key to making it to the grand final. Speaking of the grand final, it's going to be either FaZe or ENCE. Obviously, you've got a lot of history versus FaZe. I mean, recently you were the team that pushed them down as the last chance qualifier at the major. Is there a preference of who you want to be facing off against?
I guess for the storyline, I guess probably FaZe, but I haven't versed ENCE in a long time, so I'll also like to verse them because I think I'm more mentally prepared for what they bring.
I feel like ENCE are looking like a different team now with Nerds on the roster, right? Like, I don't know whether that changes your perception of them as a team and like the firepower that they might be bringing.
I think Snappy has the same way of calling. It's very good calling. We just need to be very on top of how we want to play against it. And yeah, just bring our best.
Well, if you have any final questions, gentlemen, we can let Dexter go and celebrate his win.
Just congrats, Ellen.
I think just let the sexiest man on the server go have a good time.
Yeah, how have the signs been helping you as well? Because we have a lot of Dexter fans, or maybe another.
Let's hear it for Dexter. Let's hear it for Dexter.
There we go. Hey.
There we go.
Well, with that epic ending to our first semi-final, we do need to check in with our potential candidates for the DHL MVP. There is certainly one man that would definitely be guaranteeing gracing the stage of our potential DHL MVP candidates, but we have 5 for you guys to be choosing from. We're using your Twitch channel points at home. First up on the cards has to be Frozen. Maui, one of your favorite players, I guess your actual favorite player on the side of MOUZ.
I said before they even played in the group stage that when we looked at those two teams, Heroic and MOUZ, that Frozen might be the best player. Well, look at what he just did in the playoffs. Highest rated there. JDC, though, also having a great job on the support efforts. His extremity positioning was just fantastic in this series.
And Storm, for what it's worth, he did try his best. It seemed like he had like good impactful rounds on Ancient. It just wasn't the Heroic that we're used to seeing, and MOUZ as a team was better today.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a question going forward, but 2 more candidates for you guys to be choosing from at home. The 4th, of course, is going to be Shush. Again, one of the best supportive stars in the world. Unfortunately, just not enough to be pushing it over the line for Heroic. So I feel like we've got to be giving up to MOUZ in this vote, because it's just crazy to see the firepower that they were able to deploy. Considering Maui, we've got to contextualize this. We thought they would be a team that would be limping coming into this tournament. We weren't sure whether they were going to stick together as a 5 after this season ends.
Freya, you can beat a dead horse, but you can't beat a dead MOUZ.
Very true.
I feel like I've heard that before.
Yeah, is that a saying? Is it a Serbian saying?
Oh yeah, definitely a classic. Exertion, you know, again, having all the VPank, especially on this map, you could tell that the guys who were supposed to do the work for MOUZ, they weren't afraid of the moment. You know, like they stepped up to the task, and it was a bit reminiscent to me to the semi-final, to the quarterfinal in Rio against Cloud9, right? Like they lose their own map pick, and then you're thinking, okay, this team is going to fall apart on stage. You know, all of a sudden they come back, they win Cloud's 9 pick, and then you're going into Ancient, and again, they're just right off the bat, they're rising to the occasion. You know, they're not playing scared, they're playing to win, they're communicating, they're having their moments, and they look like the veteran team, right? And they've done that to a squad like Heroic, who we've touted as the highest floor, and they never get upset. Now 2 tournaments back to back, you know, lost to Gamer Legion at the Major and here to MOUZ in Dallas.
Yeah, I've said my piece before on just the woes of Heroic in playoff moments and big stages and everything like that, but I actually want to just kind of like change it up. Instead of critiquing as much, I want to actually this time say that MOUZ played so well individually. Torzy had such big moments there on Ancient. Like, I haven't seen that from Torzy for months. It's been so long, it's been such a far cry from the Torzy that first came onto this MOUZ roster, getting the promotion from MOUZ NXT, and in this series, he delivered. He showed all of that potential that I've been waiting to see, that I knew was in there, and they finally unlocked it for a match that mattered more than anything, and it helped MOUZ now secure their first Grand Finals appearance since 2019 Epicenter. Like, it has been so long for this organization to get to an S-tier Grand Finals, and Torzy's a big reason that they're here now.
Particularly when we were prefacing Ancient saying Torzy isn't necessarily the person that we should be relying on, right? You were saying that might be a good thing for MOUZ, but as Chad was rightly saying in the cast, when Torzy shows up like this, you've got to make the most of it.
Yeah, absolutely, and they did. You know, Frozen leaded the way as the best player on the team. I think for me though, with Heroic, this was a bit of a different one. Like it's a strange one, right? Obviously you have the Vertigo map in the series where Dexter was just on a tear, but you know, when Shush finally has like a good consistent series, that's when Cadian, who's been, you know, their highest rated player in some of those losses in some of those games, sort of has a bit more of a quiet game, Yabi on the last map. And I think if you look back in your Heroic, in that first half, you didn't play like your game 100% of the time. We saw that in the middle of the first half when they're doing those re-aggressions in the mid-round, and that's working really well, and MOUZ did a great job of adjusting to that. You move over to the second half, you win the force buy, then you lose again. Then there was a couple of like forces where you really pushing the issue here. Like that force buy where they just went for the A execute, it's like that round is so risky that if you lose it, you're giving up control of the economy. And you look at the game, it ends 16-14. If you just take the eco there, you know, concede that you lost the early economy battle and get into the gun rounds earlier, I think like that you have a better chance of winning, closing out the series.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Danes, that does mean the end of the line here in Dallas. So let's get a few departing words courtesy of Cadian.
A great fight and a good effort coming out from Heroic, but this time it was not meant to be for that grand final spot. Cadian, I want to just start by looking at the Vertigo coming in there. They were going to try throw a curveball at you. They hadn't had success on other maps. How much had Heroic put into it recently? Because the last official you played, at least, was all the way back in Rio.
Yeah, I mean, we've been practicing it like steadily, and we knew that maybe at some point it would be an important map. We haven't played it that much, but we're actually usually feeling pretty good on it. We know how to do our aggression, we get good utility damage and stuff like this, but yeah, I think, you know, my honest opinion is that I feel like the team let me down on Vertigo a little bit today. I think people's mentality were really off. However, I probably let them down the whole series because that was the worst series that I played individually for a long time, you know. I didn't get anything going in any of the 3 maps, so yeah, feels bad, man.
And in terms of that, you're being honest about your individual performance. How hard, when you're having a game like that and a series like that, is it to be able to call? Because we always look at you as the one that motivates and brings these players up.
I don't think it's necessarily much harder to call. Like, there's still a lot of things we know that works that we can continue to do. Obviously, there's some of the key kills that I would be getting or that I could get more of, you know, if I'm feeling it. But I think, you know, a lot of the to-dos is somewhat the same.
And we've heard from you before on this, it's about the players not being there when you need to be, sometimes you not showing up, but it's constantly, again, at this point now getting these top 4, top 2 positions. Where are you putting Heroic right now? What's the missing ingredient, mate? Do you have it on your finger at all? Do you think maybe it's this?
That's a good question. I mean, for sure, not a championship winning team. I guess that's all there is to say.
Well, you've got a championship winning spirit, that's for sure, and hopefully we'll see you back at it again soon. Cadian, thank you very much, man.
And that is heartbreaking for Heroic, because I think this loss, recontextualizes how we're viewing Heroic, particularly their run in Paris, right? We were looking at that Game of Legion loss rather, and saying, sure, Game of Legion looks really strong in that, deserved to win that one out. But we were saying it was maybe the 1 in 10, chance of it happening. This reframes it.
It's no longer 1 in 10. It's almost every other game. I mean, it's basically just, you know it's coming. You know this is coming with Heroic nowadays, and it's like clockwork. You know that in the playoffs there's going to be this weird underperformance from them, that they're not going to deliver to the same standard that we're used to in group stages, and it's really frustrating because we were blinded yet again by their group stage performance. They topped every single meaningful stat.
They destroyed G2.
Yeah, they destroyed G2. They were first in 4v5 percentage, 5v4, flash assists, flash damage. Like, their players were some of the highest rated at the event, and then they come into the playoffs and just, like, the nerves get to them, and there needs to be something addressed there or something.
I think Kaden is a great leader, like a great captain. They have a lot of, like, support staff, mental coaches and whatnot. And then you come to me after the game and you say, the team's energy wasn't really there in the first map. After all the struggles you have in the playoffs, how does that happen? Whose responsibility is that? How can the players themselves, for all the trust that he was talking to us about after that G2 win, and how everyone's doing the work, where are you now? Why are you not talking from the start of the game? What's happened? Even though for us it just seems that Dexter was wrecking them, and but they obviously know better. They were on the server and on the TeamSpeak, and I'll tell you one more thing. It did feel on Ancient at some point Heroic started panicking. I mean, that call to buy, you can argue, I don't like it, but also you go through the rounds that MOUZ is winning in the gun rounds and how the rounds are going. There's a lot of chaos. And sure, Heroic is an aggressive team, but they're getting caught with their nades out. MOUZ is just rushing the site, trying to get the fast kills, get the fast trades, get the fast retakes, and Heroic is constantly giving them that.
Yes.
Instead of just calming it down, holding, wait for a couple of seconds, see what's going to happen. If they go for that play, you have your gun out, that's a pretty easy punish.
They get so easily flustered in some of the big moments that it comes across so uncharacteristic, and the mental fragility has been such a key. It's really just hurt them so consistently now that I don't know if you really want to make a change, because you're making semis of every single tournament you're joining, but you're just not getting it over the line there. And I don't have a finger to point at any single person at this at all, but it is clearly just something that's been boiling with this team for so long that it's gotta go somewhere.
And listen, I wonder about the other side of that coin, that everyone loves each other on the team and you're going along so great. Does that make it more difficult to cut someone? Is that why that's taking more time? Because at some point, great players and all of that stuff, but the mental aspect is a big part of, are you a championship caliber player? If there's a guy or two guys on that team that constantly go missing and are constantly the issue when it comes to big moments, they shut down, they go inside themselves, they talk less. I mean, those guys probably at this point need to go. They had more than enough opportunities to show up, to change their habits. You're not gonna, this is very important to understand, you're not gonna be in the grand final every time. Or even even if you're Heroic, this is you're being really good at this moment and you're getting into the playoffs and you're getting these opportunities. That can disappear like this. Other teams can surpass you and all of a sudden your window is gone and you didn't take the most of it.
The hardest part about this job also is that we would want to just say it's this bottom fragger that's always going missing or something like that, that's kind of just falling off. But it's really just been a cycle of different people. I've seen Shushby really go missing in these kinds of games. Today it was Yabby who really didn't show up or anything like that. Kaden also kind of underperformed for what he was doing in the group stage. And so this is one of those moments where I actually just would need to know the comms so accurately and directly, just because someone's clearly not helping in terms of the mental aspect when these games are actually live, and we don't have that sort of information.
It's complicated when you have a team structure like Heroic, right?
Yes,
to point a finger at a single individual. Tell you somebody that didn't go missing throughout the duration of this series, though. That was Frozen in our Air Force Aim High player of the match. Maui, you looked into your crystal ball at the beginning of Dallas and you said Frozen, he is going to be the man that pops off, or needs to pop off rather, for MOUZ. He's done that on a big stage. He's made it to a grand final.
I honestly just love Frozen. I mean, Semphis brought it up. I mean, the hot take I made back in just 2020 MOUZ was that Frozen was the better player than Rops, and I think they've actually just both gone on to have incredibly successful careers, where Frozen has shown that even in the trying times of MOUZ, when they were kind of going through roster changes, he was such a stable force for them, and he also has kind of a multitude of roles. Sometimes he is a lurker a lot of the time. He has taken some of those star rifle roles, but he's found such much consistency, and also sometimes the way he plays more aggressively. Like on this map, for example, he takes space towards cave and towards lane when he's on the T side, and that's not really where you put your typical lurker also. And so what I love about Frozen is just the versatility. It seems like he's so well equipped to deal with every situation that the game presents him, and he doesn't need to necessarily be in like this comfort zone to find success. It's openers, it's clutches, it's just finding multi-frags on bomb site defenses. Like, he's got it all.
Well, we've had so much action already in Dallas, but we do have one more semi-final on the card. Janko, you're departing the desk with me. Who have you got on the cards? FaZe or ENCE taking this one?
I want to say ENCE. I want to say this is because ENCE is the better team at the moment, right? And the only question is, FaZe rises their level. Can ENCE rise their level a little bit too and just take the game? The map pool goes their way, all that sort of stuff. Although on the other side, you would get Frozen versus Mr. Cool, so that would be down to.
Pretty
but
cool,
I have ENCE.
Yeah? Okay, well, we have that locked in from Janko, but we do need to find out exactly how the game is going to be going down. FaZe versus ENCE in our second semi-final is going to be Trace, Matthew, and a very special guest joining you up here on this desk. We're throwing it to a quick break. When we are back, second semi-final is going down.
Smurfs, go f yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on FaceIt, go f yourself.
Players who throw games, go f yourself. To all your grievers, go f yourself.
This is for all the low sense out there. Just f yourself.
To everybody I know, go f yourself.
I already paid to be boosted. I deserve level 10. Go f yourself. Go f yourself.
Go f yourself. Go f yourself. Go f yourself.
Go and verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join us in building a more trusted community, one verification at a time. What did you think they were saying?
Go verify yourself.
Wait, you're saying verify?
Yeah, man, we're trying to make people go verify themselves.
Oh.
But if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you want to test look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
You had a couple of days off, right? Now you're getting onto the stage. What's the feeling? What's the vibe like?
It's good. Just gonna do our business like we did in the group stage with them.
Now, when you're talking about that business, right, you had a smile on your face. You still got that smile on your face now. It does feel, when I'm talking to you guys, that ENCE feels like a different team right now. What has changed?
I think ever since we acquired Nerds, we've been kind of back on track, apart from a big slip-up, I would say, in the Legend stage, but I think we learned from it, and the mistakes we made there, we don't intend on repeating.
And for Nerds, you feel like he's very comfortable even at this stage, going into the crowd?
Yeah, I think so. He's a pretty... I don't think he gets phased by a lot, so I think he'll be fine.
He doesn't get phased by a lot, but you're playing FaZe again. Now, you have won 2 back-to-back series against him, and the second one you performed even better. Why is it against FaZe that you guys can have these kind of performances?
I don't know. We always had a good grasp on them. We lost the most important game, though, the EPL final back, what is it, 1.5 years ago. But I think we have a good grasp on them. We kind of understand how to play against them, but now it's a stage game. It's different. They're probably a little bit better here. Okay. So it's going to be a new challenge.
And in terms of Anubis, I've got to ask about this because you let it be decided the first time, then you picked it the second time. Is there a risk playing it again, you know, that they can learn from it, or are they still, in your eyes, weak enough that you can go?
We'll see. I'm not going to reveal too much about the veto and our plans yet. It will be after the game.
Mate, the way you're smiling, I'm very scared for FaZe, that's for sure. Snappy, thank you for your time. Go get ready, man. See you later.
Wait.
Finn's trying to run away, but I'm trying to grab him. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. What about you?
I'm doing very good, thank you.
Today.
Fresh?
Yeah, every day.
Oh, look at you. You're so nice. You're trying to make me feel really good before we go on this stage.
I have to smile.
You have to smile, yes. Smile, wave to the camera. There we go. Look at us. Now, you've had the stage game, right? You got to feel it out. You got to feel that crowd. Obviously, massively supporting you guys, and you seem to get this wherever you go. But how much of that do you feed off when we talk about you guys playing on the stage and enjoying that moment?
I think it's everything for the team, right? It's fun to play. Even the crowd against or with us it's just nice to hear the support instead of them sitting online, right? So I just think you can see the way we play. We enjoy it way more, and you just see that in the game as well.
Now, mentally, who do you think benefits more? The fact that you guys have been on the stage already and played, or ENCE coming in fresh and not having done it?
I always think there's pros and cons. Like, obviously, we have tried the setup. We kind of feel the crowd. We played a game yesterday. ENCE haven't played in 2 or 3 days, maybe. Yeah. So there's pros and cons. They have more time to prep. We have less time to prep. But we are maybe a little more informed with the game yesterday. So there's always pros and cons.
Have you done any more practice on Anubis? I'm guessing that might come in.
I mean, we haven't really practiced since we played ENCE, right? We just had to focus on the next game in front of us. Okay. So I think, like... the times we played on Anubis, they played really good, but I also think we didn't play our best, and hopefully we have to step up today. Obviously, we're watching the 2 Anubis game to kind of realize what we need to do better, and hopefully that will transform into the game.
Let's see if it does, Carrigan. Thank you very much, man. Go get yourself ready. See you soon.
Oh, yeah, it's about that damn time. FaZe taking on ENCE. We look at what is the playoffs of the Intel Extreme Masters here in Dallas, freaking Texas, y'all, and it's only appropriate, it's only fitting that we're joined by a Southerner here on the desk. And also some other guys, like, they're cool too. Like, don't get them all confused. You know, put some respect on their name. But
West
really,
Coast,
truly,
West Coast.
Yeah, West Coast, man.
West Coast, baby.
West side. Okay, yeah, there we go. Hey, Dallas, how y'all feeling today? All right. Yeah, some of y'all are definitely hungover as hell, I can tell. All right, let's get into it. We've got some stuff going on here. This is Nick Cannella. Make some noise for Nitro. All right, Nick, let's just get this right out of the way, man. Maybe we need you on Sunday, just straight up. Is that okay by you? You guys cool if Nitro plays in a show match? What? What do you think, man? You want to play?
I'm
You're
down.
down? You want to play?
Yeah.
All right, so Nitro's playing this show match. Let me get a hell yeah. That's not bad. All right, so where do we find ourselves, Maui? Bring us back to earth.
We got FaZe versus ENCE right before us.
Yes, we absolutely do.
This is becoming a little bit of a mini rivalry. This is the 3rd time they're meeting in under a month. So, and it's been ENCE that have had FaZe's number, but
oh, you hear that?
Okay, well let's let this sink in. Actually,
take it in, bud.
Thank you, guys.
Damn, what a shot! Look at you on the screen, the big screen, man.
Just you.
Yeah. So let's get back into it then. ENCE FaZe. Okay, we got a little derailed. There's a little bit of excitement. ENCE FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that this matchup obviously already happened in the group stage. ENCE took it convincingly over FaZe. I'm sure FaZe are going to have more fans in the audience. Are there any FaZe fans in here? All right.
Yeah, that's believable. I buy that.
That'll probably help them out a little bit.
Infinitely.
But ENCE have just looked like the more tactically sound team. They have looked like the better ones. For me, they're the favorites going into this. Hey, why are you booing me? I'm right. Why are you booing me? I'm right.
Stats on life.
What is going on? Fight fire with Comedy Central here. That's what we're doing. Having some jokes, having some fun. We're playing on the stage. We've just seen the crumble of Heroic against MOUZ. Can that happen to the favorites as well here? I think for ENCE, that's going to be the big question. Like these boys, some of them have little experience on stage. Nerds. Senpai's just stepped on in Cologne. That was the only time he had such an environment. So the question is, who is going to step up for ENCE in the arena? Y'all want to take turns? You knew everything. Do you know everything? Just let me know. My goodness. Let's just load up the stats. Maybe we can draw that comparison. We can draw some of the lines here throughout the group stage. You look obviously with Vincent. Vince. Yeah, okay.
Fence.
Yeah, that works. That was over the fence.
We'll work with that.
There we go.
Fence.
Listen, there are a couple of numbers that are key that we're looking at here. And the first one I want to talk about is Senpai. Senpai has had an absolute burner of a series against FaZe. 1.38. Extremely influential. Bunch of clutches as well in the first map. I would say he carried them almost single-handedly on Anubis. And on the side of FaZe, someone that was a little bit missing is Rain. But hey, guess what? We're in the arena. This is where Rain does his best work. So I feel like we're going to revert to the mean in the good and the bad ways. And it's going to be much more competitive than it was in the group stage.
I have to agree with you, Maniac, in that we are probably going to see a little bit of FaZe just getting a boost from the crowd, a boost from the stadium. And Senpai's, the guy that you highlighted there, he was the highest T-side rated player in the group stage. That's nasty stuff. Like
That's
for an
really
Opera to be doing
yeah.
that, that was kind of blowing my mind a bit, Nitro. Do you think Senpai has it in him to keep it up here?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to keep it up on the stage. I think he's having a really good tournament so far. And I'm not sure like how broke he's playing this tournament. I think he's playing really good, but I think Senpai is on another level right now.
So as a captain, as a leader, you have this player, you have Senpai next to you. You know his quality, you know how good he is, but he doesn't have a whole lot of experience here. What are the words that you give him? What do you tell him to make sure that you get the best out of the rookie coming on the stage?
Well, before the game started, you probably, make a game plan for him, make him watch some demos, see what kind of plays he wants to bring to the table, and just fully support him. And if I'm not sure about his entry stats right now, but they're probably really good as an Opera. I'm assuming since he has such a good T-side, he's probably getting a lot of opening picks. So, I'm not really sure what I would say on it.
Yeah, how do you get him fired up,
Yeah, exactly. I would just be like, go for it. Like if you have a play in mind, just say it and go for it, and we'll support you 100%. And yeah, that's basically what I would say probably.
That is an excellent idea. As someone who's played Little League Baseball, it sounds pretty awesome. But obviously with coaching and stuff, it's only appropriate that those guys get those words in as well. Perhaps we can hear some of the insight from the ENCE side with Saw.
ENCE going up against FaZe once again. I got the honor to talk to Saw here. And Saw, what did you just do in these past couple of days off you guys had for the team?
We did take one day off where we can chill a bit, these off days, and then the second one we wanted to practice a bit, so we stay fresh with the game. But yeah, a couple of chill days preparing for the semi-final.
And that semi-final is an important one. It's a different feeling when you get on the stage. But you have beaten FaZe in back-to-back series now. What do you think gives you guys the edge over them?
Well, I do think the confidence from the last matches is with us for sure. So we have the momentum, I would say. Obviously, it's going to be a bit of mind games since we played against each other twice recently now. But it's going to be an interesting match for sure, and we are going in confident.
You always are confident. I see that when I speak to your players, when I see you guys on the stage. But one thing I want to ask is around Anubis. It was decided the first time. You pick it the second time. Is it risky playing it again when you've beaten them twice and they can learn so much?
Yeah, like I said, there will be mind games for sure. And you could say it's a bit risky, but we decided to go for it because it is a strong map for us, so we feel confident on that one. And
so you're just believing you're better?
We do believe we are better.
And you're going to show it today?
Obviously, we are going to show it today. One thing we talked about is we do need to take it step by step and just, focus on our own performance and, also enjoy the atmosphere here with the crowd.
Harness the energy, soak it all up. I like what Saw's saying. Let's see how it goes in the server. Saw, thank you very much, man.
Hey, Dallas, did you guys hear that? It seems like ENCE like you. Hello, and you guys gave him all that sort of vibe and intro when you got here. Man, any fans for ENCE? All right, yeah, that's not bad. There's a few of them. It's kind of like mid, but mid. Yeah. Anyway, what'd you take from it, Maui?
That Anubis is going to be the battleground. He already revealed a bit of the veto right there. It's been really going in the favor of ENCE. They've beaten FaZe twice on it now. ENCE are on a 3-map win streak on that itself. And I just love Snappy's calling on it. I think Snappy, when he made that claim that he's the best Danish in-game leader, he actually has a reason to believe that, because what he's doing on that map, the amount of mid-rounding, the amount of great map control procedures that they're going for, I honestly think that when we watched that game last time in the group stage, Rops looked more lost than I have ever seen Rops look.
Which is a scary concept, Nick. I mean, you know playing against these guys better than anybody. So as we fly the vetoes in and we see Mirage come out, how does that make you feel?
All right. I think it's a strong map for FaZe. I didn't really look too much into the vetoes for this specific matchup, but I do know that FaZe is a really strong Mirage, and
there it is.
There we go. I think it's a really good map pool for both teams, I think.
We go to Anubis. The difference of level last time in group stage was like night and day. It was impressive. It was like they were playing in different leagues, literally between FaZe and ENCE. And I feel like if you're Kerrigan, the only way you go in that map is just turning it into a mud fight. Like, tactically speaking, just throw it out the window. Like, don't try and get tactical. ENCE have the better utilities. They have the better protocols. They have the better setup. Just make it dirty. Make it dirty fight. Just hit under the belt. Just get in there.
Yeah, that's usually how it is when we play FaZe. They're just kind of all doing their own thing individually, and then some rounds carrying on with their own like a set strat just to throw you off a bit. But for the most part, the way they take map control is really methodical, and you can tell they have a lot of individuality within the Kerrigan system, and that's really hard to play against. You can see whenever we play them at this tournament that Rops is really strong at A main against me, and he knows when there's specific gaps that need to be taken according to like what map control they have across the whole entire map. So it's really fun to watch and really fun to play against.
So what exactly did you derive from yesterday, right? FaZe G2. What do we get from this?
So the way I see it is the difference between FaZe and Heroic is that FaZe actually know how to deal with uncertainty, right? And that is something that I really appreciate. We had a couple of words from Kerrigan. He said, we are aware we're not our best. Like, we know we're not peaking right now. We know we have issues, but we're going to take those finals anyway. Look at the stats here from that series. The 3 players, in fact, Twist as a fourth that you need and you want to be carrying. Rops delivering, Brokey delivering, Rain, big game player once again. He stepped on the stage, immediate difference of numbers compared to that game I talked about versus ENCE. So they can deal with the fact that not everything is great in a FaZe camp. They know how to do it. They know how to get to battle and be ready for it. And I think it's an invaluable ability to have as a team to say, listen, yeah, maybe it's a little bit messed up right now, but it doesn't matter. Like, we're going to do what we can with our best. And that's why I would favor them almost against anybody once you get on that stage.
I think there's also something to be said where Cadian was kind of mentioning that with this format, the fact that you get almost a day to warm up in the arena, having that extra day, that can help these teams a lot. I think it could even be partially the reason that MOUZ were able to beat Heroic, because they had that stadium experience from yesterday. And so actually, Nitro, like, do you think there's any truth to that? Do you think like getting that extra quarterfinal matchup so that you can warm up into the semis gives that quarterfinal player or team a little bit of a boost?
Yeah, I mean, I know that we've been seeing it a lot with just the new major system, the challenger stage coming in. You know, these teams are warmed up to the major. They understand, like, they're just comfortable with the environment, right? So yeah, I do think there's somewhat of a buff there compared to just playing your first game, this really high intense match. Like, you're already in the semifinals. And I don't know. There's 100% some merit to it, and I do think there is a buff to it. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, for FaZe, they're no strangers to being in situations like this, right? We've seen them on the biggest stages that Counter-Strike has to offer. You know, I get taken back to the Cologne Grand Finals a lot in my own mind, and the idea that you had to have some stamina, some endurance, and some cojones to go through and carry it like that. Really and truly, there is a man behind the scenes with a plan, and he's not even that far behind the scenes because sometimes he stands right behind him. It's going to be the coach of FaZe. It's Robin. Let's hear from him.
Robin's joining me in this one as FaZe are going to the stage again. Now, Robin, looking at yesterday's game, what energy, what feeling did you have from the team? Was it different to where we've seen you guys in the past and you're talking about the low energy, the communication problems? Was this better than what you wanted?
Yeah, I mean, on stage, I think we always have good energy. I think that's where we play the best. I think today we just have to go with the flow and keep the momentum from yesterday, and that's it.
So where do you see this phase right now?
I think definitely we can play better than we have been doing here, for sure. I think there is improvements on a lot of different things, but I think we're reaching a point where we're very competitive against anyone, and in any map we're very dangerous. So I'm happy where we are right now, but we definitely can play much better.
Kerrigan's touched on it himself, though, that you guys kind of lack a core map where you can rely you're going to get the win on. How much is that hurting you in these situations?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we have been experimenting a little bit with the map pool, but I think our map pool is still strong. I think we have a lot of maps that we can play, even though there is not one clear map that we're picking. I don't think it's have to be a problem either. So.
And you're Anubis. Is it better than what we've seen versus ENCE? Is there more we can see from FaZe?
Let's see today.
Let's see. Thank you very much, Robin. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, you're convinced?
I'm
you ready to buy?
That's
you're buying it?
I'm buying high and selling high. I think that's how that works, right?
Yeah,
Now
exactly.
you know these things, no?
Sell low, buy high.
Yeah.
That's really how my portfolio has been going. But
Thank you,
I think one thing that's really weird with FaZe is that every single interview they're giving, they're talking about, Robin didn't really say it here, but Kerrigan said it earlier, Rob said it earlier, that they're not really putting as much prep into this event, and they're kind of just wiling out a little bit. They're just kind of like throwing caution to the wind and just playing off of their instincts a lot more. And that kind of actually is terrifying if you're ENCE, you know, because you would probably be able, if you're ENCE, to anti-strap pretty well. You actually probably want to come in with this very solidified game plan of how you want to approach this FaZe team. But if they're just going to say right before the match, like Twist did, he said, you know, I'm just going to pick up an op today, then like it changes everything. It changes the whole dynamic and the strats that you should call. So this is going to be a great test for Snappy for calling on the fly and adjusting his game plan halfway through his T-side half if he's realizing something's not working.
You know, that is a fascinating idea you've got there. And let me ask you, Nick, you've been playing against these guys, you know, you've been in the server. Now that we've got CS2 on the horizon, we've got, you know, whatever's happening going on here with the game itself, are people playing a little more loose? Is it more scrimmy out there?
It's hard to tell because some teams have more structure than others, right? I think FaZe is one of those teams where they have, Kerrigan allows those players to have a lot more individuality, and you can clearly see that in the game. But I feel like the FaZe today that we're going to see in the arena is going to be different than the group stage phase, because I feel like coming into this tournament, you know, they didn't have the best major. They're probably a little bit down about that. But now that they're here, and then they had the group stage, and maybe, you know, they had a pretty good group stage, decent group stage, and now they're like finally in the arena. It's like in their mind, it's a lot. Their minds are clear, and this is where they play their best. As you can see, they won the Grand Slam on LAN, all these achievements. So I think once they made the playoffs, then it's like a different. Like in their minds, it's probably a different mentality that they have coming
Absolutely,
into it.
and it's just their qualities. That's what matters in the stage, in an arena. We talk about erratic Counter-Strike, we talk about chaotic Counter-Strike, situation where the comms get a little crazy and whatnot. FaZe like that.
Yeah.
They thrive in these moments. They embrace it. If ENCE is trying to go through the motions of their very well-refined strategies, Kerrigan might just rush them through the smoke and just put them all to the ground. So that's why I think the playstyle fits perfectly to where we are here in Dallas.
Yeah, it sets the stage, and we're ready to set the stage just a little bit more. Of course, when we look at both sides of the coin here, we have to also talk about our Colex players to watch.
With a place in the grand final on the line, overcoming the tremendous pressure of a top-tier opponent will be the only thing stopping our Colex players to watch from securing victory. DHart embracing of his role has been one of the key aspects that has propelled ENCE to where they are today. He sacrifices himself when needed, he steps up when they ask him to, and he delivers even when the pressure is high. Just 1% extra from the tank, and DHart could ensure a third victory over one of the greats in back-to-back-to-back series. Rops may have been lurking in the shadows for FaZe Clan, but here in Dallas he's been shining. His aim has been sharp, his focus unwavering, and yesterday he was a nuisance for G2. If Rops can do that against ENCE, then revenge definitely is on the cards, and another grand final will be written in the stars for FaZe. Which one of our Codex players to watch will overcome the roar of the arena, and who will be packing their bags ready for the long flight home? We're about to find out.
That is correct. Our Colex players to watch, and for obvious reasons, heavy hitters, right, Nick?
Oh, yeah. I have a feeling that Russ is going to pop off today.
Oh. Is that something that you guys have channeled there, or like how'd that work?
No, I just got a feeling, man. I know how he is.
Yeah, it's he can be lethal, I think is the best way to describe one of our most accomplished NA players, right? So it's a cool thing we've got his teammate up here, right?
Definitely, and I mean, the players we just had, Colex players to watch as well, relatively safe value. Robs, you know what you're going to get out of him. Diha, I feel like, has reached that point now where I look into a game of ENCE, and I know he's going to contribute to a certain amount. But I think the conversation should be, how about the rest of the roster of ENCE? Do we know how nerds behave on the stage? Do we know how Sampayas behaves on the stage? He's done it once in Cologne, that was with Movistar Riders, but we're still left to wonder, like, is this a proving ground? It's the proving ground for players that have been exceptionally skilled throughout the group stage that now have to do it where Counter-Strike takes its true meaning. And that's what we're about to see for ENCE.
And that's why I think FaZe are going to win map 1. I think they're going to get slapped in the face right away by FaZe, who are warmed up into this stage.
Welcome to the arena.
But I also think that ENCE are going to come back. Once they actually lick their wounds a little bit after map 1, they're going to show their tactical prowess. They're going to show why they've defeated FaZe now 2 consecutive times, looking for that third. And I think that it's going to happen, but it's going to take a little bit of a beating first, and they're going to have to wake up.
This is ENCE trying to get back on the grand final stage that they found themselves in last time, but with Snacks. Yeah, it was a little bit different, right? The last ride they had here in Dallas, at least.
Yeah, no one likes losing 3 times in a row, man.
Wow. I guess
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. And if we lose Sunday, I don't think we're allowed to come back, Nick. So just keep that in your pocket, in your head, back there somewhere. But overall, who do you have in the series? We've seen the vetoes. So let's start with you, Nick. No pressure. The whole world's watching, though. The whole world's watching.
I'm going to say FaZe 2-1.
There we go.
I feel like...
There we go.
Okay. There we go. Guys?
I'm on the FaZe train on that. For me, it's quite clear. Because I'm with you on the explanation of like, Mirage is going to go around the corner. It's going to get real violent for a second. What I don't think is that ENCE is going to bounce back from it. I think first lap is going to be a KO, like technical KO. We're going to move on. And I don't think ENCE is going to be able to play the tactical CS they want on map 2. That's the way I look at it. If they can, kudos to Snappy. If they can actually handle the chaos and keep it like a fair fight, that would be impressive.
Yeah, I think it's really just, is ENCE going to get over the mental hurdle of getting punched in the face by FaZe? But I actually think that their structure is so sound, and Snappy is actually a good enough leader that he is going to help his team out enough, both on the tactical side and on the mental side. So yeah, I got ENCE in this 2-1, and like I said, they're going to lose the first map, but they're going to bounce back.
The bounce back. Anything else you got for this crowd, Nick? Anything you want to say to them at all?
Oh, love you guys. Thanks for all the support. Appreciate it.
That's wholesome. That's real right there. Dallas, you're awesome. Do appreciate you each and every step of the way, but we got a semifinal that we've got to settle, and we're only going to be doing that when we come back. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters playoffs.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Swear that when goes with a hair pack, never boast loud, get your bear whacked in my condo where I bear tracks for the gang. Catch that for the gram, snap that for the man. These dudes do the most, no money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away, rhyme steady and they feel the way. Occupation make it either way, never worry cause I can. Back chat from the white gang, hook charge when it's sack man. Passport when a milestone, make space when the bags land. This must be a daydream, Max got me the mad plan. My team never lied on, due a visit from the facts man. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th, she ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th, she ain't ready for the 8th. Fake clothes, same watch, fake crepe, same fuck, same squad, same lots, but flop ain't what I'm on, aim up. Don't stop, we beat leveling, proceeds increase heavily. Don't need this man's energy, I be the one, be the one. I don't make a song to make a song, and the vibe is right. The mic will let me onto the sound, the light of light, spit the strong in the line, I pick me first before I'm gone. I am straight sicker with the wordplay, syllables spin, I don't fidget when I rest. Minimal talk when I work late. Fuck what you think, but my work rate, celebrate wins like a birthday. This is 3-6, got a mean list of the tracks. You man busy sleeping when I brainstorm, it's a plan. Linked handy on the underground, I don't even have to ask. Miss laughing with my brother now, I ain't talking about dime. Catch up when he lands, snapshot with the fam. KL did a madness, backseat going ham. Come see how we ride out, short chain with a smile brow. Been blazed for a while now, stay ready for the jam. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th, she ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th, she ain't ready for the 8th.
Dallas, Texas. Dallas, Texas. Hello. Are you out there? Yeah, let's put our hands together. Round of applause. We have a semifinal presented to you by the United States Air Force.
It's in our blood. It always has been. It always will be. We yearn for the rush. That feeling in the clutch. The perfect fake. An impossible retake.
Go for it here. They want to go all in. Eco comes in. The diffuse is already happening. Eco, are you kidding?
That Sweet 16. But here we go again. Always do. We were born for this. It's in our DNA.
To take down Alex, another pushing. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. He takes every single one.
How we doing, Dallas? We move into our second semi-final game. MOUZ already sat in the grand final. Are you guys ready? No, Dallas, you can do better than that. Are you ready? That's what I'm talking about. Counter-Strike is in your DNA, and our first team have become known as the Comeback Kings. FaZe, they perform on the stage and they have been dominant for so long, but things have not been as easy for them. They talk about the practice and not being able to do it back to back, struggling against teams they should normally beat down. But this is a team that knows how to pull themselves back up when they're feeling down. Dallas, make some noise for FaZe Clan! Next up to take on FaZe, we have ENCE, who have been rising through the fire and flames that is Counter-Strike. Nerds comes into the team and they start to rebuild themselves, showing what they can do. This team has been taking down some of the best and fighting hard in every single game. They brought up a nice rivalry here with FaZe, but now they have to do it when the pressure is at its highest. Now they have to do it on the stage. Let me hear you make some noise for ENCE!
I feel like the first time we played them at the major, we just didn't show up. I feel like we had a terrible off day, and it just happened to be against them.
There's always a game with FaZe Clan at a tournament. At some point, I don't know, we just don't play.
I feel like their team structure is a lot of like no pressure, so they're going for a lot of individual things.
We have good preparation. I almost knew every time what they're doing because of the preparation.
They have a great matchup right now for them, but hopefully with the arena and playing a semi-final, I think that's gonna maybe put some advances on our side.
Facing FaZe Clan in the playoffs should always be scary for every team, so I wouldn't expect anything different from ENCE.
We are confident that we will be able to take down FaZe. Since acquiring Nerds, we've beat them both times we faced them. I think we have a good read on them. We always have good matches, but we also realize that as soon as a team like FaZe gets on stage, they probably get a 5% buff, so we need to be able to overcome that.
The flash so good. Robs, good trade back. Ah! Robs!
The stage is set. ENCE is sat down, but FaZe are waiting for their huddle. It's all about the mentality when it comes into this game. But I think I know what side you guys are on already. Do we have some ENCE fans in the house? All right, that's not bad. And then the obvious one. What about FaZe? Ooh, some boos in there as well. Well, you are a passionate crowd. Let's do that again. ENCE? FaZe? And what about this? Counter-Strike! That's what we're all here for. And I'm here to do what I do best. It's time to bring the hype! Dinko, Moses, it's your time!
And it's semi-final time in Dallas. ENCE versus FaZe Clan. It's becoming quite the rivalry. And ENCE are coming up top trumps over the last few matches we've seen already, Jason.
I was going to say, quite the rivalry, perhaps in that they've played so frequently, but the winner has been pretty consistently in the favor of ENCE. So in that sense, the rivalry has yet to truly begin, and FaZe obviously hoping to return those fortunes here in the semifinals at IEM Dallas. A big-time matchup. We've got the last remaining North American player on the stage today, still hoping to take another step closer to the trophy, to lift it on North American soil. Twist is looking to have a big game. Nitro mentioned him, but it's a tough ENCE team that, as we mentioned, have had their number.
Yeah, this ENCE team would be incredible. Nerds in particular, who takes to the stage for the first time. And here at an Intel Extreme Masters, it's one of his biggest events he's ever played throughout his career. He hasn't been at the IEMs. He's only come into this team very recently. And we're looking at his 4th S-tier event in his career. So the question is around, will Nerds be able to handle the pressure? Will he perform on the stage today?
Yeah, interesting having that question of in terms of experience when you have these two teams who have been at so many big events. But Nerds, obviously the newest addition, not quite there yet. So yeah, this will be a big test for him. Probably going to lean heavily on someone like Sunpius, who's the 2nd best rated player at this event. He's been an absolute beast for ENCE. Like his AWPing has been so incredible. His rise over the past year is something that Nerds would love to have in terms of his production. But Sunpius is going to be a huge factor today for ENCE. But you can't really escape talking about this matchup without mentioning the in-game leaders. Snappy and Kerrigan going head-to-head. 2 Danish in-game leaders, 2 in-game leaders with plenty of props, plenty of things on their resume.
Yes, and plenty of respect for one another as well. We look at Snappy back at the major. He gave that now famous interview where he discussed how he feels he is the best Danish IGL. Well, we've seen 2 already go by the wayside in the playoffs here in Dallas. Kerrigan versus Snappy today. One of them will fall. And ENCE are looking to go back to the finals in Dallas. They were in the finals last year, runners-up with a stand-in. Snappy would love to bring his roster to that grand final again with the full team this time.
Yeah, that's the goal at the end of the day. Do one better than you did last time, and obviously that would get you to the trophy. MOUZ awaits them. Shocking upset earlier today in the first semifinal that you guys all enjoyed, I'm sure. And that's who ENCE or FaZe is going to be going up against. So you got to be sitting there and saying on one level, yeah, they're looking dangerous. On another level, thank God Heroic's gone.
And this game now becomes interesting because you mentioned at the start of this, maybe perhaps you can't call it a rivalry yet because of how one-sided it has been in recent head-to-heads for ENCE, but all of those you have to remember are not on this stage environment. And we heard Snappy even say it in that pre-game interview, and we know Kerrigan, everybody on this FaZe team have said they become a different beast when they head to the stage and they head to the play. playoffs. It's a different team, and that is what gets me very excited about this and what maybe levels out that playing field.
Twist has mentioned much of the same stuff in conversations is just the difference in the way that being on the stage motivates you. And FaZe always known for a team that can, have the slow start, kind of limp out of the group stage, but once they qualify for the playoffs and once they get to this position, it's a whole different beast. They become a whole different squad. Dallas, we're taking a couple of extra minutes to finish a small tech issue, so a chance for you guys to go get a quick beer. One more beer before the game begins.
Yeah, or you could go to the shop, check out all the merch we got around. We got to do that at the ESL shop today, Jason. A couple of cool items we picked on up, so you guys could do that as well. But looking at Canada, that's the story of today, and Twist is certainly going to be loving the support of the crowd. He's mentioned that he's not used to having the North Americans back him. He hasn't had a lot of events in North America, so it's a good feeling to be sitting there and have everybody out representing you.
I think Kerrigan mentioned it as well, is that feeling of having the crowd behind you. I mean, an international roster that probably doesn't get to have any crowd behind them too often, and in terms of a home crowd, but certainly this one is going to be on their feet for Twists and any kind of performance out of the magnificent Van Dulken.
And we've seen Cadian earlier today trying to play with that crowd, using some of that stage experience. It didn't work out for him, but a master of that crowd work is, of course, Kerrigan. We'll see if that comes through throughout today if he needs it. We're going into Mirage to kick things off. We're not starting on Anubis like we did the last time when we see ENCE take a significant lead and comfortable role. But here we go, Dallas. It's time for the semifinals. It's time for ENCE versus FaZe Clan. And we're kicking this one off on Mirage. ENCE will be on the defense, and FaZe Clan, they show us what they've got, starting on the T side.
Starting on the attacking side as freeze time comes down. Doolies for Diha on defense, and over for FaZe, bringing some tools to work with. A Molotov, 2 smokes, and 2 flashbangs utilized for the round. And let's see what FaZe brings to the table. Rob's heading off on his own. Kerrigan, Brokey, and Rain towards a ramp. Twist will be in Palace.
This is going to be a simple play. FaZe Clan back to basics. What's basicer than rather this A play? So here come the smokes on out. And it's Madden under pressure. Back from CT. Shoots out with the USP, but nothing connects. And everyone from ENCE falling behind him.
Oh, there's Rops trying to make a lurk happen, but Nerds had not moved from the bomb site. Advantage goes to ENCE. A 5-on-4 for the retake, and FaZe is scrambling to find comfortable positions.
Now Rain out from CT. It's going to be Brokey taking that fight, but he misses. The supplies to Madden much sharper. And it's just Twist, and he is so far away from this one. He cannot do it. ENCE come into this looking so strong out the gate.
Yeah, what a clean retake. 2 quick headshots from Senpaius as well. Head on a swivel. And ENCE is going to take the pistol. 1-0 for the CT side.
And a timeout immediately. A tech issue, unfortunately, here, but this is such a clean start. Senpaius, I thought he was dead to rights. Brokey had him locked in.
Yeah, I mean, this is FaZe not being able to find anywhere comfortable to go after the bomb plant. One thing that they've kind of talked about, obviously, we know from Paris the ongoing communication issues that they've been struggling with, but also coming into this towards the end of the season, a little bit of burnout. Kerrigan has kind of openly been saying, we're playing maybe at like 80% of our capability, and we're having a hard time kind of finding a way to kind of get over that hump and get it full force. But that 80% of your capability if your FaZe is still extremely strong.
It is, and it does rely on the individual skill. But we looked at that previous match versus ENCE and FaZe Clan, and ENCE came to play with the individuals. Everybody looked so sharp. Everybody had their moments. Nerds was carrying maps. Madden had big performances and big impact. And obviously you've mentioned what Senpaius has been able to do at this event. So it's not like ENCE don't have the firepower to match them. We'd certainly say with the experience and firepower that FaZe, they have a bit more depth across the board here.
It's interesting you're talking about this kind of Mirage pick as well. One other thing Kerrigan's been going on about, one of the big issues he feels the team has at the moment that does not have right now, but they've had in the past, is a comfortable map that they can go to where they feel like they can kind of guarantee themselves a win or guarantee themselves a huge advantage. The last 2 series they've played in, FaZe has picked Overpass, and the most recent time ENCE was able to overcome them. So taking this over to Mirage, trying to change the veto, trying to bring a new map into the mix, trying to do anything they can to gain an edge over ENCE in this, I guess, rivalry as we're terming it. That's 2-0 in the favor of ENCE.
The beginning, perhaps, of one. But these are the moments where you walk out on that stage as Nerds and you have a chance to play in front of this crowd, a crowd that will be somewhat favoring your opponents, of course, having Twists over there.
Tear them a new one. All right.
That sums it up right there. So you're nerds and you're sitting here having to sit in this tech issue. You're going to be looking out there. You're going to be seeing all the support against you, and perhaps those thoughts can start to seep in, because when you come into the game, you get the focus in, you get into that zone. A tech issue like that, it's all about staying in the zone. And we've had some great signs. You've been fantastic, Dallas, to some of the art that you brought out here so far. Want to see them keep coming.
Yeah, beautiful scenes out in the crowd. FaZe ENCE, who have you got in this one, Dinko?
I've got, I actually was thinking at the start of the day, ENCE are a team that makes sense. You know, you look at their performances so much throughout this event, the head-to-heads, they're looking so good. You have to say that ENCE should win this on paper, but then you add that human element into it. You think about the experience, and you think about FaZe Clan when they head to the stage, they get that extra motivation.
Well, Maniac on the desk was even saying they're going to come out and spank them a little bit on this opening map phase. You know, shock them a little bit, get them shell shock going into map number 2.
Well, this has stalled them out on that, but I feel like that could definitely happen, and so my brain says ENCE, my heart says FaZe Clan.
Okay, I like that. I like that. Dallas, what about you guys? How many of you think FaZe is going to win this series, make it to the grand final? All right, how many ENCE fans do we have out in the crowd? Is ENCE winning this one?
Also, shout out to you guys who are having a honeymoon here at this event. I just seen that sign.
Honeymooners.
Yeah, I hope you're enjoying your time. This is a fantastic honeymoon.
Hell yeah.
Unfortunately, they were wearing Complexity jerseys, so get behind someone else.
See the admin team hard at work, getting Brokey all situated. That's going to be a fun matchup to watch throughout this series. Brokey, obviously, we know what kind of excitement he can bring, but the level that Sunpius is playing at right now is absolutely crazy. Second best player at the event so far, only behind Device, who has been knocked out.
Cadian was coming into the event the second highest rated, and he has obviously fallen off at that point in that previous game. So we know Device is out, Cadian are out there, the 2 top players coming into the playoffs. So the group stage performance doesn't necessarily translate into your playoff stage, and you might have to find that out here today for ENCE.
Here we go.
Oh, we got some...
Zoom in, baby.
What do we got? Another blue.
Nice. It's a good-looking blue, though.
The thing is, never give up. You'll eventually get that item of your dreams.
Yeah.
All right, Brokey's back in the server, and that feels good. We should be getting back into this one very shortly indeed.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm excited for this one. Like, this roster is so sneaky deep, and I think with how well Snappy's been calling for them, like, also, it just seems like everything is really working. Diha and Madden as these highly impactful kind of role players, the sheer production of Sunpius and Nerds in their specific roles, Op and, you know, Star Rifler. This is a really cool team to watch. Now, one of my most favorite teams to be watching at the moment.
I think that's actually a really good point in terms of Snappy coming into this event as well. He's an interesting player because I think his career is somewhat similar to that of Carrigan's, where, oh, here we go.
Get in there.
That's an ultra impressive play.
Every
right
last drop.
I think when you look at Snappy and Carrigan's careers, and Snappy even said in that interview that he feels like they're quite similar in terms of how they play and set up the team. So when you look at finding success so late on in their careers and starting to peak and finding the top of the mountain at this later age, it's really impressive.
It's what makes this matchup so exciting as well. Both give a lot of individual freedom over to their players that have so much incredible skill, and both of them able to kind of switch things up and change a different look with just a nice call out of the playbook every once in a while, and that kind of back and forth leads to some really exciting matches, some really exciting rounds.
And Carrigan, he said you need to have the results to be the best in game leader, and what a year it was for Carrigan and FaZe Clan, and what a map we might be in for.
All right, Dallas, we got good news, baby. We're getting back into it. Freeze time coming to a close, issues resolved. 1-0 for ENCE out of the pistol round, and FaZe with the plants, they're gonna be buying up.
Instant smoke out from Twist. Let's see what FaZe have up their sleeve. Heading into the 2-man mid-attack. Dihao wanted to fight through window. Looking for a little bit of a gap, but not getting that chance. Instead, just spans through. It does not connect at a single FaZe player. and they will get that top mid control they wanted.
For the moment, what more do they want in middle? They got to be really cautious about utility moving around Mirage, because obviously you want the window smokes, you want the con smokes to be able to have some kind of safety, but they don't really have a whole lot of smokes to work with. So they have to get a lot out of the weapon or the utility they just placed down now. There's the window smoke. And gonna challenge up Con as that smoke plumes, gives them cover to cross over towards Catwalk, and a B bomb site split coming in.
Deep smoke into the apartments though, and you're gonna have to just disrespect that. You're just gonna have to risk running through that if you want to split this B site together, and FaZe are doing exactly that. Robs and Twist going in, picking up the headshots, and FaZe's sharpest tools get them through to B.
Yeah, that's really nice. Nice and simple. Good job. It's been a point of FaZe in this tournament is to keep things simple, keep things easy on the team and not overcomplicate them, and play yourselves out of the round. Oh, Sun Pius takes a dink. He can't take any engagements. It's always going to be a save. ENCE have no chance in this round, so we're all tied up at 1 with a very quick rebuttal.
Great round to watch from FaZe, and it's exciting when they play this more basic style of CS and they go back to the fundamentals, because it does free up players like Twist to have more of these individual rounds. And we have seen that sort of rise up from Twist. We talk about some of the struggles he's had over recent months. He was even tweeting about some of the disappointments. He's not feeling his game. He's not feeling the game at the moment. And towards the end of the major, we started to see that turn, and he started to rise up again. And he's always a player that will find his way back.
It's very, very competitive, and we'll see him that well. I'm sure that's going to show up on the stage as well. Rops has a nice kill at this point. They know we're both defenders from ENCE. It's a matter of easy cleanup and good support from Rops up above to trade off Diha. And the round slips away from ENCE. Gonna get another extended little pause.
Yeah, we have got an ENCE player who slipped away completely off the server, so we'll be getting that one fixed as quickly as possible and return to this action. But what a best of 3 final we are going to have. You know, a storyline that you didn't expect. The only in-game leader that's not Danish made it all the way through to the final.
Yeah.
And this is a team. Let's talk about some of those rumors from MOUZ as well. That's a team that are coming into this, and it's very likely to be their last run together as this 5. If you are to believe all of the articles out there. So what a run it would be. And we look at teams like FaZe and ENCE will be going into that grand final with a competitor that they probably didn't expect to see in that. I can't see it. We can't see your case opening, but I assume from your reaction it was blue.
Halzark at the crowd.
That is the best cosplay I've seen, and there's a DreamHack Festival over there. That's the best I've seen so far.
Not me.
No, you've seen better ones?
Yeah, the grand final is going to be something special. Remember, too, a notch on the Intel Grand Slam belt. That's back up and going.
Cologne spot as well. That's the
Cologne
big one.
spot is in there. A lot rides, a lot rests on that grand final. That's going to be taking place tomorrow afternoon. We got the show match as well. Team USA versus the world.
That's going to be interesting. Who you got winning that one, Jason?
Oh, versus the Universe. Excuse me. I've been corrected.
The
by
Universe.
Yeah.
It is the first World Championship of CS2, so that's going to be really exciting to see. Team USA, I think we're going to be seeing some fan favorites, and there he is. Elige made it in here.
I think I was there for that game.
You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that moment.
Burn into your brain.
It burned into my brain and his eyes.
We have got that 5th player back on the server for ENCE just to keep you guys updated, but here we go again. Oh,
my
connection
Lord.
issue.
That's the worst. That happens to 8 out of 10 males who do those case openings.
That is straight from the statistics poll of O'Toole.
All right, more good news. Freeze time coming to a close again, Dallas. We're back into it. Tech issues once again resolved nice and quick. Shout out to the admin team for taking care of things on the stage. Round 3, FaZe with a 2nd round rebuttal. A completely full buy, a strong buy, and ENCE are going to invest as well.
Sampaius up to the window. It's quick out from FaZe again in mid, so Sampaius with that one rifle can't really commit and stay around, so has to fall back, and look at the control that FaZe have.
Yeah, complete mid control now with this utility. Nothing to really counter it from ENCE. There is a double push over towards Catwalk. It's Nerds and D-Hub, but they're playing at an off angle. They're not looking like they want to challenge around the tall boxes for the moment. They want to wait for FaZe to push into them.
Rops, he starts to make his move out of ramp. He's been given so much freedom alone. All the pack of 4 players in FaZe Clan have been moving together. They've got themselves in a connector as Rain And Carrigan about to challenge down on Sampaius, and Carrigan immediately with that headshot, no issues as Brokey dives down into the site, clears out Tetris, and Coulter Robson now emerge out of the ramp, and it's so important that he did because that trade comes in. And now the rotation coming back.
Yeah, that's a really, really strong trade. No chance of recovering the M4. Snappy's gonna go for it regardless, but Rain, nice easy kill. And Twist never progressed into the stack on Catwalk. He was content to just stay in ladder room. And it's 2-1 for FaZe.
They'll save what they can, and don't have a lot of options, a lot of money left over, so they'll take that deagle and 5-7 into the next. And I've been loving how FaZe have been playing. It's really simple. You're going to see these 4-man setups walking together, taking map control together. Often in the default, Rain is left alone in mid, so it's going to be interesting to see if that is a feature of today's matchup. Or will we see more of this pack mentality come out from them right from the get-go?
Tell you what, the last few times I've watched FaZe on Mirage, I feel like Rops has just been on this map, feels extremely comfortable at the moment. He's sharp, so I'm going to keep my eyes on him as well. He had a nice trade here at the 8-bomb site to get in. 2-1 as the bomb goes off.
This is that shot from Carrigan out of the connector. Rops, important trade. You see how disciplined he is, how calculated. Didn't want to leave ramp until Brokey cleared out his close Tetris, and when he did, he could then move out and feel comfortable about trading on that kill. But unfortunately for ENCE, there's not a lot of money left, so this should be no issue for FaZe to progress further. The smokes are tossed. Top connector.
Should be a simple round, all things considered for FaZe.
Deep jungle, or front jungle, and deep con. And smoke out to window. So they could take full connector control as far as ENCE are aware.
Yeah, Rain's gonna lead the way. He's got Carrigan behind him in support, watching for some kind of a catwalk peek as Rain clears out Con. FaZe lined up to split the 8-bomb site later on as we go. It's only a deagle and a 5-7 to defend. I say only a deagle. Diha makes it work.
Yeah, it's Diha's deag. And it's his connector. The second kill for Diha. Brokey chasing down, and now is just USPs. So our excitement in the round is very likely over. Brokey getting a couple of pestering shots in behind him, but he's had enough, and Rops will assist.
Might just want to save this if you're Snappy. Just back off with the AK-47. Yeah, gonna be happy with that one. That's a little bit of money you can have in your bolstered up for the next round. You don't have to buy. Don't have to invest into. So nicely done from FaZe, only losing 2 players. Pretty well handled, all things considered. But the gun rounds start in the next round.
And that's where it's gonna get exciting. That's where we're gonna see the real competition start, and we got a little glimpse of what these ENCE players are capable of when Diha had a chance in Con. Fends them off with just the hand cannon.
Now, Sampaius is gonna wanna have the AWP. He's not gonna be able to afford it in the next round, so we won't see the op out quite yet for ENCE. Brokey's not gonna get anywhere close to finding this weapon at the end of the day.
Snappy hangs onto it. AK taken into the next round, and here comes the money.
Oh, excuse me, Sampaius is gonna snap off the glass cannon. I didn't expect that, but good shot from Diha. Does everything he can in Con with the double kill, and once the 5-7 goes down, there's just nothing to take advantage of the advantage that Diha gave you. There's a banana in the crowd.
Banana Man. This AWP for Sampaius, it is brittle. It can shatter into 1,000 pieces. It can also do the same to FaZe if given the chance.
Look at Nerds. Look at Nerds activating on catwalk. Flashbang over.
Rain's aware of the gap he can use. And the smoke, if Nerds is to overcommit, if he goes too wide, and he would fall, and Carrigan, he wants to fight on top of the bench, and Nerds keeps his head down.
For the moment, but good pressure applied in middle. FaZe have control of it. Carrigan's jumped up into the window of Diaz, aware of the possibility. Spams him down, takes the educated guess.
Very well done to take that in Rain. That's what he's got in the locker. A flick out to the window. Snappy goes for a peek and is punished immediately. And Rops, who now starts to leave ramp, he's a little drop off here, going back to spawn. He'll be regrouping. He realizes he can't just stay alone. He can't leave this splintered. Will now rejoin the rest of FaZe. They can go back to B. They can have a little bit of a look over here, and this is where that AWP is. That's where the glass cannon is positioned.
Yeah, I mean, if you miss one shot at this point, if they're kind of coming at you with fast pace, you're going to have to lean a lot on Nerds, who's shifting back now in support of the AWP. This gets a strong setup now for ENCE, but there's no utility. Once it streams over, it's just all fighting, and if Nerds and Sampaius go down too quickly, Diha and Madden are very far away.
He takes a risk to buy the glass cannon, and it's connected to the first and traded out by Twists. A great shot from the Canadian superstar, and he goes in right into Nertz, out at short side, who's done a great job to delay and allow Diha in on this rotate. Damage done to Rain, and Brokey with swift movement gets across to the side, and Rain covers him off. No issues in sending this into the 1v2.
Big game player Rain. Stunning pair of headshots from him. FaZe in the driver's seat of this round. 1v2 clutch for Matt, and he doesn't have a kit as he slides in, and Rain has disappeared.
Wow, look at the Rain walk away. He's confident enough to leave Brokey here alone, and he's going to go all the way through the underpass, back up in towards the apartments for this post plant. And as soon as Brokey hears a little piece of info, he's ready to peek for the kill.
Fantastic trading. A critical trade onto Sun Pius. If he gets away with that AWP, I think there's a chance for at least one more, and that defense can hold strong, but Twist swings out oh so swiftly. Timeout called. This is playing out pretty much exactly as the desk set up, as Maniac mentioned. FaZe coming in hot, surprising ENCE with a really good start. And now it's how much of a lead can they build?
And ENCE didn't have that previous playoff game, right? The format didn't give them the quarterfinal because they did so well earlier on. So they've come straight into the semis. FaZe have had a chance to play against one of the world's best in a matchup that went to all three. And that's going to give them some confidence. It's going to give them some comfortability here up on the stage. And they have come out looking far hotter than that events at the moment. Because they invested so much, they don't have a lot in this one. And you can see Sampais is going to keep the majority of his cash left over. He goes into the P250 at a minimum purchase. FaZe Clan, the crowd behind their backs, going to be pushing forward. A nice boost, a nice idea, but as soon as that is spotted, the rifle will fall to the hands of Sampais, but it's short-lived in his hands. A nice trade from Rain.
Yeah, perfect reaction. And you know what? FaZe in these first 5 rounds have been so aggressive and so confident taking middle. They're doing it very quick. They're getting mid control with a lot of the round left to play. ENCE haven't been able to slow that down, and obviously this round don't really have the weapons for it. Ooh. Everyone under pressure across the map as Rops makes his move.
And Nertz has gone on an adventure. He's pushed all the way through B, and that's the bomb that he's hunting down. That's the bomb that he can get behind. And he spots Carrigan. Oh no, he flubs the shots. They land, but it's not enough. And Carrigan gets around the corner, throws the fire, and Nertz is chasing, trying to get in behind him, but Carrigan's got away.
Oh, nice flashbang from Carrigan as well, just to cover his progression. Nertz missed a real opportunity. Carrigan was alone with the bomb. That could have changed this round, but the retake is still possible.
It absolutely is. Nertz is going to climb up on top, and with that, possibility shrinks to impossible as Diha decides to escape through the murder hole. Just looking for a kill here with the Deeg. He can get a better weapon, but that is denied. An AWP for Rain to upgrade into as well. And FaZe continue.
Yeah, they continue in a big way. I'll pass over to Brokey Shirley in this round. Money growing for FaZe as well.
He's watching Impact.
I've seen that in every Reddit thread.
Rain has started this game looking real hot, Jason. He is finding a lot of these crispy shots, and as you said, big game player is Rain. He can find impact on the stage. And
this FaZe team is made of big game players. That's what's made them so dangerous in all the playoffs they come into. Brokey's going to open things up. That Sun Pius destroyed.
No chance to really get anything done at the start of the round. Nertz with the mid-aggressive setup.
And I just mentioned in the previous round how aggressive and confident FaZe has been taking middle. This time ENCE put bodies there to challenge against it, and FaZe have changed everything. Now it's a little bit slow, it's a little bit more passive. The opening pick actually comes towards the A-bomb site, and quickly FaZe is going to readjust.
Well, it's only Snappy here, and here comes this B execute. So everything is on Snappy's shoulders. The leader needs to pull them out of this hole, and they're over the top. Carrigan stomps all over him, dominates Snappy in this round at least. And that might become a theme.
You gotta save now. You have no chance into this bomb site. ENCE just getting worked right now. That last flashbang, Snappy eats it, and you know from that point he is ruined. Not a point of damage done to FaZe at this point in the round. And there goes the AWP again.
And you know it's playing on Snappy's mind, the fact that they're coming into the playoffs game. They know this FaZe that they've played to the group stages, the confidence that they have playing them in those comfortable studio environments go out the window. You know that's on his head because he told us just before this game that FaZe become a different beast. The game changes as you head into the arena. So you know that's in their minds. And so far, it's the start that you would expect. FaZe up 6-1 This is looking very good.
I imagine there'll be another buy for ENCE in this round. Madden and Nerds can both drop an M4 over to teammates. They can get 4 rifles on the board, 4 M4s on the board, I should say. One player will have to make a decision. Look at this shot.
That's the shot hit.
Filthy.
Oh my goodness.
Almost unreasonable.
That was a very aggressive way of getting rid of that kill. And yeah, great reactions from both the endgame leaders.
Here we go. Get it, baby. Oh, that's not ideal.
Nice try.
We haven't had a lot of luck with those in Dallas, I feel.
See, the thing is, you know what I love about Dallas? Everyone's honest. We don't have any of these fakers going and making fake videos about getting knives. At least we deal with the fact we're getting blues here. Honorable people as we head into round 8.
We share the misery.
Yeah, we do. Look at that.
Those are wonderful overalls.
We've got the Canadian pocket out there in the crowd.
Round 8. That guy is hyped the hell up. Get on his level.
Well, ENCE need to rise to it. Need to match that. And here come FaZe again. An A execute being sent out. Madden will be playing under the wood, and it's about to get hot and heavy, and his teammates need to come and support him. ENCE need to come together. Madden does well with a first sick flashbang thrown out by Sampaius. And this is a great job done from ENCE, dispelling this attack forward.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Counter plays, and all through the smoke. Twist gets a trade, 2-on-4 now. And remember, all the utility was spent for this thrust from FaZe, and now that it's been forced back, a massive disadvantage in every sense. ENCE finally hang on. Twist and Brokey are going to have to readjust and figure out where they want to go from here. Madden's already going to start taking some of the decisions out of their hands, though.
Brokey tries, but without the AWP, he's not able to connect that crispy headshot up on top of those stairs, so Diha is able to slither away. 50 seconds. Brokey begins to creep on out.
And at this point, ENCE is thinking, save as many weapons as you can. That's a gift. A gift given up. Diha loses his nerve.
And they have a flash as well. That's going to be blinding Nerds. Brokey clears out Underwood. Sends the smoke out to the middle of the site.
The insurance policy of Madden is so strong.
Moves now towards Nerds' angle, who's just about dodged the vision of Brokey, but he leaps into the smoke. And remember about that Palace player, it doesn't even matter at this point because Nerds to the smoke denies the bomb plant, and Twist is trying to get away, trying to hang on to that AWP.
And he will. There's no reason for ENCE to challenge and chase it down. They don't have the money for it. So ENCE get their second round on the board finally. And after winning the pistol, it was 6 straight for FaZe.
And that felt like a much better hold, right? A much more well put together hold from the CT side in terms of the team play they were able to get out of it, and actually matching some of that entry power that FaZe had been bringing to the table.
What does FaZe do, though? Kerrigan's given him a few different looks in this fast-paced and middle. They've had a couple different B splits. They've had B executes, now an A execute. Kerrigan doing his best to throw a lot of different looks. At ENCE, it's been successful so far. Madden, good job on the initial defense. 2 kills to stall the hit out. And no chance for a recovery after the fact. Round number 9 underway.
Nerds gets aggressive out of the connector. He's bold to go for this on his first time out here. Bold to get aggressive, and it might pay off, but he's caught by the flash, and another one comes in. You can't do much when you can't see anything. Rain and Brokey getting in the midst of battle, but ENCE match them. They fight, and they fall away.
Twist beat the timing, though. Twist beat the timing up towards Con.
And so is Carrigan.
Oh, look at the walkout. Snappy's got the first.
He tries to get out, but Snappy this time is ready for Carrigan. He positions himself within the site, and that peek out confirms Rob's up in the apartments, and now they know where Twist is. Rob's can leave, he can run back, and Twist is trying to allow that network, he's trying to allow that path back to help.
He's trying to get one more kill, right? He knows ENCE has to react, and he's positioned himself perfectly. Oh, a precise shot from Twist.
And that's got to shake the bones of Dihan, now thrust into the 1v2, but with that kill, is alone in the world up against Robs. And it's very rare to find a player cooler than him. He'll move to the site in these situations. Smoke goes down, and Dihan knows that Robs can go anywhere with his smoke. He tried to see him cross, but he didn't. He didn't get there in time. So Robs has been able to get back towards Tetris, back towards ramp, and now has a fantastic position to close this.
He's got plenty of time as well. One of the best clutchers we have in the game. Bomb is already halfway ticked, just about. Dia's gonna start making his move, and Robs is being ever so patient.
Just think of all of these positions flowing through his head. His heart rate rising in the 1v1, and he's not going to get the chance.
He's worked him so hard. He's worked him so hard that Dia just has to give up on it. Never saw Rops slip out of the bomb site. And just by positioning, Rops wins an easy 1v1.
And that's the intelligence of this player. Rops is so comfortable in those moments, so comfortable in the clutch. And it's another for FaZe. The money's still pretty decent here for ENCE. So Sampaius will have another chance to get the off out, find some impact, but this is Twist.
What a round from Twist. That might have been the round-winning frag right there on Snappy. He knew someone was going to get lured into the open, and yeah, that's got to be frustrating because, yeah, you want the information, but just one step too far, you don't have a chance to recover in any situation. ENCE has really forced that mid-aggression, and finally in the last round it came to fruition. Finally, last round we had the engagements they wanted, not nearly as effective as they would have liked.
Brokey is thrown up on top of his teammate's head. It just Twists. That gives him the foundation. And now the boost into mid. Brokey just about missed out on that timing to spot Diha crossing into the ladder room. He'll take that positioning for now.
Passive from both teams. Molotov in towards the window. Again, a little bit of extra cover for Rain to start making a move. Smoke down in Con as well. A defensive one to allow Nert some safety. And still FaZe have yet to take a step forward.
Diha will trade utility. Smokes out bottom Con and Nerts. He leaves the connector. He drops back to a more passive position to regain control of window room with Diha and make sure that they hold that.
Lining up into another B split. Rain just going to lurk around connector. Brokey's going to make his way up catwalk. Got to be worried about Diha, but B bomb site under attack.
Brokey's looking for Diha, but it's all about this B play and Sampaius and Snappy to combine. And with team play, they've shut down this initial attack, but there's always another layer, and that is peeled away. A solid hold from ENCE on that B side.
Yeah, decent enough to allow Diha time to pounce. Triple kill, very swift headshots coming out of Diha from that position. Wonderful work, and ENCE still yet to string 2 rounds together, still yet to feel like they're actually getting comfortable in this map.
There's been patches, there's been little dots sprinkled out across this, but you're yet to see some significant control and some form picked up for ENCE here, so maybe this could be that turning point. Maybe this could be the chance to really get into the semi-final in this first map.
This time it's Sampaius to get aggressive. Base of Con for the moment. He wants to challenge underneath it, extinguishing the Molotov behind him. His own Molotov to buy him 6 extra seconds to find a pick in middle, but it's not coming. Oh. Snappy with a push and is going to be able to get away.
And we're seeing this in-game leader battle happen, not only of the minds, but of the physicality on the server. And Snappy's able to get away. Carrigan had the superior weapon, and now Rain has helped FaZe get the superior numbers. That kill on Nerts. Think of the difference and experience in that fight, and Rain wins it and gets so much control in space.
Oh, he's so sharp in middle right now in some of these opening engagements. He's been absolutely disgusting for FaZe. And with the man advantage, once again, they can pause, putting Twist in a position to make the next play, to provide them with a kill and an opening they can exploit. Looking for reactions.
ENCE's money is in the bin right now this round.
They're gambling. Madden's gonna stick around at top con. Sampaius starting to shift over to watch for a jump up in towards window room, but if anything goes wrong, if this hit comes out towards the A bomb site, it's Madden on his own, and everyone else will save their weapons.
Let's see what Madden's got. It's not gonna be much.
Yeah, there's no point. Sampaius started shifting to CT spawn, but gave it up halfway. Snappy called him back, I would imagine. And FaZe is going to get another round on the board. Nice and easy after a man advantage.
Nothing they can do but hang on to these weapons. For FaZe, it's a story that continues. It's not allowing ENCE any room to breathe, to stretch their legs here. And they're sending Rain on the hunt.
Yeah, I mean, there's money on the FaZe side. They can afford to sacrifice 1 or 2 AKs if they actually want to challenge for this. The angle of Sampaius, though, takes down Rain, and that might call anything else off.
I don't think anybody's really close enough to make any solid impact on this hunt, so it will be the save of 3 weapons for ENCE. But at this point, it's getting a little out of hand.
And the problem, too, now for ENCE is the back-and-forth nature of this map so far, this opening half, it prevents their losing bonus from building up in anything significant. So it's still tough for them to find enough money to buy powerful weapons around these safe guns. Madden at 3,500, Nerds at 3K. They've got a real issue, and they've already burned 2 timeouts. They're going to take a 3rd to talk it over because this is getting out of control, and there's maybe 1 to 2 more chances in this half for ENCE to get into it, to close the gap on the scoreboard and buy them some breathing room for the second half. This has turned from, can this defense hold strong and deliver a good performance, to now a recovery mission. Can we do enough to give our offense a chance to win us this map?
Yeah, can you get the bare minimum to stay competitive and have a shot? And then we look at the second map of the series as well. It is going to be Anubis, a map that ENCE have shown a level above against FaZe Clan. We've seen ENCE really come into their own as one of the best teams on that map, but you want to at least have a fight here on Mirage. You want to at least show what you've got and get some of these individuals warmed up into it. And they have that chance now to try and build. AWP still here for Sampaius. 2 MP9, so clear weaknesses. FaZe Clan have the superiority in weapons. Mid control has been rather easy to take for FaZe. Gonna try it again with the top mid smoke thrown out, Molly to connector.
I like this. If you can get Sampaius set up with some confidence and safety on that deep angle, you can actually shift. Snappy can be really mobile in how he wants to rotate.
They're just gonna put pressure here. Carrigan's already moving forward.
Rain.
And
Snappy
Rain
has
is
no
so
idea.
quick up short. Snappy doesn't hear it, and it's a kill for Rain with no issue. Sampaius needs to turn, but it's such a ridiculous position to be put in. You need to rely on the support from short. You need your teammate to deliver something, and Sampaius only manages 1. And now they're trying their best to stay in this one, ENCE, but they're not allowed. FaZe deny. They are in control of this one, and ENCE, they have no shot.
Oh, this is insane. What an incredible T-side being called right now by Carrigan. There's a whole hierarchy conversation around Danish in-game leaders, and Carrigan is showing his class at the moment. Rain with another kill, his 3rd of the round, and Twist knows exactly where Nertz is. Hunts him down, and everything being stripped away from ENCE.
What a ferocious FaZe that have come out today. 12 and 7 on Rain. And Carrigan may not have the most amount of kills, but the space that he has been creating has been so impactful.
And also now you're in a situation where individually FaZe just seem to be on a different level than ENCE. But I mean, even just the fact that it's been getting such a bruising half for ENCE, like they're not even now. Snappy getting caught without anyone realizing mid was under that much pressure is a crazy level of miscommunication that does not bode well. Just free as you like, Rain strolling up, and yeah, that's got to be frustrating. He's expecting someone to have the call and shaking his head knowing that this map might be too far gone.
Far too many gaps in the ENCE defense at the moment, and FaZe are exploiting it. The ball is positioned in Palace. At the start of this round, it's Rops and Twists over here. Potentially an A split on the cards here for FaZe. They've already got Rain up short. They've already got him looking to punish through connector. CT smoke goes in. Rain is watching over the top of it. Carrigan will apply pressure on his lonesome.
This time flashbang almost got Rain in some trouble. Nertz was along the wall, but he had to back away as well.
FaZe just taking the time, battling for mid. They know that these Palace players can wait, but ENCE, can they muster anything? Is there any fight in them in this kind of round to challenge mid and deny FaZe Clan? Oh, it's not going to be. Rain right through the smokes, and Pius tries his best to get in a competitive position, but now this Palace play activates. Rops walks out, Diha has no chance, and Rops gets caught with an aid in hand, but there's a second player in here.
Yeah, but Twist has to be really cautious. He has the bomb. He can't drop it here, so that's a fight he doesn't want to take whatsoever. He's more than happy to just hide and let Madden recover, but it's information for his team. And look at the way FaZe is now moving across the map.
Carrigan realizes it hasn't gone exactly how he wanted it, but Twist makes the play alone. He makes the solo play out of Palace with a bomb, and Nertz is waiting for Carrigan. This round's falling apart. There's a chance to recover it. 30 seconds left. Both of the remaining FaZe players are near the bomb in this A site. And Brokey brings his AWP over towards that CT cross. Rain looking for the kill. And ENCE just sitting back. They can't deny the bomb plant. So now this flips. Now this once again looks like a chance.
Good luck,
It is
Rain.
suddenly only Rain. And he needs to come crashing down on them. And it isn't going to happen. ENCE recover. That's a fantastic round to collect. This gives them a shot to make something of this half.
One of the rounds where it feels the few rounds where we've seen FaZe seemingly make a mistake. Twist coming out a little bit early from Palace with that bomb before the rest of his team is ready to come up connector and work with him. And that early little gift forces Kerrigan into a play where he gets caught and it all falls apart. A man advantage round for FaZe after Rain gets the opening kill that they let slip away.
That's a strange one for sure from FaZe.
A 3 versus 5 that ENCE recover, 4-9. Heading into round 14 and a timeout called from FaZe. Robin trying to make sure his boys don't let this one get out of control. They've had such a good lead, don't let it slip away.
Yeah, those are the kind of rounds that can maybe shake your composure. You want to take a little breather, a moment to just settle back in, recollect your mind, and get a refocus for the final few rounds of this first half.
7 of FaZe's 9 rounds that they've won have been bomb plants and bomb explosions. They've been getting into the bomb sites at will, and most of the time ENCE hasn't even been able to fight back.
A lot of love for Brogy in this mid-play. He might be able to open things up, but Nerds, some aggression thrown into the mix, some confidence, but once again, just stopped, punished. Nerds is not getting the game he was hoping for.
You mentioned his first time on a stage of this caliber. I mean, that's a tough opposition to go up against. Rops over in Palace is just a master at the position, a master at the role. Another 5-on-4 for FaZe. And another slow progression of mid-control.
Rain gets connector again. You've mentioned how they're just getting into these bomb sites at will. They're taking the space that they want at will. And Twists. Oh, he's about to reap the soul of the connector player. Luckily he did, because the first kill was Madden's. And now it's a second aggressive move, and Rops is just punishing it all day long. ENCE cannot fight him. They cannot win them. And Kerrigan, he will fall in apartments.
That's okay. That's actually really good, because Brokey was coming back with the bomb. The fact that Kerrigan has gone down and he says, okay, well, Snappy's pushed up in hole. You guys need to hit the A bomb site. 3-on-1 more than likely at that site. Senpai's, though, creeping towards Catwalk with his op, can have a deep angle. There's no utility to block this off. It's all on Twist. Tagged, but not taken down.
And Rops again. So many different positions he's taken in this round, but so much impact he has found. Senpai's has no other option but to try and save, and I say try because Twist is over here, and he has blood on his mind. Senpai's about to be spilled, but does get the chance. Switches to the rifle, and that's the better weapon for that moment. He'll recollect his AWP, but it doesn't matter in the grand scale of things. FaZe push forward, collect another.
Double digits now for FaZe. This time it's Rops peeking out, as you mentioned, from so many different angles, so many different timings to just demolish the defense. And Senpai's still alive, no one attacking into him. And this round should just end in a stalemate.
And just think of sort of the effect it has on your mind as a player. If you're Nerds, for example, right? You've been probably dreaming at this moment your whole career, that moment where you get to walk out on stage. And you don't really know the answers of what kind of player you are, what kind of person you are, until you actually go out there. So when you do get aggressive, when you do take these risks that you are so used to pulling off in these group stage games, in your own comfort, at your own home, in these online matchups, but you're doing it on the stage against some of the best players this game has ever had, and you're getting absolutely punished each and every time, that has got to play on your mind a little bit.
Yeah, trial by fire for Nerds.
Here goes that boost. It's Snappy this time with the AWP. Get him into the apartments. He's been winning this fight against Kerrigan, and he continues.
Nice deep angle and a double up setup switched into from ENCE. Snappy getting that kill should send the message over to FaZe. And look at the way they found a timing. Madden's pushed all the way towards top mid, but he has no idea this is happening. If he ever turns around, he might be able to have some freebies. Here's Nerds again to be challenged, this time by Twist.
Oh, he sharpens his weapon, and it cuts through Nerds. A lot of damage towards Diha. That will scare him behind the utility. You know your place, Diha. Back in towards jungle, but let Madden get around the back. Let him be the player that activates this round and opens it up again for ENCE. Right at the turn of the half, Madden's around the back. The bomb has fallen. He spots out Twist, Madden's trying to find the impact here for ENCE to slither away with a 5th round, and he's doing his best. He's still alive, and that's enough distraction pulled to slow FaZe down. T-Hot chimes in over the top of the ticket box, and it is just Ren, left all on his own. And we talked about him in the big games, we've talked about him in the moments. Perhaps this is one of them. The first headshot is in, and he separated them into 1-versus-1 fights. So close, yet so far, but Madden, the hero of the last round of the first half. It's a 10-5 lead for FaZe Clan as they come out swinging on the stage.
What's got you so damn happy? Well, spit it out.
Smell that. It's the aroma of victory. Let's play a little game. I'm gonna give you 3 clues. Legendary, North American, and an opper.
Kusta Jr. Cirque?
First of all, I don't think Junior is American. I mean, tell me he doesn't look Scottish or Irish or somewhere in between. I don't know. I mean, seems like a cool dude, though. But no, I'll give you one more clue. This player makes me feel like I'm on cloud 9.
Whoa, Trace. I know Jack lifting the trophy in Dallas last year makes you feel like NA won something, but Shiro's not a fucking option.
You see, that's where you're wrong, bud. We did win something. We won something very large, a major. And you know what? It was all at the expense of your boy Nico. That's right. It's Skadoodle. Boston, Cloud9 are your major champions, Dan. Woo!
Make some noise out there!
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. We're here in Texas, and it's been a grand old time so far for FaZe Clan. 10-5 up versus ENCE. They brought a lot of firepower to the table, FaZe, and ENCE didn't match it, Jason.
No, they got ran over in that first half. They never once won 2 rounds in a row. Everything was scattered. Bomb sites were exposed each and every time, but they get a switch over to the attacking side. As we mentioned, that was a half of recovery for ENCE. They gave themselves 5 rounds to work with. A little bit of room, a little bit of runway, and for FaZe, they go all armor. They go brawly in this pistol round, no tactical delays. They just want to fight.
And they're about to get that brawl that they're looking for. Carrick in 3 kills in that first half. Maybe he can get a little bit more here. has got Brokey in towards underpass. It could play a bit of an issue here for ENCE, and they've decided they're going to call off that. Let's go for plan B, and maybe plan B might go all wrong because Brokey is right here, and Dihad doesn't care. Right through his skull, his bullet will go. And that's an important opening for ENCE to play with.
And Twist just peeking for information, trying to feel the timing of when mid is going to be exposed, but has to back away now that he doesn't have Brokey, doesn't have teammates close by, so he's just going to spot from afar. FaZe with a heavy lean towards the B bomb site, a lot of pressure on Rain. He's going to be called upon, the only defender at this bomb site, and it's exactly where ENCE is attacking. He's got a chance, but misses the initial salvo.
He'll drop back, though, and staying alive. You know he can get more impact, but he has to concede the bomb plant. At least that is picked up at a minimum for ENCE, but they have eyes on the prize. They have eyes on the entire round. And they are so close to getting it. They're walking right into the massacre. Madden has brought the Glock to town, and he is absolutely destroying them. FaZe have no chance in this first round of the second.
Yeah, no utility to activate that retake whatsoever. It was all going to be down to those fights, and Madden's just won way too many of them. So Rop's going to try and preserve his life. He's trapped. And ENCE will win the second half pistol round, so things starting on the right foot as they switch sides.
Rops is even found right at the end. He'll prevent the clean sheet. And ENCE will take it. A chance now to start to build in the second. Straight away into the AK purchases. They're not wasting any time. They didn't give themselves a lot of room to play with, so they want to come out swinging right away.
Yeah, this is a must-have. You can't stub your toe this early if you're ENCE. When you're just getting started, you want to start building momentum. FaZe is going to have an investment in this second round, though. 5-7 Deagles, Scout on Kerrigan, from us on Twist. They've got some weapons to work with.
Kerrigan positions himself for information towards that B apartment's walk. He isn't going to see anybody, which is information in and of itself. And if they come back up, if Dihad crosses over, Kerrigan will see it.
It's very quiet on the map. ENCE not throwing any utility with Madden just peeking in middle, has control, feels very safe. Got a peek from Rain down A main. And that's not an ideal way to start the round. ENCE with a disadvantage.
You said how you cannot afford to drop this for the context of this map. Can't stub your toe. They've lost pretty much everything so far. Rob's in the connector. The Deagle finds his mark. And Rain looks to downsize this attack. The 5-7 emerges from the smoke, and Dihad stands no chance against the might of Rain. The Norwegian climbs on top, an AK in hand now, and Snappy, he's coming for this Nordic brawl, but it's only one player winning it. Rain drops down and walks away.
Rain came in with an attitude today. He came in with the chip on his shoulder. This is an incredible performance. 17 kills for Rain, 11 deaths. He's 5-1 in opening duels. He's given FaZe so many advantages, and once again, showing that veteran quality.
And there's nothing that Nerds can do here.
Oh, to get blanked like this on the second round, you have advantage of weapons, you have the utility, and to just it all fall apart without even a whimper has got to feel so horrible for ENCE.
You start to get in your head at this point. If you're Snappy. We talked about how they need to have confidence for this team. That's why he made those statements. He calls himself the best IGL. You've got to believe in yourself, and when you come into these environments and you're getting punished, when you're not really here in the matchup, you start to see that confidence shake, not only of yourself as a leader, but of the players around you. FaZe come out, they know what they're capable of. They've got the track record. They've got the results to prove that they have some of the greatest.
This is weird. I feel like the scoreline is actually like far closer than this game actually feels. Brokey with the challenge, but Nerds has bought an AK-47 back into it against the Galil, gonna take an opening frag. ENCE fighting back, not giving a quarter, not giving an inch.
It's gotta be Nerds. He's gotta have a hero moment up on that stage for a chance to get ENCE back into this, because the conversation could end right away on Mirage.
It has been a very quiet map for the stars of ENCE. When you look over at Sun Pius at 9 kills, that AWP was very ineffective in the first half. Nerds only at 7 as well. You wanted a lot of production from those guys. It's Dihad and Madden are doing the heavy lifting at the moment.
Nice boost to get up on top. Madden spotted by Rops.
And FaZe is able to find the equalizing kill before ENCE is ready to actually attack. And look at this pop flash as the Molotov ends. Rain's not going to utilize it.
Ooh, Carrigan turns at the right time to watch that connector walk up. Does damage, softens them up. And Rain once again with a strong defense with the rifle. ENCE have been peppered down to 29 and 27 health on 2 players, and that's the robotics on display. Rops once again giving us a highlight, and it's 12 rounds for FaZe. They just look so good right now, and you said that this scoreline feels a lot closer than the match has felt. That's true. That is absolutely true. It feels like that, right? It feels like ENCE haven't arrived to this game.
Rain and Rops are having a race to the top of the scoreboard. 17 kills now on Rops, just 1 behind his teammate. And Carrigan here with the scout able to find the information of where all 3 remaining players of ENCE were, so FaZe can just collapse. Unarmored pistols now for ENCE, as they might as well use this opportunity to have a conversation and talk over how the next rounds are going to look. Remember, they burned 3 timeouts in the first half just to try and stay in the game. They barely accomplished that. Only 1 remaining to get this T-side figured out, and that might not be enough.
Oh, that is beautiful from Rain. That's a flood as they just run out. That's usually what we call the waterfall. He's the rain god. They got it over and done with nice and quick. It just dissolves. Takes a lot to make one of those rounds exciting.
Yeah, that's a sick transfer over from Rain. But a fluff round, a garbage round for ENCE with no armor invested, no upgraded weaponry. Now onto the AK-47s. Might be the last chance for FaZe to get back in this map. The last opportunity to try and reverse the fortunes.
FaZe don't have the best weapons in their hands at the moment. Carrigan is still carrying around that scout, a relic of the past.
For as good as ENCE has looked in this tournament, for as strong as they've been in this head-to-head matchup between the 2 teams, FaZe showing at the moment they are the superior squad inside the server.
It's about performing when it matters most. And FaZe, they're doing that. Nice nade down on Madden. Another goes in. He hasn't even moved, and he's down to 30 health. The fire forces him deep into middle, and with the flash, it's Rops. He comes right in, a spark of light, and 3 kills for FaZe Clan right away. That's the round destroyed, melted away. And ENCE's chances of a first map performance are just completely gone.
It feels like ENCE aren't doing anything on the map. They're getting in position, they're taking mid control, and then they're sitting and waiting. They're giving time for FaZe to figure it out and come up with a plan of action to take the fight to them, to be disruptive at the perfect moment. And all down to Nertz in a 1v4, an impossible 1v4. There's 18 seconds. He's not even gonna try for the bomb site. Doesn't even have the bomb. FaZe just 2 rounds away now from an opening map victory.
It feels so tentative today from ENCE. We talked about earlier in that group stage game, they looked so sharp. Everybody stepped up. Everybody matched the output that FaZe provide. So Pius had a fantastic group stage up until this point.
Also, I mean, look, you got to say as well, good move from FaZe Clan, good game plan to switch this out from Overpass to Mirage to bring it to this map where you maybe lost some confidence in this head-to-head on Overpass. Now, you've got them on a map that maybe they weren't prepared for as well as they would have liked.
And that is an interesting conversation when you play each other so frequently within the month. It's been 25 days and 5 maps played, only 1 of them picked up by FaZe. These are the ones that matter the most, though, when you're in the playoff stage.
Good luck.
And what do we got here? A blue.
Nice. There you go. It's a purple. We got one.
Oh, it's a purple. I'm colorblind. Well, that's good.
Yeah. We've been waiting for one. A little bit of luck in Dallas now. Now give all that luck to ENCE because they need something to spark back into this map. 14-6.
Just 1 AK. Nertz has had a lot of those rounds where he's just last alive saving an AK, and it feels like a futile effort. Rain, why not? Why not try and challenge Ramp? And that's what we need, a bit of fire from some Pius. Out through top mid, Nerd swings with the AK. Sure, you have to sacrifice D-Hop, but it's worth getting that kill back on Rain.
And it preserves the man advantage as well. 4-on-3 now. And Madden is going to start sliding through the smoke. Timing is everything. He looks away, and Brokey can't find him. Rops now perhaps feeling uncomfortable, but remember, he's been just as much a stud on this map as Rain has been. And this is a strong position that he can use to his advantage.
The bomb position towards A at the moment, but you're seeing Sampaius walk out of B. He's going to start clearing this out, and with Madden falling towards jungle, Carrigan's going to go back and see what's happening on this B side, but he has just missed the timing.
This is, once again, the waiting from ENCE is giving Rops, some ability to move around the map and see where he wants to go. Now, does he return? Does he go back towards Palace? Does he keep flanking? Because Carrigan's over at Catwalk in the B bomb site. Sampaius isn't going to find anyone in an awkward round where both the teams just cannot locate each other on the map, and ENCE is going to find a free bomb site.
It's worked out well for ENCE. And so they'll take it, bomb will go down, and FaZe are on the other side of the map.
Carrigan and Rops can go for this. They've got money. There's no reason for them necessarily not to challenge and go see if they're going to get an early kill that might activate, spur them forward. I think Rops is the one taking command and saying, no, I got 11K, let's go for it.
So Carrigan has to accelerate. Sampaius surely hears that drop down from short into the connector, and Carrigan just about gets around the corner, but that information can be passed on to the site players of Nerds as well. But his job is to just hide, stay alive, maintain position within the site, and Carrigan starts his checklist, sees the jungle play, and now lets Rops. He's faking the save. He's faking the runaway to try and allow Rops that pull through the Palace, and now he has to just go back and save. He just has to carry that AK. The walkout from Rops, the last-ditch effort does not pay off.
I like that. That shows a good winning mentality from FaZe. That's saying, okay, Carrigan gets a kill. If Rops can actually hop in and grab one frag, that bomb is planted default, he might be able to steal a defuse away. FaZe make it, the double.
Double trouble, let's see. At least one of them's opened the case.
We're still struggling on the left laptop, and a blue.
All right, we return to round 22. And this time, ENCE have money. They can outswing it somehow with a weakened purchase in the previous. And a heartbeat, a sign of life. We need much more.
A really tough defense to crack into. Brokey in the underpass is going to grab the opening. He had Rops peeking off Catwalk. FaZe came into this round determined to hold on towards mid. And Brokey's going to have a few more opportunities, it appears.
Oh, he's completely blinded. Second flash in. Snappy's had a field day, and Rops, but they've all acted in a sacrificial fashion, allowing Brokey to still stand tall, and Twist will help. No breaking through that. There's absolutely no way. ENCE try, but the might of the hold in mid is impossible.
Even though Rops goes down, even though he's a clean kill on the swing from ENCE, it allows time for Brokey to get his vision back after the flashbang, allows time for Twist to plant his feet. That extra 2 seconds, extra 1 second was everything. And FaZe now full display of a masterclass Mirage on both sides of the map. They've got 8 chances. And for ENCE, you got to imagine already thinking about Anubis.
But then you realize it is all down to that second map. You've come into this first game of your playoff run, and you've got your ass handed to you. You've got schooled on what it means to play on the stage. Twist sends the nade into underpass. Some speed from ENCE this time. FaZe don't have the setup in middle, but it will come down to the choke point fight on this B site. It's Twists alongside Carrigan.
ENCE has to be careful. If they take too long kind of moving up Catwalk, these smokes are going to start clearing, and if Brokey grabs a deeper angle, he's going to have a clear line of sight. He has a chance.
Carrigan's seen it. He calls for Twist instead. Feels like his tool is a little bit better for that range, and now Carrigan realizes he's alone, so backs behind the bench, and he won't get anything. Nerds does very well, and he cuts through that B defense. He downsizes it, and the plant comes in. Now FaZe have a question they have to ask themselves. Do we want to close it here? Do we want to attempt to close it here, or do we fall away?
They're going to fall away if they don't get a kill soon. Smoke is going to fade, but Brokey's hoping someone is just going to peek out into the open. Maybe he can grab someone up in holes. But no one presenting the opportunity. A tag on Nerds, but not a kill. And that's the sign for FaZe to back off.
Rops is hanging around because he knows he can do some damage. He knows they have to be weak, so you can try and just weaken them as much as possible going into that next. It's only going to be an extra percentage in favor of FaZe, and he's hanging around. Just looking to dish out some damage.
What's
And
Dihad
Dihad's
doing?
walking in.
What's Dihad doing?
He's dying. He's dying, Jason.
He came back for that one.
He's glutton for punishment. A chance for ENCE to get a little bit more out of this game, but I'm going to say, you know, FaZe Clan, it's pretty much an open and shut case at the moment.
Well, I've mentioned this a couple times throughout this game. I'll just say it one more time here because we're now heading into round 24 and still have not won 2 rounds in a row. So any feeling,
wild,
anything that they
it?
can gain, any momentum, any feeling that they can build this into something, they have to prove they can even win a second round. And then 6, 7 more after that. Rain! Okay, no! Absolutely disgusting! Beast mode Rain is gonna send FaZe up to a 1-0 lead. That's Mirage in stunning fashion. And FaZe look towards the finals.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Great setup, guys. Looks awesome.
We're in the process of a rebuild. I'm sure you'd understand.
Impressive performance on Tuesday. What was more impressive, however, was the inconspicuous trail you left behind. You people can't help yourselves, can you? Virtual?
47 kills, 23 deaths. Or should I say, 4, 7, 23. They're ahead of schedule, aren't they?
Guys, what are you talking about?
Enough of the bullshit. 4th of July, 2023. The CS2 release date!
Jesus Christ.
Snappy calls for a boost. Where are you?
On the bottom.
Right. You're gonna be a bottom your whole career?
Not really.
Well, you see, that's where my friend comes in. Maybe you tell us what you guys know. Maybe my friend, he talks to Marco. Maybe next time, randomly, you find yourself on top of that boost. Maybe you get yourself a couple of extra drops. Maybe you become the star. So, what's it gonna be? Elia, good to see you, man. You're more comfortable. Gonna get you something? Glass of warm milk? Little Kool-Aid?
Now, Ilya. What's this?
Your those talks after the major final.
What did you say?
Then you say I'll need you to get a couple of custom camps.
I had a colleague run an in-depth statistical analysis of your hours post-major. Your hours are down. You're playing the developer build, and I fucking know it! Tell me what you know!
Fine. I admit it. I've been playing. WoW Classic, Hardcore mode, the memories, the nostalgia.
Nostalgia? You weren't even fucking born when WoW was released! Next! Quite the expert when it comes to the workings of the Source engine, aren't you?
Suspiciously so.
I was thinking, finding an Xbox smoke, 2 days after CL_Showpause is removed from the game, using 6 decimal places on a mouse sensitivity console command. Now, I think there's 2 types of people that can do something like that.
Someone with a special connection with Valve? Or a dev themselves?
So, which one are you?
I heard about your little whatever this is. And it got me thinking, wasn't it you two who were flown out to Seattle by Valve? Wasn't it you two who then kept quiet for months without a peep? Wasn't it you two who were wined and dined by Gaben himself? Gold-coated steaks and champagne, toast all around. So boys, when's it coming out?
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
Well, it is definitely popping off in here, if you can tell. It is Rain and company over FaZe as well, who have done significant damage in the first map of the series. I welcome you back. We're right into the semis, and we're right into the second map, almost as fast as we got done with the first one, gents. But first, you know what's coming. You know what time it is, right?
I think I do.
You want to take a guess?
I think it's a drop.
Oh, what kind of drop?
Oh, the DHL!
It's the DHL drop. That's damn right. We're talking about using exclamation points, y'all. Exclamation point, DHL drop, then space, the coinciding answer. So perhaps we just find it out. Let's go ahead and run up the question. What is that question? Who is the highest earning North American Counter-Strike player by tournament prize money? And I like the specifications there. Yeah. I can appreciate it. I can respect it.
That's a technicality. We appreciate it.
But yeah, again, go ahead and use your Twitch fingers and get in there and type it in. It's going to be exclamation point DHL drop space ABC or D. And as you can tell, we have some pretty good ones up there.
One of those guys is more skilled than Simple.
Which one? Shroud? No?
Freakazoid was on one when he said that. Let's be honest. That was crazy.
I was thinking about
amazing too.
NA times, right? So I didn't want anyone to hear me disparage Shroud. I didn't want to piss anyone off.
No, we all love Shroud. I'm not being paid to say this. No one's forcing me to say this. We love Shroud. We love Shroud. We love
Absolutely.
Shroud. Oh God.
Yeah, that's what we thought. Anyways. All right, let's jump right into the analysis, boys. We got the answer for the DHL drop at the very end of the segment, but for now, we need some answers in the game. What did we just watch? What did we just witness?
Weirdly enough, I feel like we witnessed exactly what we prefaced. Sometimes it's happened. Look, round 12 here, complete chaos, Rain rushing into Snappy, doesn't even have the call, doesn't even have the comms for it. Sunpies finds a kill, but it's too late. The site has already fallen. This is Arena Counter-Strike, where Snappy is not able to hear the steps of Rain, who is stampeding to his left. And maybe the comms are a little chaotic, maybe the information hasn't been passed. Here you see the reaction. This is what we were talking about. This is why Counter-Strike here, when we get to that place, is different than just the concourse and the silence and the controlled action. Rain, in a studio environment, would never been able to do that. You can never just rush up catwalk and get the kill on the Snappy, but he does, and that's frustrating, and we could see it on the cameras.
Oh yeah, and the fact that Kerrigan knows what's available to him in Arena Counter-Strike is why he's one of the greatest captains. That once FaZe actually find themselves in these louder environments where things are more hectic, more chaotic, that he's able to harness that power and actually help in terms of the calling. Like sometimes, like Kerrigan has all those little tricks that he uses when he's in these big arenas. Sometimes starting a big clap before a big rush, so it's harder to hear. But that's just another one of those strategies where you can up the tempo and the pace in this game when you're on the defense and you can't really hear stuff, or at least the T's would want to do that.
And you know, it kind of goes a long way when you look at the scoreline in this game and you think about a team that lost both pistols, right? You think about that right out of the gate. Probably not ideal, is it?
No, but it's pretty cool when you can reset your opponent immediately. Round 17, load it up. Rain, and we're going to talk about Rain a whole lot during this segment because he did them dirty so many times. We see ENCE being able to win the second pistol round. It's the force buy coming up immediately for FaZe, of course. Close contact quarter, beautiful crosser placement, snap onto Sunpius, was having a really complicated game. But Rain pushes the envelope. We have Robsus playing close to the smoke, a little bit of lack of utility being used, Madden falls, and then Rain here. Just pure class, pure snap onto Diha, and he's going to have the presence of mind to change his position, use that smoke very cleverly. Snappy, I believe, is coming. Absolutely no idea what is going on, and that's once again Rain that resets ENCE. Listen, ENCE never won 2 rounds in a row. They won individual, isolated rounds. We had prefaced this loss on Mirage, but I do want to make the point. This was hurtful for ENCE.
Yes.
This is a hurtful game to lose. Both your stars, rookie stars, haven't shown up. Nerds is nowhere to be seen. Senpai is nowhere to be seen. You've never put 2 rounds together. You've never been able to catch your breath. They were basically on your neck the whole time. That's what happened to ENCE on Mirage.
And you know, the saying here in Texas might be something like, when the tailgate drops, the bullshit stops, right? And for Rain, there was neither of those things.
Nope.
No tailgating, there's no bullshit. He came here, and it shows. We said we were going to talk about Rain a lot, and he's damn sure here, isn't he?
Rain just doesn't fall off. In fact, a lot of players, when they get into the big arenas, they'll say, you know, I don't get the pressure, doesn't get to me. I mean, Rain proves it in the server. He's actually letting his gun work do the talking. The rifle work on display here was fantastic. The way that he was able to just carve up ENCE's defense repeatedly over and over, pushing their ish in, you know, pushing their BS in, you know. That's exactly what Rain was doing. And it was just a flood, like just constant frags where he's just finding space, little bit of setup based off of utility, but honestly, a lot of it is just him winning an outright duel.
How much? Okay, we obviously with Rain playing like this, there's really no response. Like you really sometimes have a player that can get into the game and he can't do any wrong. It just kind of works out for that. How much trouble are ENCE in though, given the outcome of this first map?
Well, listen, the only thing that ENCE has got going for them is that the next maps to come is wildly different than Mirage. Like, it's not going to be that easy for Rain to just run around, find some of these opening kills, and for Kerrigan to play the mid round. It's going to be a little bit more complicated. I think it's a bit more technical, and it requires protocols that arguably FaZe don't have. My issue is that, or for FaZe that is that FaZe will start on the T side. They're not going to be on the receiving end of the executes that are going to be coming in from ENCE, and I think they can just use the momentum that they have. It's going to be real complicated for Snappy to turn things around now.
Problems.
Yeah, but I also preface this whole series with the fact that I think that ENCE is decidedly better on Anubis. The protocols they have, the procedures, that's what you're going to be able to rely on going into this map. I really wish we saw a little bit more fight from ENCE coming into that first map, or at least to finish it out. But I really think that when it comes to what they're going to be able to put on display on Anubis, it seems very likely that the strats are going to help them so much so that even though they're not playing to the level we saw them at the group stage whatsoever, they're still going to actually, I think they're going to bring this back. I think it's going to be 1-1.
Don't let this confuse you guys. This is a team that lost a 14-1 lead, right? The Vitality, anybody recall that?
I do.
On this map. There's nothing pretty about that. There's nothing a good time about that. But I mean, yeah, there's a high likelihood we go see all 3. And there's even more likelihood that I give you the answer to that DHL drop. That's right, it is that time. I'm sure that the Twitch chat is just still overloaded with all kind of exclamation points. But here was the question, and now we revealed the answer as well. Who's got that bread? It's Twist.
He's got the bread.
It does check out. The math checks out. We're talking about Intel
couple of Grand Slams in there.
I think
major.
I think Shroud might be richer.
Wow, I'm not gonna say. I don't know. It's probably close. Either way, that is above my pay grade. But what isn't is us going to a break. So we'll come back. We're gonna go to Anubis, see if FaZe can keep this fire going.
Smurfs, go f yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on FaceIt, go f yourself.
Players who throw games, go f yourself. To all you grievers, go f yourself.
This is for all the low sense out there. Just f yourself.
To everybody I know, go f yourself. I already paid to be boosted. I deserve level 10. Go f yourself. Go f yourself. Go f yourself. Go f yourself. Go f yourself.
Go verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join us in building a more trusted community, one verification at a time. What did you think they were saying?
Go verify yourself.
Wait, you're saying verify?
Yeah, man, we're trying to make people go verify themselves.
Oh.
I came from the mud. There's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. Try to catch me howling at the moon. 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 Water's up to my chin. Won't stop fighting to the very end. Many men try to reach it. Many men have failed. But if you wanna get to heaven, you gotta raise a little hell. And I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They say no to sleepless nights. Will you find me? Hope you find me. When the sun rises, when the sun.
Now I'm back in the DreamHack Festival and there's so much to do, but guess how much I'm happy right now? I get to meet Eric here. He is the voice actor of, well, more than just what I'm thinking, but I'm loving Dragon Ball. You guys know that, all of my guys know that when they're watching on the stream. And look at this, he can sign. How are you doing it, man?
Oh, fantastic. I'm having a great time. I love it. I've not been to a gaming con before. This is my first time. It's usually pop culture and anime, so this is a nice change of pace.
You enjoying it?
Oh, yeah, it's cool. It's dark, too. I like that.
That's better for you, yeah?
A lot better for the old man eyes, yeah.
Nah, you're not that old, man. You look good. You look fresh.
Thanks, man. I feel good.
Now, we got a big game going on there at the moment. It's ENCE taking on FaZe. How do you think it's going to go?
Well, like I was telling you before, I played Counter-Strike a lot when I was a lot younger. Haven't been able to play it recently because, you know, I'm a dad and have those kinds of responsibilities, and my kids won't let me near the computer.
They stole it from you.
They did steal it from me. As far as my opinion, I think it would do them both a disservice to choose one over the other.
I like that. He's playing it smart. Let's see how it goes.
After the conclusion of Mirage, FaZe Clan are one map win away from heading to the 8th grand final at IEM. That's the most of any team that could be the most successful team making to the grand finals. And of course, we've seen them in this position before, but ENCE, we haven't, Jason. We haven't got to see this team and some of these players on a stage ever. So this is quite the comeback needed, and Maui believes they will. Heading into Anubis, it's a comfortable affair. It's been their home ground.
Yeah, I mean, this is where, if you're ENCE, this is where you have to get the confidence back, is on Anubis, considering the fact that you've beaten ENCE twice on it in your recent series, 16-8, 16-7. Dominant victories from ENCE on Anubis, and they've got to rely on that here to deliver them forward to continue this semi-final series in a third map. We're live into the pistol round. ENCE on the CT side, FaZe attacking into it, and the opening kill goes the way of Madden.
And Twist, oh, he's caught between two players there, so he doesn't want to get involved in that at all. And now we look at Rops accelerating towards A. Oh, what a shot from Diha! The flick up with the Julies. Rops thought he had a chance there, but Diha denies entry.
Yeah, he absolutely did. Shut down oh so quickly, and FaZe whittled down to just 3 players. A good start right now for ENCE. Nertz and Snappy gonna play it passive inside the B bomb site, waiting for the execute. This is the final, last play for FaZe.
Flashes coming in. Nertz not blinded and unfazed by any of them. And now they will begin to blind him. He's under quite a bit of pressure. Bullets coming in. But Snappy and Nertz do not crack. They do not falter. But Carrigan, where's that come from? A double as he pulls himself back into a still very unlikely clutch, but some style points at least.
Yeah, right at the end. Team ace for ENCE. Everyone gets 1 kill. Tough for FaZe to find the entry frags onto that bomb site coming in. Good usage of cover from the ENCE defenders. And they'll start this on a positive note. Quick shot from Madden. Diha just barely spotting the head of Rops. And these kills, it all slides away. Second round and FaZe with no bomb plant. They are going to invest, but no rifles on the board. 3 Tech 9s, Deagle, and a P250 to work with. Plenty of nades.
Well,
they're going to look towards mid for the opening.
Yeah, they're surging with these Tech 9s right in towards middle, and Carrigan isn't stopping. He plunges himself through the smoke, and oh, Madden, he's under so much pressure from different directions, and some Pius. Well, he's going to make up for it. It looked like FaZe had broken through, but denied any step further.
Yeah, that door closed quick. Sun Pius on top of the wall. Dia's playing passively at A in a delay smoke, delay utility, so FaZe is going to have to park themselves behind it and wait a little bit of time to get a clear sight.
They've got a smoke available. They can throw that over to Rops and a flash. The question is, what can they actually make of this?
You have to imagine, use that smoke to create like a little bit of a wall so that Rops with the Deagle can pass behind the pillar and get some deep shots into the bomb site.
Well, Rops, he knows his lineups. He's ready to pass it out. The ENCE have now shifted a second player in, so they've strengthened this defense. And Diha tries to time the spam. Rops is aware that those bullets were likely to come through and realizes it's the A1S, so he doesn't have many bullets in that mag. So now they move through, they seize the gap, and they're deep into the site, in behind the cake, so they can fake the plant, try and draw these fights into them, try and even out those numbers, but eventually you'll just take that bomb plant.
Yeah, that's actually, I mean, it's fine. ENCE is happy to give that one up. They know it's still a huge advantage. 5-on-3, don't lose the weapons as they slink in. 4-on-3. And Dia's just waiting for a glimpse of anyone.
Yeah, Dia's going to move on in. He sees the tip of the Deagle, and it's no issue for those 2 kills to come in. Brokey throws himself into the battle. Will do a lot of damage on Sampaius. He gets 3 in this one. And ENCE do not drop the ball early on Anubis.
Yeah, not bad for FaZe to get a plant in that round, but with only 1 kill, there's not going to be any kind of, not going to be any reason for them to force up and try and apply pressure to the economy. Maybe another half buy coming in from ENCE, maybe another small buy with some upgraded pistols, but shouldn't be seeing the rifles come out just yet. Nicely done from Sampaius to close down middle. And that was a big story out of Mirage as well. The Stars, Sampaius, the second best player in Dallas, a very quiet opening map. Same for Nertz, Star Rifler, a very quiet opening map. ENCE needs them to bounce back if they want to continue fighting in the semifinals.
FaZe clan, no secret where they want to go. Gathered outside, all together. They'll have to challenge Sampaius and Snappy first.
This is a dangerous execute though. Dangerous set piece coming in from FaZe.
And it can be explosive. Full head of steam on this one. The full head taken off the top of Carrigan from Snappy, who switches out to the P250. And FaZe clan get no closer to the site. They'll try their best, but ENCE have the rotations in. The reinforcements were very quick to get to B. There's no issue moving forward for ENCE. It did have some potential to be potent there for FaZe.
Yeah, but none of their strength made it through the smoke. Just slaughtered immediately on the exit on the other side. So 3-0 for ENCE. A good start for them. Op is out in the hands of Sampaius now. AK-47s across the board for FaZe. First gun round underway.
Talk about this in a game of calling and a head-to-head of the IGLs and Mirage. FaZe much more comfortable, Carrigan much more comfortable exploiting the defense of ENCE. But the system is stronger here. You won't be able to see Carrigan manipulate Snappy's soldiers and men to the same extent. They're going to be charging through mid. Carrigan tries to push the issue, but the response is there. You can see already ENCE not letting them through.
Didn't have the timing, didn't want to take the risk, and I think that's a good point to make about Carrigan and Snappy on this map, because Snappy's got his number for sure. ENCE has been able to outcall and work FaZe across this map in all the last 2 engagements they've played. Opening kill provided by Rain.
Yeah, Nerds doesn't handle it this time. So Sampayas, given the weakness and firepower now left being down a player, he'll now focus towards Dark, and Snappy even thinks about going into it. Oh, it could have been darkness for eternity there for Snappy, but it's about the A play for FaZe, and Matt is gonna see it, but he's not gonna be able to deal with it. What a shot from Brokey over the top of the bricks. And now Twist's his turn, and they realize they haven't seen anybody. They're so far away. It's all about Rain trying to make sure they don't save anything. And Sampayas was aware of the likelihood that he was still in there, and so patiently awaits Rain and peeks into him. So it's about the save here for ENCE, as FaZe will take it first.
Yeah, nice first round on the board for FaZe. This time drawing them out of the A bomb site. That opening kill from Rain caused Madden to shift out, and no presence as FaZe marched in. And that's kind of the question that FaZe have to answer, is how many times is ENCE going to destroy you on this map before you start to catch on? Before you start to learn and figure out a way to overcome them?
We heard Kadian today saying that it's not easy to play an opponent that you played at the same event or very recently. That's both for FaZe and ENCE, right? Because you look at these two teams, these are two great minds going up against each other, and they played each other at the Major, they played each other here in Dallas. There's not a lot of time between these matchups. 2 best-of-3 series played within 25 days, and FaZe have only managed to win 1 map in that. Now 2 with that Mirage going their way, but ahead of the day, it was only 1 map that FaZe were able to collect.
Yeah, we mentioned kind of a one-sided rivalry budding between these two organizations. Aggression in A main, a change in the defense, a new look for ENCE. Sampayas with an angle, ooh, and just a leg shot. Carrigan down to 15, but he hustles back, wants nothing to do with the AWP.
And it's great input of the AWP is there as well, so they know where Sampayas is being positioned.
Sampayas is going to activate Diha to grab some information. Here's the flashbang, here's the push. Through the end of the Molotov, sees nothing. That'll allow Sampayas some confidence to start shifting towards middle. Madden some confidence about shifting deeper towards the B bomb site.
No one plays for info on that flash forward through B. ENCE don't know how many FaZe players are currently approaching this B site, but they know there's a lack of presence on other areas of the map, and here come the smokes that will signal.
There's a counter Molotov from Madden, perfectly timed. Gonna buy them 5-6 seconds.
FaZe, once those mollies start to fade away, they need to turn their legs. They need to get into the site. And quite the defense posted, but Rain will start to burn it away. He melts Snappy in his position, and Nerds, so much pressure for him, and he's standing up this time. He failed a few rounds ago, and he gets a double. Good output, and 25 seconds. FaZe have still broken through. They still managed to get that bomb down.
Diha on the flank in Canals is massive. Carrigan's going to meet up with them, and this battle is everything. Can Diha be patient? Sampayas and Madden, if they can find 1 kill, it might open up the opportunity for Diha to swing.
Diha begins to move in. He has the health advantage, but Carrigan just needs to land a headshot, and he'll do exactly that.
They have no utility. This round might just be lost. I don't think ENCE can do it.
They're still trying, they're still committed. They have to fight, and Madden will do that on Carrigan. Wins his draw, and now Sampayas, the flick up. He got double peek from 2 sides, and you can know where the 2 players are. But as you said, no smokes, no opportunity here for Madden. Get out of there. And with that damage done, he might even go down, but he gets into the water, he swims away, and he manages to keep at least something up for ENCE. The FaZe are looking different today. Couple of rounds picked up on Anubis. And we know already this is going to be a different matchup. This isn't going to be a walk in the park for ENCE.
No, and I mean, now they have an issue as well. Money's starting to run low as they drop weapons across to each other. This is going to be the last buy before FaZe is able to break them. If they can just win this 3rd round in a row, ENCE will be out of funds, and then it gets difficult. Snappy knew he was going to go down. No smoke to extinguish the Molotov. That's the opening. That's the opening kill provided once again by Rain. An all-important round number 6. And Sampayas is chunked down by nades and fire. 39 HP as he retreats through the double doors.
Diha decides they need more control. They cannot let FaZe take this A main area. Throws the D smoke out, hops up on the table for a moment. But Rain has been a menace. In towards Canal, fighting dark. And if Snappy decides to go and take that fight, Rain was ready, but he's now fallen away because he's needed elsewhere. He's needed for this flash.
Delayed by a Molotov. Diha to defend against it. And his smoke is going to negate the idea. Sunpius coming to investigate with an op, but Rain's holding it. Rain, who once again is going to deliver. What a series Rain is putting together today.
And now they pop into A. Now they attack to Diha, and he's monstrous on the double hold. But now Madden realizes he's being split. He's done a lot to stay alive, and he's drawing their attention. He's pulling them towards him, and suddenly just twists, and he cannot turn quick enough. Oh, that is much better on the A hold. That is much better from ENCE.
Yeah, the FaZe really forcing that idea. They were stuck into it the whole round, just waiting for a smoke to fade. And a critical round for ENCE to win as they can continue buying. They don't get reset. It's FaZe who have to start worrying about their cash flow.
That looks so good for them. But Rain really is sort of mastering that area. They've tried a couple aggressive moves. They tried to peek him. He's never found in the same spot consistently. And Sunpius, he wants to challenge. He wants to go for a little fight. And there's no Rain this time, because FaZe are gathering the majority of their forces outside of this A site. Karrigan will try and fake out a B play because they ran this in the low buy in the previous round. The previous time they had these Tech 9s, he's trying to pull the rotation and leave a gap. But Sunpius is seeing Rain, and now it's sort of fizzling out. There is no sting to this attack from FaZe anymore.
There's still twists. And we know what he can do. We've seen him recover plenty of rounds for FaZe. Missed the timing as the smoke plumes. And they're just going to come right through it. They're not giving up anything. They're going to go fight D at the opening kill, trade it off. But Madden's here, and Madden's going to handle business.
That round did not go as planned for FaZe, but ENCE are starting to get comfortable. And all it took was a Diha hold with Madden on A when FaZe barreled back after Rain got that advantage 2 rounds ago. It was looking fantastic for the T-sided start. But ENCE starting to get a lot more into this. And a buy is coming for FaZe, so a timeout taken.
You can see how much more comfortable they feel, though. When FaZe rattles off a couple rounds in a row, they don't shatter. They don't fall apart like they did on Mirage. Able to fight back here on Anubis. Loving this map lately in this matchup. You still have to worry about Rain, though. Still, you know, obviously the Mirage he had was incredible. Still here on Anubis as well. Very early on, he's 4-1 in opening duels. He's been such a menace to start rounds for FaZe, and it's actually impressive considering that he's been able to get 4 openings on them in the 7 rounds played, and ENCE is still able to nurse this 5-2 lead.
The battle resumes. Sunpius, a different position taken to open the round. He'll be playing mid, and here's another one of Rain's little tricks. He's around the smoke, doesn't see anything, doesn't see any aggression or peek, so feels comfortable to move a little further towards the dark entrance. They don't want to give FaZe this mid control. That is something that FaZe played around before, wanting to get the mid control on this T side. ENCE denying access, but Karrigan is persistent. We know that about him and his career. He's persistent as he walks into Sunpius. And final warning is given that towards Karrigan. He's slapped away.
Well, Rops being an aggressor towards A, Rain being an aggressor in dark. Oh, Rops can't handle the jump up. Good job from Diha. And once again, control of A main is secured by ENCE, which shrinks the map massively for FaZe.
Look at the CT setup, so passive. So Rain, oh, they've got to wait for the aggression. Snappy just walks into it. Rain got himself out just at the right time. And if he can find another 1v1 fight, if he can somehow isolate this fight versus Nerds, then maybe there was something to be had. But Nerds does very well, and now it's just Twists and Brokey making their way through middle. Diha knows now exactly where they're coming from, but that doesn't matter when the bullet comes your way.
And Madden's out of position. He was caught in a rotation, so we can't get back to actually stop this. He's just here to help recover. There's a chance, a slim chance in this 2-on-3.
Yeah, he gets Heaven at the right time. He can deny the ball plant. There it is. Assassination. Second kill in. Madden butchers them into the ground. And ENCE, they are loving it now.
Starting to feel good. The first signs of life out of ENCE today in these semifinals. We love to see it. And without a plant, FaZe, another failure in this round. We'll have to consider what they can scrape together. Tech 9's coming out, upgraded pistols coming out for FaZe, and that's it.
FaZe just trying to spread out and take fights at the start of this, and when those fights start to go the other way, pulling the ridiculous rounds off and 3 versus 5s becomes so unlikely.
This feels like Rops and Brokey are going to try and execute a fake. Meanwhile, Kerrigan, Twist, and Rain are going to attack. Just as this execute is happening, it's pulled Snappy away. The rest of the defense is over in Dark. Nerds caught off guard, and Sunpius has an up. The worst weapon to recover. Good tracking, but Brokey's just behind him.
And Snappy, players just got behind him. Behind the cave is Kerrigan, deep already. Twist gets that information passed on, and he will switch his transition of focus over there. And Kerrigan is so deep here, but he doesn't have the weapon. If he had had a better weapon, truly would have sent D-Hut packing. But now that you know how deep the FaZe players are, you just don't even want to try for this. You don't even get close to the site. So keep those rifles. FaZe break through.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, it happens so quickly, but I was going to say, we heard Snappy talking about, he knows how FaZe like to play. They take a lot of individual fights, they spread out, and then when that goes wrong, they like to execute. They have these little pocket strats they can throw in, and this is exactly one of those that worked out so nicely.
This is a beautiful call from Kerrigan. I mean, that fake, that was sold so well. Just a set piece towards the A bomb site. Utility thrown by 2 players, pulls a rotation away. That defense was perhaps the worst call that it could have been. 2 players huddled up in Dark, a lot of room for the B attack, and everything just worked perfectly for FaZe in the round.
FaZe up. Round 10. And money available for both teams thanks to FaZe on that Twist entry. And when you create so much confusion, you can see opportunities opening up for the likes of Brokey there, who catches some pies in an awkward spot.
Yeah, it was only Rops being committed. Brokey coming back just ruined Sunpius' day. Looked like he might have had an advantage in the second fight that was coming, but he never got a chance for it. Gun round now, and AWP is in the hands of Brokey on the T side.
FaZe can slow this down. Yet to see the gun rounds in recent times. Reap a lot of success for FaZe. Rops has been losing this fight towards A against Diha. Get him in towards A main. And this fight comes in again. Rops will win it. This time Diha unaware. Rops is so silently taking his position that Diha walks in completely unsuspecting.
Yeah, but ENCE is calling the bluff. ENCE isn't shifting anyone over to the A-bomb site. Diha was the only player there. The fact that they're not moving, they're not rotating, oh, that's going to be really tough for FaZe to read. And an almost identical round to just the one previously that FaZe wins with pistols. This time, Nerds wins out against Rain and Snappy, and now Sunpius shut it down emphatically.
What a call to not rotate. What a call not to adjust the defense. Rops runs down, but Nerds says no. No passing through the water. 7 rounds for ENCE, no issue.
And that's one that'll make Kerrigan scratch his head. In this battle of in-game leaders that we've kind of painted, that's going to leave Kerrigan saying, why were there 4 people here? Why did nobody leave once we killed Diha?
Perhaps now FaZe will attempt to pressure A a little further. Tech 9s for Rain and Brokey. 3 AK-47s, and they feel like even on the low buys, they've been able to get through B, so maybe that's the call again here for FaZe. Maybe they can execute on this B site, and just with some speed, they can overwhelm the defense.
Let's see. Snappy and Nerds are separated, different positions. They're not going to be able to help each other out too much. Nerds is going to have to be concerned about canals. And here it comes, so Snappy counter utility, and the attack is underway.
Oh, Kerrigan, hot feet, doesn't care, keeps moving forward. Nerds will do his best, and this defense is holding water. This is holding the flood of FaZe players with absolutely no issue. They try to attack B, but it ends in misery.
My word, Madden was on his horse. Madden arrived so quick, but it's the Snappy double kill that seals things. And Rops has 15 health. It's just a matter of time.
You can see what we're getting to the bottom of the barrel here for FaZe's T side and some of the options they can go to. when you say that you haven't been preparing as much as you would usually for other events, and you're feeling that burnout, and you want to go back to the basic style of CS and back to these fundamentals, when you're playing a new map like Anubis that ENCE put so much into, to find answers on the T side when they figure you out, you can see how difficult it is for Karrigan. There's no solutions coming forth here. It's just little patches of form coming in, you know, they get through the B side, Twis's Tech9 unleashes, but it isn't consistent. It's not a system designed to get a lot out of this first half.
They've got time to recover it. Rops is obviously, as we can see, just saving this AK-47. He's got 2,200 in the bank, so can replenish utility as well. All right, well, while we kind of wait for this round to end, hear a lot of shouting out in the crowd.
A lot of woos.
Dallas, how's DreamHack been treating you? How's IEM been treating you? Good job from Snappy inside of the bomb site. ENCE up by 5 is going to force a timeout from Karrigan and FaZe as Coach Robin gets involved in the talk. Words for the boys to try and spur them forward. 4 rounds remaining in this first half.
There's lots to figure out because you don't have a lot of resources to put into this one. You don't have the cash. You don't really have necessarily all the weapons you even want to bring. And for ENCE, grand finalists in Dallas last year, they want to fight for that chance again. They want to fight to get back to the final. With a full roster this time. Bringing Nerds, bringing some Pius into the mix. As we begin our next round of play, this FaZe clan with 1 AK for Rops, 2 Tech9s, and 2 Deagles. Now they have been able to win with the weaker guns with no issue. This might be a different story. Rob's boosted up on top.
Ooh, good nade. Good nade that chunked down multiple members of FaZe. Diha's gonna back off, as his teammate Madden slid away as well. Not wanting to mess with the mid-pressure they could feel coming.
Karrigan willing to throw his body into play just to get that space and creates an avenue of approach here for FaZe.
Smoke and 2 flashes. Twist is gonna use that smoke to drop right on top of Diha's position, open up the avenue to split and wrap around the A bomb site.
He's holding the molly though. That'll stop them from getting into the A connector quickly. And so you can't pounce on this play. You can't use that smoke to just dive down into the A site. And this time taken, you're actually seeing Madden push a little further towards A. He wants to fight on Rain, but here comes the pistol swinging on by. Past the scope, they're actually going into the temple. And while Diha prays, he holds. It's 2 again. Here's the output. Madden gets aggressive, too aggressive. Rain waits for it, and FaZe has suddenly found a chance. Rain goes back again. And the Nerds aggression. Oh, it hurts. It hurts completely. And just Snappy. Suddenly FaZe find a gap. They find a way again. In the most unlikely of rounds with the weakest weapons.
They force a mistake. Madden jumped on that way too early and way too over-eager without clearing corners. What a disgusting turnaround. And FaZe find 4 in an unlikely, a 3 versus 5 where Diha got the opening 2 kills.
What a sick call that is though, because it looks like the whole play is set up to try and get through a connector. But they realize when that molly comes in from Diha, there's no chance that you're getting through. You can't get Rain out A main, so they change it. They take the risk to go through the smoke into Temple, and that was just so sick. Diha, he does actually very well to get a double, but when you've only got the M4, you don't have a lot of ammo in that. So he does all that he can. It's down to the rest of his teammates to step up from that point, and a mistake came in, unfortunately, there for Madden.
Yeah, that push for Madden, this is so ill-advised. That's so much fear for some reason. When you've been able to hold the bomb sites, you don't need to jump on the rotation that aggressively. And that knocks ENCE a little bit off balance. Timeout taken. FaZe can still turn this into a very good half if they can get this up to 7. Saul calming the boys down.
Those details, those moments, those lack of composure sessions, they're what give FaZe Clan the extra rounds, the opportunities to make this first half more and more competitive. And if you're ENCE, you want to leave this half with as many as possible. Sure, you're leaving already with the round advantage at a minimum, but You know what FaZe Clan can do on the stage? You've witnessed that. You've felt what that feels like over a Mirage. You've been smacked in the face. You're probably only recovering from the whiplash from map 1. Don't let it slip now.
Oh, round 13. We've all been there.
A little bit of team shanking happening.
We've all been on both sides of that exchange.
That's the Madden punishment for the mistake in the last round.
Exactly. Gotta learn somehow.
Sampaius, he's going for the aggressive peek out of B, and it works. Twist completely caught, just walking back, a risk taken. And a kill found, and the advantage locked in for ENCE.
We haven't seen that kind of a peek from Sampaius too much in this game. Well, Brokey's gonna do his best to respond. Likewise, trying to find an angle to peer for a long time into this A bomb site. Kerrigan finds the equalizer. That's gonna force a shift. That's gonna force a peek that finds Brokey. Rops slides in, but Madden is still here.
Rain is so far away from Rops. Rain is so far away from Rops, and the commitment to the plant that is wild. Madden's gonna win the round now. He can just defuse. Rain is so far away. The defuse will happen. Nerds gets the information. Rain is gonna try with a molly. He'll send it in, but the defuse has already happened, and Nerds comes around the back to get that final kill. Ooh, a little shaky, a little disjointed that.
I think Rops just felt like he had to take that moment. He had to take that risk to get in with Rain being so far away. He just had to say, you know what, if there's not a player here, I can get this down and I can have some time, and maybe I can allow Rain to get involved in the action. Good play from Madden though, wrapping around the smoke, and ENCE recover. They don't drop too many, 9-4. Ops still on board for both teams. Money hasn't really been an issue.
It's nice to see Sampaius go and take a risk on the opener. He's trying it again, this time on the polar opposite end of the map. He's deep towards A main looking for that pick, and he's not alone. He has got D-Ha with him. And you know it's been Rops here in the default alone, just trying to take control as he drops down from Rugs. He needs to be very careful because the scope of Sampaius, if it's given an inch, it will take that full mile, and the flash setup is fantastic from Madden. That will allow D-Ha the easiest kill of the game.
Yeah, that's nice. They've actually, ENCE has been finding ways in this on the CT side to be aggressive and find some opening kills. We just saw the peak from Sampaius in the previous round at B, now towards A. And Rain's gonna be blocked off by smoke. Kerrigan's found some standing in middle with Brokey in support. But Sampaius watching from a distance.
Once they've got into this position, they have shown in this half already that they can seize that opportunity, seize that gap. The flash was so good. But Sampaius, he does not falter.
However, I don't know if he spotted Kerrigan getting across. He'll probably have called it out that it's possible. But that B defense has to be a little bit cautious.
He's going forward. Sampaius isn't going to sit back and idly watch as you move forward. He wants to take the fights. He wants to bring the fight to you. And D-Ha will do the same. A confident round from ENCE.
Kerrigan's just been waiting for rotations that don't come due to his teammates going down and creating nothing. 22 seconds on the clock, and Kerrigan is being boxed in. Snappy's gonna meet him all the way at the back of middle and an easy kill. Double digits for ENCE.
Only a single player falls in the round as well, so great job just across the board. No weaknesses in that defense, and here it goes. Final round of this first half, and FaZe will muster together what they can. But this is that opening move. Great to see. There's a lot of tricks that ENCE have up their sleeve on the CT side, and I love how dynamic they've been using that off, getting Sampaius all over the show.
Rain was 4-1 in opening duels going into like round 8, and he's still at the very same scoreline. He is, for all the success that he's had in these opening engagements, he's really kind of pumped the brakes on how often he wants to get involved early. Some of that is ENCE taking the opportunity away by being aggressive themselves.
And here comes that aggression right through dark, and Nerds sends them into pure darkness, knocks their lights out, and Snappy fends off this final B movement, the final move in this half for FaZe's T side. It's just Brokey. The nades come through, and he realizes his time is numbered. What a half, what a recovery. And our predictions of ENCE bouncing back on Anubis have come absolutely true. 11-4 as they exit the first half.
She ain't ready for the edge. He be riding on the waves. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Time's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Time's money, money pays. You ain't ready for the edge. She ain't ready for the edge. Solid in the back and I'm backing it up and it's ready to blow. I remember doing these with Deji from the street, they left me on my own. Mom can't ask me about how I got to be, I told her leaving mama grown. Then they're ringing up my phone. Time's changed, but mine's made up. I ain't got line patience. Try it then, don't like pain. Just come close, but swear that. When goes with a hair pack, never boast loud, get your bird back to my condo, where I bear tracks with the gang. Catch that for the ground, snap that for the man. These girls to the most, no money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away, right steady in the swim way. Occupation make it either way, never worry cause I can. Back chat from the white gang, took charge when it's sad man. Passport when I'm master, next place when I'm this close to the daydream. Max got me the man plan, my team never lied one. Do the visit from the facts man, he be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Time's money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Time's money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. Fake clothes, same watch, fake prep, same fuck, same squad, same lunch, but flop, ain't what I want, ain't but don't stop. We be leveling, proceeds increase heavily. Don't need this man's energy. I be the one, be the one. I don't make the song to make the song with the vibe is right. The mic will let me answer the sign, the light, the vibe is speaking strong in the line. Hit me first before I'm gone. I am straight sicker with the workplace. Syllables when I don't fit you when I burst. Straight in the mood talk when I wear it. Fuck what you think, I'm a work rate. Celebrate wins like a birth. This is 3-6, got a mean list of the tracks. You man busy sleeping when I brainstorm, it's a plan. Link time, the underground. I don't even have to ask. Miss laughing with my brother now. I ain't talking about that. Catch up when he dance. Snapshot with the fam. KO with the madness. Back soon going ham. Come see how we ride out. Short chain with the smile brown. Been blazed for a while now. Stay ready for the jab. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze.
Any fears of ENCE not showing up in this semi-final from the first map? Well, they have been dispelled. It's now 11-4 in favor of ENCE. A fantastic first half showing as we head to Anubis. And this comfortability of the system and how they play this map, Jason, has allowed Nerds and a couple of the others like Sampias to actually get into this game.
It's allowed everyone to get into the game in a way that they didn't have in Mirage. Individually, all 5 players delivering. 14 kills for Nerds at the top of the scoreboard, 11 from Adam at the bottom of the ENCE scoreboard. Everyone chiming in when required. Now all they have to do is close it out. 5 rounds away. Oh my good God.
That's explosive from Sampias. I'll kick off this first kill of the second half.
I mean, you can kind of line this one up at the moment in terms of ENCE winning the pistol round, and this is the red carpet's laid out.
They haven't given themselves a lot of room to play with FaZe, and at the start of the game, we were given a lot of signs of competitiveness, but ENCE were able to figure it out quite quickly.
A little bit of a footstep given by Diha. Actually causes the defense to get a little bit nervous. They pause. It looked like they were going to start shifting and pushing forward.
Yep, reactive here from FaZe, but it's all going to be down to this B play. And that means we're looking at you, Carrigan.
Good luck.
We're looking at what Carrigan can get out of this USP. Flashes into the sky. Carrigan takes the first, but that is all he will find. Nerds razor sharp in reply. And a commitment to the plant, that is the pistol.
I don't even know if, I mean, it looks like they're going to try and go for it. It's still early on in the bomb plant, see what they can get. Smoke down towards B main. It better be all headshots. They better be quick as well. There's no kits. That was a good start from Brokey.
Sampias once again chimes in this round as though Twist is back. And when Twist is around, you can never count them out. The USP has got them into a favorable position. Time is ticking. Nerf through the smoke. Brokey runs right at him. He's out of ammo. The Nerf! Oh, so close! Nerf's heart must be pounding out of his chest, but he turns around in time. Oh my goodness.
7 HP remaining after the stab.
Oh, a little chuckle, a release of energy. Because that was something. That was real madness.
Oh, Rops used everything. Empties the magazines. Huge. 12-4. Smiles even on the faces of FaZe. They're getting demolished here on Anubis in the same way they did it to ENCE on Mirage. The favor is being returned.
A play being lined up by Snappy. FaZe will throw whatever reaction they have available to them. They'll throw that fire out to slow them down, but eventually those resources will dry up. And ENCE are going to respect it. They respect that utility thrown down, and it's probably in their best interest. There's 3 players set up inside of the A site. Although they don't know it, pressuring towards B is certainly the better call here. Rain sets up his own smoke, tries to play with a gap, but Snappy is wise to the trick. Goes in, wins that fight, and now Carrigan is spread thin, so he has to call for that rotation back from Brokey. Now Carrigan realizes you just can't sit back, you've got to go and fight. Zappias is in position to trade.
Yeah, good trade, good spacing as well. Brokey's gonna step in next. Sunpias is so ready for that one. 17 kills now on Sunpias as he shoots up the scoreboard. 17 on Nertz as well. We mentioned a quiet first map from the ENCE Stars. Well, here on Anubis, they've been very loud.
Now this is a completely different occasion. Semi-final is a tale of 2 sides. Mirage and Anubis, both one-sided. It'll all come down to this decider. It's going to be Ancient as that 3rd map. And it is looking almost sure to come through.
Nine-round lead now as the bomb goes off. Madden on a hunt.
Oh, that's the Galil. Roll turn at just the right time.
Yep, got a dink. Not strong enough to take him down. But ENCE can see the finish line ahead. They can see Ancient in the distance. 3 more rounds needed. And FaZe know it as well. They know the situation has gotten desperate. A force buy. They know they're so far back, they have to start putting rounds on the board if they want to even think about a comeback. FaMOUZ is picked up on Twist and Carrigan. Brokey with the scout is going to miss a chance, and it's all at Rops. First kill delivered, but traded off immediately.
Madden moves forward to try and seize the gap in mid. And he sees that no one is here, so he's very deep without them realizing.
Here's those footsteps too. He's going to be calling that out. That Brokey just shifted over and rotated. Doesn't know who or what weapon it's carrying, but that's definitely a 2nd player to align at the A site.
But the bomb now focuses to B. Once again, Snappy will try and get through dark.
Well, the problem is if Snappy's not successful, Sunpias has no HP. He actually can't take that fight. So utility to try and pull Brokey out in the open in a very narrow miss. Madden's lucky to be alive. And once again, ENCE shifting.
Is Carrigan about to come through the smoke? He is, and Nertz will turn. The flash comes through, it's ineffective because Nertz was already so deep. So that hasn't worked. The relief for FaZe is not being felt. They're going to bring Brokey over on the rotate to B.
Yeah, but ENCE doesn't really know where they want to end quite yet, and actually this is dangerous. FaZe is actually stacking this. Twist is here now as well.
Brokey spots out the B main play, and all it takes is a shot from the Flying Scoutsman. Madden charges in, the AK's recovered this. Brokey will do what he can, and they are low on a couple of players, but they're slithering away. They do not want to go anywhere near Brokey as he switches out to the FaMOUZ, but the ball will go down on A.
If he can fund Sunpias quick, if he can turn this to a one-on-one quick, oh, that would be everything. Brokey's got a real chance at this. Plenty of time left in the ball, but he has out.
Oh, no, he gets the gun! Sunpias doesn't get it in time, and now Brokey is on for this. Laser-like shots so far, and Snappy, he's posted in A-man all the way far away. Brokey's got so many positions to clear, and he doesn't have a kid on his back.
The crowd wants it.
And so does Brokey. But the plant is planted perfectly for Snappy in this exact position, and he is not going to fall for it. He knows that Brokey's going to fake first. He's going to swing into the fight, and Snappy confidently clutches it out. Brokey makes a meal of it, but Snappy does not let it happen.
Really smart, intelligent play from Snappy to just bide his time. It might be assuming there's a tap, but also a force buy like this from FaZe, and you can make the educated guess that a kit won't be one of the resources they brought in. He knows it would be a long defuse, had a few more seconds to stall out Brokey. Okay. I like that. The ENCE fans finally with something to cheer about. They've got a third map coming.
You cannot go without talking about Twist and how quiet the performance has been on this map from him. Only managed 4 kills so far. We talked about the impact he's been able to get here in Dallas. They go missing here on the stage in the second map. It's going to be frustrating to him, but FaZe will just have to put this one out of their mind and refocus going into map 3. They will send Brokey up on top of this boost. ENCE are around the corner with multiple players. Here comes that util. Brokey descends just at the time they move.
Oh, and Rain trying to make a run for it. Trying to do anything to give his team an advantage. Good find from Brokey, good flash from Kerrigan, and he's going to stand tall.
Yeah, Brokey's so many angles to worry about, and he doesn't get anything from any of them. And now Rops is far back, but there's about Twist, and he finally comes to light, comes to action, denies that bomb plant. Still quite a bit of time for ENCE to try and recover, but now they realize they've got to deal with two sides to this attack. And while they do it, it's 15. And that is map point locked in for ENCE. Not only that, but it's more symbolic than that. It's a lifeline in the playoffs. And a statement that they are not going to go down without a fight here. They are coming back in a big way.
They've been so composed and so confident across this whole map, and you can see it in this round, sending people forward, but spacing is tough for FaZe to read. Confident to sit back and just find the follow-up kills, supportive elements as FaZe stream in. And this map has been a battle cry from ENCE that they want that grand finals. They want a second crack at it. They failed in the grand finals last year. They want to recover. They want to win it this time around to make up for 2022.
That will have to wait at least a round longer, because this is an iron hold from FaZe. One of the most convincing rounds we've seen from them, and of course it comes as soon as you hit 15.
Yeah, well, there's a little economic reset here for ENCE as they finally run out of funds, so this one might trickle on a little bit longer. ENCE would have to win 11 rounds straight to take us into overtime, and that just doesn't seem possible with the way Snappy is calling, with the way Sun Pius is playing, the way Nertz is playing.
And the investments in this round are just a deagle for Snappy. A P250 for Nertz. And it is so great to see Nertz actually get some legs under him, because Mirage, he tried a lot of aggressive maneuvers. He tried to just play as he would in any other game and did get punished by Rops quite a bit. So for him, it must be a big relief to actually get something done here on Anubis.
Yeah, wonderful. And when talking about his inexperience, to be able to bounce back in the fashion that he has into Anubis is something that can sometimes be very tough for the newer players to the big stage, but he's handled it very, very well. We'll have eyes on him on Ancient as the third and deciding map as soon as we get there.
Pius locked in now. Brokey doesn't care that he's taking some damage. He's still emboldened to take that fight. Moves forward and gets the second kill of the round for FaZe. And ENCE are just seeing if there's any sort of weakness, and there isn't. The bomb's up in the rugs. There's no way really for that to break through. Twist is tasked with focusing on the A connector walk, and Rops has his backside. It's just Madden. No bomb in his hands, no dream, no chance, and it's 6 rounds for FaZe. They will prolong this game. And now the money returns for ENCE. So back to the rifles and a chance to close in this one.
Round 22. Good utility, double op setup for FaZe. Rops with one at the A bomb site. Brokey takes his towards middle. And Brokey will see nothing. Kerrigan, however, might be first contact. Flashbang takes him off the angle. Nertz never spotted him close to the left. Defensive smoke deployed for Kerrigan to stall out and allow those ops to get to work.
Oh, D-Hop burned away. Not allowed access just yet. We'll have to respect that, and the smoke comes in too. Snappy had the flash ready to go. FaZe will delay their plans. Or will they? Diha's fine, moving through on the smoke fade. He timed that to perfection, in fact, with the smoke fade of the T side, and he wanted to catch Robs, perhaps sleeping a little bit, but Diha doesn't get that kill, and now Robs is locked in that Diha is in that corner, so he's not going to let him out. He's trapped, but it does make Robs focused on this side of the map as ENCE go elsewhere. And they're going to try and get through Dogs. They're going to try as they might. Rain with just one on the CT side. Snappy comes in, leading them to victory here on Anubis. It's a 3 versus 2. Robs will keep the dream up, and so will Brokey on the rotation back in. Sends the nade deep, but Madden catches him, and now it is just Robs.
Swapping out to a rifle left in spawn. 1v2, he does have a kit. He's got a Molotov to work with as well. That can go down to Snappy's position. With 19 HP, he wouldn't be able to challenge the Flames.
Oh, and so the Flames go in. Will they spread? Will they tickle away Snappy from life? But they won't. They won't go deep into Dark, of course, and so Robs has to try and force them to fight him. They have to force him to peek, and with Snappy gathering info that he's not sticking it, Robs has to go into that fight, and he wins the first one. Now he's sticking it, now he's holding it, and the swing comes in. ENCE will confirm victory here on Anubis. They're back in a big way, and the dream reignites for a grand final showing in Dallas, back to back.
The Dallas crowd has been wild and wonderful, but I'm trying to find out if some of these people have been verified on FaZe. Sir, are you verified?
No, sir.
Terrible, terrible, terrible. Are you verified?
No.
Okay, not good enough. Are you verified?
No.
Useless, useless. Smoothie, are you verified?
Yeah, of course. FaZe is the best person.
Ah, good man. Now, I think you deserve one of these. Get yourself verified, bro. Look at that. You done it.
So much. Finally.
Close to your heart. That's how it should be. Go own it up. You should go slay some NA.
Oh, tomorrow at 11 AM, actually, I'm going to be slaying some noobs, apparently some JDM. I don't even know the team. It doesn't matter. They're getting bodied anyway. Come through, boys. Come through. Watch. We're going to catch our body tomorrow.
You're pretty good at show matches, mate.
I like to try.
The tryhards coming through. Go get yourself verified at home, people.
Big words from the little man in Smooya, but of course the bigger words are coming out from the ENCE camp. You look at this matchup and how we had the highest of the highs from the FaZe side in the first map. Mirage was not a Twas, was it there, Maniac?
It was a completely different picture than the one we had on the first map. One I think we have prefaced as well on the desk, the fact that ENCE is comprehensively the better team on Anubis. We've had another great example right here. It is the combination of two main factors to me. Individuals showing up, both Sunpius, Nerds, much better than on the first map. But the quality of the protocols is just miles ahead of FaZe. The utility being used, the pacing, the trading, how they're taking the space away from their opponents. Just very easy map, actually. Kind of a little bit annoying. I wanted a bit more fight.
FaZe are still playing this map like they did in December at the World Finals. Like, they haven't updated their playbook at all. They're doing the same exact strategies. They're doing really the same kind of like pinches and stuff. Like, Kerrigan still thinks it's a viable play to drop off of the bridge into Nile. That's not a play. Like, that's never been a play.
Sounds pretty high speed, though.
It looks
Sounds
cool. It looks like it could be a movie, but it's not. Like, it's not really like that. Like, when ENCE is just waiting for him on those kinds of plays, they just are wondering, why are we playing a team that doesn't practice as much as we do? But that's kind of just been how FaZe has ran off of fumes for such a long time now, because they're going to tournament after tournament. They don't have time to actually rethink their playbook, to actually go back into it and then actually fix what's going wrong on that. And so yeah, this was, to me, was always going to be an ENCE victory, because they're just miles, there's light years ahead of what FaZe are doing on the map.
I mean, sometimes we get a first map like we just had, and then the second one, and it's like there's a crescendo almost. But, you know, really and truly, there was no point in this matchup where FaZe are in control. And I think that goes without saying, Maniac.
No, you're correct. And I mean, even when they had opportunities, Snappy had great calls. I think we have a round we can show you guys at home right here. We'll do it together with MOUZ. This is an opening for FaZe, but then the trap from Snappy is beautifully set.
Yes, we got that singular kill from the FaZe side, and what ENCE did is they didn't even rotate. They let FaZe actually walk into the stack that they still had assembled on the B bomb site, and whereas FaZe probably thought, okay, we're throwing some utility, we're trying to like pull some rotations, ENCE just didn't bite at all. They called the bluff entirely, and those kind of calls, those kinds of plays, you have to gamble a little bit on CT side Anubis, and ENCE did that fantastically.
I agree. And also the problem is some of these opening kills were very scarce and rare for FaZe. They were far and few between. This was one example where it's a clean 5v4 where you get to have the opportunity to have both time and the resources to close in, and you fall into a stack. Checkmate if you're Snappy, just checkmate Kerrigan.
Checkmate. Oh man, there's going to be a couple tweets about Danish IGLs and all sorts of stuff coming out of this, isn't there?
Probably.
Did something happen in here? People just feeling it all of a sudden. Nonetheless, let's talk about a guy that was definitely feeling it, and that's Sunpius. And I think that definitely is going to show when we look back at this map.
Sunpius had just such a great deal in putting together bomb site defenses for ENCE. He was finding a couple opening picks for them as well. Could see with the off that he's just very liberal with his approach. Like he knows what's available to him with the practice, the reps that ENCE have gotten in on Anubis. It's high quality. That we see an opening pick on Twist right there. And yeah, when he's just slotted into his bomb site, he's actually a really good on-stage performer, as we saw before in Cologne when he was playing with Movistar.
Out of all of these kills, he was flashed just once.
Yeah.
He was literally flashed just once out of all the highlights we're showing you guys. So I'm not going to take anything away from him. The bounce back from map 1 to 2 is beautiful. He was phenomenal on that map. But I also feel like it's one of these cases where playing AWP on FaZe Hit is hella cool because nobody flashes you. That's how it felt like for Sunpius. It's just such a good time. Like the quality of detail that's been thrown at you when you execute is not enough. So you're never pushed out of your comfort zone, and you can just very carefully re-peek angles, punish people coming in, trying to dry sneak into mid. He did what he had to, but he was never put in an uncomfortable position, rather.
Yeah, uncomfortable position as in taking us to map 3, which does
Is that uncomfortable? You don't like the idea?
I don't know. It gets a little weird around here. You start talking about a map 3, people ears perk up. You know, people really start rising to occasion. But again, we are going to Ancient. So is this an occasion, Maui? Does that feel like an occasion to you?
Well, I said to start the series that I think both teams were going to win their own map picks, and I thought ENCE was going to take it in a third. And one big reason for that is Nerds. He's just fantastic controlling the CT side. He's playing that mid donut position a lot of the time. And in the last 3 months, he has a 1.9 KD on the CT side. Like, he's almost unkillable. And this is what's great is that we're able to talk to Flames earlier about his fellow Israeli brethren, and when I was asking about does he think that Nerds' mechanics are better than Spinks, he said yes, and I agree with him, and I think that's huge for that position because you need to take a lot of aim duels, and against FaZe, they're going to come swinging at him, but I think Nerds is up to the challenge on that spot of the map.
I like the point you're making. I like the point you're making because if I take you guys back to G2 FaZe on Ancient, what had happened at the time. The Twist Hunter, a duel went heavily in favor of Hunter. Hunter did anything he could towards the mid side of the map. Twist was a little bit behind the music in that he's had a quiet map on Anubis. It's been troublesome for Twist. So now we are kind of prefacing ourselves onto Ancient. Are we going to see that Twist versus Nerds? And is Nerds going to get the better of it? Because if so, then that's going to be problematic. Kerrigan didn't really figure it out, puzzle out when he played against G2.
In terms of these teams in playoffs, Maui, what vibes did you get? You know, like not just here in Dallas, so to say, or like in many other tournaments, but when they come to making playoff runs that matter and making them stick the landing at least.
Well, it's. I mean, I'd be just lying if I said to anybody, you would take ENCE over FaZe in a big playoff match like this. But I just think that it's where the tactics have to come in for ENCE, because when you talk about those big moments, yes, FaZe are no stranger to this kind of stage. And this arena has been packed, by the way.
Oh, it is packed in here.
It is loud in here. There is a lot of action. People are shouting USA, even though there's not a single American on stage. I don't know what's going on in here.
Yeah.
It's utter pandemonium, actually.
Cats and dogs living together. It's wild out here. Let me tell you, it's not.
Do you see cats and dogs around here? Some cats, stray cats?
No. Definitely don't
Some
play
cool
with stray cats. There are some cool cats, though. And if you're at home using your cool cat self and your keyboard and whatever else you're doing over there, check it out. Hashtag it. IEM. Let's see what your setup looks like. Let's more importantly see how you're watching this game. We're talking about a semifinal with a grand final tomorrow. Implications are what? What does the weatherman say that this one looks like when we go to Ancient at the very end?
Am I the weatherman? Are you the weatherman?
I don't know. Technically, you're both like a weatherman, but also not. Yeah, it's like, so who wins? Who's going to the grand?
I'm still sticking with FaZe. I think they've showcased to us precisely in that series against G2 that they can bounce back from a map deficit. The first map was a little bit annoying. Then from that moment on, they just took off. I think that they themselves are aware of how lackluster they are on Anubis, and I don't think they're going to be put down that much. I think they can cope with the loss. They maybe even saw it coming to an extent. It was unavoidable in the veto. Now we're going to Ancient. The results have been decent enough for me to trust, and I think that experience will come through when we hit the last 30 rounds of this semifinal.
That's what you want to believe. I'm buying into it. Maui, lay it on me.
If Ancient were the first map in this series, I would have given it to FaZe, just because of that, the whole narrative of coming into this a little bit cold. You had that day off where FaZe were playing in the quarterfinals, ENCE were just kind of sitting back and watching. But I think that ENCE has warmed up into this series. They just destroyed them on Anubis. It wasn't even really close by any metric, and the individuals are now believing in themselves for ENCE, and I also think that their tactics are stronger on Ancient. They use utility a little bit more efficiently than FaZe do. They have a couple more plays up their sleeve, and so FaZe, they're going to have to just brute force rely on their individuals to try to get them over this line. But the thing is that now that ENCE have woken up in this series, I don't see that being the biggest difference.
Maui's right in terms of the quality of play, like strategically speaking. I do give the edge to ENCE. The difference between Ancient and Anubis is that individually, I think FaZe's players can get away with murder. They can get away with not knowing what they have to do. You know, you'd see Brokey, crazy plays, clutches in the temple or whatever. We see Rain fight to the death in cave. I think the individuals can compensate for that lack of quality because, yes, tactically, ENCE is ahead.
Yeah, and we are headed to a break. You know exactly what's coming up. We've got the third and final installment of this best of three. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And obviously, I don't even think they can hear me in here, but I'm appreciating this crowd. You guys should show them some love. They're really doing the damn thing. It's the Untitled Extreme Masters. We're in Dallas. We'll be right back after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we can't hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really trying to come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle. What in the world? You all in my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? You enter in the jungle. Look in your eyes, I'm seeing trouble. You are the champ, but I'm taking that bucket. You are Goliath, but I got the sling. I'm taking your head when I enter the ring. No matter what opposition that you bring, I will be standing cause I am the king. I am the lion, this is my jungle. Like a gorilla, ready to rumble. Till we take the crown, we ain't giving up, we ain't backing down. We the new money, about to rise up. Time to move over cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied. Pain in my eyes, aiming for the skies. Better sit down, better be humble. Hope you ready, into the jungle. All around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end.
We take this semi-final to the decider map of Ancient. We're finding the grand finalists versus FaZe and ENCE. And I don't know where this one's going to go, Jason. After a competitive moment on Anubis, it fell away and became a one-sided affair for ENCE. Two one-sided maps out of the way. Now it all comes down to this.
Yeah, should be a great map as well to figure this out on who's going to be our second grand finalist, who's going to meet MOUZ tomorrow evening for the trophy. Both teams good on the map. However, FaZe have played it a couple of times here in Dallas. ENCE haven't played it since Paris. So FaZe have the reps coming into this last map. And once again, you have to turn and look at that FaZe roster and say, the plethora of big game players. This is where they make their paycheck. This is where they make their money. And maps just like this.
And this is why they've made their legacy. Carrigan has done it. These players around him have picked up trophies. They've got the results. They've got all of that behind them. And for ENCE, they haven't. They haven't got that chance. They haven't made it all the way to finals time and time again. Snappy believes himself to be the best caller in Denmark. Well, he doesn't have all of those results and legacy behind him. And this is a chance to head to a grand final at an IEM event. And a spot at Cologne as well if you win this event. So definitely looking at Snappy to get that chance to go back there again.
That'd be huge for ENCE for so many reasons, and for Snappy, you're exactly right. Start putting some pedigree, start putting a resume behind those big words that you've been talking. We love to see it, but he knows he wants to bolster his bid to be one of the best Danish in-game leaders. 5 of them in the playoffs. 2 of them remain. 1 of them will be gone after this map. Dallas, let me hear you. Deciding map. Second grand finalist to be decided. FaZe ENCE. And we're live in Ancient.
Smoke and a kit for Carrigan. Keep eyes on whether that will come important. As we look at ENCE starting to set up outside of 8. All the utility being tossed out. Smoke immediately sent forward. It's the mid-prong to the approach being set up currently. Rain wants to see it, wants to spot it. Leaves cave and goes ahead. The head is chopped off the top of Simpias. And you'll see those players leaping towards the donut. But the A defense is non-existent. You've got Carrigan back in Temple. That's the only player you've got. And you don't even have in anymore. Dia with a headshot. And the bomb is down for ENCE.
Yeah, passive defense. A very passive defense from FaZe is going to allow this bomb plant to go down. Brokey slid into the bomb site already. Now towards Donut. Robs has so many. A good first kill. No pounce just yet. Snappy's still here. Oh, and it's going all the way of ENCE.
The Twist is still up, and we have seen what he's capable of doing when he has that USB in hand at the start of these maps, and here he comes out of the temple. It is suddenly just Madden alone in this world. All of his teammates gone, and Twist has the kit. He's on the defuse, and it doesn't even matter. Rain with the headshot closes it out, and that's FaZe Clan up first.
Yeah, there's Rain just delivering once again for FaZe. An all-important triple kill on a tough retake, and a tougher retake once Kerrigan went down. But FaZe recovers and win the pistol. Plant means ENCE can buy in the second rounds. I mean, they can still fight back. AK is going to be in the hands of Snappy. Khalil's picked up on Sunpius and Diha and Nertz. Light on nades, but they've got rifles.
Utility immediately tossed into his elbow. I want to deny ENCE that early mid control. And FaZe actually getting aggressive through cave. They want to get in towards Jaguar and the spam. It's good. Twist spots out the boost. He's so unlucky not to come away with a kill.
Look at the damage done, though. Look at how he's handled Nertz and Diha. They're going to be so out of the fight. And Twist has to know he's done good damage to two. Dinking one on the jump off.
And that's why he's so confident to go and try and punish it.
Playing a dangerous game, though. Snappy and Sunpius from B lane. Now remember as well, ENCE came into this round with very little utility. They don't have a whole lot of options. And with mid control, Twist can activate Brokey and Rain at will. They opt for the defensive smoke to stall this out even further, but ENCE have to be wondering how they can possibly win this round.
Oh, and Snappy sends himself into the fray. It is Brokey that is overwhelmed, and that's such an important kill to gain some space in this round for ENCE. And Snappy is still willing to throw his body at the matter, but they still got to get through Rain. They still have to break through him. And the bomb starting to shift its way up the ramp, but this is the fight that matters. Rain does not allow them in. No problem for Rain. Madden will best Kerrigan in the duel, but Rain has come back. Oh. And Madden as well. What a clothesline being set up. Rain stood no chances, so it is Twist that comes back in. Oh, Twist! North America's greatest player is back. And he reigns over his realm. That is so good to see as he stops ENCE from getting anywhere near the site.
Yeah, even ignoring that second player he spotted to stop the bomb plant, coming back to it later, cleaning up a kill. He did the damage earlier on in the round, excuse me. But this is all set up by Rain. A brilliant double in cave. Sets Twist up for the hat trick.
And that's gonna fire him up after a very quiet map. After a map he found zero impact on, and Kerrigan straight away confidently running down the B ramp.
This is an early taste of what FaZe can bring to the table on these critical maps. Rops now at the big box.
He could be overwhelmed, he could be overrun, but Rops handles it. He's got Twist as well, and there's no way you get through. Just Snappy on his own. He's so far away, so he's about to be taken. Kerrigan will get some money in the bank, and what a great start from FaZe.
Fantastic start from FaZe. Snappy's just hoping someone's going to wander into the crosshair. And Brokey is closing in behind him. They have to know exactly where Snappy is located. And he'll be a freebie for Kerrigan. 3-0. Oh, so quickly. 5 kills on Twist, 5 on Rain. I think we can all get behind that one.
Catching strays. It's ENCE's turn to show us some fight as the AKs arrive. This time the utility's led into middle. It's very late from Twist, in fact, and so ENCE can get out. They can get this mid control, and Twist, he wants to stand and fight, and it's a bit risky, so he drops behind the red smoke.
He never found the timing he wanted with flashbangs, I think, running in from a teammate over the wall, so wisely just gives it up. However, Rops has shifted out of the A-bomb site, even despite the mid-pressure being taken from ENCE, so this is an issue because ENCE is going to march right in. They're not going to wait any longer. Utilities down, and Rops and Twist rotate back and call it out, unfortunately, to their team. There's nothing they can do to stop this bomb site being taken.
Rops elevated. But he's blinded. A second flash now arriving.
I think they have to save. I don't know if you can actually go for this 5-on-5 retake. You have one smoke, one flash, you've got one kit, and they're way out of position.
Flash will set up the MP9. It's expendable. You can throw that in and see what you can get. Kerrigan does pick up that first kill, but there's not really much going here for FaZe other than that. So Second flash coming out. They're diving out of the temple. Karrigan's continuing this, and so are FaZe. They're on the side, they're swarming it. And that and Nertz and Dihar are doing their best. And Rops is now just trying to pull it back. And that's exactly what he does, but the time, it eludes him. Not enough time to pull off the ridiculous round. So he'll slip away. He'll get some kills added to the tally, but FaZe will not find the round.
Yeah, I'll eat my words a little bit there. It was an unlikely retake from the get-go, but FaZe had so much money built up off the 3-0 start that they were more than willing to sacrifice all those weapons to do great damage to ENCE's economy. 0 players survived for ENCE in a round win. Backs against the wall economically, limit on utility due to it. So FaZe willing to swallow a short-term loss for a long-term gain. And let's see if they can capitalize.
This is a classic snappy call, the whole pack together, the whole gang running down Rain. Well, he does not really have too many issues inside of the cave. He's a master of it. He's inside of the site with plenty of teammates to assist him, and so the rifle is using that distraction. And Brokey and Rain, well, they just destroy ENCE upon the run to B. And it is only Dihar who now realizes this round is over. He's smoked out and shielded away for just the time being.
Those kinds of rounds were Snappy's bread and butter. They were ENCE's bread and butter on the rise up the ranks of the professional scene last season. Those changes of pace, those low economies with the MAC-10 mixed in to create some chaos. FaZe handle it just perfectly, no sweat.
Dihar realizes that is a very good smoke for Rain. Still going through the motions, Dihar. But it is inevitable that Rain will erase him. And so was the money for ENCE. It's gone. That quick round, it was the fastest possibility at winning the round, but also at losing it. And now they're staring down the barrel of a likely round loss again. This setup was so nice to watch between Rain and Brokey. Realized, oh, Madden's alone in cave, so Rain can swing out and fight the site.
This defense is looking pretty comfortable so far.
Yep.
Outside of a hiccup of rotating out of a bomb site entirely, they've had no problems. Decent amount of money as well. Twist once again looking for that boost. It's Brokey to find it in middle. Takes the head off of Nertz, and Rain is ready and waiting.
Oh, good spam, but Rain doesn't know how close he was. One more bullet would have done it. They're so close to these kills, but Rain's run out of ammo. And Madden seizes that timing. Uses his instinct to run on in.
Senpai has spotted Brokey. I don't know if they're actually going to try and attack into him. Twist comes around. Twist takes the stance, and Brokey's got him covered as well from the right side. Just down to Snappy. Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
Laser precision from Brokey through the box. A chance there for Madden to maybe get a bit more damage done, but that was always the outcome we expected. Now ENCE buy up again. AWP out for Sampaius, who is yet to get a kill. 0-0-6 right now, so you want to see Sampaius get involved. It'll be a bit tough to see what sort of impact he can get on this T side, but you're going to be throwing a lot of cash at him.
Snappy calling a timeout as well. Wants to have a conversation before we start getting into the real gun rounds, the important rounds, because they're down 1-5. Don't want to start in much bigger of a hole than this. And ENCE going to hope to stave off an absolute disaster with this timeout. Get everyone on the same page.
Rain and Twist have come out looking hard. Rob 6-1 as well.
And I mean, look at the way Rain has played in this series. Mirage, great impact on Anubis, at least early on. Great start here, and considering the position he plays, over towards Jaguar, over towards Cave, such a critical part of the map to have such a high impact player and a player who's at the peak of his game right now. It'll be a problem for ENCE this entire half.
Nertz out mid, and Brokey. How many wall bangs are we going to see today? Madden just shows a pixel, and that is enough. Snappy this time fights out Rain and actually wins that, so this is one of the only times Rain has left that gap open towards Cave.
Karrigan's gone passive at the B bomb site.
It's the only one there.
Brokey and Twist now sliding up towards Red Room mid-stairs to get some information. Brokey can cover if Twist wants to get aggressive.
Because they've lost control of B and they have no mid control, this feels uncomfortable for FaZe, and so they're going to start to challenge a bit more from mid. Broky doesn't want to hang around. They're leaving Twist out towards Red Room. But Snappy's getting inquisitive. He wants to take some more control. He wants to know how much of this cave that he currently occupies.
Rops is pushed all the way forward in A main, so he can have a jump, and it's also is telling his team, like, no one is outside A. They have to be coming donut if they attack this part of the map. But now Twist has shifted into very, very far away from the B bomb site as well. This is all on Broky and Kerrigan. If they don't deliver a defense, it's over.
Lovely shot again from Broky, nearly a collateral. But he'll go back, load up the laser. Here he is. Full power as Broky goes back in again, and Sampaius is lucky to get away, but the pistol pulled and Broky's ready for the re-peek. There's no getting near his sight, and the bomb is down at B. And Nertz, he was a late game piece, but they don't even get in a position where he is useful.
Get Broky the ace, he's got 4 kills, let him hunt it down. They just spotted Nertz, he's running over. 10 seconds left. He wants all 5. He's crazy enough to go through the smoke.
He is. And when you have that tantalizing carrot at the end of the stick, the ace in front of you, you want it. You want to collect it. And there it is! He's got all 5! Broky at the last second confirms it.
Well, now it's an issue for ENCE. Rain has stepped up early. Twist has stepped up early. And Broky has just decimated you.
Double up setup here for the CT side. And the way Broky is playing, there's no slowing down.
FaZe is starting to get fired up. They're starting to have a lot of fun with this one.
Oh, Kerrigan maybe a little bit too fired up, goes down and gets fired by Snappy. Broky's trying to make up for that. ENCE do not peek. Maybe Rain, does he go back again? If he does, edge around the corner. Snappy's ready up on top of the boost, and Rain doesn't look like he's ever going to walk around.
No.
Sit back, stay disciplined. Broky spots a pixel, but no kill.
Yeah, not in a 4v5. Rain won't take that push. However, he will find some safety in cave around the edge of the smoke. Once again, a shift as they want to get aggressive in towards middle. So Twist, Rops, and Broky are establishing control of mid. They can wrap around quickly, but the hit's going to come in a little bit early. Broky's trying to hustle back, but he won't be there in time.
Yeah, and he's caught behind the smokes as well here, Broky. He'll go for the shot. It is Twist who picks up the first kill on Nertz. Remember, there's still Rain inside of cave, and that's such an important play here as they barrel back into him. Rain collects 2 lives. Forced out of ENCE, but maybe they can force their way through to a victory in this one. It's all about the flank, and it's a double upset for this retake. These aren't the weapons for the job, but perhaps they are. Rops and Broky bring the snipers to town, and FaZe make sure the retake happens.
The double flank. Rops being so patient behind Twist's aggressive flank, and ENCE never saw it coming. And once again, a critical double kill from Rain to give the chance in the 2v2 to open up the possibility for this retake.
Oh, and that one hurts if you're ENCE, because you feel so close. You feel like you've got yourself into a very winnable position, and these rounds have been few and far between. At getting close to getting over the line, and for Sampaius, just think what's going through his mind right now. 0-8, yet to get a kill, and as the AWPer, you're seeing so much AWPing success on the other side, and you are not able to match that.
And the second best player of this tournament up to this point, up to this series. That's a lot of production ENCE is missing out on right now.
And he's going to know that. That's going to be in his own head. Now we get to see the true test of his power of mind to get back into this. Round 9 begins with both teams with solid buys.
The only opening kills provided for ENCE in this half so far have been provided by Snappy towards cave.
Maybe they can find one in mid. Broky able to drop back in time before he's caught. But they are heating things up in the red room, and he is so fortunate to escape that madness, and so they send Rops' aggressive hop in towards A main. The second player to commit is Sampaius. And maybe this is where the Spaniard can get involved. Maybe this is where he breaks it, and he gets his first kill on that board. Robs is gone, but there's Twist still here. And the rifle is close, and Pi is not ready. Twist will maul him, and he's got more to do. But there's too many angles to worry about, and Twist can't handle it. Diha, the Destroyer, moves forward.
Oh, and he gets another one. That's Kerrigan, and that should secure the round. Not enough time has been bought for this flank to really have impact. Diha turns and looks. They might have heard a footstep. All three are looking, and Diha's got it with the AWP. What a great round. Quad kill for Diha. Gets ENCE another one, and Twist might be a little bit frustrated. A team flash from Brokey really negated his play. Put him in an awkward scenario. But what a round from Diha.
Really did everything in his power to get through, and even at the end gets that final check.
Timeout from FaZe Clan, not because things are unraveling in any sense, but yeah, see, that's their frustration. There's the flashbang, and Robin just trying to give him a pat on the shoulder to calm him down. He'll be focused up moving forward, but FaZe calling this timeout because they're out of money after this buy. Running out of funds, so if they want to run up this scoreboard, it's got to be a victory here so they can sustain moving forward.
Instant red smoke thrown out by Diha. Well, Twist challenge with Rops. It looks like they want to send some forces to lock in mid. Some Pius has gone back towards A, and so have a lot of ENCE here. They might try this A split right away at the start of the round. Nerds a little bit worried about committing there, so he's just going to drop back at any sign of resistance. And Brokey's got his AWP in the right place, but he wasn't ready at the right time. And now they're coming. He has to get in towards the donut, and here they go, right into Brokey. He starts to pull them closer. He's even got the rifle of Twist beside him, but he's not going to do anything. Twist does not step up. Instead, it is Kerrigan who gets that rifle presence.
Yeah, here's Brokey though, around into the smoke. Support flashbangs coming over, just delaying this, buying time for those smokes to fade for Brokey to feel more comfortable.
There's a gap he can play with. He goes for the shot, the pre-fire, but it doesn't work out. And Rain on the rotation has not made it happen. FaZe are down to 3. The numbers evened out.
Yeah, but they've stalled this out for so long that there's no more utility. They can actually start peeking in, and now it's on ENCE to find an opening to get this bomb plant.
And Kerrigan out of the temples didn't seize his chance. Oh, if Sampais turns back in the AWP, you can't miss. You have to take that first chance, and Sampais punishes it. Madden's moving into the temple. The Rops is a master of violent meditation. He turns back and sees it, but it's not meant to be. And this is what we wanted to see from Sampais. This is the impact he needs to deliver if ENCE are to get back into this.
An excellent triple kill from Sampais, and what an important round. That's our high impact kills. FaZe, everything taken away from them, and no money with which to fight in round 11. The groundwork has been laid by ENCE to come back in this map.
That's the great way of getting the info for the final shot. And for Sampais, a weight off his shoulders. He's starting to find that impact. Back to back now with the AWP. Nerds out mid, no resistance to be expected in this round from FaZe, but they will try with the one flash to set themselves up for the mid fights. And they do cause a bit of a problem. Rain's USP between the eyes of Nerds. A lot more needed to really write home about. That's going to be ENCE in a comfortable spot now.
Rain's just going to grab the M4, try and survive. Maybe try and take a gun away. Here's a clash, and ooh, Madden spotted it. He knows what's up. He knows where you're hiding. Snappy, Diha, and Sampais all streaming across the map to take care of the situation. But Madden doesn't want to wait. Grenade is out. Pretty good, but no armor, and the aim punch is brutal. ENCE now within 3. Dang. Homeboy must not have been here for Anubis.
He missed that one. It was pretty quick, so if he was getting a snack, he was waiting in the queue. I don't blame him, but we get back in. Round 12, kicking things off. FaZe Clan will have some weapons now to play with, but this is ENCE going quick. They tried a quick B play earlier, it did not work. It was shut down, but this time it's just Kerrigan, and he gets cleared out. Snappy has no issue with the SMG. It's speeding up and cutting through the defense. And speaking of defense, there's not much left.
No, that's classic ENCE, man. They just steamroll. And again, Snappy providing an opening kill. Robs, Twist, and Brokey have to try and save, have to try and back away. And Brokey's found himself around through the smoke. Robs is going to secure himself an escape route.
I like that Snappy's confident enough in his own calling to go for that again, because he did try that earlier and it got absolutely shut down. But this time, sends himself in, leads the charge with a Mac-10, and it pays off.
Oh man, it's almost a shame that Brokey doesn't have a kit. You could see a world in where he actually tries to turn this into a ninja, but he realizes it's just the escape that he wants. One kill, a parting gift, and he won't be able to make it out. Madden finds him through the smoke, but ENCE is up to 5.
ENCE are absolutely in this map now. It was sort of questionable at the beginning, but with some pies delivering impact, building money up now too, and ENCE are feeling comfortable. They're forcing a timeout out of FaZe.
Yeah, well, it was a 7-1 run to start the map for FaZe. It's now been 4 in a row for ENCE.
It's usually
4 in a row.
It's usually FaZe who start maps slow and have to come back. They get a strong start this time, and it's ENCE that have been chipping away at that lead. It is on the T side of Ancient, where you would expect some impact to be found and a lot of rounds to be collected.
I think you could see a little bit more at times of an aggressive defense we've seen from FaZe in this map. They mentioned one thing in the loss they took to G2 in the quarterfinals on this map. Part of the reason they felt was that they actually beat themselves, decided to go a little bit too passive, so not wanting to make that same mistake here. 2 M4s, Twist and Rops, upgraded pistols on the other 3 players for FaZe.
In low buy rounds, where they have weaker weapons, they have challenged mid. Tried to create some chaos in mid. Twist is hung out to dry, and Nurse, oh, he'll commit. The second with a long-winded spray.
That's just a steady stream of flashbangs popping over the wall behind him. Makes it nice and comfortable for Nerds to stand and fight.
Twist is just staring at the wall the whole time. When he's finally unblinded, he is dead. And Nerds has continued this straight up into red.
Yeah, good little confidence round for Nerds. He was the other player like Sunpias that was a little bit slow to start here on Ancient in this 3rd map, but this is a good way to get some kills on the board and make him start to feel a bit more comfortable, ease him into the 3rd and deciding map.
Well, he's fighting to make a grand final in his first showing. It's wild to see the rise of Nerds and how good he has been getting slotted into this ENCE team immediately.
Yeah, his first big stage game right here, right now at the IEM semifinal stage in Dallas, and the second one might be the grand finals. Quite a learning curve.
Be quite the deep end throw. A moments away from confirming. ENCE stepping up. Resurgence on the T side continues, but money is back for FaZe, which means they can get that ult back for Brokey. And that has been the key. That has been the shining light for this FaZe clan side in the impactful moments. They got it back again. Not a lot of utility here for FaZe, so Twist has obviously got the most of it as that mid player, so he's going to be tossing that out, I'm sure, just trying to stop Nerds from getting out, but some of the players are a little weaker. Here comes that standard util out from Twist. He's going to challenge this time. He's not alone. He's got Rops with him, and he is charging right up to the ledge.
More aggressive than before. Rain comes out of the smoke to his death. Twist falls to his death as Nerds pops out in the open. Rops is barely holding on. But look at the A bomb site. Snappy's already in. He's already deep. He's already going to be wrapping around and preventing rotations. Sunpias will bring the bomb up late. But this round has ENCE written all over it.
They were so ready for that exact maneuver. Nerds came out, didn't even second guess, didn't even question where Twist would be playing from. And Snappy, look at that. Brokey had no idea. He's wondering, okay, he's all the way behind me. They've pushed that far that quickly. And it's FaZe just having to look at a save if possible, because Madden could still cause an issue here for Carrigan. Was walking right into Jaguar, and nearly the bite from Madden, but Carrigan will take the AK.
Hold the phone. Rops is
challenging. Still around, but Dia's watching. Dia's watching for him. And Dia's going to immediately assassinate any chance at a pass back from Rops.
Yeah, that is a nice quick kill from Dia. And it was his quad kill round that got them on the start of this run. All the way back in round 9. This is about to be the 6th round in a row for ENCE. They're doing what they couldn't do on Mirage, which is rip the momentum out of FaZe's hands.
It's really decisive calling as well. It's really nice to see how quick the reaction was based on they knew that was the mid-aggressive setup from FaZe. Twist couldn't hop up on the box, so he couldn't actually work in tandem with Rain's push out of cave, so it ended up just looking a little awkward. This is Rain getting punished, and then Nerds, look how ready he is. Just sees Twist right at that box. Knows that the molly would have prevented him from changing and going anywhere else.
Final round of the first half, we play for a lead going into halftime. FaZe scrape together what they can. 4 rifles, light on utility, but a pretty solid buy. They would love to go into the second half having stopped this run. If ENCE can end this on a 7-round streak to take the lead, they set themselves up so nicely for their defensive side.
Sampayas is being placed up on top of those boxes. They want him to crack open this round. The smoke will land from FaZe in front of him. That severs off that supply. And now they walk to Brokey. The Deagle to the body shots. Rain's rifle does nothing. Brokey finds an AK and tries to get out of it, but quick movement from Brokey completely bamboozles Snappy. And FaZe are up a player. They swing on down and they bring the fight in the final round of this half. And there is no fight back from ENCE. They do well to come back in this and make a competitive game. But FaZe will be taking the last of the first half. Diha slithers out, but what a reaction from Rops. The turn to close, and FaZe will leave this first half of the deciding map of the semifinals with a round advantage. The fight for the grand final rages on here in Dallas. Inseparable of FaZe Clan and ENCE. ENCE have had the better in the heads-to-heads, but when it comes to this stage, you can see on the screens how much of a different team this FaZe Clan team can be.
Yeah, they've had incredible individual performances. 1 half left to decide who the second grand finalist is going to be. We're still a little bit on the world of some Pius and Nerds watch. Bottom of the scoreboard for ENCE this half. What a step up it would be if those guys could deliver to close out this map. And FaZe rushing B.
And the setup has just arrived here. The two CTs have just got here in time. And Nerds looks to shut the door on this B play. Madden helps him. And FaZe are getting nowhere. This is fantastic to kick off the second half. Not a chance to fight. And Brokey, even with all his might, it's not enough. Nerds will sweep them under the rug. Only a little bit of damage done to Madden, but no problem for ENCE.
That last round of the first half was just a hiccup, it appears, because ENCE is so on point. Good shot from Nerds to open things up. Blunt the attack and let Madden go to work. Right here, first player is out. That gives Madden so much space to swing out wide. Great range for the USPs. We're all tied up at 8. And without a plant, ENCE have a huge advantage. FaZe sits back on unarmored Glocks.
They're going to try and charge out mid. Going to use some of the strength in numbers to try and make something of these Glocks, but this setup from Nerds is pretty solid, but he has run out of ammo. He'll rely on the rest of his teammates to make sure this one's clean, and it will be clean. That's ENCE claiming the lead.
Yeah, no stress. No good fights found for FaZe. But now they get the rifles out. Now they get the AK-47s. And let's see what Kerrigan's going to do with this offensive half.
You've seen what Snappy was able to muster a couple of quick rounds that caught them off guard. And wrangled them 7 on the T side. Kerrigan will obviously have to do better than that if they want to take this victory. Mid-nades thrown in on the side of ENCE, but it's a heavy lean towards B from FaZe. There's 2 T-smokes thrown up on top of the B ramp. They're allowing Kerrigan to use this bit of a gap at the side of it. And the flashes are set up from behind those B doors. They unleash the captain, send him in. Brokey's gonna help. Sampai's though sweeps 2 legs from underneath FaZe. Finally, it looked like he was overwhelmed, but Sampai's does not go down easily. He does not go down without a fight, and he still stands. But FaZe Clan do not. The time is ticking. It is just rain. It is all left on him. Everything in this round rests on his impact, and it will not be felt this time.
Man, Sampai's gets bailed out by a flashbang from God. Blinds Kerrigan as he's about to turn the corner. Buys him precious extra seconds and a 3rd kill in the round. What a defense delivered. Called out Sampai's and Nerds right in the pistol round. Nerds was huge in the opening. And now it's Sampai's to have an impactful round on the CT side. ENCE with a 2-round lead.
And this forces FaZe Clan to make the decision to half invest, get the scout out on Brokey, get the Tech 9s in behind it. We've seen a few times in Anubis they were able to find a path with these weaker guns, with these upgraded pistols. They're hoping they can find a similar round here. Out mid, they try to challenge. They're gonna have to deal with heaps of utility landing towards them. And so they transition their focus towards A. Well, they will once again meet Sampai's. He only has a scout, and so the AWP of Sampai's has no issue.
Robson Kerrigan want nothing to do with it. Recover the scout. Attempted boost, it looks like, to try and peer and see if they can catch Sampai's off, getting a deeper angle. It's possible.
It might work.
It's spotted. Won't work at all. Sampai's too smart, too prepared.
So now where do FaZe go? Out through middle, perhaps they can try and push in towards B. That's their only option left, and there they go. Twist with a bomb, who could have got caught on the cross.
Yeah, well, Nerds at least got the information. Heard the shot ring out, saw him jumping over towards the box. Kerrigan's trying to provide what cover he can with any kind of a repeat from Donut. 43 seconds left on the clock for this final play from FaZe. And it's a very safe passive defense.
They've got a smoke here. Carrigan's going to throw that out, so they might actually just be able to slip out and get a bomb plant at a minimum, and that's, of course, the main goal in this kind of round. But Twist, it's heating up, but that's not going to spread, and he might just get away with it. The plant doesn't go in. Not even a single bit of mercy. It was milliseconds away from being locked in, but an 11th round for ENCE continues to add up on that tally.
Yeah, dang, they deny everything to FaZe, not even the bomb plant. This is a 10-1 run that ENCE is on, going back to the first half.
Pius pressured at times and doesn't really falter. And now we head into round 20. AK's back for FaZe. Grouped up outside of B in the previous round, the previous gun round. This time, they're going to be spreading out.
So much of the conversation around FaZe has been the big game players. We saw it on Mirage, the way they stepped up and shut down ENCE. Well, now that the pressure's on, now that they're getting battered and destroyed across the map, which one of these big game players is going to step up on FaZe? Rain did it on map 1. We know Twists and Rops can do it. Brokey's had a good start in the first half here on Ancient.
But you need them. And some Pius to Donut, forcing an uncomfortable position. Twist burns him out. Brokey falls as he walks into Diha. And once again, this destruction from Diha.
Oh my God.
And Robs gets dinked out. What a shot from Nertz on the crossing over. Robs was in midair and the shot landed to his head. This is going nowhere for FaZe.
Oh my God, Snappy's position though has just denied the reposition back to the B bomb side, and Dia's got another.
Oh my goodness, this can go nowhere. FaZe just don't even have an avenue of approach. They don't have an opening. The window is shut, and Carrigan is up through Red Room, but there's nothing he can do about this. This would take a clutch that we have never seen Carrigan come close to completing. ENCE are looking like the team that are heading to the grand finals right now, and if we don't see any of those players that you mentioned in the previous round, if we see none of the stars shine for FaZe Clan, they're gonna have to watch this Dallas run end in the semis.
Yeah, Robin better have a big boy speech prepared for this timeout, the third one that FaZe is using. They are starting to get worked, and they are starting to look lost and clueless on this map.
What a resurgence from Pius.
He had 4 kills at the start of this half. He's now up to 12. 8 kills in 5 rounds on defense.
Yeah, he went 0 and 8 as well at the beginning of this game, and you can see some of the frustration visibly on his face getting to him, but he stayed composed. He found his way back in, and now he has proven to be the difference.
And that AWP is starting to heat up. That AWP is starting to dictate a lot of things on this map.
This is about to be an A execute from FaZe. They're going to try and smoke all of these choke points and just pop on out. Is it going to be effective? Because they will have to challenge Diha, who has not let them near this site, who has not let them feel comfortable at any point. And Nertz, one of the sharpest players available, he'll swing on out. Of course he will! Decapitation! Handed out to Carrigan and Twists. No way through. And this weakens the split. It is now just 3 players exiting A main for FaZe. Brokey goes in, Rob fights back, and there is a semblance of chance here for FaZe. They'll throw that smoke down, they'll get the bomb plant in, but they have got to dig deep. They've got to dig deeper than they ever have here on Ancient to pull this round out of the hat.
Rain needs an M4 and he picks one up off the ground. Retake coming in, Smoke's about to clear. Snappy from Donuts, and Pius and Madden from CG Spawn.
Oh, it's a shot for Rain. He's very lucky to get away with that, and that does set up Robs. Sets him up with a chance. Robs does it! That is simply brilliant from Robs. In a moment where you need calm, when you need cool, who else but Robs?
He answers the bell for FaZe, keeps them alive. A round run with Tech 9s and Deagles. A Galil and Rops with a 1v2 at the end of the day. Has bought FaZe some time, has bought them some runway. And it's ENCE now who have to burn a timeout, settle things down.
Perhaps that is one of those moments. One of those turning points where someone has a big round and it fires up the whole team. They've got to take this chance, FaZe. They have to run with it. ENCE take the time out to try and stifle any of that momentum. They might build off of this, but it is undeniable there is now a chance for FaZe to reignite. Holzert's doppelganger is getting everyone ready for round 22. For good reason, this one is so important. The grand final on the line in this map, and this is one of the decisive rounds. Sampaius at the AWPer is taking the risk. He is getting aggressive, but they're forced away. They cannot commit to that. They can't stick around.
No, to stick around you have to burn utility. They want to utilize it for later. FaZe has gone passive. They've gone quiet on the map. No mid presence, no information in middle for ENCE. NERTZ is going to slide over towards Donut to rectify that issue. FaZe all along the map looking for pushes, and now Brokey and Twist make their move. Late red room smoke to give access to middle. NERTZ has been stellar in this position, blinded for the moment.
Once again, FaZe will attempt A. We got some new presence coming out.
They haven't attacked anything, but they are denying intel.
They're gonna walk right in towards Donut. Flash is gonna set up at the right time for NERTZ, but it doesn't go deep enough. It doesn't connect onto these FaZe players. And NERTZ has used a few of these bullets. There's only a few of them left. And now he's getting wrapped, but Diha and NERTZ for ENCE do well. Madden's still in here, a third player, a third part of the equation. And there is no getting through this. FaZe attack A, and suddenly only Robs. And nothing will come out of him this time. You can't ask him to clutch in back-to-back rounds. And that is a strong hold from ENCE.
Yeah, what a great hold from ENCE. What a great shift in the defense when that attack comes in. How would you ever expect that many players in Donut if you're FaZe? How would you ever expect the defense to be mounted with such ferocity in that part of the map? Oh, they are completely stumped.
Well, they don't run with it. They don't pull around off the back of that Rob's clutch. It doesn't look convincing at all. It's not like they're getting the bomb down and they're losing out in these close 1v1s. They're just getting stomped before they even get anywhere near the site. Carrigan is struggling to find the solutions.
All the individuals are FaZe are struggling to find solutions. They're not really getting close. Round 23. 4-round lead for ENCE. They're 3 rounds away from the grand finals. No AWP in the hands of Brokey, which has been perhaps the deadliest tool in FaZe's arsenal.
And here they go, speed, simple counter-strike from FaZe. They're bread and butter, and there's no one here. The smokes are coming in. There's no one to defend. There's no one to the side of the site. And this is exactly what FaZe wanted. Carrigan leaps towards the site. The bomb plant to be confirmed. And we're into a 5 versus 5. This is a retake for ENCE with all 5 players up. And the first site, the first attack is into Temple. And this is Brokey's Temple. This is his domain. And Madden stood no chance. He never did. It was written in the stars that they would win that. And Carrigan pushes forward towards CT, and that is enough to scare ENCE away.
Yeah, they have to back out. A good call, a good blind call out of Spawn for FaZe. And realizing they had to take the opportunity running out of nades for the post plant to get aggressive and to scare ENCE off their position. FaZe hit double digits, it's not done yet. This team, their legacy over the past 2 years has been built on bending but not breaking. And that's going to be called upon yet again here in Dallas.
FaZe are a team that are known to come back from any deficit. No matter how dire it looks, in the darkest times, they can find the light. ENCE have to put it out. And are they doing it again? Oh my goodness, the goal from Carrigan to attempt this again. The smokes are going out. It doesn't have the same kind of sting behind it.
No, he's changing the pacing, right? And I think actually NERTZ might have heard a footstep over towards Donut. Diha shifted over very quickly. Madden even flirted with the idea.
But they have no map control elsewhere, Jason. They don't really have any fallback plans, anywhere to go.
No, it's going to be a re-execute any second now. Diha, he's had so much impact. His kills have been high value. He'll be called upon once again. Buddied up with Nerds over in Donut. Madden now shifting over. Heavy defense.
I like that ENCE have been willing to just charge to that CT smoke, get into the site before the attack has even really started. Brokey comes through first, but it's Madden at the big box, only dishing out one. FaZe are finding the fight, and they're back in it on the A site. ENCE are so far away. Brokey reveals them! And the shots go right through. Pius and Snappy line up. The eclipse is there, and Nerds alone running away, getting into a comfortable corner, but Brokey has already thought about this. No mercy. Brokey's ready. Brokey misses the shot. A nice kill there from Nerds. He'll grab the AWP. But FaZe,
they can dedicate to the hunt. They've got some money behind them. They can actually chase this down if they want to be pretty aggressive with it. There's plenty of time in the bomb for Rain and Rops to make this play. Money is starting to be an issue for ENCE, so this AWP is actually critical.
The only player with it is Pius, and they now have seen Nerds, so Rain is close. He can hunt him down. He can apply that pressure. Around the corner, Nerds will fall. Rain gets that final kill. Nothing saved over.
And that will eat into the money that ENCE had built up.
It is starting to drain quite quickly.
That lead no longer feels like it at all. It's disappearing slowly but surely. Kerrigan leaning on this A-bomb site repeatedly.
They have one AWP, that's it. They've got a couple of 5-7s, but it's Pius. He's the only player with the AWP.
And respect. We know he struggled in this game. He's bounced back, but still showing faith, giving him the hero AWP to see if he can make a difference.
The Spanish sniper is the only option in round 25 for ENCE. He might get a chance. He might be able to show something here.
He doesn't have any back, like Snappy's.
Here he goes, right into it. Pius runs in. Kerrigan getting taken out, and Snappy's with him. The 5-7 comes out, and Pius, he's still alive, he's still up. And that could be a big issue here for FaZe because they haven't been able to neutralize him. They'll go for the plant, and he's so close, but a millimeter away. It's all denying that plant.
It's all about composure now for ENCE. How much do they want to risk? This AWP needs to make the decision to save if the retake isn't there, and Brokey's going to take one more kill.
Yeah, this is looking good now for FaZe. They'll send the pistols in.
Wait.
One by one they go. Rops in the rifle. Diaz still close. They haven't seen him. They don't know about him. And now they do. Rops will clean that up. And Pius is hanging around. He'll now realize it's a done deal. Get out of there. Get that AWP into the next one. FaZe have brought it all to 12. One round separates these two teams.
That could have been such a dicey situation when Snappy gets that follow-up kill. That's a 3 versus 5 won by FaZe at a really important moment. But importantly, ENCE keep the AWP alive. They don't have to reinvest. It felt possible for a moment. But Brokey and Rops, as they always do, deliver the important performances. Final timeout taken for ENCE, their 4th. Both teams out of timeouts, out of opportunities to slow down the game. ENCE looking for redemption from the grand finals in Dallas last year, a loss. FaZe last year in Dallas coming off the back of a major victory at Antwerp. Out of gas.
It's about what that loss means in Dallas. They don't have a lot of trophies, ENCE. They have deep runs, they have had chances, and everybody's praised Snappy about what he's been able to do with the resources available. But there's no denying that the in-game leader that sits on the other side of that stage has done far more and has picked up far more, and Snappy wants to leave somewhat of a legacy here and some trophies at the end of Global Offensive. Utility deep into mid for ENCE. FaZe will respect it. They don't go through, but they want to. And now they will come.
Nerds. Holding the line through the smoke. Twist and Kerrigan don't want to risk it. A little bit of chip damage onto Rops. Snappy doing everything he can to keep Jaguar in control. It's tense and FaZe line up towards the B bomb site. Snappy snaps over.
He wants it. Snappy wants this so much, and a double kill might put them one step closer.
That has put FaZe in the bin. They've got some utility to play with, but they don't have a lot of map control, and they need to fight back. Snappy drops further back in towards cave. He's now gathered the info that FaZe are coming. He alerts his troops.
They need to, Rain needs to provide something, or Brokey needs to provide something, because Kerrigan's in alert position. They need to do something to move the defense to give Kerrigan the opening.
Rain is trying everything, every trick in the book, trying to sell up this fake on B because his teammates are making their way through middle. He wants to sell more presence than it really is there, and he's gonna make it work.
That's it, that's perfect. Look at Kerrigan.
And now it activates. It's all worked out. They found the way in. FaZe have found the way back into the round. Madden tries his best, nipping at the heels. Rain is removed, and in the final 20 seconds, the A side is empty.
And Dia doesn't want to challenge the op. Brokey makes his presence known. That's gonna buy even more time for Kerrigan and Brokey to get comfortable. Dia's gotta take the long route.
And Kerrigan is maintaining position, watching for that red room play. It is Brokey. Oh, it's an easy kill for Brokey. Reads Madden's run, and Diha has no chance. They're locked out. They have to pick up the AWP, and Kerrigan, he knows, he smells him. He's on the hunt, and with that shot, he's warned away. Diha will carry the AWP. There's the sprint from Brokey coming over towards B, still a long way off.
Yeah, he doesn't have the time, he's just gonna slow it down.
What an incredible job, Jason, of pulling this round back, finding the answer in this moment for FaZe.
Utility pulled Sun Pius away from mid to CT spawn. The kill from Rain pulled him back into Kerrigan's crosshairs. And you can see the way rounds fall into place for FaZe at the end of the day. Another 3v5 converted. And pressure increases tenfold as the map is tied up.
Snappy knows how much those rounds can mean in the grand scale of things. He's been here so many times. He's been in matches that break his heart. And he gets a double. He does everything he can. But still, FaZe find the way through. They thread the needle. And they come to this round battered and bruised. And Brokey elevated on the box. And Twist moves in. He's at the front of the attack. Here on North American soil, trying to fight their way through to the final. And Twist has got them into the side. He's ready for the second. No issues for Twist. The Canadian collapses on them. And that is 14. FaZe are into the lead again.
And remember who got FaZe started in the second half. Both teams started their halves in a hole. It was Rops to dig FaZe out of it with the 1 versus 2. Bought time for Brokey to get the hot hand again. And FaZe has got their swagger back.
This is what they're known for. The tenacity, the ability when they're up against the ropes to find a way out. That strong and tough chin to stay in these games. And now ENCE, we get to see what they're really made of. We get to see what ENCE are capable of in this kind of scenario. Bringing Nerds onto the stage for the first time. Snappy trying to prove he's one of the great IGLs. And Sampaio is bringing the sniper into play. Round 28 gets underway, and it's Brokey again, starting the position again on top of the box.
I think they're gonna do the same exact thing. Twist is starting to investigate, starting to move up along the wall.
Nerds. He's pushed through elbow, and he might just try and elbow his way through, but Rops is ready, and he'll take a lot of damage, but the play is in B. Twist continues, and Madden is under a lot of scrutiny, but he's going to handle it. Madden doing so much. The Montenegrin goes massive. Oh my God! Madden pulls him into his deadly embrace, and now he looks to collect the ace. It's Rops that slips through. What an incredible round from Madden. Out of nowhere, that's a moment. That is the moment that gets ENCE back into this, and it is Madden who rises up.
Answered the bell every time. FaZe had every opening they wanted. The push from Nerds. Twist finding yet another entrance. But all at the same angle, they fall to Madden. And now overtime looms. We're going all 30. Who alleviates the pressure? Who gets to be the team playing from the front with a chance to close out this series?
Twist at the front, having a peer into middle. Carrigan now goes forward to make control established for FaZe. They want to execute, they want to split on this again and get Carrigan up into the red room. Let him be the lit piece into this puzzle.
Once again in this perfect position, but something's got to be provided, and this time it's going to be towards the A-bomb site. Sunpius looking towards Donut though. It's Diha far back. Sunpius slides out, grabs one quickly, disappears into the flames.
Well, Carrigan starts to play forward, but his team haven't done enough yet. They have not done enough. It is Sunpius that doesn't mind standing in the flames. He sticks around, and ENCE are up on pole position. They have fought their way through, and although FaZe bring them to the brink, they do not break. ENCE will head to series point first here in the semifinals. 1 round away at this point from that grand final showing in Dallas again.
But you can feel the possibility, you can feel how tense it is. ENCE, even in a 4-on-1, they don't want to give Rops anything. Not even a chance.
Here he goes around the corner. 20 seconds, of course, it's not gonna happen. Diha locks it in. 1 round away. Money's still pretty good here for FaZe. But this is the final round of regulation.
And you want to talk about in-game leaders, there's no timeouts remaining. Carrigan's got to call this one off the top of his head. Put together the entirety of the half that he's seen, that he's played, and where they've had their success. Heavy towards A, and Sunpius feels like that might be the call. An aggressive angle that allows him to rotate back if needed. A gap in the left side of the smoke, but a flashbang. Oh, he doesn't even blink.
And FaZe have shown this so many times. They've shown this A play. They haven't decided to go for it yet. Think of all of the runs that FaZe have been on, all the pressure over the last few months, and it could be more disappointment being thrown onto that pile. And for ENCE, a chance for celebration, a chance to head to the grand final. A team that do a lot with a little.
Here's the play.
And out mid they go. Twist tosses utility towards Donut, but the forces will climb their way up the ledge to B. The bomb stays outside A.
They put a pressure on A.
It's
They've
worked.
denied information in middle. They're going to pull the defense over. Remember, the bomb is still going to finish at the A bomb site. Madden needs to do something big. All 5 players from ENCE are on the wrong side of the map.
It's a master of the mind games. It's a game of the mind. And a game of inches as FaZe can start to shift their way back to A. ENCE have no idea. Twist sells it out, but they're walking into A.
Bomb plant's going to be coming down. Rob slides in. No utility for FaZe. And a retake recovery scenario for ENCE. They've got 4 kits.
And these are the moments where the greatest IGL show their mark and leave their mark. Carrigan calls the perfect round, and they're into the site. Is it enough? It looks like it. It looks like there's a shot at this. FaZe are dragging it back. It's overtime looming. Sunpius goes down, and FaZe have done it all the way. They never give up. Carrigan finds the way to the perfect round right at the end.
He had him on a string.
That is what greatness looks like.
Had him on a string start to finish, pulled him every which way, whichever way he wanted. But it's just a quick celebration because we're back into it. To chants of his name, Carrigan, another masterclass call.
Look at this from Sunpius, flying close to the sun. He'll run down, and oh, it's a brilliant kill from his gun. He'll drop out and run away, slip away. A great call from ENCE. Takes a lot to actually go for an aggressive maneuver like that in the first round of OT, and Rain didn't see the barrel. He didn't see the tip of the gun, and Sunpius is caught. Rain will get traded, and this is some round to come out in overtime with for ENCE.
Bombs all the way in middle, so Rops at this point searching for some kills to get before he dedicates himself to the hunt for that bomb. Hoping to thin out the ENCE crowd before he has to commit himself. Snappy holding an angle. It's all down to timing. He's been spotted now. Sounded worse than it was, but Snappy is gonna close things out. ENCE get right up in their face and make sure that this time Kerrigan doesn't have the comfort to use the map.
This is gonna be where the true test is. You head into overtime, everything gets thrown out the window. It's all about decisions on the fly. It's all about the individuals that make the differences in those crunch moments. And who has more of them? FaZe are locked down, no control yet of the map. They don't even get out the B doors.
A little bit slower pace this time, not running headlong into middle, into aggression. Waiting for a moment for some of the defensive utility to fade before they really decide how they want to attack this. ENCE is still nursing some of the lost rounds from regulation at the A bomb site, once again pushing Sunpius and D-Huff forward to keep track of when FaZe is going to attack there. Kerrigan being activated.
Flash over. Kerrigan doesn't mind being the front man. He'll throw himself into danger, in harm's way, if it means getting space, and that's exactly what he's got. Kerrigan through, Madden stood no chance.
Yeah, but look what it opens up in middle. Robson twist have slid in, Kerrigan goes for another. It's Nertz.
But look at this from Snappy, he's in the corner. Oh, he's in the corner, but he's gonna get checked. And so Nertz, he's the only player left on B.
But how do you know what's happening on the map if you're ENCE?
You don't. And if you come back, you've got to run into Rops. You've got to run into him, who's in the perfect position to cut off these rotations.
It all falls on Nertz. He recovered in this game.
And think about this moment for him. In overtime, in his first stage match. Can he make his happen? What is he made of? Well, there's one. The Robson twist come in. And Sunpius is so far away. There's no way he can get anywhere near this.
ENCE was scrambling that whole round. It's not just the overbearing odds, but it's also your own brain second-guessing yourself, not understanding what the map looks like, where the attack is going to come from, or when it's going to come. And Sunpius, surrounded, falls last.
When FaZe get into these mid-rounds, they're certainly looking superior at the moment. It's when ENCE punished them at the beginning of the rounds, when they take those numbers away from them, that it's looked better. But this is Kerrigan grabbing that space, taking the risk where he could just go down there. Kerrigan could just die immediately, but he doesn't. He finds that play, and that opens up a lot of possibilities.
Brokey chunked down by utility once again. ENCE pushing forward in overtime, trying to take the fight to FaZe, and it doesn't work on the initial engagement.
Brokey peeks in towards Cave. It's actually not the kill for Brokey. He's missed a couple of times now, but the rest of his team are making up for it. There's still 2 players up, and so Brokey doesn't really have to commit to that fight.
Yeah.
He comes out wounded, battle scarred certainly, but still standing.
And you give Kerrigan a minute and 20 seconds with a 2-man advantage to put this one together. FaZe can be patient, they can wait. They know eventually ENCE is gonna have to move and shift to try and recover the scenario, and that's what they're looking to punish.
There goes the flash in. Sunpius will not back away. He stays committed, realizing he's the turret that must deliver, and it's not the position for it. Rain sweeps through him. They blitz through this defense.
How is this turn? Almost another.
How is it flipped back? ENCE found a way through, but the bomb plant, it'll go down, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2, and equilibrium once again established. And they're gonna back into the cave. ENCE did not expect to have a chance in this, but suddenly one is presented to them. They have to take it. These are the moments that don't come often.
Oh, that's not a deep enough smoke. That's gonna be awkward.
The molly's not used for the plant either. It's used to try and dispel them. They're moving in. D has onto the site.
D stick it.
He has to tap it, get on it, stick it through. Robs isn't getting it. Oh my goodness, D! From behind. He's pulled it through! He just sticks it. Big balls get big rewards in D-Ha.
That is incredible. He just pulls it through on the defuse.
His impact in this game is so incredible, and that is stone cold, but he realizes as well all the advantages. That smoke is so brutal. The wraparound from Brokey with the AWP was too slow. 17-16.
I mean, that was such a good round for FaZe. They had every advantage.
That's a 3 versus 5 recovered by ENCE. 19 gets you to the grand finals.
Has that rattled FaZe too much now? How many times can they be in the better position and let it fall away? Rob swings out for Donut, important trade comes in, and Carrigan is there. Missed shot from Brokey, and you don't see those often. He does have the smoke to allow the fade away, but Sampaius, look at this, confident to run in and clear that and get that info.
Yeah, he's calling the rest of his teammates over right now. Madden and Nerds are walking in, clearing A main, but Sampaius is going to hold on to Temple. There's a smoke down behind the bomb site so that Madden and Nerds can make their way in safely, but all the meanwhile, FaZe is wrapping around through Donut and Brokey. He could grab an angle. It'll be negated by smoke. Molotov is going to delay the plant even further. Buy more time for Rain and Carrigan to come the long way around.
They're going to leave it down to the final seconds of this, and still uncomfortable to plant. And every second that they have wasted before putting that bomb down has allowed this play to come through. Will it come to fruition? It won't. Madden once again gets a massive multi-kill, and it is Brokey who thrusts himself into the clutch. Just one more kill onto Madden is needed, and Brokey, he knows you're in his temple, you're in his home, and he is going to look for you. Oh! Do you hear that? That's FaZe's instrument of terror. That is Brokey who forces the curtain call. That is so incredible.
How many times will he deliver in these clutch situations? Look how fast that shot is. And Madden calls the bluff on the tap. But that is so long to outlast a world-class AWPer in a 1v1. Brokey hunts him down and we play on.
And it's speed again for ENCE. Rand will just take that first away. Brokey once again chiming in for FaZe. The kill feed emblazons his name, and that strikes fear into the ENCE side. They're down by 2 players, and the round has just begun. They lose this, and it is series point. Every moment that they dreamed of making that final might just slip away. Ren repositions.
Nerds is going to be called upon. He needs to deliver here. The push from Rops, quick shot. Will he be ready for twists? That's going to pull Madden and Dia back into his position, and indeed he'll crack it open. But can he beat Brokey? Stepping up one more time.
Brokey hears it, goes on in. Oh, he denies! Brokey can break it again! Brokey is a beast!
Brokey will not let this end. Will not let ENCE have anything.
He shatters them to pieces, time and time again. It is moments like this. It is moments like this that make great players, and Brokey is rising to that occasion. Denies the bomb plant, second kill comes in, and there is nothing you can do.
This is backbreaking. He's hit flow state. And Snappy has called this team into so many advantages just to see them ripped away. Indescribable the frustration he's feeling now.
Everything they've worked for in Dallas could slip away, and it's this A play. Flash limps out. Robs is up on top of the boost. It's not a first accurate bullet, but he certainly recovers. And now the king of North America. His twist from default takes out Nerds, and a lot more needed from him, but he just won't do it. He doesn't have the output in this round. And they will slip through to the bomb plant for ENCE.
Oh, can they hold on to this one? Think of how crushing it would be. Rain's blinded, and double overtime is looking likely. It's Carrigan's turn, and he can't find the clutch. An impossible situation. And ENCE once again outlast.
All those moments for Brokey. Reset. We're right. We're doing this again. Another overtime. Oh, the fight for this final. Whoever comes out on top will absolutely deserve it. And on that flip reverse, it will be utter heartbreak for the team that do not make this through.
Double up setup FaZe switch into on defense. Hasn't been a prevalent setup for them. It could catch ENCE off guard. And Rops hears all the footsteps. Madden's coming through. He knows exactly what's happening. He saw the picture in his mind, and Twist is going to have to anchor things.
He is. And Twist is being held. Sampaius, of course, he'll lock it in.
Not
He's
twice.
ready for that only move. And Snappy's inside of the temple. It's done. This round's over. Rain is being watched. He cannot cross safely. The shot will land from Sampaius. It isn't death on the first time. Nice shot from Rain. It's second opportunity for Sampaius, and he will not miss it this time around.
Now this gets scrappy. This starts getting weird in double overtime. The playbook has already been burned. You've used everything. This is all calling off intuition. This is all calling, making decisions based off what you've seen so far. "32 kills on Brokey, 30 on Madden to top ENCE. Twist and Kerrigan from mid-control pushing down. Twist desperately blind, but still manages to recover.
Oh, that did not look comfortable, but it is successful. And Madden comes over. Twist stood no chance in reacting to that one. An important hunt down from Madden, an important trade to come in. And Robs, look at this, look how far he's pushed, look how deep he is, D-Ha. Oh, he's not ready. What a great kill from Robs. What a maneuver. And that is going to give FaZe a significant advantage, and when you walk into that second op, it has not been missing today.
And that part of the map, Brokey now controls it. There's a second angle to this attack onto the bomb site. Oh, Brokey goes quick.
Oh,
he
he's
goes
moving
fast before the plant. Sampaius handles it. This is still winnable.
That offers up his life. And so Rain is actually stranded and does a very good job at handling Snappy's aggression as he surges towards him. And Rain has read this. He's ready. Sampaius doesn't care though. Denies that kill for Rain.
It's not planted for him.
And the molly goes in. That can make the difference.
It's too late. It's too late.
He's burning and the defuse is already through. Carrigan's going to take it. Sure, Sampaius at the end makes it look nice. There's a little bit of spice, but it's certainly the round for FaZe.
Yeah, we all feel that way. Twist with an opening. And Rops and FaZe maintaining that aggression on this CT side, taking advantage, pushing forward, catching ENCE off guard. A three-man opening again in middle with Rops and Donut for support. D-Ha and Nert's gonna challenge again. This time Twist can't handle it.
Yeah.
Rain tries to pick up the pieces, but Nert's gets a double.
You're not getting away with that twice. Nertz punishes Twist this time, but we've evened it out.
With how scrappy the starts of these rounds are, we get to the mid-round so much quicker. Brokey once again, deja vu to the last round. Finding a kill in cave, but meanwhile, Sampaius creeps in, not paying attention to the corner. And Rops able to just tap down Snappy. A pair of headshots, and we switch sides.
FaZe with the minor lead. Rops rips them apart as they come towards him. What a fight. What a war being fought by these two teams. Just for a chance in that grand final. The light at the end of the tunnel is what they're searching for. And at the end of Brokey's is Sampaius. But he hasn't come around the corner. He would not dare get that aggressive.
He's been playing timings with this angle. Backs away to a new one. Just wants one shot, one pick, one advantage for his team.
And he goes into the fight. Sampaius not scared to fly close to the sun, of course. Once again, aggressive. Rops removed. FaZe will have to play the remainder of this round in a player deficit. And if they walk into Jaguar on the right side is Snappy, and he is so ready. Twist is gone. And this might just unravel the entire round for FaZe.
Oh, nice flashes, good utility, and oh, Snappy delivers a stunning headshot as well. This attack gets decimated. 1 versus 5 for Kerrigan. He gets nothing.
Tied up once more. Nothing can separate them. And where can the answers be found on this T side? To try and break apart the defense. Got the AWP out again for Brokey. 34 kills. Rob's one away from 30 as well. And on the other side of things, ENCE has been another team effort across this board. They always do it as a unit.
Twist in middle, alone, activated, fearless.
And so
same with Brokey. Yeah, look at this hunt down, but awkward with the Molotov, and Snappy gets one, but Twist brings it right back. Now Rain chimes in.
They're just throwing bodies at the problem here, FaZe, and it's working. It's a policy that's got them control. But Sampaius realizes in these kind of moments, a play is needed, and he's the player to step up, the one to move forward. And he gets caught inside of the smoke. Kerrigan sends the bullet in.
That's a huge kill to give up. Sampaius remaining aggressive, could have fallen back earlier. Madden has shifted over. He's had heroics at this bomb site already.
Here comes the smokes being thrown out.
He's backed off passive, Madden, because it looked like Nerds was communicating that he wanted to be aggressive in middle, so Madden is in a position to try and stay alive for Nerds to make his play.
Well, now he goes closer to the site.
Yeah, everything's paused. Everything's chilled out for FaZe. Throw the utility, looking to see if they can pull Nerds out of middle a little bit early. Or pull Madden down ramp.
Oh, they ran him in, and he walks right into Kerrigan, right into his trap. 30 seconds left as FaZe begin that execute on B. And Nerds, is this the moment where he steps up? The answer is no. Kerrigan puts him in his place. First time on the stage, Kerrigan's a master of it. Get out of here.
Some of these calls from Kerrigan in the late stages of this game, late stages of regulation, now in double overtime, have just been beautiful. How would Nerds and Madden keep their nerve for that long? Kerrigan had them frozen on the map. Another chance for FaZe to knock out ENCE.
And they gather outside of A. The last round of this overtime, it's either FaZe Clan success or we go again. Sampaius, the first man to be tested. And Sampaius dishes out damage on 2. Diha comes in and he is demonic. FaZe Clan, they do not break through. They do not get it done. And this game is not over.
Incredible the level that all these players are rising to the occasion. Sampaius. Remember what a slow start he had, 0-8 at one point. He was cold to open this map, but that has changed entirely. Third overtime underway. And in middle, we get a brawl, as it's been the whole way through. Kerrigan forcing his way up mid.
Oh, the bloodshed begins. It is Madden that kicks things off, and Snappy swings out of cave. It would look good with his position for Rain if his teammates were still up, but maybe there's still a way. Maybe there's still a way he can do something, and that's an important kill, but the rest of his teammates falling, and it's not gonna happen for FaZe in this one. A great start to the round again for ENCE.
That's an understatement. 4-on-2, they have control of the bomb as well, deep in middle, I think. Oh, my lord. That's a quick shot from Rops. Brings it back. It introduces a little bit of danger into the round all of a sudden for ENCE. As once again, things go quiet. FaZe give him a little bit of rope to see if they'll make a mistake.
But I think they've learned from the moments that...
I don't know if they realize the bomb is down in middle, behind the boxes. I don't know if ENCE has that piece of information. A little fake towards the A bomb site, pulled D-HUD Nerds over. Oh, now he jumps, now he spots it out. Deep Molotov Rops, don't give him that chance. Blocked by his teammate in the open, lucky to be alive, but Nerds can't find a good fight. Time is of the essence.
And they run in, 15 seconds left. The attack into A is the only option left. And Rain is the spearhead. Remember, there's still 2 players here for ENCE, and D-HA one of them. Rain will turn on a swivel, but the bomb is down. And even though they come close to a chance, it just isn't enough. Nerds breaks 31 kills in the deciding map of his first stage game in the semi-final of IEM Dallas. This is fantastic from the Israeli. This is why ENCE have picked him up. This is why he's got the shot to show what he can do at Tier 1. And people said it would be tough to follow in the legacy of his countryman Spinks. When the first few events out, he's been showing us some great things.
This time a lean towards the B-bomb site, and this time a little bit more slow pace in middle for Twist. Most of these rounds have opened with a brawl in the first 20 seconds.
Oh my goodness, look at Carrigan. Look at him again. He's made this play a few times. Will he get the success he hopes for?
Yeah, he will. Oh, actually, Sunpius realized the danger. Back towards Madden. Oh. Carrigan can't complete it. But that was all a fake. It was all meant to take attention away from this part of the map.
Twist will never know how close he was to that. So close to taking down the Donut player and opening up a pathway to A.
This is so chaotic, though. I don't think FaZe Clan really realize where they want to go. I don't think they really realize where their pathing is next. Snappy's been hearing all these footsteps. Nice and easy double. Finds the perfect timing and switches sides. Rain could be up next.
Oh, Snappy. Not 3 this time. But the significance of those 2 kills are seen. And Robs begins the first step at unraveling. At pulling this through for FaZe. He'll leave Donut, he'll come back because he needs to regroup with Rain. Maybe there is a chance on B because there is only 1 player over here right now. It is Madden, the only player that is significantly damaged, down to 61.
Yeah, but playing it passive, right? He's going to wait for Sunpius to shift over and Diha as well. As soon as he gets the information, he'll turtle up and try and stay alive. Oh, the timing just wasn't there. Creeps out again. Did he spot it? He started to. He knows now. Molotov comes out. Alarm bells ringing. Bomb being planted. Oh. Rain and Rops. Another headshot for Rops.
Sunpius hits the wallbang. And Rain is around the back. They look, they read, and they potentially know exactly where he is. And Sunpius, he cannot lock it in. He cannot confirm this round. And now Diha on the defuse again. Oh, it's dastardly. Oh, it's a defuse chance, and he's done it. Yet again.
Two sticks for Diha in critical clutches. A 2-round lead now for ENCE.
How does he keep getting away with this?
Just realizing the opportunity, the positioning of Rain where the bomb is planted. He knows how long of a route it is, and that had to have been so close. So close, but so far for Rain.
And those rounds, those are the rounds that will be in your nightmares if you're FaZe, because you are now falling out of this game.
And they're starting to stack up. They're starting to get extremely painful. Here we go, a pop on the B bomb site.
Carrigan sends everything he's got, his life thrown into this. Nerds denies any access. Carrigan and Twist gone. FaZe keep finding their way into competitive positions, but they're having to do it the hard way.
Yeah, but this one, Rops is in a great position. Rops is in a great position to equalize. Snappy will never check it.
Doesn't look for it. And now Brokey, he's on the site. Into the smoke, Sunpius goes undetected from the Latvian. And they'll shift on over. He's still focusing on that CT walkout, but they've all transitioned to the other side. Brokey will realize that now. He's been given a warning. A slap on the wrist. And Rain will turn. It is the reckoning as Rops is now in a 1 versus 1. And this round is certainly beckoning for FaZe. The tap, the run, and the Rops round again.
So damn clutch from Rops.
He is ridiculous. In these moments, the composure that he is capable of exuding, there's so little players that no one else is capable of doing this, it feels like, to the same extent and the same amount of times you see Rops in these rounds.
These players are going blow for blow in clutch moments. Diha and Rops delivering. Nertz is gonna back in through the smoke, dodging flashbangs, and he finds some standing, some safety behind the boxes in middle. He's found space to work with.
And Rops, he's under a lot of pressure now. He is the only player for FaZe on this side of the map at the moment. He is desperately calling for help, and soon that help will need to come in. Brokey will begin to run through the temple, and FaZe better pray that this is going to be enough. Rops, he finds the only sanctuary, and Brokey will help, breaking them apart time and time again. Just some bias, and FaZe have a clean round. All 5 stay up. Perfection from FaZe Clan.
Letting them into the bomb site and decimating them when they get there. Rops with the initial hold, but I hope you didn't forget about Brokey.
There's no way. He doesn't let you.
Run it back. Sunpius, Madden, and Snappy towards the B-bomb site. Brokey, Rain, and Kerrigan to defend the B-bomb site. Twist and Nertz. This battle has been going on all game. 46 rounds in middle. Those two have gone head to head.
Twist has tried to get towards these boxes. He's been punished by Nertz before, but not this time. Twist will pull through. Snappy gets caught trying to get into cave, and Rain does not allow that. FaZe are up 2 players here. They look to battle and wrestle for that lead again. And Twist will have to get out of dodge, but it is Madden who has made his way through into the site. He's had some ridiculous moments, some moments of madness and mayhem, and maybe this is another. Deep into the site.
Hold the phone, this is gonna slow down. Rops is on a flank. Twist and Rain don't have to challenge. Let Rops get a little bit closer, let him make his move. ENCE in all this chaos, are they aware of the possibility?
Held back behind that T-smoke is Twist, so they're letting Rops have to make the space. He's moving forward, sees the barrel. Diha doesn't care. Get out of here, he says, as Rain Twist back. It is only Rain to bring the pain. And Sunpius, he is timing this. He is looking for that defuse, but it is not planted for him. Rain will come back, and at that second time, it is Sunpius that basks in the glory of the 1v1 clutch.
Another chance, and ENCE has to realize how much this opportunity means to close this map out right here, right now, and triple overtime. They've had one opportunity to do it in regulation. Since then, FaZe in overtime have had the chances. ENCE cannot let this one slip away. You don't get many.
Oh, incredible shot there from Sunpius to end it. Rain does everything he can, but it is not enough. This is a war. No one will come out clean. But there has to be a victor, and Twist, the only North American here in Dallas, looking to do what he can. It's one, and not the second, even with that twist and turn. And Rops, is this the moment? Is this it? He really pushes in the elbow, and such an important trade.
Yeah, good on Sunpius for being heads up and ready for that trade. That probably caught him extremely off guard. Kerrigan and Rain trying to see exactly what's happening at B ramp. Snappy and Diha are playing it quiet and passive. Sunpius now in middle, sliding in. 1 minute and 10 seconds to work with. 1 minute and 10 seconds. And Brokey's got the first rip Snappy out of the round.
Overtime number 4, if this one closes for FaZe, but Brokey walks into the den, into Sunpius' crosshair, and that might be the kill that starts to step them closer to the grand final, but Rain gets the read. He gets the read as he comes back over towards A, and he is in such a good position. ENCE cannot feel comfortable running out, but they try, but Rain's already here. They can't get through him. And now Sunpius focused with the Tech 9, gets close to Rain. He looks to bring him down, and he will. Sunpius doesn't close it. This game is astonishing. It still goes. It will not end.
The boldness of Rain to slide behind the box. And Kerrigan's got his boys back as he slides out for the final kill. 4th overtime. Brokey punishing him every step of the way, and Rain having all the information to make the right move.
Twist again. Straight to the same position, the goal to get aggressive and to get success out of it as well. This is different. FaZe haven't started overtimes looking solid and getting these first 2 kills, but this time they will. And that is a fight that comes so close. Both players getting out battered and bruised, but they'll be able to slip away.
It's crazy how many of these rounds, how much action and kills we've had so early in them. Both of these teams fighting tooth and nail for mid control on both sides of the map. And then just taking what you can get off the back of it and seeing what you can do. 5 on 3. And Kerrigan's gonna make his move elsewhere. Snappy brings one back, but Kerrigan.
Kerrigan
spotted the bomb, but does he know about Madden?
Sees the head of Snappy, gets in it, and that's the bomb dropped. That's really the chances of ENCE in this round slipping away, but perhaps some absolute magic is on the cards because Sampaius and Madden once again find a path to be competitive.
You know Rops plays A, you know Rain plays B. He plays over towards Cave and Jaguar, so they go for the middle of the map where the defense might have not been shifted, but the timing was again from Rain, but he fumbles it. Fumbles it, does massive damage, but now he might be boxed in.
But this isn't his first rodeo. He composes himself, readies himself, and the timing has worked so well for him to drop back into Cave, and they pull him in. He has a gravitational pull, he's so large, and now Madden denied. No bomb plant. FaZe Clan get the first round of overtime 4.
Rain making all the right decisions down the stretch. Mistake-free Counter-Strike. (25-24). We run it back again. Madden in middle. The top fragger again gonna lurk in towards Donut. Twist passes right by him, so Rops is alone.
Rops stranded on an island, and Madden's come through. Snappy's taking his own teammate down in the mix. Bloodthirst all over the show. But he now realizes he is alone in the world, and he'll run back into elbow, and Twist is waiting. No getting out of that one alive. The second round in a row for FaZe Clan. Every time so far, ENCE have been able to at least pull something out here in the first sort of run, the first half of an OT. But this is looking much more put together.
Well, every round has been important, obviously, going into the 4th overtime, but this one has a little bit of extra to it. ENCE getting blanked in the first half of 4th overtime would exponentially increase the pressure on them and the problems they might have. They've let FaZe off the hook twice, haven't been able to close it out. And characteristically, FaZe just not ever giving up.
No, because they've been here before. They've been here so many times in playoff games behind. And they have trust in one another. When they look to their left and right, they know that the teammates have got their back. ENCE, they haven't been able to prove that yet. They haven't been able to get these deep runs in these championships as this roster. And these are the moments that can break you this deep into the deciding map. And FaZe have full mid control, but it's no one on A.
It's a different look though. Remember how fast these rounds have started, how early the engagements and the battles are. Now it's slowed. Now it's slowed and FaZe is out of position.
About to try and get info, and it is a good timing there for Kerrigan to catch Madden with a nade in hand.
This isn't bad though. You don't take the sacrifice of positioning and map control. They'll let you have the bomb site. They'll take this 5-on-3 retake. They'll be supremely confident. Uh-oh, you can't plant there. Not in face of Rops. No chance, no shot, no rounds for ENCE in this side of overtime.
They limp out with 3 players and they attempt to plant the bomb. ENCE are cracking under the pressure. They are starting to break. FaZe Clan's relentless boot to the throat has continued. And this is about to shatter them. Shatter their run in Dallas.
How much more impressive can they be if they can bring this back? Twist, happy to challenge. All the way up towards Red Room. He's not giving up the fight. He wants another crack at it. Oh no, they line up.
You'll take that all day long. ENCE with the double opener. And Twist will finally get that kill he's looking for, but it is brought short. Rops is so low too, so an easy kill for Madden in the end to close it up. Sick opener from Sampaius, followed up by the rest of his team. They're gonna sling through another round collected. Not over yet. ENCE stay in this matchup.
They need 2 more against the immovable object. 2 more, it's all a fight for survival now for ENCE. No chance at the grand finals here. They just want to bring it to the next round of overtime.
And why not go to 5? 5 OTs is what ENCE search out. No aggression in middle from ENCE. They do place utility there to dispel any early presence from FaZe. And Snappy. Oh, Snappy, how much impact has he found from the Jaguar, from the cave? Feels like he's always been reliable. And he's standing there at the moment. Eventually, it might be Rain who challenges him. But it is Sampaius that begins the challenge, that brings the fight.
This is a dangerous angle. How far does Sampaius want to go? Oh, he sees the shoulder now. I think Kerrigan spotted him as well. They'll call a stalemate. A stalemate and back away.
Sampaius wants this shift. He wants to bring that scope elsewhere. If he can set up, if he can help Snappy out, but it is Snappy that takes first contact. Now they bring the sniper in. Important kill from Sampaius. That keeps ENCE ahead on the player count.
Yeah, and a leg shot from Brokey allows the Flames to finish the job, but meanwhile, middle has been exposed. It's been infiltrated. Now Kerrigan and Rops can fall back and attack through Donut, but they'll have to get past Nertz. But any kind of success in that position is going to bring them into Twist trap. They need this kill.
And Nertz, he's the man that is tasked with dealing with it, and he is not going to do it. But Twist falls. Madden hits the shot. And remember, Diha is still here. He can deny it, and he will. There's something about Diha and plants, defusals and denials. It doesn't matter. Diha keeps ENCE in this game again.
On the verge of another overtime.
I asked the question at the start of this, when it looked so good for FaZe in overtime 4. How much pressure, how much of a beating can you take if you're ENCE? I now pose that question to FaZe. If they lose this, if they have to go again in OT.
Dallas, do you want another overtime? Slow opening. Cautious and measured. Sampaius deep in the A bomb site. Up in hand. Waiting to receive. Still no movement on the map from FaZe. Smoke in front of Diha might deny information. But nobody's budging from ENCE.
The nades are in, the flashes come over the top, it's cleared ENCE, they've got to deal with a fight on A, and they throw down their own smoke. They're ready to throw down, and Nertz, well, he thought he could turn away, he thought he could dodge, but Kerrigan comes in swinging, and Sampaius, he can't stick around, he can't be in that dangerous spot any longer, and into Temple he will run.
Look at Rain, oh, this timing is so sick. If FaZe can just hold on long enough, if Rain can get there quick enough, it could all be over.
It might not even matter if the hold in the post plant is good enough. But Rain is certainly that X factor. Kerrigan climbs on top of the default boxes. We put him on a pedestal for good reason, but Sampaius rips him off the top. It does come down to Rain, but the defuse is in. It's not spreading, and we have to go again.
What a retake from ENCE. I cannot believe it.
The never-ending war.
On their feet, 3 in a row to bring it right back. A stunning turn of events. Sunpius out of tempo with the AWP. Look at these shots. Twist not looking, building on Kerrigan. And Rob's out in the open, it all works out. Rain's lurk was not fast enough.
And Sunpius, Spain's son, doing the nation proud as he goes deep in towards A main. He is willing to go into the danger zone.
Oh, you fight
he
to
is
the death.
willing to burn up, but this time cleared out. Rain will stop him from getting anything. And FaZe charging out quick on A. They once again get into the site.
Yeah, Diha wanted stance in the bomb site. He wanted to get behind the boxes, but realized he didn't have the timing. Nerds, oh, he stops it. That's massive. The delay is everything right now. Time is everything for ENCE as they shift over. Utility down everywhere. Nobody's got vision.
And the temple smoke just faded. Rain will throw another one in. It's not going to be too effective. Oh, it's actually going to favor ENCE. Snappy's going to come in with that pick and broke. He can't turn in time. Suddenly ENCE have put themselves in the favorable position, but it's Rops in middle. Oh, this play starts to reel it back in. And a 2v2 established, and Rops inside of the donut. He puts himself in a perfect post plan to deal with this ticking time bomb. And Rops is going to watch for it. The molly, it can go out to the side. He'll use it. The glass smashes against the wall, and so will ENCE's chances of picking up this round. Whoa, is ridiculous. He is inevitable. 45 kills.
That man's worth every penny. Another clutch, another 1v2. Rips the heart out again of ENCE on a spectacular retake. It all goes to waste when Rops is the last one alive. Brokey out mid, this time with the AWP leading the way. Oh, what a sick pick. What a sick shot.
And now Sunpius' turn. Bang, the sound of the AWPs on either side. Finding the impact required, blow for blow. The story of this match. And Kerrigan does not sit behind smokes. He will not be forced away. He will fight tooth and nail as he gets out of the B doors and actually encourages the ENCE players to fall back into a more passive setup on this B site. And here comes the utility, here comes the move, and here comes FaZe Clan running right into Snappy. They do not get past. Snappy whops out the staff and stops them from getting anywhere near them. It is just Rain, and of course, it's not a round he can win. It's all tied up again.
What a marathon. This time it's Snappy to deliver the triple kill, holding on to the bomb site. Absolutely stunning. The captain of ENCE is now up to 36 kills.
Inseparable. Deep smoke in mid. Twist looked like he wanted to run with it. And they gather once again, FaZe, outside of A. Diha in the meantime is confirming they have control of middle. It is shaping up for another FaZe hit. One towards this A defense.
Yeah, but they have no presence over at the B bomb site. Sunpius and Snappy might be able to piece this together at some point. Sunpius has a flashbang if Snappy wants to go for a peek. Defense starting to shift and realize as Snappy peers down the B ramp.
Well, they brought the Montenegrin monster over towards this A site. And he's sheathed behind the boxes for the time being.
Yeah, well, he's going to get attention. He's going to get exactly what they wanted. Nerd slides over now as well.
Oh, here comes Kerrigan. Of course, he'll run in, but it all comes together for ENCE. Madden and Diha show how sharp their weapons are. But Rops comes in again, making that difference from FaZe.
Name two players you want in a clutch more than Rain and Rops. 2 versus 2.
Snappy's behind. Rain is going to go, ow, he's going to go back, and he gets that angle right at the right time. Sunpius brings his AWP on over. It's a brilliant kill on the first. How bright can he shine? Sunpius looks to Rain, and Sunpius goes supernova. Burns brighter than anything you could imagine. So much pressure in these moments, and Sampaius doesn't care.
This is a disgusting pair of shots. Quick one under Rops as he gets back into cover, and Rain can't make it behind the wall quick enough. Oh, Sampaius matches Rops' clutch performance. 29-28. 2 full maps of play on Ancient. And we still don't have a second grand finalist.
Oh, Twist. He sends those bullets through the smoke. Madden's gonna take most of them. And Sampaius blinded. A gift for FaZe not to be taken out immediately. And both of these in-game leaders, they love to be at the front. They lead by example, time and time again. And Snappy, with an important kill, gets them into the site. FaZe down a member, but can they pull it back? The answer certainly not looking like it for the time being, as it's now ENCE moving forward. And Madden from behind, it's just Twist, and he knows he's got so many positions to worry about. And you look to the site, and D-Hut denies. 30th round up on the board. It is ENCE who now have the chance to head to the grand final. So many times they've been on the ropes, they've been facing elimination, but they have never given up, and now they have a chance to do it.
Both these teams have let chances slip away. ENCE, a massive opportunity. It all comes down to this. Another chance for FaZe to break. Nerds streams out. Oh, gets distracted, but almost transfers over. 1 for 1 in middle, but all the meanwhile, Madden and Sampaius, they've gained so much ground towards B. Oh, they have so much access to this bomb site. It's just Brokey here, and he's got to back away. He knows he doesn't have any fight.
Brokey can't do it. What can FaZe do here? They've lost the site. And starting to think about that grand final, but Rain will put that thought out of their head immediately. He'll put a bullet in instead. FaZe have the player advantage, but they're all coming from the same side, and you can see how paranoid they are about a Rob's flank. You can see how paranoid they are about him coming around the back, but he's not this time. Rain, oh, they go in! Sampaius and Snappy, 2 kills away. Looking at that grand final, Snappy and the ENCE side have done it! A war fought between FaZe and ENCE. Every round, more and more. But it is ENCE who come out on top.
An absolute marathon, and who stepped up? Sampaius, by the end of that, questioning what he would do on the stage. Incredible opping. Nerds, here's first big time on a big stage in a playoff match. Started slow and recovered, showed quality. And Snappy, in a battle of Danish in-game leaders, his belief and trust in himself as the best is rewarded at the end of the marathon.
And for ENCE in Dallas, there seems to be something here. They're back in the final again, a chance to build a dynasty in Dallas, a chance to get the trophy. And that shield that eluded them last year, that Cloud9 so roughly took out of their hands and stole their moment. They had a stand-in then, now they have the full roster.
Yeah, now they have the team, they have the whole team. And for FaZe, another disappointing loss, but another showing where they just will not go away quietly. And as you can see, we've got James Banks down on the stage.
Well, that was one hell of a game. How's your heart feeling after that one, Nerds?
I cannot even breathe. Like, my heart just bouncing, boom, 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 boom. But yeah, like, it was amazing game. We said in the team speak, like, we don't care if we lose, win, we just enjoy the game.
Well, you were definitely enjoying it, but it must have also been stressful as well. That is 2 maps, 2 full games of Ancient being played out there at the end. What was it getting like towards the end? Was it just madness, just on-the-fly calls?
I think FaZe got us. Like, they play very chaotic, and like it was really hard for us to hold the end games. We couldn't leave like some positions, but obviously, like, yeah, I don't have much to say about it. Like, I'm just happy.
You're just happy, and you've just played on this big stage. You've played at a tier 1 event like this. Is this what you dreamed of?
Yeah, like, I didn't imagine it would be like that, like this feeling, like I cannot even describe. Like, honestly, guys, thank you very much. Thank you.
And now you're in the grand final after one hard-fought victory. You ready to go all the way?
Of course, like I want already to play against my boy Xertion. We always trash talking each other.
Okay. Well, let's bring that trash talk into the game. Now I'm going to hand you this for your first time to do it. Take the pen and go and sign that Canva down there. Guys, give it up for Nerds and ENCE!
That is exactly right. It is ENCE, and it was not so damn easy, but boy, this is pay-per-view level showing right here. It must be, in the terms of Counter-Strike, obviously off the Richter, 60 rounds over here on Ancient, but we do have ENCE returning to the Grand Finals in Dallas. Of course, we're gonna have somebody from ENCE up here, like duh, we know that. Who do you think, who would you want to talk to?
I would love to talk to Sunpius.
Sunpius, bring on Sunpius.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Dude, congratulations. That was a bit much, huh?
It was. We were talking after the, I don't know, second or third overtime, and we were just having fun. Like, guys, I don't care if we win or we lose. We are just enjoying it so much.
Oh my God. Sunpius, what does it even take to keep it together when Brokey is just running through every smoke, every molly? Like, how are you tensing up in those moments? Because that game got just crazy. So what did it take in your eyes?
I mean, he just make the plays that he has to make to win the round for his team. So I think he played good.
It was crazy. It was crazy.
Absolutely incredible. Listen, I probably aged 20 years just watching the last 20 minutes. It was so crazy. Was there any moment in this game where you thought that you were not going to make it? Was there any moment where you had a doubt? Because for us, it felt like a battle from start to finish.
A little bit at the start when we were down 7-0. It was a bit tough.
So far away. Yeah, it was a while ago.
When we started coming back, I knew we were able to make it.
And the other way around, when did you know, when did you understood that this was it, this was your game to win? When did that happen?
A lot of times.
Speaking of just like thinking you're down and out though, I think ENCE had a really rough period. Obviously, you guys never found that much success with Valde. You bring on Nerds. It's a completely different shift in terms of you guys' aspirations. Now you're in a grand finals. What was it like battling through that hardship that you guys faced on ENCE?
I don't know right now. I think we just fix a lot of things and we talk a lot and we are always in a good mood having fun together. So I think that's the main point.
What do you think Nerds brings then that just like sent you guys to this space?
Yeah, I mean, Nerds is the player we were looking for. That's for sure.
I mean, you talk about a transformation just from Paris to here. It looks like a completely different ENCE, and it was a very short amount of time. What were the words used between these two events? What did you guys come together to give us this version of ENCE that we're seeing today?
Well, I mean, I think we improved a lot in terms of like mental, right? We worked a lot on this, and most of the fixes came from outside the game, right? Like in terms of food, sleep schedule, everything actually is working better now.
It works with the jet lag here as well?
It worked.
Nice. And what can you say about your opponents in FaZe? They obviously just delivered, along with you guys, the map of the year. This was the best map of Counter-Strike this year. Hell yeah! That's what it is. And everybody here got to enjoy some magnificent CS. But what did you think about FaZe? Like, what do you any respect that you have for them? What do you got?
I mean, I know they have like a tough period right now because they are like a bit burned, right? But on a stage, playing against them is really hard. Like, they are a different team on stage. I think they are really, really good on stage.
Well, look, man, it's been a long day for you, I can imagine. Check this out. This crowd has been pretty rocking all day. You hear them, right? Like, it's loud up there. You feel the rumble. Anything you want to say about the Dallas crowd while you got the opportunity?
I mean, I don't know if they are supporting us or whatever team, actually. I love them so much because I am playing and I can feel like they are shouting and screaming every time, so it's really funny to play here.
Man, it's lovely stuff. Yeah, I mean, the moment's yours. You want to say anything, go for it. But otherwise, we got things to do. So congratulations, man.
Thank you for everyone for being here. I love you so much, and I hope you cheer for us tomorrow.
Nice.
There we go.
All right. Outstanding. Beautiful. Yeah, all right. So, thank you very much for your time. We'll get you out of here. In the meantime, we're talking about MVPs. Yes, that is the DHL MVP. Now we do get our votes into the chat. Oh, hey, everybody. Rain, definitely here to play today, but ultimately it was rainy in the server for FaZe.
Could we just have like 8 or 9 candidates for this time around? Like, I feel like this would be, I think just on Ancient in alone, it would be legitimate. We've had so many different players have incredibly impactful moment. Robs graced us with a call of this 2v4 situation where the cross placement is perfect and nobody else but Robs is obviously able to turn that around, but he's not the only one. There's been plenty of incredible plays. I mean, movie makers out there are going to have a field day. Like, this is an amazing game. Just go out there, make a movie.
That map 3 was obviously a movie. Sun Pius up next. I mean, the clutch that he had defusing on the A site where Rain was just like jumping across, just barely spots him, just flicks him down. There were so many of those moments for him. Also, the collateral he had in like triple overtime or something. This was so unbelievable.
Yeah, there were several instances where you're like, okay, if he misses that shot, there is no coming back. Nerds, he wasn't missing a whole lot of shots.
Talk about, you know, stepping on the stage and actually making a statement, you know, showcasing what he can do. He's had a multi-kills, so solid, putting his team in the right position. I'm sure, hey, you know what? I actually forgot about the first map. It's great we get to see them again. My mind is just Ancient forever.
Yeah. We got Madden here rounding things off, and I mean, I think he actually ended this with the highest rating for ENCE. Just overall, had so many clutch moments. He had that 4K where he was on that long side where he just sprayed him down. Yes, this round exactly where he just bursted, all pristine aim, and Jesus, man, I mean, what a turnaround he's had with his career too. Usually, he was sitting at usually the 4th best player on ENCE. He might be one of the best, if not second best.
Well, ENCE go to the grand finals. For FaZe, they go back and recalculate for another day. Speaking of calculations, I'm talking about using your Twitch channel points to vote for the DHL MVP. We'll catch up with that final candidate at the very conclusion of the grand finals. So we're gonna have to see how the numbers run up tomorrow. Who really knows what happens when it comes down to tomorrow, right?
I have absolutely no idea. I have lost faith in my ability to understand the world and comprehend it as it is. I'm just nothing but a witness.
Yeah, well, that's basically what we have to do. We have to sit back, relax, and witness. We're talking about our U.S. Air Force aim high, so perhaps we take a look at who it is. Who do you think it's going to be, Maui? Give me a shout.
Gotta be Madden.
You think so?
Gotta be Madden? Gotta be Madden.
Survey says it's Madden. Okay, 78-68, yeah, over the course of all that.
85 ADR? Oh, man.
That's legitimate.
In a series that long, that much consistency, man, Madden, I mean, he was so impressive at the Major too. What he's doing here at Dallas, I mean, he's keeping that form up, and I think that's been a huge difference maker for ENCE. Obviously, they brought in Nerds. They were able to actually find a little bit more form because of what Nerds brought to them, but Modden's turnaround as an individual has also elevated ENCE to now become grand finalists.
Yeah, it's a testament to the depth of this roster right now. You just mentioned it, right? He's not supposed to be the guy that is the, you know, M-high, head-to-head, whatever. No, he's not supposed to be that guy, but he did. Today he did, and I think the floor of ENCE as a whole was so high. Basically, no one was lacking behind. Man had moments, Snappy had moments. There's literally no liability on this last map, and that in itself is crazy.
Liability, you know, comes with words like blame and accountability almost at certain points. Perhaps we can hear some insight from the FaZe side as they have to decipher what went wrong and what went right.
After one of the longest and craziest games we've seen, FaZe, Karrigan, they fall here to ENCE. Karrigan, it starts off so strong on Mirage, right? This back and forth. Then we go on to Anubis. We kind of expect this to happen for you guys, but this Ancient, you times both teams had chances for it. Were you just at this point just trying to throw anything you could at them?
I mean, when you play that many rounds, obviously you have to think outside the box, right? And I felt like we had so many rounds, and I guess it goes both ways, but obviously I just kind of let my team down in Vigil today. It's kind of rough, you know, like sometimes it's just rough, you know? Yeah. So, but that's the mental aspect.
And you are a leader of men, you are a leader all the way on this. I know how much you want it. This is a FaZe that has struggled against EZ and bounced back over and over again. We've seen the struggles, we've seen you try and reinvent yourselves. What's next from here?
Yeah, we have Dustin watching song after this tournament, obviously. But it's rough times for FaZe right now, and we're fighting so hard. Everybody's fighting, doing what we can, but ENCE was the better team today, and we just have to work on our mistakes, and hopefully we can show a better face in the next stage.
And what is it in particular that you think is about ENCE that is so difficult for you to deal with?
I mean, they're shooting hard. I mean, they're playing good tactical as well. I think they have a great team, and I mean, they're in a good shape right now. I think what we saw in the Legend stage was obviously in the Major wasn't really them, but they showed in Challenge Stage how good they were, and they beat us 3 times in a row now, and also in a big semi-final match. So yeah, they're playing good.
And how does this feel for you, this loss? And I'm not about your individual performance, but just the string of losses when you've been so high in recent times.
I mean, we're so close, I feel like. I mean, there's times we're playing good, times we're playing bad, but I'm just proud we find it so hard. But obviously, it's hard when you have expectations, you're getting that close, and you have the game, and then you don't have it, and then you have it again, and you do that 4 times doing Ancient, and it's a lot of emotions up and down, and in the end, I just feel like there's so many rounds I could have changed the outcome, but it's just how it is, you know, we lose and win as a team.
That's what it's about, right? The team game. Thank you very much for your time. We call you the Comeback Kings for a reason. Kerrigan, thank you very much, mate.
A lot of emotion in that interview. Obviously, for Kerrigan, tenured seasoned player, experienced all the accolades you could probably ask for, and you felt it in that one.
Yeah, a lot of authentic emotions in there. If you have any doubt that this is more than a game, then this interview is all you need to see. You need to see, we're seeing a man that put it all on the server. He put it all out. He had absolutely nothing left to give. And unfortunately, that wasn't enough. And he's left with that realization. He's let his team down. It's been an exhausting, 3-4 hours they've just been. And there is a beauty to it. There is a beauty to seeing someone that's just at the edge. Yeah. I've given everything. It didn't work out. And you got to respect him for stepping up and giving out those words after that loss.
And the thing about Kerrigan in this one is that he called a fantastic game.
Oh yeah, really good reads.
Oh my gosh, the round 29 or was it round 30? No, round
yes.
30.
Yeah, round 30.
The double fake to just scare ENCE out of their shoes. I mean, ENCE was chasing ghosts in that round, and honestly, so many of the calls, the way he used conditioning in the very beginning of this game, also to just try to open up the A bomb site with A exec after A exec. Then he started opening up the rest of the map. Like Kerrigan had such a great read of conditioning in this game, and so it really, he gave it everything there. He was, I mean, the fact that the man was on the verge of tears, that this meant so much to him, and you could see how fired up him and his team were getting in those moments. It's impossible to even imagine how it feels to be going through that sort of marathon game and not come out with a dub.
Yeah, that's a fact. I mean, sure, the numbers aren't great, and his performance individually isn't great. There's a couple of moments, maybe a few clutches here and there. I know that. But MOUZ is right on the money. When you play so many rounds, it is then your responsibility as a leader to make sense of the goddamn chaos that's happening. And now, overtime number 6, your brain is basically fried. Your neurons don't communicate anymore, but you still have the responsibility to decide what you're doing. You have to decide where to go in the next 30 seconds. And I think at that moment, it's basically an apnea. There's no more oxygen to your brain for about 25 minutes. And everybody's looking at you. Your whole team is waiting for you to tell them with the direction where to go. And this must be so heavy.
That's what we call pressure. You know, like the absolute definition of it right there. And sometimes you get the diamond, sometimes you get a gold coin. So really, yeah, I don't know. We got a grand finalist. It's awful and beautiful thing to see Kerrigan in that state, but rest assured, FaZe Clan still a top-notch team, still contenders across any titles, but still not in the grand finals tomorrow, and that is evident. Before the grand finals, though, there is a show match. That's going to be pretty fun. Perhaps you want to check it out. It's a very special one. You know why, Maui? You want to take a guess?
Aren't you a big part of it?
None of that crap matters. It's the first CS2 Global Championship.
Okay.
That's how we're billing it.
Do you like that? Yeah.
Let's send it. CS2.
Yeah, just 2. Okay.
Give the people CS2.
Okay. I can't do that.
Everybody that watches should get CS2.
So
you know what? I agree, but also I don't think it can quite do it like that.
No, I'm kidding. Team USA versus Team Universe in the morning. That's kicking off at 11. Then we have MOUZ versus ENCE in that best-of-3 grand finals. So pretty much your day is already locked in. Our day's already locked in.
Yep.
Gents, let's call it a day here, and let's go home. Let's go get some rest, come back reinvigorated, and recharge, ready for a grand final. This is the Intel Extreme Masters, y'all. Thanks for watching today.
I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. There's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm what you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. And you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite. Things they say.
Nurse to the smoke, Brokey runs right at him. He's out of ammo. The knife. So close.
I will always season through, 'cause I don't wanna quit your game. I had enough. I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. working with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off. Prepare your conscience. Prepare for honest.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. ENCE is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Ashes got to start it well for ENCE.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's MOUZ! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
You wear it. Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Not all is forgiven, everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching, double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds, sideways, it's a race, who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate, no trace, quiet place, move silent. Bitch throwing hands in the parking lot, get stuck, digging up the sand, doing donuts in a Billy truck. You learn how to rage when the world doesn't show you love. Yeah, I told you what, yeah, I know what it's up. Put it all in the mixture, let the red devil kiss ya. Better hope that I miss ya. Ayy, teach a man how to fish ya. Feed the fan, feed the kids ya. Feed the grand for the picture. Hard to get this far, hard to get this far if you don't know your way around. It could tear you apart, it could tear you apart if you turn it into someone else. Hey, it's not all is forgiven, everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching, double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds, sideways, it's a race, who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate, no trace, quiet place, move silent. They're calling on me, they're what they gon' say, yeah. I ain't falling for it, most of them two-faced, yeah. Friends switch up on you when they see you doing great. I make myself alone just to find peace. And if you ever cared, then you know where to find me, yeah. And there's no going back once I leave it behind me. Hey, it's not all is forgiven, everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching, double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds, sideways, it's a race, who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate, no trace, quiet place, move silent.